Chapter 1. Returning to the fishing village, a mournful sound echoed as a somewhat dilapidated iron ferry set sail from the dock. Seated by the window, young Fan gazed out at the azure sky and the boundless sea. His expression was a tapestry of emotions, nostalgia, melancholy, and a hint of undeniable excitement for young Fan. Although he returned to his hometown fishing village every 2 years, this visit held a distinctly different significance this time. He would not be leaving again. After spending 6 years immersed in the vibrant pace of the bustling metropolis, he had grown weary of city life. The recent unexpected adventure had further solidified his resolve to return immediately to his coastal village for a more leisurely existence. After all, with that adventure in mind, the quaint fishing village seemed far more conducive to his development than the sprawling city. As he beheld the familiar cerulean waters and skies of his homeland, his thoughts drifted. Before long, the ferry docked at Long Town. Young Fan's childhood home lay in a small fishing village under its jurisdiction. After disembarking, he took a 3-wheeled motorcycle and navigated several kilometers of bumpy mountain roads until he finally arrived at his childhood home, Dying Village. Dying Village was nestled against the mountains, facing the sea, and surrounded on 3 sides by hills that in natural scenery was breathtaking, with picturesque landscapes that showcased the unadulterated charm of a traditional farming and fishing village. However, due to its remoteness and underdeveloped roads, progress had been slow. Taking a deep breath as he surveyed the village where he had spent over a decade, young Fan detected a faint scent of fish in the refreshing air. This aroma was achingly familiar, instantly conjuring memories of his childhood. The sentiment of returning home was bittersweet. Standing at the village entrance for a moment, he finally pulled his suitcase and ambled towards his family's house. The sun blazed fiercely, and during this time of the afternoon, most villagers were out at sea fishing. He encountered few familiar faces, only a few children running about, their identities unknown to him after so many years away. Soon, he arrived at a 3-story villa, which stood in stark contrast to the village's predominantly single-story houses and the occasional 2-story structures. This villa, adjacent to the coastline and boasting a large expanse of yard, resembled a seaside estate. It was evident that the house had remained uninhabited for quite some time. The large iron gate was rusted, and the courtyard was overgrown with weeds, presenting a desolate and forlorn scene. This 3-story villa was indeed young Fan's home. 6 years ago, young Fan's parents went out to sea for fishing and were lost to a sudden storm. Just beginning his freshman year, young Fan found himself overwhelmed by this tragedy, sinking into despair and contemplating dropping out of university. However, he remembered that his parents had always taken immense pride in his achievement of gaining admission to a prestigious university. Ultimately, young Fan persevered through his grief and completed his studies. In the years since, although he has returned home to pay respects on the anniversaries of his parents' passing a few times, he always left on the same day. Consequently, this house has remained uninhabited for 6 years. Time has the power to carry away all, including sorrow. Now, 6 years later, young Fan has emerged from the shadow of his parents' tragic demise. "Mom, Dad, I'm home," he murmured softly at the door, then retrieved a set of keys from his bag and unlocked the heavy iron gate. Just as he was about to push the door open, a rustling sound suddenly broke the stillness from the towering weeds in the courtyard. Moments later, a gaunt old yellow dog limped into view. Woof, woof, woof. Though the old dog struggled to stand, it barked fiercely at young Fan, exuding an air of aggression as if ready to pounce should he dare to enter. Da Huang. Upon seeing the old yellow dog, young Fan felt a surge of emotion. This dog, which he had raised since he was 10, had been his closest companion during childhood. Now the old friend had surpassed 15 years of age and was quite frail. Seeing Da Huang in such a state brought a lump to young Fan's throat. He hurried forward and knelt beside the old dog. Da Huang, with dimming eyes, initially did not recognize young Fan and nearly bristled at his approach. However, the familiar scent enveloping young Fan soon triggered recognition. This was the master it had longed for. Woof, woof, woof. Upon realizing its owner, Da Huang leapt into young Fan's embrace, nuzzling against him with uncontainable joy. Their bond was profound. Before leaving the fishing village, young Fan had entrusted Da Huang to his best friend in the village. Yet Da Huang continued to sneak into young Fan's courtyard daily, patiently waiting for his master's return. As he stroked the dog's emaciated body, young Fan's eyes brimmed with tears. In its youth, Da Huang had been the most formidable dog in the village, but now it presented a frail visage. "Da Huang, I'm sorry. I'm back, and I won't leave again," young Fan whispered softly, his voice thick with emotion as he caressed the dog's dull, straw-like fur. The sight of his old companion still waiting at home after 6 long years filled young Fan with an overwhelming sense of gratitude and guilt. At that moment, he was reminded of the story of Hachiko, the loyal dog in the film. The Akita dog waits for its deceased master until it grows old and passes away. Woof, woof, woof. seemingly comprehending Yang Fan's words. Da Huang joyfully circled around Yang Fan's legs with a smile. Yang Fan patted its head, and suddenly, an idea struck him. By the way, I wonder if the golden droplets refined from the Dragon Ball could enhance Da Huang's health. Upon this thought, Yang Fan immediately focused his mind, channeling the Dragon Ball concealed within his dantian. Soon, a droplet of golden liquid oozed from the tip of Yang Fan's right index finger. Come, Da Huang, open your mouth. Yang Fan extended his hand, feeding the golden droplet to Da Huang. Woof, woof, woof. As the droplet slid down, the once murky eyes of Da Huang sparkled with life. The golden droplet transformed into strands of peculiar vaporous energy, coursing through Da Huang's limbs and bones. Da Huang immediately sensed waves of extraordinary energy surging within. Igniting a fervent excitement within him, he felt as if he had regained the abundant vigor of his youthful days, chasing after a pack of village female dogs. Then, an astonishing transformation unfolded before their eyes. Da Huang's body visibly changed. Its frame gradually straightened. Once lifeless fur began to gleam, and its emaciated physique became noticeably robust. It truly works. Witnessing Da Huang's transformation after consuming the golden droplet, Yang Fan clenched his fist in exhilaration. This Dragon Ball is indeed miraculous. Indeed, within Yang Fan's dantian lay a Dragon Ball, or rather, a treasure akin to the inner core of a mythical beast in fantasy novels. The very reason Yang Fan chose to abandon his lucrative job in the bustling metropolis and return to his hometown fishing village stemmed from this. Recalling the peculiar encounter that led him to acquire the Dragon Ball, Yang Fan found it quite amusing just a few days prior. During a weekend, he had purchased a fresh sea bass at a market in the metropolis, intending to prepare a delightful meal himself. Unexpectedly, while gutting the fish, he discovered a peculiar sapphire blue pearl hidden within. This pearl, neither metal, stone, nor wood, radiated an extraordinary sheen. Yang Fan gazed at it intently, immediately feeling as though his very soul was being drawn into it. Startled, his hand trembled, and the knife nicked his finger. His blood dripped onto the pearl, and then an incredibly wondrous and eerie scene unfolded. The sapphire blue pearl absorbed Yang Fan's blood, then suddenly flew into the air, piercing directly into Yang Fan's body, ultimately hovering within his dantian. In the midst of his astonishment, it took an extensive period of time for him to gradually comprehend the remarkable properties of the mystical orb concealed within his dantian. This orb possesses the autonomous ability to absorb moisture from the air, refining it into droplets of golden liquid. A portion of this golden essence is utilized by the Dragon Pearl to enhance its own vitality, while another portion nourishes Yang Fan, transforming into strands of golden filaments that permeate his limbs and bones, reshaping his very being. Moreover, Yang Fan made an astonishing discovery. The presence of more moisture seemingly accelerated the production of golden droplets by the Dragon Pearl. To validate this hypothesis, he wasted no time and rushed to the swimming pool within his community. What followed was an even more miraculous revelation. He found himself endowed with extraordinary aquatic abilities. Not only could he remain submerged for extended periods without the need to breathe, but his vision was also unaffected by the water, allowing him to perceive everything within it. With crystal clarity, in fact, his field of vision underwater exceeded that on land. In light of this, Yang Fan surmised that this orb must be akin to the legendary Dragon Pearl or the water-repelling pearl mentioned in myths. Despite having always identified as an atheist, the evidence before him compelled him to acknowledge the existence of such wondrous treasures in this world. Following this serendipitous encounter, Yang Fan realized that the ocean was truly his destined sanctuary. Living by the sea would enable him to fully harness the potential of this extraordinary Dragon Pearl. Furthermore, with his newfound aquatic abilities, he could easily prosper through fishing. Coupled with his growing weariness of the bustling city life, he pondered deeply before unhesitatingly boarding a flight back to his hometown fishing village. Since the golden droplets had proven effective for Da Huang, Yang Fan generously employed the Dragon Pearl to extract a few more droplets, feeding them to Da Huang. Under the transformative influence of the golden essence, Da Huang began to radiate vitality in no time. After a mere 10 minutes, the few droplets ingested completely revitalized him, rendering him even more formidable than in his prime. Bark, bark, bark. The transformation exhilarated Da Huang, who bounded around Yang Fan in excitement, incessantly barking and licking Yang Fan's thigh. What's the matter? Are you in heat? If you are, don't bother me. Go find a female dog at the village head. Yang Fan jested, giving Da Huang a light kick while chuckling at his exuberance. Nevertheless, despite the playful reprimand, witnessing his old companion's metamorphosis from a frail state to one brimming with youthful exuberance, filled Yang Fan with immense joy. "Come on, De Huang, let's head inside." With that, Yang Fan ushered De Huang through the door. The furnishings in the living room remained unchanged from 6 years ago, yet the atmosphere felt entirely different. However, as time has passed, Yang Fan has long since come to terms with it. With a carefree smile, Yang Fan swiftly set about his tasks. The house, uninhabited for many years, was shrouded in dust and cobwebs, a veritable chaos of filth. Since he intended to return home, the first order of business was, naturally, to undertake a thorough cleaning of the dwelling. Thus, for the next 2 to 3 hours, Yang Fan diligently tidied every corner of the house. He discarded all unnecessary items, stowed away things he wouldn't need in the storage room, and most importantly, opened the windows to let in fresh air while meticulously cleaning his former bedroom until it gleamed. After this flurry of activity, Yang Fan found himself utterly exhausted. Fortunately, his body had been enhanced by the golden drops, granting him remarkable recuperative abilities. After a brief sip of water and a moment's respite, he felt revitalized. However, after several hours of intense labor, he was drenched in perspiration, sticky and reeking. Yang Fan promptly resolved to take a refreshing bath at the seaside. Chapter 3. A dip in the ocean leads to a bounty of exquisite lobsters. Without hesitation, Yang Fan immediately retrieved a fresh set of clothes from his suitcase. He then set off towards the coastline with his dog. De Huang, his home, was in close proximity to the shore along a narrow path. He reached a rocky coastal area in just a few minutes. This rocky stretch was familiar to Yang Fan, as he had spent countless childhood days here, gathering marine treasures or fishing. Upon arriving at a colossal round rock, a smile broke across his face. He recognized this large boulder. Once, during his youth, he had come here to forage and caught an enormous flower crab in the pool beside this very rock, weighing over a pound. The memory of that gigantic crab had sent 10-year-old Yang Fan into a joyous leap of excitement. Stripping off his sweat-soaked clothes, he remained only in his shorts and dove into the ocean. As he submerged, a wave of indescribable delight washed over him, akin to a beached fish returning to the sea. Simultaneously, the dragon pearl within his dantian began to whirl rapidly, absorbing the abundant moisture and energy from the ocean. Woof, woof, woof! Seeing Yang Fan plunge into the water, De Huang eagerly followed suit, leaping into the waves as a dog raised by the seaside. De Huang was a natural swimmer, displaying exceptional prowess in the water. It reveled in the aquatic play, frolicking joyously. After a delightful romp in the water, Yang Fan suddenly had a thought. Why not dive beneath the surface and see if there are any crabs around? I could catch a few for dinner. The rocky area was the perfect hiding spot for crabs in his childhood. Yang Fan often visited this place to gather seafood, usually managing to collect a few, albeit small ones. It is worth mentioning that this marks Yang Fan's inaugural plunge into the sea. Since acquiring the Dragon Pearl, he was eager to ascertain the extent of his newfound aquatic abilities. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that the coastline was devoid of any other individuals. With a sense of abandon, he plunged into the water without hesitation. The rocky area near the shore was relatively shallow, with depths not exceeding 20 or 30 meters at most. After a brief descent, Yang Fan soon found himself at the ocean floor. The seabed near the shore was barren, lacking the vibrant coral reefs and other marine wonders. Instead, it was scattered with rocks of varying sizes, with a few small fish and crabs occasionally darting between the crevices. Despite his diligent search beneath the waves, Yang Fan was unable to find any significant catch that warranted his effort. The coastal waters are devoid of fish. Resources have been depleted. Yang Fan let out a sigh. The relentless overfishing by numerous trawlers employing destructive nets, coupled with the increasingly severe ocean pollution, has led to a significant decline in coastal fishery resources. Fortunately, Yang Fan possesses an extraordinary affinity for water. He swims with remarkable speed and can hold his breath indefinitely, and his vision underwater allows him to see clearly for several kilometers without obstruction. After conducting a thorough search, he finally spotted something that caught his eye amidst the crevices of a rock formation just a few dozen meters away. It was a magnificent specimen, measuring an impressive 30 to 40 centimeters, adorned with vibrant colors and sporting long, elegant antennae, exuding an air of majesty akin to that of a general in the sea. This was not merely a crab, it was the renowned Chinese lobster, commonly referred to as the king longxia. Its dazzling, multicolored appearance has earned it the nickname rainbow lobster. In ancient times, it was revered as the divine shrimp, highly esteemed by the nobility along the coastal regions. Goodness, such a large lobster! This is a windfall. Upon sighting the grand lobster, Yang Fan raised his eyebrows in excitement. Specimens of this size are rare, and it must weigh at least 3 to 4 kilograms. With that thought, he quietly swam closer. His exceptional swimming ability allowed him to glide almost silently to the side of the lobster. Then, with astonishing swiftness, Yang Fan acted. In a flash, he pressed both hands down on the magnificent lobster. Initially resting in the rock crevice, the lobster was completely unaware of the impending capture. As it finally reacted, it began to thrash wildly with its tail in a desperate struggle. However, it was evidently too late. It seems dinner is secured for tonight. With the lobster firmly in his grasp, Yang Fan grinned broadly, just as he prepared to ascend. His gaze caught sight of another lobster hidden within a very discreet crevice nearby. This second lobster was slightly smaller than the one he held. Yet it was still quite substantial, likely weighing over 3 kilograms. Could it be a pair, a male and female? If that were the case, it would be too cruel to separate them. With a chuckle, Yang Fan swiftly followed the same approach he had used for the first lobster and soon ensnared the second unsuspecting lobster as well. With one large lobster in each hand, he emerged from the water, thoroughly satisfied. One. Upon finally surfacing, the anxious golden retriever rushed over. Yang Fan's sudden plunge into the water and prolonged absence had frightened the dog, who feared he had drowned. Now seeing Yang Fan reappear, the dog was naturally overjoyed. Don't worry, De Huang. I am now the Dragon King of the sea, and the ocean is my home. Yang Fan smiled as he gently patted De Huang's head. Then, with a spirited demeanor, he triumphantly carried 2 magnificent lobsters ashore. After changing into fresh attire, Yang Fan returned home with De Huang. He procured a large bucket to keep the splendid lobsters in. As the sun began its descent in the west, evening fell upon the village, signaling the return of the fishermen from their day at sea. Yang Fan contemplated taking a stroll through the village, intending to visit a few childhood friends' homes along the way. However, as he reached the courtyard, a sudden exclamation echoed from outside. Oh my! Fancy! When did you return? Yang Fan turned his head and beheld a young man with dark skin, clad in a tank top that showcased his muscular physique. Standing a short distance from the courtyard gate, his eyes wide with surprise as he gazed at him. Taozi, you've returned from the sea? Upon seeing the young man, Yang Fan immediately broke into a smile. This young man, named Yang Hongtao, was a childhood companion from the same village, and their bond had been inseparable since they were young, having grown up together in carefree days. Before Yang Fan departed from the fishing village, he entrusted the care of De Huang to him. Goodness, Fan, you rascal, you could have at least informed me in advance of your return, so that I could have come to greet you. Just now, as I passed by your house, I noticed the front door was ajar and feared it had been burglarized. Little did I know it was you who had returned. Yang Hongtao approached with a jovial reprimand, swiftly closing the distance, and then opened his arms wide to envelop Yang Fan in a hearty embrace. The reunion of old friends required nothing more than this simple gesture. Goodness, I just took a shower, and you've sullied me with your stench of sweat. Yang Fan playfully patted Yang Hongtao on the shoulder and quipped, So, what's the deal? Are you feeling superior now that you're a university student? Just because you spent a few years in the big city, you look down on me, your humble fisherman friend? Yang Hongtao retorted with a laugh. Damn. Even though I don't go to college, I still find you quite bothersome. Have you ever taken a moment to consider the scent that clings to you? It's quite unpleasant. How could a fisherman like me possibly be pristine? Yang Hongtao rolled his eyes, then inquired with curiosity, Fanzi, what brings you back so suddenly? I see you've tidied up the house. Are you planning to stay home for a few days? As the closest confidant of Yang Fan in the village, Yang Hongtao was acutely aware of the profound impact that event had on Yang Fan. Since 6 years ago, when Yang Fan had settled his parents' affairs and departed from the fishing village, this marked his first return to his ancestral home. It was not merely for a brief visit. He intended to stay indefinitely. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan chuckled. Staying for good? Is that true? Fan, are you really planning to move back to the fishing village? Yes. I plan to reside in the village long term. Observing that Yang Fan was not jesting, Yang Hongtao's confusion deepened. Fan, are you certain you're not joking? You graduated from a prestigious university. Why on earth would you want to return to this desolate village? The pace of life in big cities is relentless, and the pressure is immense. Moreover, being away from home for so long can be quite isolating. I simply wish to embrace a more leisurely lifestyle in the fishing village. Yang Fan shrugged, responding lightly to his friend's inquiries. Though their bond was strong, matters concerning Dragon Balls were not to be shared with anyone. Seriously? Are you for real? What on earth do you plan to do? Yang Hongtao's eyes widened in disbelief. Our family has been comprised of fishermen for generations. I will undoubtedly return to fishing. Yang Fan replied with a smile. Fish a few. The nearshore waters are completely depleted. I toil day in and day out to catch fish. yet I can barely make enough to sustain myself. I was contemplating seeking work elsewhere, and you want to come back to fish? Upon hearing Yang Fan's intentions, Yang Hongtao couldn't help but curse. In this day and age, the resources of nearshore fisheries dwindled year by year, compelling fishermen to venture farther into the ocean. However, fishing in deeper waters carries significantly greater risks, particularly if one's vessel is not sufficiently large. Thus, modern fishermen endure both arduous labor and perilous conditions. Yet they scarcely earn a living. This has led most of the village's youth to prefer seeking employment elsewhere rather than remaining in the fishing village. If it weren't for Yang Hongtao's exceptional fishing talent, having been a prodigy in the village since childhood, he too would have likely sought work outside long ago. Damn it. Fan, have you suffered some sort of shock outside? A graduate from a prestigious university wanting to return to the village to fish? Surely, you must be out of your mind. Yang Hongtao's frustration grew with each passing thought. How could his friend be so foolish? After finally gaining admission to a prestigious university and escaping the fishing village, he now contemplated returning? Ridiculous. It seemed his friend's mind had become utterly befuddled. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan rolled his eyes and jestingly scolded, "What's wrong with fishing? The price of seafood is exorbitant nowadays. Catching a few large yellow croakers or lobsters could yield a handsome profit. Nonsense. While seafood is indeed costly, one must first be able to catch it." In response to Yang Fan's remark, Yang Hongtao also rolled his eyes. "Let us not mince words, Fan. You know well that I am renowned in our village as a skilled fisherman, and even I am on the verge of giving up fishing. Do you genuinely believe that a mere scholar like yourself can thrive in this profession? What? Do you look down upon my fishing skills? Huh. If that is the case, then so be it. Fan, in terms of academic pursuits, I am no match for you, but when it comes to fishing prowess, you wouldn't even be able to see my tail lights." Yang Hongtao wore an expression of pride. "Is that so? A skilled fisherman, then? May I inquire? After all these years of fishing, what is the largest exquisite lobster you have ever caught?" Yang Fan suddenly asked with a sidelong glance at Yang Hongtao's smug demeanor. "Why ask that? Exquisite lobsters are exceedingly rare and difficult to catch. The largest one I've ever caught was just over a pound." Yang Hongtao is perplexed as to why Yang Fan is concerned about this issue. Just a little over a kilogram? Haha, wait a moment. Yang Fan uttered a brief remark before heading to the kitchen to retrieve the water bucket filled with lobsters. "Fan, what are you doing picking up the bucket while we're chatting? What on earth?" Chapter 5. Can these two large lobsters really be worth over 100,000? Upon witnessing Yang Fan's sudden decision to bring out the sizable water bucket, everyone was taken aback. Yang Hongtao was initially puzzled. However, upon witnessing the two enormous lobsters in the bucket, his eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, such colossal lobsters. That one must weigh around 4 pounds. Fancy. Where on earth did you acquire these? Staring intently at the lively lobsters in the bucket, Yang Hongtao appeared utterly shocked, nearly popping his eyes out. "Of course. I caught them. Just now, while I was bathing in the sea, I stumbled upon them in a crevice among the rocks and decided to bring them back." Yang Fan explained with a chuckle, amused by his friend's astonished expression. "You caught them while bathing? Where? Fancy, hurry. Take me to see if there are any more lobsters hiding about." As he spoke, Yang Hongtao eagerly reached out, attempting to pull Yang Fan along. "Not a chance. If there were any more, I would have caught them myself." Yang Fan laughed and scolded, brushing the man's hand away. "Indeed, you, my friend, have truly stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Do you realize how much these two magnificent lobsters are worth now?" Yang Hongtao took a deep breath and glared at Yang Fan, saying, "I recall that the exquisite lobsters weighing over a pound cost around 300 to 500 yuan per pound. These two combined could fetch several thousand yuan, couldn't they?" Yang Fan had not spent time in the fishing village for quite a while, hence he was not well acquainted with the current market prices of seafood. "Nonsense. What you refer to pertains to lobsters weighing under 3 pounds. Nowadays, lobsters exceeding 3 pounds are not priced by weight, but rather sold individually. A few months ago, in the neighboring village, a fortunate individual, much like yourself, stumbled upon a magnificent lobster weighing 3.5 pounds, which was astonishingly purchased by a renowned seafood restaurant in the city for an exorbitant price of 88,000 yuan. I estimate that the largest one in your bucket must weigh at least 4 pounds, and given its pristine condition with no blemishes, it could easily fetch over 100,000 yuan at auction. The other one could also sell for several tens of thousands." Yang Hongtao couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions as he spoke. This fellow truly had the luck of the devil. He had merely returned to the village and taken a dip in the sea. Yet he managed to stumble upon two magnificent lobsters. How outrageous. The heavens are indeed unfair. Here he was, toiling from dawn till dusk, struggling to earn a meager living from fishing, yet this guy, in just a single day, had already earned more than he did in an entire year. What? The price has soared to such heights? Each lobster can fetch 100,000 yuan. Upon hearing Yang Hongtao's words, Yang Fan was equally astonished. He was aware that such large lobsters commanded a high price, but he had no idea it was to this extent. If a single lobster could be sold for 100,000, then should he venture out to catch 100 or so, wouldn't he instantly become a millionaire? Thankfully, he kept this thought to himself. Otherwise, Yang Hongtao would likely have been left speechless. How dare he think he could catch 100 of these rare lobsters? Did he think they were as common as cabbages? Of course, they were expensive. There are many affluent individuals nowadays, and our compatriots take pride in appearances. Selling such sizable lobsters at a seafood restaurant for a lavish lobster banquet would certainly elevate one's status. With that, Yang Hongtao promptly suggested, "Fan, how about I help you get in touch with a few upscale restaurants in the city? Let's seize this opportunity to sell these two lively lobsters at a good price. Otherwise, if they perish, it would be a tremendous loss." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan pondered for a moment, then nodded with a smile, saying, "That seems reasonable. I initially intended to serve them for dinner, but since they are so valuable, it would be better to sell them. After all, consuming over 100,000 in a single meal would be rather extravagant." As Yang Hongtao mentioned, the exorbitant value of such large lobsters stems entirely from their use in lavish lobster feasts, which serve as a status symbol for the affluent. In essence, they are merely a means for the wealthy to display their opulence. Yang Fan, not inclined to show off, contemplated selling the lobsters for cash. If these two exquisite lobsters were worth only a few thousand, he would unhesitatingly consume one or even both. However, given their potential value exceeding 100,000, selling them was undoubtedly the more prudent choice. "All right, I shall contact you immediately." With that, Yang Hongtao retrieved his phone and made several calls. As the most adept young fisherman in Big Whale Village, he occasionally caught prized fish like the large yellow croaker, thereby establishing a network of seafood suppliers to prominent restaurants. After a few calls, the recipients were all abuzz with excitement upon hearing that Yang Hongtao had two lobsters weighing over 3 pounds each. They promptly expressed their eagerness to visit the seafood trading dock in the city to inspect the catch. Yang Hongtao had reached out to multiple restaurants to incite competition, thereby maximizing the selling price of the two splendid lobsters. "Fan, I've made the arrangements. Let us hasten to the city's seafood trading dock. The fresher they are, the higher the price the buyers will offer." After concluding the calls, Yang Hongtao spoke hastily to Yang Fan. Observing Yang Hongtao's anxious demeanor, Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow truly embodied the saying, "The emperor is not anxious, yet the eunuch is." As the owner of the lobsters, Yang Fan remained remarkably composed, while Yang Hongtao fretted about the lobsters perishing and fetching a lower price. Nevertheless, considering the substantial transaction worth tens of thousands, Yang Fan felt compelled to pay attention. Although he had just returned home and was reluctant to venture out, who would turn down the allure of money? Additionally, Yang Fan recalled needing to purchase new bed linens and other household essentials from the mall, prompting his decision to head to the city. "Very well, let us depart." Indeed. Chapter 6. The Seafood Merchants in a Frenzy. Approximately an hour and a half later, Yang Hongtao piloted his newly acquired fishing vessel with remarkable speed, accompanied by Yang Fan and two large lobsters, to the seafood trading dock in Beihai City. This dock stands as the largest seafood trading venue in Beihai, where nearly all the catches from the city's deep-sea fishing boats are promptly delivered for sale. Additionally, seafood harvested by fishermen from the surrounding county towns and fishing villages is also brought here by various seafood merchants. After securing a suitable spot for the boat, Yang Hongtao carried a large foam box, leading Yang Fan confidently in a familiar direction. Naturally, the two sizable lobsters were nestled within the confines of the foam box. After a few minutes of walking, the duo arrived at a row of stalls. This area was specifically designated as the market for the sale of shrimp and crabs, where the stalls primarily offered a variety of these delectable crustaceans. Yang Hongtao and the managers of several grand restaurants he had recently contacted convened at this location to assess the goods. Indeed, upon arriving, a man approached him to extend a greeting. "Young brother Yang, where are the two exquisite lobsters weighing over 3 pounds? Let me have a look." This self-identified old Li was one of the individuals Yang Hongtao had just been in touch with. He was a supplier for a renowned seafood restaurant in the city, responsible for procuring a variety of fresh marine delicacies for the establishment. Bosley, please be patient. I have also reached out to a few other proprietors, Yang replied. Yang Hongtao chuckled as he gazed at Old Li and remarked, What? You have contacted others? Upon hearing Yang Hongtao's words, Old Li's expression fell immediately. Young brother Yang, we have conducted business together on several occasions. Do you not know what kind of person I am? If you possess quality goods, I will certainly offer you the most reasonable price. Why would you need to reach out to others? I am well aware, Bosley, that you provide fair offers. But the goods I have brought this time are not ordinary seafood. They are of the finest quality. Naturally, I must invite a few more bosses to ensure I achieve the best price. Yang Hongtao chuckled and candidly remarked. He spends his days fishing and selling fish. Thus, he is well aware of the unscrupulous nature of these seafood merchants. It is said that there is no business without deceit. In the absence of competition, even the finest seafood would be ruthlessly undervalued by these unscrupulous traders under various pretexts. The two magnificent lobsters captured by Yang Fan are undoubtedly exquisite seafood that would entice every seafood merchant to vie for them. Without summoning a few seafood traders, how could he sell them at a premium? Well, upon hearing Yang Hongtao's words, Old Li found himself at a loss. Earlier, when he heard on the phone that there were 2 lobsters weighing 3 to 4 pounds, he was utterly thrilled. He had initially intended to offer a low price to dismiss Yang Hongtao casually. However, he did not anticipate that the latter would cunningly involve others. Now, it was impossible for him to negotiate a lower price. After exchanging a few words, several men soon approached to greet Yang Hongtao. They were seafood merchants recently contacted by Yang, specifically supplying to the grand hotels in the city. With everyone gathered, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Yang Hongtao and Yang Fan exchanged a glance, and upon noticing Yang Fan's smiling nod, they understood each other. Yang Hongtao opened the foam box, revealing an exquisite sight. A pair of magnificent lobsters of such considerable size is indeed a rarity. They were full of vitality, clearly having been out of the water for a mere moment. The seafood merchants, upon catching sight of the 2 lively and impressively sized lobsters, could not help but have their eyes gleam with excitement. Such exceptional treasures are truly hard to come by. Esteemed gentlemen, you have witnessed the goods. They are undoubtedly of the highest quality. I have just weighed them. The larger lobster weighs 4.2 pounds, while the smaller one is 3.5 pounds. Moreover, these lobsters were freshly caught by my brother, having been out of the water for no more than 3 hours. You may consider your bids. The highest offer shall prevail. Once the seafood merchants had examined the lobsters, Yang Hongtao grinned and spoke. I offer 120,000 for this pair of lobsters, 7,000 for the larger one, and 5,000 for the smaller. Old Li, the first merchant to greet him, quickly made his bid, eager to secure the lobsters. However, just as he stated his price, a middle-aged man nearby scoffed. Old Li, how uncharitable of you to think you could acquire such premium seafood for merely 120,000. Brother Yang, I bid 150,000. Old Wang, even 150,000 is insufficient. I bid 160,000. I offer 170,000. I bid 180,000. I offer 200,000. As the bidding commenced, the seafood merchants vied with one another, their competition becoming increasingly fierce. Soon, the price soared to 200,000. The hefty seafood merchant who made this bid exuded a sense of wealth and confidence, immediately dominating the atmosphere. The other merchants hesitated, daunted by the substantial offer. After all, 200,000 was already a considerable sum, and they were uncertain about the potential profit margin beyond this point. Meanwhile, Yang Hongtao could hardly contain his joy upon hearing this price. Although the lobsters were not his, he was thrilled for his brother. As for Yang Fan, the rightful owner, he was surprised by the bid but remained remarkably composed. After all, he was a man with dragon pearls. Given his current prowess in the water, the ocean felt like his personal garden. Acquiring exceptional seafood in the future would hardly be a challenge. He held little concern over the sum of 100,000 to 200,000. Chapter 7. The Unexpected Arrival of a Wealthy Lady Fan, 200,000. You're striking it rich. What do you say? Will you sell? I feel this price is nearly at its limit. Yang Hongtao whispered to Yang Fan, leaning in closely. Let us sell. But only if no one else raises their bid, Yang Fan replied with a smile. Very well. After conferring with Yang Fan, Yang Hongtao promptly turned his head. raising his voice to the hesitant seafood merchants still deliberating whether to raise their bids. "Ladies and gentlemen," he proclaimed, "is there anyone else willing to increase their offer? If not, this exquisite pair of giant lobsters shall belong to Boss Son, who has bid 200,000. Forget it, the price is too steep. I might even incur losses. I'm out," sighed the impatient old Lee, the first to bid and the first to withdraw. Indeed, the price was exorbitant. It was wise to withdraw. Following old Lee's exit, the other seafood merchants shook their heads in resignation, opting not to bid any further. The price was simply too high. After careful consideration, they all retreated. After all, the procurement of live seafood comes with substantial risks. If these two splendid lobsters were to lose their vitality and perish, it would be a burden. With that, as the others withdrew, Yang Hongtao waved his hand, about to declare that the exquisite lobsters would belong to the highest bidder, the plump seafood merchant. However, at that moment, a melodious voice suddenly interrupted him. "Wait a moment." Immediately, a tall and alluring woman, clad in a pristine white Chanel professional ensemble, exuding maturity and elegance, approached, her high heels clicking rhythmically with each step. Wow, what a stunning beauty! Upon seeing this long-legged OL goddess, Yang Hongtao, who had been single for over 20 years, felt his eyes light up, nearly drooling. Not to mention Yang Fan, who had spent 4 years at the bustling Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. Even he was momentarily taken aback by the presence of this OL goddess. She was not only fair-skinned and beautiful with a voluptuous figure, but also radiated an air of elegance and nobility, exuding a captivating charm. She was undoubtedly a gem, scoring above 95. In comparison to the so-called campus beauties he encountered in college, this OL goddess possessed far more allure. If a naive college girl stood beside her, she would undoubtedly pale in comparison. Of course, it might also be due to Yang Fan's age, as young men often find themselves captivated by sultry, mature women. If an older gentleman were present, he would likely prefer the innocent charm of a vibrant student. "I've heard there is a pair of Chinese giant lobsters weighing over 3 pounds for sale. Whose are they?" she inquired, arriving before the crowd with a voice as melodious as a morning oriole's song, captivating to the ear. "Mine," Yang Fan replied. And this action immediately drew the disdain of Yang Hongtao beside him. "Damn it, that doggone Fan. Just moments ago, in the presence of the seafood merchant, he displayed an air of nonchalance, relinquishing all responsibilities to me. Yet, upon the arrival of a striking beauty, he immediately took charge. How transparent. What a lecher." At this moment, Yang Hongtao silently raised a substantial middle finger to Yang Fan in his mind. "Young man, the exquisite lobster you caught has been sold yet?" "Has it? May I take a look?" Xin Yufei, the elegant office lady, turned to Yang Fan with a smile, inquiring. Of course, Yang Fan nodded, feeling quite flattered to be addressed as young man by such a captivating lady. Yang Fan felt a bit peculiar about the situation. However, being in his early 20s, it was only natural for him to address someone a few years his senior in such a manner. Xin Yufei smiled at Yang Fan before directing her gaze toward the large foam box on the ground. Inside, 2 colossal, vibrant lobsters caught her eye, instantly igniting a spark of excitement in her beautiful gaze. The Shun family, to which Xin Yufei belonged, was a renowned giant in the domestic culinary industry, owning numerous chain hotels and restaurants across the nation. Recently, they had opened an upscale seafood restaurant in a prime location in the heart of Beihai City. Xin Yufei was appointed as the manager of this establishment. To establish a reputation for the newly opened seafood restaurant, it was essential to procure exquisite seafood as a promotional gimmick. Thus, upon her arrival in Beihai City, Xin Yufei instructed several subordinates to scour various seafood markets for high-quality marine delicacies. However, after several days of procurement efforts, they had yet to find anything truly remarkable, which left the beautiful proprietor dissatisfied. Ultimately, she decided to visit the largest seafood trading dock in Beihai City herself. Coincidentally, upon arriving at the dock, she intended to meet with the restaurant's local manager. At that moment, she overheard 2 passers-by discussing a recent catch in the shrimp and crab area, an impressive pair of Chinese ornate lobsters, each weighing over 3 pounds, which several seafood vendors were fiercely bidding for. Upon hearing this news, Xin Yufei wasted no time and quickly made her way over. Thus unfolded the scene that had just occurred. Chapter 8. Is this what they call a rich lady? Upon seeing the 2 magnificent lobsters, Xin Yufei made a decision. She was determined to acquire this pair of lobsters, renowned for their divine shrimp reputation, given that her seafood restaurant had only recently opened, having these majestic, lively lobsters displayed in the dining hall would undoubtedly create a stunning impression. She believed every patron entering the establishment would be left with an indelible memory of her seafood restaurant. This was the essence of a promotional gimmick, a show of grandeur. With this thought in mind, Xin Yufei turned back to Yang Fan and inquired, "My handsome young man, what is the highest bid you have received for these lobsters?" 200,000, Yang Fan replied candidly. Only 200,000? I'll offer 266,000. What do you say, handsome? Let me purchase this pair of lobsters. Xin Yufei exclaimed with confidence, exuding an aura of determination. 266,000? Yang Fan was taken aback by the significant increase in her offer. Is this what they call a rich lady? Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming sense of disinterest in striving for success. Shaking his head, he dispelled the chaotic thoughts that had invaded his mind. Yang Fan smiled at Xin Yufei and remarked, "In business, fairness dictates that the highest bidder prevails. If no other competitors raise their bids, this exquisite pair of lobsters shall rightfully belong to you, my dear." Yang Hongtao, who stood by, promptly inquired of the corpulent seafood merchant who had previously bid 200,000. "Will you increase your offer?" "No more bids, no more bids. The price is too steep." The plump seafood merchant, surnamed Sun, replied with a wry smile and a shake of his head. As the purchasing manager for a prestigious restaurant in the city, he had initially believed that his generous bid of 200,000 would secure this exceptional pair of lobsters. However, he had not anticipated the arrival of a wealthy beauty who boldly offered an astonishing 26,600. To be frank, based on Sun's extensive experience in the seafood restaurant industry, spending 26,600 on this pair of exquisite lobsters was undeniably excessive. Yet, he understood that premium seafood, much like antiques, can command inflated prices when demand is high. For the affluent, as long as the quality and rarity are exceptional, money becomes a trivial concern. With Sun's withdrawal, the splendid lobsters were ultimately acquired by Xin Yufei for the exorbitant price of 26,600. Once the lobsters were secured, Xin Yufei added Yang Fan on WeChat and promptly transferred the payment. Subsequently, she called upon her restaurant's procurement manager to ensure that the lobsters were swiftly transported back to the establishment in a seafood transport vehicle. The two managers, witnessing their alluring boss procure such splendid lobsters at the seafood dock, felt a profound sense of embarrassment, wishing for a place to hide. After the transaction was completed, a buoyant Xin Yufei shook Yang Fan's hand before departing, leaving him with a cheerful remark, "Handsome, my name is Xin Yufei, and I am the owner of a new seafood restaurant. Should you catch any other exceptional seafood like this pair of lobsters, do not hesitate to contact me via WeChat. I shall ensure you receive the best price." In truth, Xin Yufei's parting words were merely an expression of her delight in acquiring such premium seafood. After all, exceptional seafood is a rare find for any fisherman. To be fortunate enough to catch it even once in a lifetime is sufficient. Little did Xin Yufei know that her casual remark would lead to a steady influx of exceptional goods for her seafood restaurant, quickly earning it a stellar reputation in the city and making it the favored dining destination for the affluent who relished ostentation. With the transaction settled, the sum of over 200,000 was now in hand. Yang Fan and Yang Hongtao left the dock with a sense of fulfillment. They sought to celebrate and to reward Yang Hongtao for his efforts. Yang Fan deliberately sought out a fine restaurant in the vicinity, intending for the two brothers to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Observing his brother's newfound wealth, Yang Hongtao did not hold back, entering the establishment with the exuberance of a nouveau riche, loudly ordering an array of extravagant dishes. Delicacies such as geoduck clams, abalone, red flower crabs, and large bass were all presented on the table. Before long, the food and drinks were served. The two long-lost friends, savoring their beers, took the opportunity to reminisce about old times. Yang Hongtao recounted some amusing anecdotes that had transpired in their village over the years, while Yang Fan briefly shared his experiences in the bustling metropolis. As they savored a few glasses of wine, the conversation flowed freely. At that moment, Yang Hongtao's expression suddenly turned serious, and with a grave tone, he inquired, "Fan, we have grown up together, sharing everything since childhood. Be honest with me, have you encountered any setbacks outside? Why else would you suddenly decide to return to the fishing village? What setbacks could I possibly have faced?" Upon hearing this, Yang Fan rolled his eyes in disdain. To be candid, ever since he learned of his parents' tragic demise in a maritime accident 6 years ago within the confines of a school classroom, nothing had the power to truly devastate him. Why on earth are you returning to the fishing village? You, a distinguished graduate from a prestigious university, should thrive in the bustling metropolis. Yang Hongtao expressed his bewilderment. Chapter 9. What? You aspire to purchase a deep-sea fishing vessel and establish a fishery? Returning to the village has its merits, after all. I just returned today and already earned over 200,000. Yang Fan replied with amusement. Nonsense. That was merely a stroke of luck. Such fortune is likely a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence for you. Yang Hongtao scoffed. Haha. Yang Fan chuckled lightly, not wishing to elaborate further. After all, once he set sail again tomorrow, he would surely be able to vindicate himself. Cut the nonsense. Seriously, Fan, do you have any plans for returning to the fishing village? Yang Hongtao inquired once more. Plans? I honestly haven't had the time to contemplate that question before. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan pondered for a moment and then earnestly remarked. The preliminary plan is to first fish in the nearshore waters to earn some money. Once I have sufficient funds, I will purchase a deep-sea fishing vessel to venture into the open seas. When my finances allow, I shall establish a fish farm to cultivate some fish. What? A deep-sea fishing vessel for the open seas? And a fish farm as well? Hearing Yang Fan speak so seriously about such matters was quite astonishing. Yang Hongtao's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly causing him to spew beer all over Yang Fan's face. Fancy, he exclaimed, I must say. After spending several years in the magical city, your talent for boasting has remarkably flourished. How can you utter such grandiose claims without the slightest blush? Do you have any notion of the cost of a deep-sea fishing vessel? Are you aware of the expenses involved in operating a fishery? Yang Hongtao gazed at Yang Fan, rolling his eyes in disbelief. If you don't believe it, so be it. Since ancient times, it has been said that the truth often goes unacknowledged. Yang Fan chuckled and shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further. My friend, it's not that I doubt your ambitions. I am well aware of your aspirations. However, a deep-sea fishing vessel costs at least several million, if not tens of millions. Where do you intend to procure such a substantial sum? Moreover, establishing a fishing farm? Without assets in the hundreds of millions, it is nothing but a distant dream. Yang Hongtao was undoubtedly aware that his brother had always been a person of great ambition since childhood. After all, he was the first among the villagers to gain admission to a prestigious university. However, the idea of purchasing an ocean fishing vessel and establishing a fishery seemed utterly implausible. How could an ordinary fisherman possibly amass such wealth? If Yang Fan had chosen to pursue entrepreneurial ventures in the bustling city, Yang Hongtao might have believed in his potential for success. Yet, returning to the village to fish with aspirations of substantial riches seemed nothing short of a jest. Unless he were to encounter extraordinary fortune daily, landing such exquisite, grand lobsters was an unlikely scenario. But was that even a possibility? Certainly not. Yang Hongtao immediately provided his answer. All right, Taozi, you need not concern yourself with my affairs any longer. I have my own reasons for deciding to return to the fishing village, and in due time, you shall understand. Yang Fan was disinclined to engage in further discussion with Yang Hongtao, as any conversation at this juncture would yield no clarity. Well, as long as you are aware, Fan, being a graduate of a prestigious university, you must contemplate matters more profoundly than I do. Upon hearing Yang Fan's remark, Yang Hongtao ceased his inquiries. Taozi, why not share a bit about yourself? You are not so young anymore. Has your family arranged any matchmaking for you? Yang Fan suddenly smiled and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired. In fishing villages, young men generally marry at an early age. At Yang Hongtao's age, many peers already have children. Ah, of course. I've been set up multiple times, but none seems suitable. Upon mentioning the topic of blind dates, Yang Hongtao let out a deep sigh. What is it? Are your expectations too high, perhaps thinking the girls are unattractive? Yang Fan teased. Nonsense. It's just that others look down on me, deeming me a mere fisherman without prospects. Nowadays, girls with even a modicum of conditions aspire to marry into the city. Who would wish to marry a poor fisherman like me? As he spoke, Yang Hongtao, in his frustration, took a hearty swig from a bottle of beer. In truth, despite the declining resources along the coast, Yang Hongtao, a skilled fisherman, could earn a decent income through diligent work, often surpassing that of an average white-collar worker. Yet, in this day and age, how many young women are willing to remain in a fishing village? Thus, the difficulty of finding a wife in the village was one of the significant reasons Yang Hongtao contemplated abandoning fishing to seek opportunities in the city. A man should not fret over the absence of a wife. Taozi, you need not worry about finding a partner. As a man, poverty is a fundamental flaw. Once you become wealthy, even staying in the fishing village, you will have plenty of beautiful women vying for your attention, Yang Fan remarked cheerfully. Noticing Yang Hongtao's spirits were low, Little did he know, this attempt at consolation only deepened Yang Hongtao's gloom. Come on, Fancy, that's just nonsense. If I had money, would I still fear not having a girl? The crux of the matter is, how much can I possibly earn as a mere fisherman? Yang Fan rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that kindness was met with ingratitude. Well, enough about me. What about you, Fan? After all these years, haven't you found yourself a girlfriend? As the conversation progressed, Yang Hongtao began to indulge in some light-hearted gossip about Yang Fan. Oh, no, I haven't. Yang Fan shrugged. Throughout his 4 years in university, he had remained a solitary figure, and after graduating, he was too engrossed in his work to muster the energy to meet new women, thus remaining single. What the heck? You haven't found someone either? Fan, this is unacceptable. I may be a rough-looking fellow without any admirers, but how is it that a handsome guy like you hasn't attracted even one girl? It's truly a waste of the good looks bestowed upon you by the heavens. If I had your charm, I would surely have had several relationships by now. Upon hearing that Yang Fan was also still single, Yang Hongtao immediately raised a middle finger in a gesture of mockery. In response, Yang Fan could only muster indifference. He felt that this guy was undoubtedly reveling in his misfortune. Nevertheless, Yang Hongtao was not entirely mistaken. Yang Fan possesses an appealing appearance, undeniably handsome, and has always been regarded as the heartthrob of his class. Logically speaking, with such charm, it should not be difficult for him to find a romantic partner during his university years. However, the profound impact of his parents' passing during his freshman year plunged him into a state of despondency, leaving him disinterested in matters of the heart and causing him to miss the prime opportunities for romance in his first and second years. As the third and fourth years approached, with everyone preoccupied with internships and job hunting, there was naturally little energy left to nurture a relationship. Let us not dwell on trivial matters any longer. Yang Fan chuckled and playfully scolded, then shifted the conversation, saying, By the way, Taozi, do you have any spare old fishing boats at home? If so, could you lend me one tomorrow? I intend to venture out to sea for some fishing. Indeed, I have an old fishing boat that I am currently not using. It is docked at the village pier. Feel free to use it whenever you wish. Yang Hongtao nodded in response and jested, But Fancy, you just returned to the fishing village and you are already setting sail? Are you truly intent on usurping my business? What do you mean by usurping your business? The sea belongs to you? Yang Fan retorted with a laugh. Chapter 10, The First Voyage. The golden legend, the two brothers indulged in drinks and jovial banter, occasionally exchanging playful jabs, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled camaraderie. However, the joy of the moment is fleeting. In the blink of an eye, their meal extended until 9 o'clock in the evening. Noticing that they had nearly finished dining, Yang Fan summoned a waiter to prepare for the payment. At that moment, Yang Hongtao promptly seized Yang Fan's hand, exclaiming, Wait, Fancy, let me take care of the bill. It's your first day back in the fishing village, and as your brother, I must treat you to a warm welcome. How could I let you pay? Come on now, I just earned over 200,000. We had already agreed that I would treat you tonight. Yang Fan waved his hand with a smile. No way. Today, I insist on paying. As for your newfound fortune, I shall treat you to an even grander feast in due time. Yang Hongtao declared stubbornly, resolutely taking the lead in settling the bill. Seeing his determination, Yang Fan chuckled and acquiesced. He would surely cherish this brotherly bond in his heart. After settling the payment and departing the restaurant, Yang Fan led Yang Hongtao to a nearby shopping mall. They swiftly procured the essential living supplies and new bedding before promptly returning to the dock to set sail back to the village. After more than an hour of navigation, they arrived back at the fishing village shortly after 11 o'clock at night. The village was devoid of nightlife, shrouded in darkness. As the two brothers made their way home with their bundles, Fancy, I will head back first. See you tomorrow, Yang Hongtao said. All right, get some rest, Yang Fan replied. Yang Hongtao assisted Yang Fan in transporting the purchased items back home before taking his leave. He must rise early tomorrow to retrieve the crab traps set out today. Thus he needs to retire for the night at an early hour. After a brief moment of personal grooming and tidying up, Yang Fan found himself once again slumbering in the cozy little room where he had spent his entire childhood, after many years. Instantly, an overwhelming sense of security washed over him, a feeling he had not experienced during his 6 years in the bustling metropolis. Indeed, a golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own humble abode. Yang Fan smiled. That night, he slept profoundly and peacefully. The following morning, the sun rose from the horizon, casting a shimmering blanket of golden light upon the sea. At around 5 o'clock, the village roosters crowed incessantly, rousing Yang Fan from his slumber. He was not one to linger in bed. With a gentle stretch, he arose. Stepping onto the third-floor balcony, he gazed at the sea, tinted red by the dawn, and the little fishing village that was gradually awakening to the day's activities. Yang Fan felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. He suddenly pondered the notion that perhaps returning to the fishing village, even in the absence of the Dragon Balls, would indeed be a commendable choice. Since fate has bestowed upon me the Dragon Balls to return to the village, I shall strive to be an exemplary fisherman. Yang Fan mused with a smile. After admiring the breathtaking sunrise over the sea from his balcony for a while, he descended to freshen up briefly. He then hastily consumed a piece of bread as a makeshift breakfast before heading out to embark on his fishing expedition. Fishermen are accustomed to rising early to set sail, and at this hour, the village was already bustling with activity. As he made his way to the pier, many villagers recognized Yang Fan. After all, Big Whale Village was quite small, and nearly every family was acquainted with one another. Particularly notable was Yang Fan, the first descendant from Big Whale Village to gain admission to a prestigious university, leaving a lasting impression on the older generation. Thus, despite the considerable changes he had undergone during his years away, many still recognized him and greeted him warmly. Yang Fan politely greeted and smiled at the elders of the village. Upon reaching the small dock in the village, Yang Fan skillfully navigated his way to the old boat belonging to Yang Hongtao, which had long been in use. The previous evening, upon returning to the village pier, Yang Hongtao had entrusted him with the key to the boat and shown him its docking location. Additionally, he was aware of Yang Fan's desire to venture out for fishing. This morning, prior to embarking on his maritime adventure, Yang Hongtao took the time to prepare 2 sea fishing rods, some sea centipede bait, and a cooler for Yang Fan aboard the vessel. The cooler, essentially an insulated box, is an indispensable piece of equipment for fishermen venturing out to sea. It is filled with ice, serving to preserve the freshness of the fish and prevent spoilage during the journey. Upon boarding the ship, Yang Fan sailed onward. Arriving at a stretch of ocean where no fishermen were currently casting their nets, he harbored a significant secret and naturally preferred solitude in the surrounding waters, as the presence of others would undoubtedly raise his concerns. After ensuring once more that no other fishing vessels were nearby, he continued on his course. Yang Fan extinguished the engine and brought the boat to a halt. Without hesitation, he plunged into the sea. His vision beneath the water was remarkably clearer than it had been on land, prompting him to dive in with the intent of exploring the surrounding waters for treasures. Once submerged, Yang Fan commenced a thorough search. However, he soon found himself somewhat disheartened. The coastal resources proved to be abysmally poor. After an extensive search, he encountered only a few small fish, and they were all of little value, common species such as mullet, cod, and yellowtail, which did not pique his interest. Consequently, Yang Fan was compelled to continue swimming, broadening his search area. Regrettably, after scouring several kilometers of this maritime expanse, he still failed to discover anything worthy of his efforts. It seemed he would need to seek a different location. With no other choice, Yang Fan reluctantly returned to the vessel, steering the ship towards the deeper waters of the ocean. After an hour of navigation, Yang Fan has ventured far from the coastline, estimating that this area should be abundant in resources. Thus, he once again extinguished the engine and anchored the vessel, plunging into the sea. Upon entering the water, Yang Fan's eyes immediately sparkled with delight. Indeed, this remote maritime region boasts a wealth of resources far surpassing those found in coastal waters. Here, he beheld several sizable schools of fish gliding gracefully by, including black sea bream, sea bass, white pomfret, red drum, and carp. Furthermore, the marine ecosystem here is significantly healthier. The seabed near the shore is barren, merely dotted with stones, while this area is adorned with vibrant coral reefs and a variety of algae. Within the kaleidoscopic coral formations, numerous small fish darted about in pairs, foraging for sustenance, exuding an air of tranquility and joy. It was his first encounter with the enchanting and magnificent underwater coral reef landscape up close. Yang Fan also found it exceedingly interesting. However, he had come to fish for profit rather than to indulge in the pleasures of diving. Thus, while he delighted in appreciating the breathtaking beauty of the coral reefs, he simultaneously remained vigilant, employing his remarkable underwater vision to incessantly search for valuable finds. After a thorough search that lasted several minutes, his efforts were finally rewarded. Yang Fan was thrilled to witness an extraordinary scene. Approximately 1,000 meters ahead of him, a school of magnificent golden-hued fish congregated amidst a lush bed of seaweed, foraging for sustenance. Oh my! The golden legend. Upon sighting this remarkable shoal, young Fan was instantly filled with excitement. Chapter 11. Catching 8 Wild Yellow Croakers. What is the golden legend? This splendid assembly of entirely golden fish embodies it, for they are none other than the yellow croakers. Referred to by fishermen as the fortune fish. The yellow croaker, also known as the kingfish, yellow flower fish, or cucumber fish, is one of China's traditional 4 major seafood delicacies and a principal economic fish species found in our coastal waters. It holds immense economic value, boasting tender flesh rich in protein, making it not only delectable but also valuable due to its swim bladder, which can be dried and transformed into the esteemed health ingredient known as fish maw, possessing certain medicinal properties. Yang Fan discovered a school of large yellow croakers, numbering around 40 to 50, each weighing no less than 3 or 4 pounds. Among them, the largest specimens undoubtedly exceeded 10 pounds. What a stroke of fortune to have stumbled upon such a substantial gathering of yellow croakers. This truly heralds a financial windfall. Gazing at the swarm, Yang Fan could not suppress his laughter, his eyes sparkling with excitement. These are yellow croakers, the fish revered by all fishermen as the fish of wealth. How precious they are. One might say they are comparable to gold, based on the current market price for yellow croakers. Each fish in the school that Yang Fan has discovered could easily be worth several thousand yuan. The few that visibly surpass 10 pounds might fetch exorbitant prices of over 100,000 yuan each. In other words, the total value of this school of yellow croakers is at least several million. It is no exaggeration to say that they are akin to a moving treasure of gold bars. Oh, how tantalizing it is. I am tempted to borrow a large trawler and capture the entire school in one sweep. Yet, as he watched the lively school of yellow croakers swimming nearby, Yang Fan felt a pang of regret. He had only brought fishing gear today, and capturing the entire school was impossible. He could only memorize the location of this yellow croaker school and plan to return with a traditional fishing vessel to catch them. However, how many could he realistically catch with mere fishing? There is no need to panic. This school of yellow croakers will likely linger in these waters for some time. For now, I shall spare their lives and return with nets for a grand capture next time. With his mind racing, Yang Fan formulated a plan. Having come to this realization, he swiftly returned to the vessel and navigated it to the waters where the schools of large yellow croaker congregated. Although his view from the boat was not as clear as it would have been had he plunged directly into the sea, he could still discern the underwater scenery within 100 meters without the obstruction of seawater. Thus, from this vantage point, Yang Fan was able to observe the schools of large yellow croaker, situated approximately 50 to 60 meters deep, with remarkable clarity. Knowing the location of the fish significantly increased his chances of a successful catch. After all, these yellow croakers were foraging, and upon encountering a succulent sea centipede presented to them, how could they resist taking the bait, even if some of the more cunning croakers hesitated? With dozens in the vicinity, it was inevitable that a few would be foolish enough to bite. With this in mind, Yang Fan deftly retrieved a sea fishing rod and skillfully rigged it with a lively sea centipede, also known as a sea worm. As a youth raised by the sea with a passion for fishing, Yang Fan's angling skills were naturally quite adept. In no time, he had prepared the bait and, with a flourish, cast the line precisely above the school of yellow croaker. As the sinker descended, the baited hook swiftly sank before the eager fish. Upon spotting the vibrant and plump sea centipede, several yellow croakers quickly approached, sniffing the enticing aroma before launching themselves to seize the meal. The scene mirrored that of ornamental goldfish in a pond competing for morsels tossed by visitors. In this moment, one particularly hefty yellow croaker, weighing around 5 to 6 pounds, emerged victorious, successfully gulping down the sea centipede. Subsequently, it was hooked. Observing this unfold from the boat, Yang Fan promptly set the hook. The fish began to thrash violently, but it was already too late. Its fate was sealed the moment it took the bait. After a few minutes of fierce struggle, the yellow croaker, utterly exhausted, ceased its resistance, allowing Yang Fan to gradually coax it to the surface. Once the yellow croaker was finally brought aboard, Yang Fan swiftly produced a landing net and scooped it up with triumph. What a thrill! After years away from sea fishing, Yang Fan rediscovered the exhilarating joy he once felt for the sport, especially given that this catch was a sizable yellow croaker worth several thousand yuan. Recognizing the delicacy of the yellow croaker, which would perish quickly once out of the water, Yang Fan promptly placed it into a small cooler, covering it with ice for preservation. Once this was accomplished, he continued to fish in the same manner as before. Before long, 2 hours had passed, and after a battle of wits, Yang Fan successfully reeled in a total of 8 yellow croakers. Among the 8 fish, 6 were of a size comparable to the first. while the remaining 2 were visibly colossal, each exceeding 10 pounds, a pair of magnificent yellow croakers. After Yang Fan successfully caught these 8 fish, the yellow croaker school was evidently startled, beginning to dart about chaotically. This made it exceedingly difficult for Yang Fan to catch them again. Consequently, he reluctantly decided to reel in his line, otherwise he would undoubtedly have landed all of them. Nevertheless, having caught 8 large yellow croakers in one go, Yang Fan felt thoroughly satisfied. As long as this school of yellow croakers was not unfortunate enough to be captured by other fishing vessels in the coming days, he was content. Yang Fan would undoubtedly prepare his fishing nets before returning, and he firmly believed that by then, this school of large yellow croakers would still be within his grasp. He also trusted that these fish were sufficiently cunning, ensuring they would not be easily caught by other fishermen. After all, their considerable size was indicative of their survival skills. Not everyone possesses Yang Fan's extraordinary abilities in the water, enabling him to conduct a comprehensive search for fish like the most advanced radar. Therefore, in Yang Fan's eyes, this school of large yellow croakers was destined to be his sooner or later. For today, he would let them go. Chapter 12. Shen Yufei's troubles. He carefully stowed away the sea fishing rod. Yang Fan was ready to set sail for home, having already caught 8 wild yellow croakers. What more could he desire? He was destined to return with a bountiful catch. However, a dilemma arose. How should he efficiently process these 8 wild yellow croakers? Should he head directly to the seafood trading dock in the city to sell them? Yang Fan contemplated for a moment before promptly dismissing that answer. Such a display would indeed be far too ostentatious. The mere act of presenting such colossal wild yellow croakers would undoubtedly create a considerable commotion at the seafood dock. In that instance, a crowd would surely gather, and he would instantly attain fame. Such a blatant exhibitionism was certainly out of the question. Yang Fan was acutely aware that with his current prowess in the water, he would undoubtedly be able to catch exquisite seafood in the future. Therefore, being overly ostentatious was certainly not in his best interest. Thus, the fewer individuals aware of the transaction involving the 8 splendid yellow croakers, the better. However, if he did not sell them at the seafood trading dock, how could he discreetly and swiftly secure a good price for these fish? Soon, an idea struck Yang Fan. The affluent beauty, Shen Yufei, who had purchased 2 of his magnificent lobsters at a premium price yesterday, was said to own a high-end seafood restaurant. Surely, she would be interested in acquiring these 8 yellow croakers. With this thought, Yang Fan smiled and retrieved his phone from his pocket. He then opened the cooler and took several photos of the 8 superb yellow croakers inside. Finally, he sent these images directly to Shen Yufei as we chat, accompanied by a brief message. Boss Shun, I just caught a few fish. Are you interested? After sending the message, Yang Fan ignited the engine and set sail back. In the bustling heart of Beihai City stood a 5-story seafood restaurant exuding classical elegance and exceptional taste. This establishment was designed in a purely traditional Chinese style, adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, as well as pavilions and terraces, radiating an air of sophistication. A quaint wooden plaque hung at the entrance, inscribed in seal script with the words, Shen Family Seafood Restaurant. At this early hour of 9 o'clock in the morning, well before the dining rush, the restaurant had yet to open its doors. However, Shen Yufei, the manager, had already arrived at her office on the 5th floor. As the manager of this newly opened establishment, Shen Yufei had been overwhelmed with work, facing a mountain of responsibilities each day. Among her most pressing concerns was the lack of established supply channels for fresh, high-quality seafood in Beihai City. It was indeed a predicament for a high-end seafood restaurant to lack the corresponding premium seafood offerings. One could imagine the embarrassment when affluent guests, drawn in by the restaurant's opulent decor, arrived with friends to indulge, only to find that they could not order any signature dishes. The scene evokes a sense of embarrassment, a sentiment that has indeed transpired not once, but multiple times at the Shen Family Seafood Grand Hotel in recent days. This predicament has left Shen Yufei, the manager, in quite a bind. Otherwise, she would not have personally ventured to the seafood trading dock yesterday to procure exquisite marine delicacies. Although she fortuitously acquired 2 exceptionally large Chinese ornate lobsters, their presence alone does little to remedy the situation. While these magnificent lobsters can momentarily elevate the ambience, the lack of a consistent supply of high-quality seafood renders all efforts futile. Sigh, if only she could receive exceptional seafood daily, akin to the 2 splendid lobsters from yesterday. At that moment, seated in her executive chair, Shen Yufei let out a sigh, her delicate fingers gently massaging her alabaster temples. Since the establishment of the restaurant, her sleep has dwindled to a mere 4 or 5 hours each night, leaving her mentally drained. However, the persona of a strong woman compels her to endure. If she fails to manage this seafood Grand Hotel effectively, her standing within the Shin family will be precariously threatened. Being born into a prestigious and affluent family such as the Shins is both a blessing and a curse. Should Shin Yufei not assertively contribute to her family's legacy, she risks being marginalized. Ultimately, her fate may entail being relegated to a mere pawn, utilized by the Shin family to forge alliances with other elite families. This notion is utterly unacceptable to the inherently stubborn and ambitious Shin Yufei. Thus, she must remain resolute. Just as she was contemplating how to swiftly establish connections for high-end seafood sourcing within the city, her WeChat notification chimed. Habitually, she reached for her phone and, upon seeing the sender, her brow arched in surprise. Ah, it is the young fisherman who sold me that exquisite pair of ornate lobsters yesterday. What could he possibly want? Has he caught something splendid again? With this thought, Shin Yufei opened the message and was immediately taken aback. Goodness, is that a wild large yellow croaker? Such a sizable specimen of wild large yellow croaker? Chapter 13, could he be the legendary lucky one? Upon viewing the images of large yellow croakers sent by Yang Fan, Shin Yufei blinked her beautiful eyes in disbelief. She recognized the fish immediately, discerning that these were indeed genuine wild large yellow croakers. Those with even a modicum of knowledge understand that there is a significant distinction between wild and farmed large yellow croakers. The differences are stark and unmistakable to the discerning eye. Farmed large yellow croakers are characterized by their dull coloration and corpulence, while wild large yellow croakers boast a lustrous golden hue and an elongated physique. The fish depicted in these photographs are undeniably authentic wild large yellow croakers. As the proprietor of a prestigious seafood restaurant, Shin Yufei possesses a profound understanding of the rarity of wild large yellow croaker. In today's market, the value of wild large yellow croaker rivals that of gold, often with a price tag but scarce availability, making it nearly impossible for the average person to procure. For instance, the exorbitant bill that circulated online from Western Suburb No. 5 in the Magical City featured the most expensive dish, a wild large yellow croaker weighing an impressive 7 pounds. What was the price of that fish? A staggering 15,800 yuan per pound, totaling 116,920 yuan for 7 pounds. To think that a fish weighing 7 pounds could fetch over 100,000 yuan illustrates the inflated value of wild large yellow croaker. Boss Shin, I just caught a few fish. Would you like to buy them? Upon seeing Young Fan's message, Shin Yufei felt a twinge of disbelief. This youthful fisherman, who had left a striking impression on her with his sunny disposition, seemed to possess an extraordinary stroke of luck. Just yesterday, he had caught 2 exquisite Chinese treasure lobsters. And now he had managed to reel in such a remarkable quantity of large yellow croaker? Could he be the fabled luck-bringer? Or perhaps it was not mere fortune, but rather his exceptional fishing prowess that allowed him to consistently capture such prized seafood? However, as this thought crossed her mind, Shin Yufei quickly dismissed it. While fishing techniques and experience may influence the quantity caught, they have little bearing on the capture of such exceedingly rare delicacies. After all, the exorbitant price of large yellow croaker and treasure lobsters stems from their alarmingly low numbers. The probability of encountering such treasures is exceedingly slim. Even the most skilled veteran fisherman might struggle throughout a lifetime to catch a single specimen of such elite seafood. In this light, the luck of this charming young fisherman truly seems remarkable, and encountering him at the dock yesterday could be deemed fortuitous as well. With this reflection, Shin Yufei smiled to herself. Promptly, she initiated a video call to Yang Fan, eager to discuss the acquisition of the large yellow croaker. Securing all 8 of these magnificent wild specimens would undoubtedly present an exceptional opportunity to elevate her seafood restaurant's reputation within the high-end market of Beihai City. Out at sea, after sending the message to Shin Yufei, Yang Fan ignited the engine and set sail for home. However, within just a few minutes of navigation, his phone began to ring. Such swiftness caught him off guard. Yang Fan immediately surmised that the call was from Shin Yufei. Upon checking his phone, his assumption was confirmed. As the video call connected, Shin Yufei's exquisitely beautiful face appeared on the screen. This sight filled Yang Fan with a sense of admiration, indeed, a true beauty. Even without the enhancement of a beauty filter, radiated an enchanting charm. Hello, handsome, Shin Yufei greeted with a smile. Miss Shin, you can just call me Yang Fan, he replied, a wry smile crossing his face at her continued use of formalities. Oh, are you feeling shy, handsome? Well then, Yang Fan, have you caught any wild yellow croakers? May I take a look? Shin Yufei chuckled lightly, not dwelling on the matter of names, and promptly steering the conversation toward the main topic. Sure, he responded. Yang Fan nodded and then opened the lid of the small cooler, directing the camera towards the 8 magnificent wild yellow croakers within. Indeed, they were wild yellow croakers. Yang Fan, you were truly remarkable. Although she had mentally prepared herself, seeing these 8 exceptionally large and pristine wild yellow croakers in the video still filled Xin Yufei with excitement. Yang Fan, you are still at sea, right? Can you navigate your boat to the seafood trading dock from yesterday? I assure you I will offer a most fair price for these wild yellow croakers. Yes, I believe in Boss Shin's capability and sincerity, Yang Fan replied with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they concluded the call. Subsequently, Yang Fan sailed for a couple of hours, finally arriving at the seafood trading dock they had visited the previous day. Yang Fan, over here. As Yang Fan had just secured his boat at the dock, he spotted the enchanting beauty, Xin Yufei, gracefully alighting from a luxurious white vehicle not far away. She waved her hand and approached him, evidently having arrived early to await his arrival. However, Yang Fan was acutely aware that her presence was not merely for him, but rather to claim the exquisite box of wild yellow croakers he held in his possession. In Chapter 14, the sale of 8 yellow croakers fetched over 800,000. Truly a gratifying endeavor for a fisherman. Today, Xin Yufei's attire deviated from the mature and sultry elegance of the previous day, clad in a playful Burberry casual ensemble. She exuded a vivacity that overshadowed her usual allure. With oversized sunglasses adorning her face, she swayed her slender waist and strode confidently on her porcelain white. Long legs that shimmered under the sun, swiftly arriving before Yang Fan. Yang Fan, you finally arrived. To be honest, this is the first time I, Xin Yufei, have ever waited so long for a man. She greeted him with a playful glint in her beautiful eyes. It must be said, such was her prowess. With just a few words and a light-hearted jest, she could effortlessly bridge the gap between them, coupled with her stunning beauty. Any remark she made could leave one feeling as though they were basking in the warmth of spring. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Miss Xin, Yang Fan chuckled, already fully aware of the formidable charm emanating from Xin Yufei. Yet, unlike the infatuated Yang Hongtao, who would lose his composure at the sight of a beauty, he maintained his calm demeanor. Yang Fan, may I see the yellow croakers? After exchanging pleasantries, Xin Yufei swiftly steered the conversation towards the matter at hand. Her gaze fixated on the refrigerated box in Yang Fan's grasp, an item she was eager to obtain. Dear Miss Xin, perhaps we should find a more secluded spot. I would prefer not to be the center of attention, as we were yesterday with the lobsters, Yang Fan suggested with a smile, shaking his head as he observed the bustling dock. Oh, your suggestion surprises me, but I quickly surmise that you wish to maintain a low profile. Xin Yufei responded with a smile. Then let us discuss this in my car. Yang Fan nodded slightly and followed Xin Yufei to the luxurious white Bentley. A 7-seater parked nearby. In the driver's seat was a woman with a neat, short hairstyle, presumably Xin Yufei's chauffeur. Xin Yufei graciously invited Yang Fan to enter the vehicle. Yang Fan was immediately enveloped by an aura of luxurious elegance and sophistication. Truly, this was a premium brand-S opulent business vehicle, adorned with exquisite decor and boasting ample space. Clearly a car beyond the reach of the average individual. To be honest, it was Yang Fan's first experience in such a lavish automobile, and he found it immensely comfortable, far surpassing the ordinary vehicles he was accustomed to. Once he becomes financially prosperous, he certainly intends to acquire a luxury car for himself. Boss Shin, this is the big yellow croaker I have caught. Take a look. After savoring the grandeur of the luxury vehicle, Yang Fan opened the cooler in his hand. Instantly, 8 impeccably arranged, enormous wild yellow croakers were revealed before Xin Yufei. Upon closer inspection, she was struck by the flawless perfection of these fish. Although she had encountered larger specimens, none had boasted such exquisite quality. The yellow croaker is notoriously delicate. Once caught, it tends to struggle violently, which can damage its beautiful golden scales. As a result, wild yellow croakers available in markets often show some scale loss due to the nets used by fishermen. However, the fish Yang Fan had caught were nearly unscathed, their scales intact, rendering them virtually perfect. This undoubtedly elevated the value of these wild yellow croakers to a higher echelon. Furthermore, the brief time they had been out of the water added to their rarity. Although yellow croakers perish quickly once out of water, their freshness and flavor remain uncompromised if promptly preserved with ice. Therefore, in terms of size, quality, and freshness, Yang Fan's catch was truly exceptional. The subsequent transaction proceeded smoothly. Xin Yufei displayed no inclination to take advantage of Yang Fan. After admiring the 8 exquisite wild yellow croakers for a while, she promptly presented her offer. For the 6 smaller fish, weighing approximately 5 to 6 pounds each, she quoted 12,000 yuan per pound. As for the 2 largest, measuring over 10 pounds, she offered 16,000 yuan per pound. This price was undoubtedly quite reasonable. As Yang Fan set sail for his return journey, he meticulously researched the prices of wild yellow croaker online, thus realizing that Xin Yufei's offer was undoubtedly sincere, perhaps even exceeding the market acquisition price. Without hesitation, he accepted the proposal. Pleased by Yang Fan's prompt agreement, Xin Yufei quickly produced an electronic scale she had prepared in advance and weighed the fish. Ultimately, the 6 smaller fish totaled approximately 40 pounds, while the 2 largest weighed around 22 pounds. Consequently, the total price for the 8 fish reached an astounding 832,000 yuan. This meant that Yang Fan effortlessly earned over 800,000 yuan from a single fishing trip, coupled with the more than 200,000 yuan he made from selling lobsters the previous day. He had amassed over 1 million yuan within less than 24 hours of returning home. Yang Fan couldn't help but exclaim how delightful it was to be a fisherman. Chapter 15. One should indulge oneself when wealthy. After weighing the 8 yellow croakers and calculating the total price, Xin Yufei promptly transferred the funds to Yang Fan. With a ding-dong notification signaling the deposit, Yang Fan's bank account balance reached a remarkable 7 figures for the very first time. Just yesterday, his account held only a few thousand yuan, yet now it exceeded 1 million, a feeling that left him somewhat elated. Honestly, seeing how lucrative fishing is for you. Having earned 1 million in just 2 days, it makes me contemplate a career change to fishing, Xin Yufei remarked half-jokingly. She couldn't help but marvel at Yang Fan's fortune, having caught exquisite lobsters and wild yellow croaker in such a short span of time. The speed at which he was accumulating wealth was truly unparalleled. Haha, boss Xin. You jest. It's individuals like you who truly reap the rewards. I merely have the luck, Yang Fan chuckled. Luck is also a form of skill. If you manage to catch more of those exceptional goods in the future, to be sure to inform me immediately. I will offer you the fairest price. Xin Yufei replied with a smile. Sure, I anticipate reaching out to you again tomorrow, boss Xin, Yang Fan responded with a grin. He was still preoccupied with the numerous yellow croakers he had failed to catch, planning to borrow a fishing net from young Hongtao upon returning to the village to capture them all at once. Naturally, he would need to inform Xin Yufei then. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Xin Yufei raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, so you are confident you can catch more good fish tomorrow? Unless something unexpected occurs, I believe so. Yang Fan nodded. I eagerly await your good news. Xin Yufei's eyes sparkled with excitement, her gaze on Yang Fan hinting at a shift in her perception. She genuinely anticipated whether this handsome, sunny young fisherman possessed the ability to once again catch exceptional seafood. If he truly possesses such capabilities, then it would no longer suffice to attribute his success merely to luck. After all, what happens once or twice cannot happen a third time. It is utterly implausible to rely solely on fortune to consecutively capture exquisite seafood, such as the resplendent lobster and the magnificent yellow croaker. Upon concluding the transaction, Xin Yufei hastily returned to the restaurant with 8 splendid yellow croakers in tow. She intended to instruct her subordinates to promote the remarkable acquisition of these premium fish at the Shun family seafood restaurant. She was confident that the news would attract the attention of the affluent seafood enthusiasts in Beihai City, and thus, her establishment's reputation would soar to great heights. As for Yang Fan, after disembarking from Xin Yufei's vehicle, he opted not to return directly to the fishing village. Instead, he ventured into the city's home appliance market. After spending a night at home, he realized that his household appliances were outdated, with some even in disrepair. Consequently, he decided to procure some new items to enhance his living conditions, especially since he planned to reside in the fishing village for an extended period. He was determined to ensure that his living arrangements were comfortable and well-equipped, recognizing the necessity of modern appliances to elevate his quality of life. In fact, he contemplated hiring a renovation team to redesign his home, although that seemed somewhat cumbersome, necessitating careful planning for an appropriate time. At the appliance market, Yang Fan indulged in a thorough shopping spree. With a fortune of 1 million at his disposal, he was not inclined to skimp on expenses. He purchased the finest and most reputable appliances, including televisions, refrigerators, computers, and washing machines, fully aware that he had the means to do so. Ultimately, his expenditures amounted to several hundred thousand, marking the first occasion he had spent such a considerable sum at once, an experience that hinted at newfound affluence. Moreover, while acquiring the appliances, Yang Fan generously offered the store owners additional fees for delivery, ensuring that his purchases would be transported to the Jing village the following day, alleviating him of the burden of logistics. Once he had completed his shopping, he felt a sense of satisfaction in having secured the necessary items. Yang Fan casually chose a modest eatery to enjoy a lunch, and then returned to the dock to set sail back to the village. After more than an hour of navigation, Yang Fan returned to the small dock of Big Whale Village. By this time, it was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. And one after another, some fishermen who had risen early to venture out to sea were also returning to the village after finishing their nets. Consequently, a considerable number of boats were docked at the pier. As Yang Fan was about to find a suitable spot at the dock to moor his boat, he was suddenly called out from behind by a loud voice. "Fanzi, are you back from fishing?" Yang Fan turned around and discovered it was Yang Hongtao, who must have just returned from the sea, piloting his boat back to the dock. On board with Yang Hongtao was a dark-skinned, slender youth, likely a boy from the same village. Yang Fan found him somewhat familiar, though he couldn't quite recall which family he belonged to. Having finished fishing early, he had just returned from the city. As Yang Hongtao maneuvered the boat closer, Yang Fan smiled and casually remarked, "Huh? Fanzi, you've been to the city again. What was the purpose?" Yang Hongtao inquired, curious as he brought the boat to a halt. Chapter 16. De Huang truly is an incorrigible lecher. I went to purchase a few electrical appliances. The old ones at home have served for so many years that it was time for a replacement. Yang Fan refrained from disclosing the matter of the large yellow fish. Otherwise, if it were to be broadcasted by the garrulous Yang Hongtao, he would soon gain notoriety across the 10-mile radius. In fact, when selling those 2 exquisite lobsters yesterday, Yang Fan had specifically cautioned Yang Hongtao not to share the details with anyone. It was all about maintaining a low profile and quietly amassing wealth. Goodness, you struck it rich yesterday, and today you're off to the city for a shopping spree, aren't you, nouveau riche? Upon hearing that Yang Fan was headed to the city to purchase electrical appliances, Yang Hongtao jokingly chided him. "Shut up. Have you forgotten what I told you yesterday?" Yang Fan shot a glare at Yang Hongtao. This fellow had clearly agreed to keep things under wraps, yet he still boasted about the windfall in front of others. My bad." Realizing his blunder under Yang Fan's stern gaze, Yang Hongtao quickly corrected himself, noting the presence of others nearby, almost revealing too much. "Let us not dwell on that. Taozi, how was your catch today?" Yang Fan shifted the topic. "Well, the haul was decent. I caught a couple of big grouper weighing over a pound each, along with a dozen blue and flower crabs. Altogether, it should fetch over 1,000. As he spoke of his catch, Yang Hongtao's face lit up with pride. His reputation as a skilled fisherman was well-deserved among the new generation of fishermen in the village. He consistently brought back the most impressive catches. This morning, he had deliberately ventured to a new area to set his nets, and fortune smiled upon him as he gathered quite a bounty. "That sounds rather impressive," Yang Fan remarked, rolling his eyes, barely restraining himself from deflating his friend's ego. Otherwise, if he were to reveal his own catch of 8 large yellow fish, Yang Hongtao would surely be rendered speechless. As they conversed, both boats were securely docked. The 3 men disembarked and made their way to shore. At that moment, Yang Fan keenly observed the young lad who had accompanied Yang Hongtao on the trip, casting furtive glances in his direction, albeit with an odd expression. This peculiar behavior caused Yang Fan to furrow his brow. He recognized the boy but could not place him. Why was he sneaking glances with such a strange look? Nevertheless, Yang Fan chose not to inquire further and bid farewell to Yang Hongtao before heading home. Their residences were quite distant from one another, one located in the east of the village and the other in the west, making their paths diverge. Upon returning home, Yang Fan ascended to the upper floor for a midday respite. Having been roused by the village rooster before he had fully rested that morning, he now found himself rather drowsy. He slumbered soundly until the sun descended, awakening just as twilight approached. Habitually, he reached for his phone to check the time, only to discover that it was already 6:30 in the evening. At that moment, his stomach audibly protested its emptiness. Yang Fan let out a contemplating what to prepare for a meal when he suddenly heard someone calling him loudly from downstairs. Fanzi, Fanzi, come down for dinner. My mother has prepared a feast. Come to my house to eat." Upon peering out onto the balcony, Yang Fan indeed spotted Yang Hongtao. "Very well, just a moment." Yang Fan smiled faintly and then casually washed his face in the restroom before descending the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, Yang Hongtao, upon seeing him, curiously inquired, "By the way, Fanzi, have you encountered De Huang since your return? I just spotted that rascal at the village entrance." chasing after a pack of female dogs in a rather frenzied manner. I thought he was on his last legs before, yet now he appears so full of life. Coughing slightly, young Fan felt a bead of sweat form at the mention. Indeed, that fellow is quite vigorous. He's as raucous as ever. Well then, let's not concern ourselves with him, he replied. Young Fan felt somewhat speechless. No wonder he had not seen the shadow of that rascal De Huang all day. He had indeed gone off to mate with the village bitch. What a lecher. As they spoke, the two made their way to Yang Hongtao's home. Halfway there, Yang Fan suddenly recalled something and inquired of Yang Hongtao Taozi. Which family does that young lad on your boat belong to? He seems quite familiar, yet I can't quite place him. He distinctly remembered being furtively glanced at by that boy with a peculiar gaze. Oh, Fanzi, you didn't recognize him? He's Xiao Hai, Yang Hongtao replied. Xiao Hai? Is he really Xiao Hai? Upon hearing this name, Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback. Yang Xiao Hai, of course, he is familiar with. 6 years ago, Yang Fan's parents invested their years of savings to purchase a larger fishing vessel to venture into the deep sea. Such a sizable ship inevitably required additional hands, prompting Yang Fan's father to enlist several villagers from their community for assistance. Tragically, mere months later, they encountered a fierce storm at sea, leading to their disappearance. This unforeseen tempest not only claimed the lives of Yang Fan's parents, but also those of the villagers who had been working aboard the ship, including Yang Xiaohai's parents. Thus, upon hearing that the young lad was Yang Xiaohai, it struck a chord. Yang Fan finally comprehended why he had been subjected to that peculiar gaze from the other. Chapter 17. The idea of developing the fishing village. Xiaohai's grades have always been quite good, so why has he, at such a tender age, abandoned his studies to accompany you on fishing expeditions? After a moment of silence, Yang Fan inquired of Yang Hongtao. Alas, it is all due to that incident. Yang Hongtao sighed as he spoke of Yang Xiaohai. After his parents passed away, he suffered a tremendous blow, and subsequently, the boy fell into despair. He began skipping school daily to indulge in video games at Internet Cafes, and his academic performance plummeted. After 2 years of aimless wandering, he failed to achieve anything during the high school entrance examinations and decided to quit his studies altogether. Following his departure from school, his grandfather sent him to the town to apprentice with his uncle as a barber, but the boy had no desire to wash or cut hair. Before long, he returned to the fishing village, relentlessly pleading with me to teach him the art of fishing. I could not refuse him, so I allowed him to accompany me on the sea. Speaking of which, over these years, apart from you, Fan, Xiao Hai has been the most academically inclined in our village. Had it not been for that unfortunate incident, perhaps our village would have produced another university graduate. Yang Hongtao lamented, shaking his head in regret for Yang Xiaohai's lost potential. Yet, there is little one can do. Such is the life of a fisherman, unpredictable and fraught with peril. Those who earn their living from the sea may find themselves gone in an instant, leaving no one to voice their grievances. Upon hearing Yang Hongtao's words, Yang Fan felt a heaviness in his heart. In truth, he had always harbored a twinge of guilt towards Yang Xiaohai and the other children of the villagers who had perished. After all, their parents had lost their lives while assisting his own. Now, learning that Yang Xiaohai had succumbed to despair and abandoned his studies due to that incident made Yang Fan's heart ache even more. Fan, please do not blame yourself. Whatever happens to Xiaohai is his own fate, and it is not your fault. You cannot hold your parents accountable for what transpired. Sensing Yang Fan's silence, Yang Hongtao quickly offered words of comfort. I'm fine, Yang Fan shrugged, managing a wry smile. He understood that he could not place blame. Yet such matters often linger in one's heart, difficult to reconcile. Enough of this somber topic. We are nearly at my home. My mother has prepared a sumptuous feast upon hearing of your return. Even I, her own son, have yet to enjoy such treatment. This change of subject lightened the mood, prompting Yang Hongtao to smile as he redirected the conversation. Haha, I still fondly recall Aunt Zhang's culinary skills, Yang Fan replied with a grin. In their youth, he and Yang Hongtao had been inseparable, often dining at his home, leaving him with vivid memories of Aunt Zhang's exquisite cooking. As they conversed, the two arrived at a 2-story house, which was none other than Yang Hongtao's home. Father, mother, I have brought Fan over. Is the meal ready? Before even entering, Yang Hongtao raised his voice in exuberance. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged couple emerged, who were none other than Yang Hongtao's parents. Ah, Xiao Fan has arrived, exclaimed his mother. Yesterday, upon hearing Taozi mention your return home, your uncle and I were absolutely thrilled. Yang Hongtao's mother, Zhang Xiulian, upon seeing Yang Fan, eagerly approached him with open arms. warmly grasping his hand with a beaming smile. Since Yang Fan excelled academically and possessed a cheerful disposition during his childhood, he had long been regarded as the exemplary child in the eyes of the village elders. Particularly, Yang Hongtao's parents frequently compared their son unfavorably to Yang Fan, using him as a benchmark for excellence. Furthermore, as Yang Fan often visited the Hongtao family, his parents cherished him dearly, treating him almost like their own son. Upon hearing Yang Hongtao mention Yang Fan's return the previous evening, the couple insisted that their son invite Yang Fan over for dinner today. "Aunt Zhang, it's been years. Yet you still look as youthful as ever," Yang Fan greeted Zhang Xuelian with a smile. "Look at how eloquent little Fan is. Unlike that clumsy boy Taozi, who is always so careless." Zhang Xuelian laughed heartily, not missing the opportunity to tease her own son. This prompted a look of exasperation from Yang Hongtao, who muttered to himself, "That damned Fan. Every time he visits, I end up getting scolded by my parents." Yang Fan then greeted Yang Hongtao's father, Yang Daming, before the group entered the house. As Yang Hongtao had mentioned, his parents had prepared a lavish feast for Yang Fan, with a table overflowing with dishes. The spread included homegrown vegetables, freshly caught grouper from the sea, and various game from the mountains, truly deserving of the title delicacies from land and sea. Such a banquet would easily cost several hundred in a city restaurant. As they dined, the atmosphere was filled with warmth and camaraderie. The sumptuous dinner lasted nearly 2 hours, with both hosts and guests reveling in the delightful gathering. After indulging in this hearty meal, Yang Fan expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Yang Hongtao's parents for their generous hospitality before taking his leave. However, he was not alone on his return journey. As the village lacked streetlights, Yang Hongtao's parents called him out to accompany Yang Fan home, armed with a flashlight. This made Yang Hongtao feel quite frustrated. Wondering who truly was their biological son, they walked along the pitch-black path of the fishing village at night. Yang Fan felt a profound sense of nostalgia, reflecting upon the stark poverty and isolation of his hometown fishing village. He had visited the rural areas of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, where development thrived, rivaling that of urban centers. Yet, in stark contrast, Dying Village remained devoid of streetlights, plunging into darkness each night, lifeless and desolate. The village's unique topography, encircled by mountains on 3 sides, rendered access to the city arduous, with winding mountain roads that hindered convenience. The adage rings true: to prosper, one must first pave the way, and without accessible roads, Dying Village languished in stagnation, a testament to its underdevelopment. As he pondered this, an idea suddenly struck Yang Fan. Perhaps he could leverage his abilities to foster growth in the fishing village. After all, having been raised in Dying Village, he harbored deep affection for its rustic charm. Now that he possessed the means to instigate development, why not seize the opportunity? Furthermore, with the acquisition of the Dragon Ball, he intended to establish a long-term residence in the village, making its prosperity mutually beneficial. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that this notion might still be somewhat premature. Yang Fan has yet to establish himself. His foremost task is to enhance his own capabilities swiftly so that he can effectively uplift the villagers and collectively foster prosperity, thereby improving the fishing village. Regarding his future development plans, Yang Fan has formulated some preliminary ideas. His initial strategy involves operating close to the shore. Much like his recent endeavors of catching large yellow croakers or exquisite lobsters to amass some wealth. Once he has accumulated sufficient funds, he intends to purchase a sizable fishing vessel capable of venturing into deeper waters. With his adeptness in aquatic environments, he is confident that each outing will yield substantial profits. As his earnings multiply, he aims to acquire an even larger ocean-going fishing ship, enabling him to catch premium seafood such as bluefin tuna in the open seas. Moreover, he might even invest in a salvage vessel to explore the depths of the ocean for various sunken treasures, or even venture into the waters off Somalia in search of legendary pirate riches. Just the thought of it fills him with excitement. What delightful thoughts are occupying your mind, Fan? Why the sudden smile? Yang Hongtao inquired, noticing Yang Fan's inexplicable grin. "Oh, it's nothing," he replied. Yang Fan regained his composure and smiled while shaking his head. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired of Yang Hongtao, "By the way, Taozi, do you possess any sinking nets that can reach depths of 50 or 60 meters? "Indeed. Fanzi, are you interested in setting the sinking nets? When do you need them?" Yang Hongtao replied. "How about early tomorrow morning?" Yang Fan pondered for a moment. To prevent that group of large yellow croakers from being inadvertently caught by others, he resolved to rise early tomorrow, shedding tears as he faced the arduous task of casting the net to capture the entire school. "All right then, "You may take my new boat tomorrow," he said. "It is equipped with a net lifting machine. Otherwise, you would find it impossible to haul the sinking net alone. Are you not using the new boat yourself? Tomorrow, I will be collecting crab traps, and there's no need for a net lifting machine, so the old boat will suffice." "Very well, thank you." Yang Fan chuckled and patted Yang Hongtao on the shoulder. "Come on, a brother should not speak such formalities." Yang Hongtao waved his hand and teased him lightly. Chapter 18. Another capture of 28 wild yellow croakers. The night passed without incident. At 5:30 the following morning, before the sun had risen, Yang Fan climbed out of bed. That group of large yellow croakers was worth millions, and he was quite fixated on them. A little loss of sleep was inconsequential. After a swift wash, he made his way to the dock, where he located Yang Hongtao's new vessel. On board, a 100-meter-long sinking net lay piled up. This net was weighted with heavy lead, allowing it to sink to depths of several dozen meters. Yang Hongtao had prepared such a net because yellow croakers typically reside in waters around 50 to 60 miles deep. With the engine ignited, the boat set sail. After more than an hour of navigation, they finally arrived at the sea area where the yellow croakers had been spotted the previous day. At this moment, the sky had brightened considerably, and a resplendent sun began to ascend from the horizon, casting a shimmering golden light upon the sea, a truly magnificent sight. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Fan took a moment to admire the breathtaking sunrise over the ocean. Subsequently, he continued to navigate the boat leisurely while using his keen eyesight to search for the silhouettes of yellow croakers beneath the waves. This maritime region was significantly more abundant in resources compared to the coastal waters. As Yang Fan's gaze penetrated the water, he beheld an array of fish, each exhibiting a kaleidoscope of shapes and colors, gracefully swimming in schools throughout the sea. There were devil rays, wolf fish, mullet, grouper, octopuses, sea carp, eels, golden pomfret, and even small sharks. However, he was yet to spot the elusive yellow croaker. Could it have fled? After searching for nearly 10 minutes without catching a glimpse of the previous day's school of yellow croakers, Yang Fan began to feel a twinge of anxiety. If they had indeed escaped or been captured by another, it would be a devastating blow. Yang Fan had no choice but to expand his search area. After approximately half an hour, he finally spotted the school of large yellow croakers in a new expanse of sea. To think they had swum so far. A smile spread across Yang Fan's face as he finally laid eyes on the yellow croakers. He then maneuvered his boat to find an optimal angle for casting the net. And with a decisive motion, he cast it into the water. As the lead weights descended, the 100-meter fishing net spread out like a canopy, swiftly plunging towards the frolicking yellow croakers ahead. If they continued on their current path, they would all be ensnared. Alas, capturing them all in one sweep proved unrealistic. With a sudden flurry, some of the more perceptive yellow croakers sensed the impending danger and, just before colliding with the net, swiftly flicked their tails and darted in various directions, evading capture. However, a few of the yellow croakers remained blissfully unaware, continuing to swim straight ahead until they collided with the net. Only then did they realize the peril they were in, thrashing violently in an attempt to escape. Yet, it was too late. The more they struggled, the tighter the net ensnared them. Thus, Yang Fan's cast yielded approximately 10 yellow croakers of varying sizes, which constituted about a quarter of the entire school. On board, upon witnessing the successful catch, Yang Fan excitedly raised his fist in triumph and began to haul in the net. In no time, the entire fishing net was drawn up. Yang Fan swiftly removed the 10 gleaming golden yellow croakers from the inner net and promptly placed them into a large foam box, covering them with ice prepared in a cooler for refrigeration. Why not simply use the cooler for storage? The answer is quite straightforward. The fish were too large and numerous for the cooler to accommodate. Anticipating this predicament, Yang Fan had thoughtfully prepared 2 sizable foam boxes and filled one of them with ample ice prior to setting sail. In truth, had he been catching ordinary fish, he would not have gone to such lengths. However, these were prized yellow croakers, worth a considerable sum, and thus required special treatment to ensure immediate preservation with ice. Otherwise, any spoilage would result in significant losses. After casting the net, he managed to capture merely a quarter of the yellow croaker shoal. Yang Fan was certainly not content. After meticulously arranging his fishing net, he seized the opportune moment to cast his second net. From this endeavor, he successfully caught 10 large yellow croakers. Subsequently, he cast his third net. However, due to the dwindling number of fish and their panicked movements, he only managed to capture 5 large yellow croakers. Following this, he cast his fourth net, which yielded a mere 3 large yellow croakers. Then, Yang Fan cast his fifth net, but unfortunately it was a complete failure. Originally, the school of yellow croakers numbered around 40 to 50, but he had already caught 36, leaving only a scant 10 behind. Realizing that his fifth net had come up empty and that the remaining yellow croakers had been thoroughly frightened into disarray, Yang Fan ultimately decided to let them be. This time, his intention was genuine. He was not merely postponing their capture for another day. After all, one should not overfish in times of scarcity. Given the current rarity of wild yellow croakers, the existence of such a substantial school was indeed a remarkable occurrence. Over the course of yesterday and today, Yang Fan had already caught 36, which was more than sufficient. He resolved to leave the remaining 10 yellow croakers to continue their propagation, believing that their considerable size would afford them a good chance at survival. He looked forward to their continued growth, hoping that they would form an even more substantial school in the coming year. Truly, he had made the decision to spare these few yellow croakers. At first, Yang Fan felt a pang of regret, for those dozen large yellow croakers were worth a fortune. Yet, ultimately, he resolutely made his decision. This was not the result of an overly compassionate heart, nor did he regard wealth as mere refuse. Rather, after acquiring the Dragon Pearl, Yang Fan perceived himself as the son of the sea, with the ocean being the beautiful home he was destined to protect. Therefore, he believed that the resources of the sea should be harvested with moderation, not exploited recklessly, nor should they be annihilated for selfish desires. So, he let those dozen large yellow croakers go. Off he went. Yang Fan smiled contentedly as he gathered his fishing net, preparing to set sail for home. However, before his departure, he took a few photographs of the 28 large yellow croakers and sent them to Shun Yufei. Boss Shun, I've caught a few more large yellow croakers. Interested? Chapter 19. Selling fish for over 3 million. Meanwhile, at the Shun family seafood restaurant in the city. In the fifth-floor office, Shun Yufei sat on the sofa, delightfully pouring herself a cup of Blue Mountain coffee. After receiving the 8 wild yellow croakers yesterday, she immediately disseminated the news. It is worth noting that wild yellow croakers are exceedingly rare these days, and those 8, which Yang Fan had caught, were of remarkable size and quality, truly the sea army de la sea army. Consequently, it wasn't long before numerous affluent patrons with a penchant for exquisite seafood began to call the Shun family seafood restaurant to reserve tables in advance. Among them were many individuals of considerable standing in the business and official circles of Beihai. These patrons were unconcerned about the high price of wild yellow croakers. For them, the allure lay in the extravagance of rare ingredients, which were highly sought after by the wealthy elite. As a result, those 8 exceptional wild yellow croakers were entirely consumed overnight. This success catapulted the Shun family seafood restaurant into prominence within Beihai's upscale seafood market, garnering considerable favor from affluent customers. Naturally, this delighted Shun Yufei, alleviating some of the pressure she felt. However, despite her joy, she recognized the urgency of establishing a reliable supply chain for high-end seafood. Otherwise, if the restaurant lacked exceptional offerings for an extended period, those affluent patrons would cease to return. Reflecting on this, Shun Yufei suddenly thought of Yang Fan when they transacted for the 8 wild yellow croakers. Hadn't he mentioned that he might contact her again today? To be honest, she felt a tinge of skepticism. Could this handsome, sunny young fisherman truly catch exceptional seafood once more? What bred his confidence? Ding. At that moment, Shun Yufei's WeChat notification chimed. She picked up her phone and was astonished to find a message from Yang Fan. He really did it? Her eyebrows arched in disbelief mixed with anticipation as she opened the message. My goodness, so many wild yellow croakers. Upon viewing the photographs Yang Fan sent, Shun Yufei's eyes widened in astonishment. In the 2 large foam boxes, the wild yellow croakers were neatly arranged, and at a glance, she could easily ascertain that there were at least 20 or 30. The most crucial detail was that each of these wild yellow croakers weighed no less than 5 or 6 pounds, truly exceptional specimens. Could it be that he has stumbled upon a school of yellow croakers? In her astonishment, Shun Yufei promptly realized this point. Yang Fan must have discovered a massive school of wild yellow croaker, for it was inconceivable that he could catch such an abundance of these fish otherwise. No wonder he exuded such confidence yesterday, asserting that he would reach out to her again today. It turns out he was aware of the location of the yellow croaker school. Shun Yufei blinked her eyes, pondering how fortunate Yang Fan truly was to have located a wild school of yellow croaker on the sea. After Yang Fan sent the message, he anticipated that Shun Yufei would reach out to him shortly. Indeed, within less than a minute, his assumption was validated as Shun Yufei promptly initiated a video call. Yang Fan smiled and answered the call. Yang Fan, you are truly remarkable. You've managed to catch so many wild yellow croakers. As soon as the video connected, Xin Yufei's charming face appeared on the screen, and she excitedly gave Yang Fan a thumbs up. Hee, I was fortunate enough to encounter a school of yellow croakers. Yang Fan replied modestly with a smile. Indeed, you have discovered a significant school of yellow croakers. To be honest, your luck is unparalleled. Other fishermen would be overjoyed to catch just one or two, yet you found an entire school. Xin Yufei remarked with great admiration upon hearing Yang Fan's words. Haha. It's not that impressive, Yang Fan chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. All right, enough chit-chat. Quickly show me the yellow croakers you've caught. Sure, he replied. Subsequently, Yang Fan directed the camera to showcase the wild yellow croakers in the foam box. After viewing them, Xin Yufei was thoroughly satisfied and urged Yang Fan to hurry to the dock from yesterday to complete the transaction. The remaining matters were straightforward. Yang Fan arrived at the dock with 28 exquisite wild yellow croakers, while Xin Yufei had, as per her routine, arrived early to await his arrival. Upon their meeting, Yang Fan once again entered Xin Yufei's luxurious Bentley. Inside the vehicle, Xin Yufei weighed the 28 yellow croakers using an electronic scale and offered Yang Fan the same purchasing price as the day before. Ultimately, Yang Fan sold these 28 wild yellow croakers for an astonishing 3.03 million. One cannot help but marvel at the terrifying speed at which one can amass wealth. Yang Fan had returned to the fishing village for merely 2 days, yet the balance on his bank card had already soared to over 4 million. It was simply astonishing. However, there was no need for explanations in a life that seemed to defy the ordinary. With the Dragon Ball and his remarkable abilities in the water, earning money had become exceedingly effortless for Yang Fan. Chapter 20. Let's sell for 8 billion or so. After acquiring over 3 million, Yang Fan set sail back to the fishing village. Upon his return home, he received a phone call. The call was from a merchant at the appliance store, informing him that the electrical goods he had purchased the previous day would be delivered to his doorstep. Consequently, he decided not to venture out to sea that afternoon. Instead, he dedicated the entire afternoon to assisting the installation technician in setting up the various appliances he had recently acquired. Once all the devices were properly installed, he made a trip to the local telecommunications office to arrange for broadband service at his residence, thereby resolving his internet connectivity issues. Thus, the day unfolded. Yang Fan's seaside villa has been meticulously arranged. It is equipped with all necessary electrical appliances and has internet connectivity. Frankly speaking, these living conditions far surpass those of the single apartment he previously rented in the bustling metropolis. I possess a villa by the sea, facing the ocean, where spring blossoms flourish. After completing his tasks, Yang Fan gazed at the freshly tidied 3-story villa, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. However, as he smiled, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, causing his expression to falter. Although his 3-story villa was in order, the vast courtyard surrounding it remained overgrown with weeds. He realized that there was no rest for the weary. The courtyard also required attention. With this thought in mind, Yang Fan shook his head with a wry smile, then retrieved a shovel from the storage room and ventured into the yard to tackle the weeds. He toiled away for over an hour. Yang Fan finally managed to thoroughly clear the expansive courtyard that accompanied the quaint little house, mercilessly uprooting the towering weeds that had flourished. With the grass eradicated, the entire yard appeared rather desolate. This, however, was not aesthetically pleasing. Thus, Yang Fan contemplated finding an opportune moment to cultivate an array of vibrant flowers and plants, aspiring to transform the courtyard into a resplendent garden, truly embodying the essence of a blossoming spring. Nevertheless, there was no need for haste. He could take his time to nurture this vision. After completing the tasks both inside and out, dusk had already begun to settle. Yang Fan washed his hands and leisurely ventured into the village for a stroll. As the sun dipped below the horizon, strands of twilight cascaded down, bestowing an added layer of beauty upon the rustic and unadorned seaside fishing village. The evening hours in the fishing village remained quite lively. The aroma of home-cooked meals wafted through the air as families commenced their culinary preparations, while fishermen, returning from the sea, gradually made their way back. Various sizes of iron boats glided back to the dock, and the village children, having finished their studies, began to frolic and play joyfully. As he walked along, Yang Fan was greeted warmly by a number of familiar villagers. Yang Fan politely responded with a smile as he strolled along. As he meandered to the edge of the village, he suddenly heard a few barks. Following the sound, He spotted a majestic large yellow dog and a small white female dog amidst a patch of weeds, engaged in some rather inappropriate antics. To his surprise, the exuberant yellow dog was none other than De Huang from Yang Fan's household. Ever since being fed the mystical golden droplets, De Huang had become lively and energetic. Yet it hadn't shown its face for the past 2 days. It was evident that it had been preoccupied with the village's female dogs. How scandalous! Witnessing De Huang in such a compromising situation left Yang Fan both amused and exasperated. The dog had become quite shameless, engaging with female dogs for 2 consecutive days. What Yang Fan was unaware of, however, was that De Huang's behavior couldn't solely be blamed on its lewdness. The potency of the golden droplets was simply overwhelming. After receiving a few drops, De Huang not only became robust and full of vitality, but also was infused with an explosive energy that needed an outlet. In essence, De Huang's recent state mirrored that of someone who had indulged excessively, constantly seeking out the village's female dogs to relieve its pent-up vigor. Consequently, De Huang had been tirelessly engaged in relentless encounters with the female dogs of the village day and night. After a series of exhausting escapades, it had practically visited every female dog in the vicinity. Truly remarkable. Nevertheless, Yang Fan decided to disregard De Huang's antics and let it continue its merriment. Unable to bear the sight of the dog's fervent activities any longer, he cast a quick glance and hurriedly walked away, fearing that lingering would lead to unintended consequences. Eventually, he arrived at the dock, where fate brought him face to face with Yang Hongtao, who had just returned from a fishing expedition at sea and was on the boat with Yang Shaohai, tidying up the fishing nets. Ah, the skilled fisherman has returned. Yang Fan promptly approached, greeting with a warm smile. Yang Hongtao was initially preoccupied with untangling his fishing nets when he instinctively lifted his head upon hearing a voice. Upon recognizing Yang Fan, he immediately broke into a smile and exclaimed, "Ah, Fan, it's you. What brings you here?" "I was just out for a stroll and happened to wander this way." "How was your catch today?" Yang Fan inquired, casting a glance at Yang Shaohai, who appeared somewhat uneasy at his arrival. "Heh, fortune smiled upon us today. It was a bountiful haul. I managed to catch quite a few valuable items, and I estimate I can sell them for over 1,000. As he spoke of his catch, Yang Hongtao couldn't help but display a sense of pride. Indeed, he had ample reason to boast, having secured a significant quantity of fine catches, living up to his reputation as a skilled fisherman. "That's impressive. Over 1,000, huh? You seem to be making quite a bit of money every day," Yang Fan remarked with a chuckle. "Heh, it's just the usual," Yang Hongtao replied modestly. Yang Hongtao smiled humbly and then shifted the conversation, asking Yang Fan, "Have you caught any fish today, Fancy?" "I caught over 20, Yang Fan replied with a smile. "Over 20? That is not too shabby. Did you manage to catch any valuable ones like grouper?" Yang Hongtao inquired further. "Unfortunately, no grouper," Yang Fan admitted. "No grouper at all. Then did you sell your catch?" "Yes, I did." "How much did you sell it for?" "Not much, just a few 100,000. "All right then. Keep up the good work, Fancy. Strive for the day when you can earn over 1,000 like I do." Hearing Yang Fan's reluctance to disclose his earnings, Yang Hongtao chuckled smugly. In his eyes, Yang Fan's catch was undoubtedly of little value. Without any grouper, how much could he have possibly made? As for Yang Fan, upon hearing Yang Hongtao's boastful remarks, he merely smiled without bothering to refute him. After all, if he were to reveal that he had earned 3 million from selling large yellow croakers today, it would surely leave Yang Hongtao dumbfounded. "By the way, Fancy, how about you join me out at sea starting tomorrow? I can share some fishing techniques with you. Bringing along one more person wouldn't make much of a difference." Anyway, at this moment, Yang Hongtao genuinely expressed his desire to help, thinking that Yang Fan lacked fishing experience. However, little did he know that Yang Fan did not require his guidance. Nonetheless, after contemplating the suggestion, Yang Fan chose not to decline. "All right, I'll join you all out at sea tomorrow," Yang Fan agreed with a smile. Chapter 21. The astonishment of university classmates after chatting with Yang Hongtao for a while. After meandering for a while, Yang Fan returned home. It was already past 7, and mealtime had arrived. He casually prepared a bowl of instant noodles, thus improvising a dinner. Originally, Yang Hongtao had intended to invite Yang Fan to his home for dinner that evening, but Yang Fan, always reluctant to inconvenience others, graciously declined his kind invitation. Over the years, living alone, Yang Fan had often taken to cooking for himself, learning culinary skills from various food vloggers on Bilibili. His culinary prowess had indeed improved remarkably. Just yesterday, while purchasing electrical appliances, he also acquired an array of kitchen utensils, ensuring that his home was fully equipped for cooking. Once he makes a trip to the supermarket to stock up on essential ingredients and provisions, he would be able to sustain himself by preparing meals daily. After finishing his instant noodles, he felt content. After taking a refreshing shower, Yang Fan ascended the stairs to his room, intent on indulging in a few rounds of the game King of Glory on his phone. However, just as he settled in, a new message arrived on his WeChat. Upon opening the app, he discovered that someone from his university class group had mentioned him. Lu Weiqi, it has been nearly 6 months since our Shanghai little squad gathered together. How about we arrange a dinner this weekend? Zhang Jipeng, I second that. Let those who are free this weekend raise their hands. Chen Long, raise his hand, with emoji. Qian Jiajia, raise his hand. Jiang Xiao, raise his hand. Shin Qian, raise his hand. Lu Weiqi. Perhaps many have yet to see the message. Let me tag a few more. Yang Fan, Lu Yanyan, and Zhang Xian. Please check the group chat. Yang Fan smiled wryly, realizing that the Magical City Squad was organizing a gathering. After graduating from university, the classmates who remained in the enchanting metropolis would periodically convene, so he was no stranger to such events. However, the awkward truth was that he was no longer in the Magical City. Yang Fan smiled briefly and then sent a message in the group chat. Yang Fan, you all gather together. I am no longer in the bustling metropolis. Lu Weiqi, Old Yang, you are no longer in the metropolis? Where are you now? Yang Fan, I have returned to my hometown fishing village. Lu Weiqi, what brings you back to your hometown? Yang Fan, perhaps I shall return home to become a fisherman and catch some fish. Lu Weiqi, what? Is that for real? Are you kidding me? Yang Fan, why would I deceive you? Just the day before yesterday, I resigned and returned to my hometown, where my seaside 3-story villa is now well kept. Life in the fishing village is indeed leisurely. Each day, as I open the window, the vast ocean greets me. After composing this message, Yang Fan accompanied it with several photographs, showcasing the picturesque scenery he had captured during his recent days in the fishing village, along with images of his charming villa. As soon as he shared these messages, the group chat erupted with excitement. Lu Weiqi, no way. Are you serious, Old Yang? Have you really resigned to become a fisherman in the village? Zhang Jipeng, really? Are you joking? You left your position at the Industrial and Commercial Bank to fish in a village? Shin Qian, this can't be true. Yang Fan, what happened? Have you suffered a romantic setback? Qian Jiajia, Yang Fan, have you truly returned to the village for fishing? Black man questioning expression. Chen Long, how can I believe this? Yang Fan, you must be joking. You should be on a vacation back home for a few days, right? The classmates were undoubtedly astonished to hear Yang Fan claim he had resigned to fish in the village. It is worth noting that during the campus recruitment in his junior year, Yang Fan secured a position at one of the 4 major state-owned banks, the Industrial and Commercial Bank, for graduates from prestigious institutions like the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. Landing a job at one of the 4 major banks is an extraordinary achievement. Consequently, Yang Fan's job was the envy of many of his peers. However, now he claimed to have left his banking career to fish in his hometown. If true, this seemed quite irrational. Seeing the shock among his classmates, Yang Fan shrugged, feeling at a loss for how to explain himself. He certainly couldn't reveal that he had acquired a Dragon Ball and possessed extraordinary abilities in the water, earning millions after just a couple of days of fishing in his hometown. After pondering for a moment, Yang Fan could only offer a vague explanation. Yang Fan, all right. Dear classmates, no need for further speculation. I have not been afflicted by any heartbreak. Indeed, I have resigned from my job to return to my hometown fishing village to pursue a simpler life. This decision stems solely from my desire to enjoy the tranquility of my roots. Now, I shall dive into the depths. Feel free to continue your conversations. Yang Fan quietly exited the group chat, opting to remain submerged in silence. Otherwise, the more he engaged in conversation, the less he would know how to articulate his thoughts. However, merely lurking in the chat did not afford him the solace he sought. Throughout the ensuing hours, his WeChat buzzed incessantly, a cacophony of notifications. Numerous concerned classmates reached out, inquiring why he chose to resign and return to his fishing village, wondering if he had encountered some form of trouble. They reassured him that should he be facing difficulties, he could confide in them. They would offer assistance to the best of their abilities. Eventually, even his university advisor sent him a message. From the perspective of his advisor, Yang Fan was an exceptionally promising and ambitious student. Why would he abandon a prestigious position at one of the 4 major banks to return to a life as a fisherman? Did he perhaps harbor some existential despair? Thus, Upon seeing the group message, his advisor promptly reached out in hopes of offering counsel and support to Yang Fan. In response, Yang Fan felt a touch of exasperation. While the concern from his teachers and classmates warmed his heart, it also left him in a state of amused bewilderment. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to patiently respond to each message, reassuring them that he was fine and they need not worry. After all, their inquiries stemmed from genuine care, and he certainly could not ignore them. Goodness. Finally finished replying. My hand is sore after more than an hour. Yang Fan shook his somewhat weary arms and let out a long sigh. Moments ago, he had been incessantly replying to messages, reassuring each concerned classmate and teacher that he had not encountered any troubles nor faced any setbacks. He simply yearned to return to the life of the fishing village. Although his classmates and teachers ultimately struggled to comprehend Yang Fan's choice, at least their blind worries had subsided. Yang Fan has achieved his goal. Well, it's nearly 11 o'clock. There's no need to play games any longer. It's best to go to sleep directly, for tomorrow he must rise early to set sail. Yang Fan glanced at the time and realized it was already past 10 o'clock. He contemplated putting down his phone and simply retiring to bed. However, at that moment, his phone chimed once more. Ugh, who could it be this time? When will it end? Yang Fan forced a smile and opened WeChat to glance at the messages. Upon noticing the sender, he couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. Oh, why is she messaging me? Chapter 22. The internet celebrity classmate with millions of fans Qin Yushua. Yang Fan. I just saw that you have left the vibrant metropolis to return to your hometown fishing village. How carefree you are. I admire your approach to life. Truly commendable. Moreover, the scenery of the fishing boats in your hometown is absolutely stunning. As he read the message from Qin Yushua, his surprise deepened. Yang Fan was truly taken aback. His interactions with Qin Yushua had been rather sparse. During their university years, they hardly exchanged a word. Thus, he was wholly unprepared for her to take the initiative to send him a message. As for Qin Yushua, this classmate, Yang Fan left a profound impression on me, primarily due to the exceptional qualities of Qin Yushua. Not only is she strikingly beautiful, recognized as a formidable contender for the title of campus belle by all the male students in our class, but she also possesses a vivacious and cheerful personality, garnering immense popularity among her peers. However, what truly captivates both Yang Fan and all of our classmates about Qin Yushua is her remarkable achievement of becoming a prominent internet celebrity during her university years. Indeed, Qin Yushua is a significant influencer. When the realm of short videos and social media was just emerging, she began her journey into video creation. Initially, she focused on culinary content, exploring various renowned universities in Shanghai to discover delectable delicacies. With her enchanting appearance, melodious voice, and refined demeanor, coupled with her eloquent communication skills, she gradually gained traction. The quality of her videos was commendable, which further contributed to her rising popularity. Within just a few months of filming, she amassed over 100,000 followers. In the beginning, Qin Yushua approached video creation purely for enjoyment, updating her content at a leisurely pace. However, as her follower count surged, she began to treat this venture with more seriousness. Consequently, her commitment to video production intensified, leading to more frequent updates, and naturally, her fanbase expanded accordingly. By her senior year, Qin Yushua had blossomed into an internet sensation with over 1 million followers across various platforms. Upon graduating, she officially transitioned into a full-time content creator, focusing on videos that showcase global travel experiences alongside local culinary specialties. As her content became increasingly diverse and engaging, her follower count soared exponentially. Today, Qin Yushua boasts an impressive following of over 10 million across the internet, with more than 3 million of those on Bilibili alone, solidifying her status as a bona fide internet celebrity. Thus, it was indeed remarkable to receive a message from this stunning classmate who has achieved such notable fame. Yang Fan's actions were indeed somewhat unexpected. After some contemplation, he replied to Qin Yushua with a teasing tone. Oh, the renowned internet celebrity Qin has sent me a message. I am quite flattered. Have you not been abroad to film videos? Meanwhile, in a luxurious duplex apartment overlooking the river in the bustling metropolis, Qin Yushua, her hair still damp from a recent shower, sat gracefully on a plush sofa, her long, fair legs elegantly crossed, while holding an iPad and watching videos. On the screen played a popular beachcombing video from a well-known Bilibili creator. Recently, beachcombing videos had surged in popularity online, and as a creator herself, Qin Yushua was quite curious about what made these videos so captivating that they garnered such a vast audience. driven by this curiosity. She had been indulging in beachcombing videos during her free time on Bilibili. To her surprise, she found herself thoroughly enchanted by them. She discovered that these videos were genuinely fascinating, especially the exhilarating moments when the creators pulled in their fishing lines or crab traps, akin to opening treasure chests, never knowing what bounty awaited within. Furthermore, many urban dwellers yearn for the countryside and the sea, making the popularity of beachcombing and fishing videos entirely understandable. Having been deeply captivated by the allure of these videos, Qin Yuxue began to ponder whether she should collaborate with a beachcombing expert to produce a couple of episodes. That could certainly be an enjoyable endeavor. Not only would it provide her the chance to personally experience the thrill of beachcombing, but it would also yield excellent material for her videos. Perhaps she might even attract the fans who adore beachcombing videos to become her own followers. The prospect was undeniably appealing. Thus, she ultimately resolved to seek out a beachcombing expert for collaboration. However, before she could decide which creator to contact, she was taken aback to discover in her university group chat that her classmate Yang Fan had forsaken a prestigious position at one of the 4 major banks to return to his hometown fishing village. Qin Yuxue held a favorable impression of Yang Fan, remembering him as a sunny, handsome, and cheerful young man. To her astonishment, he had such a distinctive character, choosing to leave behind an enviable career to pursue fishing in his hometown. How carefree and audacious. At this moment, Qin Yuxue found the situation exceedingly intriguing. She suddenly thought to herself, rather than seeking out a beachcombing creator, why not reconnect with her old classmate for a fishing adventure instead? Moreover, upon viewing the picturesque photographs of the fishing village shared by Yang Fan, Qin Yuxue's resolve only grew stronger. The beauty of Yang Fan's hometown, with its splendid scenery nestled between mountains and waters, and its remarkably preserved, unique fishing village charm, captivated her entirely. Thus, she made an immediate decision. She needed to inquire whether Yang Fan could accompany her to experience the joy of fishing at sea and, in the process, capture a couple of video segments in his enchanting hometown fishing village. Just then, her mobile phone chimed. Suspecting it to be a message from Yang Fan, she promptly set aside her iPad and picked up her phone. To her delight, her assumption proved correct. Yang Fan, oh, I am quite taken aback that the renowned internet celebrity Qin has sent me a message. Haven't you been traveling abroad to shoot videos? Chapter 23, The Eager Teacher. Yang Hongtao. Upon receiving Yang Fan's message, Qin Yuxue couldn't help but smile before swiftly typing her response. Qin Yuxue, I just returned from abroad a few days ago. I was utterly astonished by your remarkable feat, my dear old classmate. TSK. You boldly resigned from your position at one of the 4 major banks to return to your hometown fishing village as a fisherman. I must say, Yang Fan, you truly possess an extraordinary personality and an enviable carefree spirit. Yang Fan, it's not too bad. I've just grown weary of city life and yearn for a change of pace and the tranquil existence of a seaside fishing village. Qin Yuxue, impressive. Quite carefree. My old friend, I have a small favor to ask of you. Could you lend me a hand? Yang Fan, oh, even a prominent internet celebrity requires my assistance? Just speak plainly. It's no trouble among old classmates. Qin Yuxue, well, it's not much, really. I've recently developed a fondness for watching tidal fishing videos, which has sparked a keen interest in tidal fishing itself. Initially, I thought about seeking a tidal fishing content creator to guide me through the experience. However, I fortuitously discovered that you, my old classmate, have resigned and returned to your hometown fishing village. I found it quite serendipitous and would like to inquire if you would be willing to accompany me on an excursion to experience tidal fishing? With an expression of eager anticipation, Yang Fan, are you suggesting that you wish to embark on an adventure at sea with me, to experience the thrill of fishing? You, the renowned internet celebrity, are you truly serious? Qin Yuxue, of course, I am entirely sincere. If you are willing to host me, I shall promptly book my flight, accompanied by an adorable emoji. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon discovering that Qin Yuxue sought him out for the purpose of fishing at sea, Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. This famed internet personality, his old classmate, was certainly up to something intriguing. However, after a moment's contemplation, he found no justifiable reason to decline her request, given that she expressed a desire to experience the life of fishing by his side as an old friend. It was only natural for him to extend a warm welcome. It hardly constituted an inconvenience. It was merely a small gesture. Moreover, considering that Qin Yuxue was a striking beauty, often regarded as the belle of the department at the prestigious Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. Her wish to spend time with him rendered his refusal even more unwarranted. With a smile, Yang Fan promptly typed out his acceptance of Qin Yushue's invitation. Yang Fan, sure. My old classmate. When will you come? Just contact me directly when the time comes. I will certainly ensure you experience the utmost joy of fishing. Qin Yushue. Hiki. Yang Fan, it's settled then. As for when I'll go, it should be in the next few days. I'll let you know as soon as I arrange my schedule. Yang Fan. All right. See you then. Qin Yushue. I am quite looking forward to it, Hiki. I wonder if you have become even more handsome than during university? With an eager expression, Yang Fan. Haha. Whether I'm handsome or not is not for me to decide. Innocent eye-rolling emoji. Qin Yushua. Hee, then it's settled. Yang Fan. After enjoying a pleasant conversation with Qin Yushua for a while, it was already approaching midnight. Yang Fan stifled a yawn before setting his phone aside and surrendering to slumber. He had made arrangements with Yang Hongtao to embark on a fishing expedition the following morning, necessitating an early rise at 5 o'clock. If he did not hasten to sleep, he would not have the luxury of rest for long. The night passed in silence. At the break of dawn, Yang Fan was roused from his slumber by the preset alarm. Without hesitation, he rolled out of bed. Thanks to the transformative essence of Dragon Pearl, his physique and stamina had unknowingly surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Although he had only enjoyed 5 hours of sleep the previous night, he awoke feeling remarkably invigorated, brimming with energy. After a brief morning routine, Yang Fan made his way to the village dock, arriving at their designated meeting point. To his delight, he found Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai already aboard the vessel, busily organizing the fishing lines. Fan, you're here. I thought you might indulge in a bit of extra sleep. I was just about to call and urge you to hurry. Yang Hongtao exclaimed with a grin as he paused his activities. Don't be absurd. We agreed on 5 o'clock. Do I seem like someone who would break a promise? Yang Fan retorted with a chuckle. Huh. Well then, hop on board. While the dawn is still shy, we should first find a spot to set the floating net, so we can catch some fresh bait like young whitefish. This will ensure the best results when we drop the hooks, Yang Hongtao replied with enthusiasm. Yang Fan nodded slightly, and then boarded the boat. Once everyone had gathered, Yang Hongtao promptly ignited the engine and set sail towards a familiar fishing ground. He was well acquainted with this area. Even before dawn, the waters were teeming with green squid. With just a single cast of the floating net, he could often catch dozens at a time. However, these green squids were small and of little monetary value, thus they were merely utilized as bait. Upon arriving at this well-known stretch of sea, Yang Hongtao directly cast a floating net. As its name implies, a floating net is designed to drift atop the ocean's surface, suitable for capturing shallow water fish that favor the upper layers of the sea. After casting the net, Yang Hongtao, ever the mentor, took the opportunity to enlighten Yang Fan. My dear Fan, when it comes to our method of fishing with bottom hooks, the quality of the bait is of paramount importance. Should you choose to use frozen, long-dead fish as bait, the fish in the sea are unlikely to take the hook, leading to a rather dismal outcome. Conversely, if you employ freshly caught fish, cut into small pieces as bait, the effectiveness of the bottom hooks will undoubtedly improve significantly. Thus, every time I intend to set the hooks, I arrive at this area before dawn to cast a floating net and catch some live bait fish. So, what do you think, Fan? Have you learned something? As he spoke, Yang Hongtao regarded Yang Fan with a rather proud glint in his eyes, as if to say, my fishing skills are exceptional. Take note. In response, Yang Fan cheerfully gave a thumbs up and remarked, Indeed, indeed. It seems our little fishing expert truly knows his craft. Oh, you flatter me. You flatter me. Yang Hongtao chuckled with an air of arrogance, seemingly oblivious to the teasing undertones in Yang Fan's words. Chapter 24. The Bottom Hook. Let us see who catches the most fish after casting the net. They awaited for half an hour, granting the fish ample time to be ensnared. During this interval, the three of them engaged in light-hearted conversation aboard the boat, alleviating any potential boredom. However, it was worth noting that although three were mentioned, it was primarily Yang Hongtao and Yang Fan who were engrossed in their jovial discourse. Yang Xiaohai is truly a bit too restrained. When Yang Fan conversed with him, he usually responded in a detached manner, resembling a taciturn figure. However, Yang Fan did not hold it against him, for it was understandable that this young man had lost his parents at a tender age, which had rendered him withdrawn and reticent. As they engaged in conversation, time swiftly elapsed. Half an hour had passed before they knew it. Yang Hongtao set sail once more to the designated maritime area, retrieving the freshly cast floating net. With a resounding splash, the net was drawn from the water, revealing an assortment of fish clinging to its surface. Although the catch appeared substantial, consisting of small fish such as bluegill, whitebait, and mullet, their diminutive size and low market value rendered them merely suitable as bait, fetching only a few coins. Nevertheless, today's haul was commendable, with numerous fish caught. After hauling in the net, Yang Hongtao estimated that they had captured at least 40 to 50 fish, prompting a broad smile to grace his face. As he had previously mentioned, the bait used for the hooks was of utmost importance. Now equipped with these freshly caught live fish for bait, he was confident that the effectiveness of the hooks would not disappoint. Once the net was properly stowed, the three individuals worked together to prepare the fish. Subsequently, Yang Hongtao retrieved a kitchen knife and meticulously chopped the fish into bite-sized pieces for bait. Once this task was accomplished with efficiency, he steered the boat in a specific direction. After approximately half an hour of navigation, they arrived at an unfamiliar stretch of ocean, precisely the area Yang Hongtao had chosen for setting the hooks today. "Here we are, this spot," he remarked. "I've deployed hooks here twice in the past 6 months, and the fish population should still be considerable. Today, we shall set our lines here." With that, he entrusted the helm to Yang Shaohai, allowing him to navigate the vessel while he prepared to set the hooks. The process of setting the hooks involved securing a series of branch lines onto a lengthy main line, with hooks and weights affixed to each branch. In essence, it operated on principles akin to fishing, albeit with the capacity to deploy numerous hooks simultaneously. For today's venture, Yang Hongtao had prepared 3 baskets of hooks, each containing a main line of 500 meters, neatly affixed with 150 hooks, culminating in a total of 450 hooks. If they were fortunate enough to catch 1 fish for every 10 hooks, they could expect to reel in around 40 to 50 fish. However, achieving a catch rate of even 10% when setting hooks was, in reality, a formidable challenge. Yang Hongtao has been setting his hooks for several years, with an average catch rate hovering around 5%, meaning that he manages to reel in 1 fish for every 20 hooks cast. This probability of catching fish may seem rather disheartening. However, if fortune smiles upon him and he manages to land a few valuable specimens, he could earn a significant sum. As the current prices for seafood are quite steep, a single prized fish can fetch anywhere from hundreds to thousands. Thus, one might liken the endeavor of fishing today to a lottery. As coastal fisheries become increasingly depleted, it is becoming ever more challenging for ordinary fishermen to fill their small boats with a substantial haul. They can only hope that each outing at sea brings them lucrative catches like the yellow croaker or red grouper, which would enable them to provide for their families. Once they have selected the optimal location to cast their hooks, Yang Hongtao began to set the fishing hooks, diligently placing 2 baskets of hooks into the water. Just as he was about to lower the last basket, Yang Fan suddenly spoke up. "Taozi, let's hold off on that basket for now. I want to choose another spot to place it," Yang Fan said with a smile. "Oh, Fanzi, are you eager to give it a try? All right then. I'll leave this basket in your capable hands. We shall see who catches more fish later," Yang Hongtao responded with a chuckle. "Sounds good," Yang Fan replied with a grin. Then, Yang Fan resorted to a little trickery, gazing intently into the depths of the sea, hoping to discern where the fish congregated in greater numbers. After observing for a while, he realized that there weren't many fish in this area. Not a single substantial school was present. Only a few lowly species such as pike and wolffish. Yang Fan naturally looked down upon such fish. Thus, he instructed Yang Shaohai to steer the boat towards the open sea, while he incessantly scanned the waters for fish with his keen gaze. At last, after a considerable time spent navigating the vessel, Yang Fan discovered a plethora of fish concealed beneath the waters ahead. It was a rocky area, where numerous reefs lay on the seabed, harboring several schools of fish of varying sizes. Moreover, they were all grouper. "Shaohai, steer towards the 9 o'clock direction. There are reefs beneath, so be cautious and navigate around the periphery of the rocky zone to avoid grounding." Yang Fan called out to Yang Shaohai at the bow of the ship, and Yang Shaohai nodded in acknowledgement before promptly complying. Once the vessel reached the outskirts of the rocky area, Yang Fan seized the opportune moment to lower the final basket of fishing hooks into the water. "Fan, why did you specifically call Shaohai to run so far just to set the hooks?" Yang Hongtao inquired, perplexed, after Yang Fan had finished placing all the hooks. "I have a strong premonition that this spot is teeming with fish, so I decided to set the hooks here," Yang Fan replied with a smile. "Humph, a premonition? The location you chose certainly cannot be as bountiful as the one I selected earlier. You running all this way is just a waste of fuel." Yang Hongtao scoffed. What? Do you not believe in my intuition? Yang Fan chuckled. Believing you would be absurd. Yang Hongtao rolled his eyes. In response, Yang Fan simply laughed it off, choosing not to engage further with Yang Hongtao. After all, when they retrieved the hooks later, it was likely that Yang Hongtao's expression would indeed reflect his folly. Chapter 25. A frenzied catch. The wait for the lower hooks was considerably longer, requiring at least 2 to 3 hours for a more plentiful catch. Thus, after setting down these 3 baskets of hooks, the trio settled onto the boat, patiently awaiting their fortune. To be honest, spending such a lengthy duration out at sea was rather tedious. The ocean, while initially breathtaking and grand, could become monotonous after a while, as it presented an endless expanse of water devoid of any variation. Yet, this was the true essence of a fisherman's life. Many who revel in watching coastal fishing videos often perceive fishing as an exhilarating and entertaining endeavor, akin to the thrill of opening treasure chests. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that the captivating moments depicted in those brief clips are the result of an entire day of preparation and waiting by the fisherman. Fan. Since we have exactly 3 people now, let us play do de jeu. At that moment, Yang Hongtao suddenly produced a deck of cards with a mischievous grin, eager to invite Yang Fan to join in a game. He adored playing cards during idle time, but typically, with only him and Yang Xiao at sea, there weren't enough players to enjoy a proper game. Now, with Yang Fan joining, they could finally engage in a round of landlord. Sure, why not? Yang Fan, somewhat amused by Yang Hongtao's preparation for a card game while out fishing, nodded in agreement. After all, waiting for 2 to 3 hours was indeed a long stretch, and playing do de jeu would be a pleasant way to pass the time. Thus, the 3 of them sat aboard the boat, engrossed in their game of landlord. The game proved to be quite entertaining, making the hours slip by swiftly. Approximately 3 hours later, Yang Hongtao steered his vessel back to the waters where he had previously set 2 baskets of fishing hooks. Upon locating the buoy that marked the connection to the hooks, Yang Hongtao directly used a hook to retrieve the buoy and then began to pull the line and gather the hooks. He had only been pulling for a short while. As Yang Hongtao felt a sudden heaviness in his hand, he could not help but burst into laughter. Aha! What a splendid start! The first hook has yielded a catch. Indeed, with his ensuing movements, as the first line was drawn up, a fierce and struggling sea wolf fish emerged from the water. Xiao Hai, quickly, grab the landing net, Yang Hongtao shouted. Hearing this, Yang Xiaoai swiftly picked up the landing net in his hands and expertly scooped up the hefty sea wolf fish, which weighed at least 5 or 6 pounds. The 2 had been out at sea for quite some time, their coordination having become remarkably harmonious. Before long, the substantial sea wolf fish was placed into the live well aboard the boat by Yang Xiaoai. Hee, Fanzi, did you witness my fishing prowess? With the first hook yielding such a significant catch, Yang Hongtao took the opportunity to flaunt his skills to Yang Fan. In response, Yang Fan merely smiled and chose to ignore his boastfulness. After all, it was merely a common sea wolf fish, although it was indeed sizable at 5 or 6 pounds. The market price for sea wolf fish was only a few dollars per pound, making this catch likely worth no more than 60 or 70 yuan. What was there to boast about? Yang Fan truly does not wish to dampen this individual's spirits. After all the boasting, Yang Hongtao resumed his fishing endeavors. But fortune soon eluded him. Following his initial success with the first hook, he subsequently pulled up a series of over a dozen hooks, yet yielded no catches. This, of course, was rather typical. The strike rate for bottom hooks is inherently low, with generally only 1 fish caught for every 20 hooks. Were it otherwise, one might suspect that the entire populace would flock to become fishermen. As he continued to draw up the hooks, fortune smiled upon him once more when he finally caught a fish on his 30-something hook. This time, it was a sea carp, weighing approximately 3 to 4 pounds. The market price for sea carp is considerably higher than that of wolf fish, fetching around 30 yuan per pound, thus allowing him to anticipate a sale of over 100 yuan for this sizable catch. This brought a momentary sense of pride to Yang Hongtao. As more hooks were drawn, the live well gradually filled with fish. On this outing, his luck proved relatively favorable. By the time he completed the collection of 2 baskets of hooks, he had netted over 20 fish in total. This catch rate exceeded his usual expectations, marking a gratifying day of fishing. Naturally, not every fish was of substantial size. Most weighed only 1 to 2 pounds, with some even falling short of a pound. The largest catch remained that impressive wolf fish weighing 5 to 6 pounds, which he had secured with his very first hook. Overall, however, the haul was commendable. Yang Hongtao estimated that these fish could fetch at least 600 or 700 yuan. He chuckled, delighted by the bountiful harvest, after merely casting out 2 baskets of hooks. He had caught so many fish. Elated, he meticulously organized the hooks and his catch. Yang Hongtao turned his head again, eyebrows raised in a boastful manner, and said to Yang Fan with a smile, "What do you think, Fanzi? My fishing skills are exceptional, aren't they?" Yang Fan, genuinely impressed, nodded in agreement. His words were sincere, free from any teasing undertones. After a day of keen observation, Yang Fan discovered that Yang Hongtao's fishing skills were indeed remarkable, showcasing an impressive level of proficiency and finesse. Whether it was casting nets or setting hooks, he demonstrated a mastery of numerous techniques and details with remarkable precision. Truly, he was a renowned fishing prodigy in the new generation of Dejing village. "Fan, I'm about to retrieve that basket of hooks you set. Do you have the confidence to surpass me?" Yang Hongtao asked with a hint of pride. "Confidence to surpass you? Heh," Yang Fan replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Before long, after collecting the 2 baskets of hooks set by Yang Hongtao, the 3 of them engaged in light conversation as they navigated their boat to the rocky area where Yang Fan had previously placed his hooks. Upon arrival, they first sought out the buoy connected to the hooks. "Fan, will you retrieve this basket of hooks, or shall I?" Yang Hongtao inquired after he brought the buoy up. "You do it. Let us give you a taste of what it's like to have a frenzy of fish on the line," Yang Fan chuckled in response. "Oh, Fan, it seems you have great confidence in your chosen spot. A frenzy of fish, you say? I hope you don't end up pulling up an empty catch," Yang Hongtao retorted, rolling his eyes. "Heh, you'll find out once you reel it in," Yang Fan answered with a grin. Yang Fan smiled meaningfully. In truth, he had already observed the situation of fish caught by the hooks in the sea. The catch rate was nothing short of astonishing. Essentially, for every 2 hooks, there was a fish caught. Moreover, the ones being caught were those exceedingly valuable grouper fish. Yang Fan felt a twinge of anticipation. He wondered how splendid the expression on Yang Hongtao's face would be when he hoisted the fishing gear aloft. Chapter 26. A bountiful catch. The astonished Yang Hongtao. After exchanging a few light-hearted jests, Yang Hongtao began to pull the line to retrieve the basket of hooks that Yang Fan had placed. As he continued to pull, Yang Hongtao immediately sensed that he had caught a fish on the first hook. The sensation of reeling in a hooked fish is entirely distinct from that of an empty hook. As a seasoned angler, he could effortlessly ascertain whether his catch was successful. In fact, he could even estimate the size of the fish he was bringing in. "Fanzi, I must say, your luck is remarkable. You've hooked a fish on your very first try. However, I suspect it is rather small, perhaps no more than half a pound." As he spoke, Yang Hongtao drew the hook out of the water. Indeed, his guess proved accurate. A tiger-head fish weighing approximately 3 to 4 ounces was on the line. "Oh, it's a tiger-head fish. Quite impressive, I must say. It's not easy for a tiger-head fish to grow this large. This one could be considered a heavyweight." Upon seeing the tiger-head fish, Yang Hongtao smiled. The tiger-head fish, also known as the stone dog or stone fish, typically resides among reefs and seaweed. Its flesh is exceptionally tender and delectable, earning it the reputation of being a top-tier delicacy, whether braised or used in soups, making it highly sought after in seafood markets. Naturally, its price is correspondingly high. A fish of this size could fetch around 100 per pound. Although Yang Fan had successfully hooked a fish on his first attempt, and it was a relatively expensive tiger-head fish, Yang Hongtao seemed unaware of the gravity of the situation, attributing it merely to Yang Fan's good fortune. He proceeded to tackle the second hook. As he began to reel it in, he suddenly felt a significant weight on the line. The force indicated that he had caught something substantial. "Wait, another fish? And it seems rather large?" With a mix of surprise and anticipation, Yang Hongtao slowly brought the hook up. In an instant, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Goodness! Such a large red grouper? Fanzi, you've struck gold." Seeing the lively fish emerge from the water, Yang Hongtao couldn't contain his excitement. Indeed, it was a red grouper, and it appeared to weigh at least 4 pounds. Given the current market price for wild red grouper, a fish of this size could command a price of 700 to 800 per pound. This meant that this single fish could be worth over 3,000. "Quickly, Xiaohai, grab the net. Don't let this magnificent grouper escape," Yang Hongtao shouted. Beside him, young Xiaohai, equally exhilarated by the sight of such a large grouper, sprang into action. Without hesitation, he seized the net and skillfully scooped up the fish. "Ha! Fanzi, your luck is astounding. You've caught a grouper of such magnitude. We're in for a windfall." After securing the fish, the excitement was palpable. Yang Hongtao laughed heartily at Yang Fan while embracing the magnificent red grouper, planting fervent kisses upon it. As a fisherman, it is only natural to be exhilarated upon encountering such a rare treasure. However, Yang Hongtao seemed to be overly enthusiastic, even kissing the fish. Witnessing this, Yang Fan felt a shiver run down his spine, pondering whether this fellow's prolonged singlehood had led him to entertain some unfathomable thoughts about a mere fish. Come on, Taozi, you're getting a bit too carried away. It's just a grouper, nothing to make such a fuss over. Let us get back to pulling the hooks, he thought. Seeing Yang Hongtao so animated with the large grouper that he had momentarily abandoned his task, Yang Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was it really necessary to be this excited over a single fish? If this man were to catch sight of the large yellow croaker Yang Fan had caught a couple of days prior, he might very well faint from sheer joy. It's just a grouper, yet you seem so impressed, Yang Fan remarked, his tone slightly sarcastic. Do you have any idea how much this large grouper is worth? At least over 3,000 yuan. This is the most expensive fish I have ever caught in my years of fishing. How could I not be excited? Yang Hongtao, noticing Yang Fan's indifference, began to ramble with enthusiasm. This magnificent red grouper is worth over 3,000 yuan. What fisherman wouldn't jump for joy upon seeing it? Well then, you can continue to embrace this grouper and kiss it. I'll take care of the hooks, Yang Fan replied, shrugging his shoulders before maneuvering past Yang Hongtao to resume his task of pulling up the hooks. As he diligently retrieved each hook one by one, Yang Hongtao's eyes widened with increasing astonishment, his exclamations of disbelief growing ever louder. What on earth? He exclaimed. Is it possible that another splendid red grouper has appeared? No way. Could it be that yet another majestic green grouper has graced us? His incredulity continued to escalate. Surely this cannot be true. Is it really another grand eastern star grouper? I must be dreaming. Yet another magnificent mouse grouper has emerged, accompanied by Yang Hongtao's relentless exclamations of disbelief. Yang Fan successfully retrieved all 150 of his fishing hooks, ultimately yielding a remarkable catch of 78 fish. This translates to an astonishing catch rate of over 50% for the hooks he deployed. It is indeed an extraordinary figure. Even more remarkable is the fact that the majority of the fish in his catch were various types of grouper and tiger fish, both of which are highly valuable. While this may seem extraordinary to others, Yang Fan had anticipated such a result. After all, he had long understood the nuances of the sea and was aware that beneath this rocky area lay several schools of different grouper species. When the irresistibly fresh bait was lowered, it was only natural for these fish to bite eagerly. Ultimately, it is a testament to Yang Fan's exceptional skills. As the large groupers nearly filled the boat's live well to capacity, he remained remarkably composed among the three aboard. Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai were utterly astonished, rendered speechless in sheer shock. After a considerable time had passed, Yang Hongtao gradually emerged from his profound astonishment. He then turned to Yang Fan, eyes wide with disbelief, and exclaimed, "My heavens! Fan, how on earth did you manage to catch so many grouper fish with this single basket of hooks? What sorcery is this? This defies all logic." At that moment, Yang Hongtao regarded Yang Fan as if he had encountered a ghost. He simply could not comprehend how Yang Fan's basket of hooks could yield such an astonishing bounty of grouper fish. Chapter 27, From this day forth. The title of fishing prodigy belongs to you. Observing the expression on Yang Hongtao's face, Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow, was he not just boasting a moment ago? Now he is being thoroughly put in his place, isn't he? You, who was so proud of catching a few fish earlier. Why have you fallen silent now? Yang Fan glanced sideways at Yang Hongtao, teasing him. No more boasting. I shall never dare to flaunt myself in front of you again. Yang Hongtao chuckled awkwardly for a moment before shifting the topic with a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. By the way, Fanzi, tell me honestly, did you stumble upon this incredible luck by sheer accident? Or did you truly have a premonition that there were abundant fish here? In response to Yang Hongtao's inquiry, after careful consideration, Yang Fan smiled and remarked, let us say it's a 50-50 chance. I've noticed that my instincts can be quite accurate at times. As soon as I arrived here, I sensed that this rocky area would be abundant with fish, which is why I asked you to lower the fishing line here. Of course, the fact that we managed to catch so many fish also owes much to luck. Yang Fan certainly could not disclose the true reason to Yang Hongtao. He could only attribute the success of catching such an abundance of fish to his intuition and fortune. Well, Fanzi, I must admit, your luck and intuition are truly unparalleled. Sighed Yang Hongtao. He pondered why he lacked Yang Fan's extraordinary foresight and good fortune. If he possessed such gifts, perhaps he, too, could frequently catch bountiful grouper like Yang Fan. Alas, how unfair the heavens are. At this moment, Yang Hongtao remained oblivious to the fact that Yang Fan had caught dozens of exquisite wild yellow croaker. Had he known, his mental state would surely have been even more thrilling. So, do you now believe my intuition is quite accurate? Yang Fan chuckled upon seeing Yang Hongtao's lamentations. I believe, absolutely. Fanzi, you are truly remarkable. Yang Hongtao exclaimed, playfully declaring, from today onward, the title of the foremost young fishing prodigy of Dejing village shall be bestowed upon you. In your presence, I am but a trivial amateur. Oh no, you should retain that title. I do not covet it, Yang Fan retorted, rolling his eyes. No way. The title of fishing prodigy rightfully belongs to you. Enough of this nonsense. You should stop rambling and swiftly return to sell the fish. The live well is brimming with fish. Their overcrowding will surely lead to their demise. We must hurry back. Right. I almost forgot. Let's rush back to sell the fish. These grouper could fetch a handsome sum, and we would incur tremendous losses if they perish. Subsequently, the three of them set sail for home. However, they did not opt to return to the fishing village, but instead headed directly towards the seafood trading dock in the city. Having caught such a large quantity of wild grouper, they knew the city would provide the best prices. Yang Hongtao envisioned selling these grouper to the seafood merchants and fish vendors at the trading dock. Nevertheless, Yang Fan contemplated sending a message to Xin Yufei during their journey, informing her of his catch of wild grouper and inquiring if she would be interested in purchasing them. He considered that selling high-quality goods like wild grouper directly to a prominent seafood restaurant would be the most profitable. If sold to merchants and vendors, they, as intermediaries, would undoubtedly take a substantial cut. Thus, Yang Fan decided to reach out to Xin Yufei, drawing from his previous experiences with the transactions of yellow croaker and exquisite lobster. Yang Fan held a profound trust in the beautiful proprietress of the seafood restaurant, Xin Yufei. This affluent businesswoman was renowned for her meticulous approach to commerce, consistently offering fair prices. Shortly after Yang Fan sent his message, he swiftly received a response from Xin Yufei. In her reply, she expressed her earnest desire to purchase the batch of wild grouper, instructing Yang Fan to await her arrival at the trading dock. With regard to this outcome, Yang Fan's arrival was entirely unsurprising. While wild grouper may not possess the same rarity and value as wild yellow croaker, it still qualifies as an exquisite and high-end seafood delicacy. For any upscale seafood restaurant, genuine wild grouper is undoubtedly in high demand. It is perfectly reasonable for Xin Yufei to wish to acquire these wild groupers. However, what Yang Fan was unaware of was that upon learning of his substantial catch of wild groupers, Xin Yufei placed great importance on it. She promptly set aside her significant work commitments and personally drove to the seafood trading dock. As the proprietor of a prestigious seafood restaurant, it would seem unnecessary for Xin Yufei to rush over for a mere handful of wild groupers. She could easily delegate the task to one of her subordinates. Yet, when it comes to Yang Fan, her demeanor shifts entirely. Having consistently received exquisite seafood, such as splendid lobsters and wild yellow croakers from Yang Fan, her curiosity about him has intensified immensely. She speculates that Yang Fan must possess some unique fishing techniques. Otherwise, it would be improbable for him to continuously catch such exceptional seafood. Indeed, today he has once again caught some wild groupers, seemingly reinforcing her hypothesis. Consequently, Xin Yufei has firmly resolved to cultivate a relationship with Yang Fan. If he truly has the ability to continually catch premium seafood, befriending him would undoubtedly be of immense assistance in successfully managing her seafood restaurant. Chapter 28. Encounter with the beautiful boss Xin Yufei after more than an hour of sailing. The trio finally arrived at the seafood trading dock in the city. Once they found a suitable place to dock the boat, Yang Hongtao skillfully employed a net to lift the fish from the live well, transferring them into an extraordinarily large bucket. This expansive vessel was specifically designated by Yang Hongtao for storing fish, filled with seawater and equipped with an aerator to maintain the fish's vitality. In a matter of moments, over 100 fish, both large and small, filled the bucket to the brim. The lively fish, thrashing within the confines of the bucket, created a cacophony of splashes, a delightful symphony of exuberance. What a joyous sound. It had been a while since he had heard such a chorus of fish splashing together. Observing the lively creatures in the bucket, Yang Hongtao couldn't help but break into a broad grin. For fishermen like him, the sound of splashing fish is perhaps the most cherished, akin to the sound of counting banknotes. Enough of the foolish laughter, let us get the fish to the dock. Yang Fan chided with a playful tone upon seeing Yang Hongtao's unrestrained joy. He chuckled. Well, it's not my first time catching so many fish. I'm just thrilled. Hearing this, Yang Hongtao chuckled innocently and then called upon Yang Shaohai for assistance. Together, they hoisted the large bucket brimming with fish onto the dock. No sooner had they set foot on the pier than a few fishmongers rapidly surrounded them. These fishmongers, who habitually awaited business at the dock, eagerly approached upon spotting fishermen returning with their catches, hoping to procure some fine goods. "Ah, remarkable. So many large grouper," exclaimed a middle-aged fishmonger as he observed the bucket filled predominantly with sizable grouper. "Young man, are these wild-caught or farmed? What is the price per pound? If the price is right, I'll take them all." The middle-aged fishmonger promptly inquired about the price, expressing his intention to purchase. "Of course, these are wild grouper. Freshly caught by us," Yang Hongtao replied with pride. "Wild. Even better. What price can you offer?" The middle-aged fishmonger, now more exhilarated upon learning the fish were wild, envisioned a lucrative opportunity should he manage to acquire them. Meanwhile, the other fishmongers, slow to approach, hastened over upon hearing about the wild grouper. "Wow, truly splendid goods. So many wild grouper. They are indeed a rarity. Young man, what price are you asking?" "I, Lao Zhang, will take them all." "Young man, sell them to me. I can offer a fairer price." The fishmongers, upon witnessing the wild grouper in the bucket, became animated, each vying to make a purchase. However, at that moment, Yang Hongtao shrugged his shoulders, smiling as he said, "Apologies, gentlemen, but these fish have already been pre-ordered. They've all been claimed." Upon hearing this, the fishmongers' expressions instantly fell. "What? Pre-ordered again? Let us disperse, then? Alas, to have such fine goods, yet be unable to procure them. This business is challenging." Disappointed, the fishmongers shook their heads and departed. Yet, they were accustomed to such occurrences and took it in stride. It was quite normal for seasoned fishermen to have established customers, prioritizing the sale of prized catches to familiar clients. "Fanzi, didn't you mention that you had contacted that beautiful lady last time? When will she arrive?" After the fishmongers left, Yang Hongtao turned to Yang Fan and inquired. "Earlier on the sea." Yang Fan had established contact with Xin Yufei and had briefly mentioned this to Yang Hongtao, so he was aware that Xin Yufei was coming to purchase the grouper. "Let me check if she has arrived." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan took out his phone and sent a message to Xin Yufei. "Soon," she replied, explaining that she had been caught in traffic for quite some time, which caused her delay. She would arrive at the dock in just a few more minutes. Although she was stuck in traffic, she would be there shortly. Let us wait a little longer. Yang Fan put away his phone and said to Yang Hongtao, "All right?" Yang Hongtao nodded in response. Subsequently, the three of them waited by the dock for a while. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Xin Yufei finally arrived. This time, she was not alone. She brought along 2 attendants from the restaurant, driving a seafood transport vehicle. "Yang Fan, it's a pleasure to see you again." Xin Yufei approached with a radiant smile, greeting Yang Fan with charming grace. "Indeed, Boss Xin, it's wonderful to see you again." Yang Fan replied with a smile of his own. "It is quite amusing, really. Ever since their first meeting during the sale of exquisite lobsters, he had come to the dock for 4 consecutive days to meet her. They say familiarity breeds comfort, and over these 4 days, the relationship between Yang Fan and Xin Yufei had indeed deepened. While the two greeted each other warmly, Yang Hongtao, on the other hand, widened his eyes in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. "What is going on? Why does it seem like Fanzi is quite familiar with this beautiful woman? Could it be that after selling the exquisite lobsters, he has been flirting with her on WeChat?" Yang Hongtao was oblivious to the fact that Yang Fan had sold large yellow croakers to Xin Yufei just a couple of days prior. Therefore, upon witnessing the apparent camaraderie between the two, he immediately speculated that Yang Fan might be secretly flirting with the beautiful and sophisticated Xin Yufei on WeChat. Otherwise, how could they appear so intimate? Yang Fan, the charming rogue, certainly has a knack for forming connections with such a stunning beauty. As he observed their lively conversation, Yang Hongtao couldn't help but indulge in whimsical fantasies about their relationship. Chapter 29. Call me Sister Yufei. While Yang Hongtao was lost in his daydreams, Xin Yufei had engaged Yang Fan in a few exchanges before her gaze fell upon the large water bucket at their feet. Upon discovering it brimming with fish, she was taken aback. Could there truly be over 100 fish inside? Moreover, more than half of them were various rare species of grouper. "Yang Fan, did you really catch all these groupers using your traps?" Xin Yufei turned to him, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. It was worth noting that Yang Fan had not disclosed the exact number of fish he had caught to Xin Yufei prior to this moment. He had merely mentioned that he had caught some groupers. Hence, Xin Yufei had been entirely unaware that what he referred to as some was, in fact, such a substantial quantity. Yes, indeed. What is the matter? Yang Fan nodded in affirmation. My goodness, you truly caught all these with your traps? Your skills must be exceptional. Upon hearing Yang Fan's confirmation, Xin Yufei blinked her exquisite eyes and exclaimed in surprise. As a restaurant owner who frequently dealt with seafood, she was quite familiar with the fishing technique of trap fishing. Given her knowledge, she understood that trap fishing is generally a less efficient method, and it would be nearly impossible to catch such a large quantity of fish at once, especially considering that a significant portion of them were precious groupers. At this moment, Xin Yufei's gaze towards Yang Fan became increasingly intriguing. Her curiosity about him had undoubtedly reached unprecedented heights. The subsequent events unfolded with clarity. After inspecting the wild groupers, Xin Yufei expressed her profound satisfaction. She instructed the 2 restaurant assistants she had brought along to weigh each fish meticulously. Once the assistants had completed their task, Xin Yufei promptly offered Yang Fan a price that exceeded the market rate by at least 30%, purchasing all the groupers without hesitation. Naturally, this acquisition extended beyond just the groupers. She also included the sea wolves and sea carp caught by Yang Hongtao. In the end, the total sale amounted to over 80,000. While Yang Fan remained indifferent to this sum, both Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai were utterly elated. Earning over 80,000 from a single fish was something they had never dared to dream of before. Yang Hongtao has been fishing for many years, and on his best day, he only earned a little over 3,000 yuan. That particular day was a stroke of luck, as he managed to catch a shark weighing over 100 pounds. It is evident how profoundly impactful the sum of over 80,000 yuan is for both Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai. Following the completion of the transaction, the 2 staff members from the restaurant brought by Xin Yufei promptly transported the fish to the Xin Family Seafood Grand Restaurant using a seafood delivery vehicle. As for Xin Yufei herself, she continued to board a luxurious Bentley business car, one that Yang Fan was quite familiar with. Upon seeing Xin Yufei preparing to leave, Yang Fan courteously went to see her off. At that moment, Xin Yufei, already seated in the car, suddenly smiled alluringly at Yang Fan outside the window and said, Yang Fan, since we are so familiar now, how about you drop the formalities and just call me Sister Yufei or Yufei? What do you think? That works too. Sister Yufei. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan cast a glance at Xin Yufei, then smiled nonchalantly. After all, addressing such a stunningly beautiful and affluent woman as sister seemed a small price to pay. Shall I call you Fan D from now on? When Yang Fan genuinely altered his form of address, Xin Yufei blinked and inquired further. As you wish. Hee, then it's settled, Fan D. Xin Yufei laughed exuberantly, her delight evident as she embraced the notion of having such an advantageous younger brother. In response, Yang Fan merely smiled. After bidding farewell to Xin Yufei, Yang Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he astutely sensed that the alluringly mature and beautiful Xin Yufei had exhibited a hint of ambiguity in her demeanor towards him. Was she intentionally attempting to cultivate a closer relationship with him? However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Yang Fan quickly found solace in the thought. Within a span of 4 days, he had successfully caught an array of exquisite seafood, all of which he had traded with Xin Yufei. This undoubtedly led her to speculate that he possessed a unique prowess in fishing. As the proprietor of a prestigious seafood restaurant, it was only natural for Xin Yufei to desire a connection with someone capable of consistently procuring such exceptional catches. Thus, this seemed entirely reasonable. Chapter 30. De Huang finally returns home after selling the fish. It was already 11:30 in the morning. The trio had risen before dawn to embark on their maritime venture, and after 6 or 7 hours of labor, they were quite famished. Consequently, Yang Fan proposed that they forego returning to the village immediately and instead seek out a restaurant in the city to enjoy a midday meal before heading back. Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai naturally had no objections to this. Soon after, the 3 of them found a restaurant near the dock. After selecting their dishes, they placed their orders. Yang Fan took out his phone and directly transferred 55,000 yuan to Yang Hongtao via WeChat. Upon seeing the transfer notification, Yang Hongtao immediately looked up at Yang Fan and exclaimed, Fanzi, why have you sent me such a large sum of money? Yang Fan responded with a smile. The money is from the fish sale. We made over 80,000 and split it into 3 shares, so the 55,000 is the amount for you and Xiaohai. Hearing this, Yang Hongtao shook his head in refusal, saying, Fanzi, this is unacceptable. I cannot accept this money. The majority of the big groupers caught were due to your efforts alone. How can I take such a large share? In my opinion, A couple of thousand for both me and Xiao Hai would suffice. I truly feel uncomfortable taking more. Seeing his friend's reluctance, Yang Fan glared at him and insisted. We three ventured out to sea together, and since we used your boat, the profits from the fish must certainly be divided equally. What nonsense are you talking about regarding contributions? Hurry up and accept the money. No, Fanzi, I really cannot accept this, Yang Hongtao attempted to protest. Before he could finish, Yang Fan interrupted. Stop spouting nonsense. I ask you, do you still consider me a brother? Do you think I am the kind of person who can comfortably pocket this money alone? But no buts. If you keep this up, we won't be brothers anymore. All right then, Fanzi, I concede. Yang Hongtao initially intended to decline, but upon hearing Yang Fan's earnest words, he reconsidered and refrained from saying more. Having grown up together since childhood, he was well aware of Yang Fan's character. I shall accept this money. Fanzi, I won't say much about the other brothers. Thank you. With tears in his eyes, Yang Hongtao gazed at Yang Fan with deep emotion. Stop right there. This money was earned together. There is no need for thanks. And for heaven's sake, don't look at me with those eyes. It gives me the creeps. Noting the rather sentimental look in Yang Hongtao's eyes, Yang Fan waved his hand and chuckled while playfully scolding him. After exchanging a few more words with Yang Hongtao, Yang Fan turned to Yang Xiaohai and said, Xiaohai, you are still young. When Taozi gives you your share of money later, do not spend it recklessly. It would be best to give it to your grandfather for safekeeping, so that you can use it in the future for buying a house and marrying a wife, understand? Yes, I understand, brother Fan. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohai obediently nodded. Noticing that Yang Xiaohai seemed to comprehend his words, Yang Fan smiled. After spending an entire day in the company of this taciturn youth, Yang Fan could distinctly perceive that this young boy, merely 16 or 17 years of age, possessed a remarkable resilience and tenacity, far surpassing that of his peers in maturity and understanding. The unexpected sorrows he had endured may have once shattered his tender spirit, yet they also facilitated profound personal growth. Simultaneously, Yang Fan sensed that during their initial outing to cast the fishing lines, his presence seemed to render Yang Xiaohai somewhat ill at ease, as he remained taciturn and withdrawn, akin to a sullen gourd. However, as the day unfolded and they spent more time together, Yang Xiaohai appeared to gradually open up in front of him, becoming more at ease. This brought Yang Fan a sense of solace. He felt a deep empathy for the boy who had endured the same sorrowful fate. He even contemplated stepping into a brotherly role to assist this young man in his journey of personal growth. However, Yang Fan understood that such progress must unfold gradually. After indulging in a delightful feast, the three of them returned to the dock and sailed back to the village. Subsequently, they each went their separate ways home. As Yang Fan approached the entrance of his courtyard, he was suddenly greeted by a familiar figure that darted out from within, immediately latching onto the leg of his trousers. Damn it, De Huang. You know how to come home, huh? Upon seeing De Huang return at last, Yang Fan rolled his eyes and couldn't help but give the creature a light kick. This old rascal, had he really spent 3 days gallivanting about? One could only wonder how many little female dogs had fallen prey to his antics during that time. Woof, woof, woof. Though Yang Fan's kick was gentle, De Huang still looked quite aggrieved. With a pitiful gaze directed at Yang Fan, he seemed to convey, Master, I am wronged. If you hadn't fed me so many delectable morsels that awakened the primal force within me, would I have ventured out for 3 days and nights of revelry? While it was indeed quite enjoyable, 3 consecutive days nearly left me utterly exhausted. Of course, De Huang could not articulate his thoughts. Otherwise, he would have certainly lamented to Yang Fan about his plight. After engaging in playful antics with his old companion, whom he had not seen for several days, Yang Fan ascended directly to his room for a midday respite, having spent the entire day in a flurry of activity, and he was indeed fatigued. He fell into a deep and refreshing slumber, but regrettably, he was roused midway by a phone call. Otherwise, he might have slept until dusk. The call was from his online celebrity classmate, Qin Yuxue. On the phone, Qin Yuxue informed Yang Fan that she had booked a flight for 10 o'clock the following morning and would likely arrive in Beihai City around noon. Upon learning that his old classmate was coming, Yang Fan promptly expressed his intention to meet her at the airport. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qin Yuxue graciously accepted his offer and conveyed her eagerness to see him the next day. After ending the call with Qin Yuxue, Yang Fan contemplated that since he had no particular engagements this afternoon, he might as well venture into town to purchase some flowers and plants to enhance his barren yard. The vast expanse of empty space appeared rather desolate. It certainly needed to be cultivated with some greenery to add a touch of beauty. Resolutely, he made up his mind. Yang Fan went to borrow a motorcycle from Yang Hongtao and then rode the motorcycle to the town. Upon arriving in the town, Yang Fan swiftly discovered a quaint little shop dedicated to the sale of floral arrangements and potted plants along the sole commercial street in this place. The establishment bore an artistic name, Floral Art Life. After securing his motorcycle, Yang Fan stepped into Floral Art Life. No sooner had he crossed the threshold than a melodious voice resonated within the shop. "Welcome. May I assist you?" "Oh, you are Yang Fan?" Chapter 31. The town girl. Upon entering, Yang Fan was taken aback to hear someone call his name. Turning his gaze in puzzlement to find a young woman seated behind the cash register. She appeared to be in her early 20s, exuding a gentle charm. Her hair tied back in a high ponytail, and her round face flushed with a sweet radiance. By Yang Fan's aesthetic standards, she was undoubtedly a lovely young woman. While she may not possess the breathtaking beauty that captivates at first glance, she had a captivating allure, embodying the unique, rustic charm of a small-town girl. It was evident that the young woman recognized Yang Fan, her large, dark eyes fixed upon him, imbued with a hint of mirth and surprise. However, after scrutinizing her features, Yang Fan found himself at a complete loss. He had no recollection of her. "Miss, do you know me?" he inquired, a note of curiosity lacing his voice. "Goodness, Yang, you truly are someone who forgets easily. It has only been a few years since graduation, and you have already forgotten your old classmate from middle school, whom you shared 3 years with," she teased, covering her mouth with a playful laugh upon noticing his failure to recognize her. "We were classmates in middle school? I apologize. I genuinely cannot recall. What is your name?" Yang Fan scratched his head, struggling to recall who this girl was. "Do you remember Su Xiaoxiao?" Upon hearing the name, Yang Fan murmured for a moment before suddenly having a realization. "Oh right, I remember now. You were the English class representative back in middle school. I often sought your help when my English grades were lacking. Finally remembered me? It seems my presence was so insignificant that I failed to leave any impression on the handsome Yang Fan." "Alas, what a disappointment," Su Xiaoxiao said, shaking her head and feigning disappointment with a sigh. "Oh, no. As they say, a girl changes greatly in 18 years, after not seeing you for several years. It's only natural that I didn't recognize you, especially since you've become so beautiful," Yang Fan replied, waving his hand with a smile. "Hee. Do you really think I'm beautiful now, Yang Fan? Hearing such praise from you brings me genuine joy," Su Xiaoxiao said with a hint of delight upon hearing Yang Fan's words. "All right, old classmate, there's no need to keep calling me handsome. It feels strange. Just call me Yang Fan." "Giggle, you were already recognized as the most handsome boy in class back then, and it seems you've only become more so," Su Xiaoxiao chuckled, then curiously gazed at Yang Fan and asked, "By the way, what brings you to town? Shouldn't you be in the big city?" The news of Yang Fan being accepted into a prestigious university was widely known among their middle school classmates, so Su Xiaoxiao was well aware of it. "I was having a tough time in the city, so I decided to return to my hometown and become a fisherman," Yang Fan shrugged with a smile. "A fisherman? Are you sure you're not joking?" Su Xiaoxiao blinked her bright, dark eyes in astonishment. "Of course, I'm not joking. I just returned from the sea after setting up my fishing lines this morning." "Wait, are you serious? You really went back home to fish?" Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback, struggling to comprehend that a graduate of a prestigious university would resort to fishing. "I'm not kidding. I am indeed a genuine fisherman now. Of course, I have other reasons for returning home, but I won't go into detail for now." Yang Fan chuckled softly before deftly shifting the topic. "Let's not dwell on that. Old classmate, by the way, is this shop owned by your family?" "Indeed," Su Xiaoxiao replied. "Are you here today to purchase some flowers or plants?" Nodding, Su Xiaoxiao noticed that Yang Fan seemed reluctant to discuss his reasons for returning to his hometown, so she refrained from probing further. She was not the type to pry into others' affairs. "Yes, upon returning home, I found the large courtyard rather barren, so I thought to plant some greenery for embellishment. What plants do you think would be aesthetically pleasing?" Since Su Xiaoxiao came from a family that owned a flower shop, Yang Fan decided to solicit her advice. "If I were to offer a suggestion, it would depend on the size of your courtyard," Su Xiaoxiao said, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "If your courtyard is on the smaller side, I would recommend planting purely ornamental flowers and shrubs. However, if you have ample space, I suggest cultivating a vegetable garden. Perhaps planting grapes, strawberries, tomatoes, and greens. This would not only serve to beautify your courtyard, but, with proper care, could also yield fresh produce for your enjoyment." Planting fruits and vegetables? Upon hearing Su Xiaoxiao's suggestion, Yang Fan pondered for a moment and realized that it indeed had merit. As Su Xiaoxiao pointed out, Cultivating fruits and vegetables could enhance the aesthetic of the spacious courtyard while providing him with fresh produce. If he truly embarked on this endeavor, he could achieve self-sufficiency, eliminating the need to visit the market for groceries. Craving meat? He could venture out to sea for seafood. Craving vegetables? He could simply pluck fresh greens and radishes from his garden. The thought was quite delightful. As he contemplated planting fruits and vegetables, an idea suddenly sparked in Yang Fan's mind. Drawing from the experience he had gained from De Huang, he had learned that the golden drop had effects on animals. But what about plants? If he diluted the golden drop in water and used it to irrigate the crops, would it not yield fruits and vegetables that differed from the ordinary? Would they not be tastier and more nutritious? Intrigued by this notion, Yang Fan felt a surge of excitement, eager to return home and experiment. Chapter 32. Cultivating the Vegetable Garden, Testing the Effects of the Golden Drop on Plants. All right, old classmate, then I shall plant fruits and vegetables in the courtyard. What seeds do you have available in your shop? Yang Fan inquired, having made up his mind. We have seeds for cherry tomatoes, chili peppers, green peppers, carrots, white radishes, strawberries, and greens, essentially the common household vegetables, Su Xiaoxiao replied with a smile. Then give me a pack of each seed. I shall try my hand at planting them all, Yang Fan declared, feeling no need to be selective. You want all the seeds? Old classmate, are you planning to become a vegetable farmer? Su Xiaoxiao chuckled, covering her mouth. Haha, being a vegetable farmer isn't so bad. Watering the plants and weeding every day is quite leisurely, and one can be self-sufficient. Yang Fan also smiled. All right then. I shall prepare a little packet of every seed for you. With that, Su Xiaoxiao busied herself, quickly packaging all the fruit and vegetable seeds in the store into small bundles for Yang Fan. Once she finished, she handed the seeds to Yang Fan and briefly instructed him on how to cultivate them. Old classmate, how much do these seeds cost in total? Yang Fan inquired as he accepted the seeds. Since we are old classmates, there's no need to discuss money for such a small amount of seeds. Consider it a gift. Su Xiaoxiao replied with a shake of her head and a smile. That doesn't seem right. Yang Fan wished to express more, yet Su Xiaoxiao feigned anger and interrupted him, saying, Yang Fan, if you offer money, I shall no longer sell to you. Well, in that case, thank you, old classmate. Upon hearing Su Xiaoxiao's remark, Yang Fan conveyed his gratitude and refrained from discussing the matter of money further. Surely, such a modest amount of seeds could not be worth much. Prolonging the conversation held little significance. It was enough to cherish the bond between old classmates. Subsequently, the two engaged in a few light-hearted exchanges reminiscing about the past. Once their conversation reached a natural conclusion, Yang Fan bid farewell to Su Xiaoxiao and rode his motorcycle back to the village. Carrying a large bag of vegetable and fruit seeds home, Yang Fan gazed upon the expansive courtyard of his home and suddenly broke into a smile. He envisioned a future where this grand yard would be adorned with flourishing grapevines, a patch of strawberries, and an array of various fruits and vegetables. The thought of such a picturesque scene was utterly delightful. A 3-story seaside villa, accompanied by a large garden teeming with diverse produce, where a vine of grapes gracefully arched overhead, laden with ripe clusters. Beneath the trellis, a lounge chair awaited, inviting him to recline and pluck a bunch of grapes whenever thirst beckoned. The mere thought of it made my mouth water. Enough said. I shall head out to tend the soil. Yang Fan, filled with delight, indulged in a moment of reverie before smiling and proceeding to the storage room to retrieve a hoe and a shovel. Without uttering a word, he diligently embarked on his labor, wielding the tools with determination as he began to cultivate the vast expanse of untamed land nestled in the corner of the yard. Despite lacking any experience in tilling the soil and exhibiting somewhat clumsy technique, his body, enhanced by the transformative properties of the golden droplet, bestowed upon him extraordinary strength and stamina far beyond that of an ordinary person. Consequently, through a flurry of haphazard yet fervent efforts, he swiftly cleared the expansive wasteland. Once the soil was tilled, Yang Fan opened the packet of seeds that Su Xiaoxiao had given him and took out a small sachet of cherry tomato seeds. Cherry tomatoes, also known as sacred fruit, are sweet and juicy, refreshing and thirst-quenching, and rich in vitamin C. Most importantly, they are exceptionally convenient to consume. Simply wash them, and they can be eaten whole, skin and seeds included. Yang Fan has a fondness for cherry tomatoes, which led him to choose them as his initial planting endeavor. Subsequently, he began the sowing process, meticulously scattering rows of cherry tomato seeds across the newly cultivated vegetable patch. In contrast to tilling the soil, the act of sowing is undoubtedly a task that demands precision and care. Yang Fan could no longer recklessly strike like a novice. He had to bend his back and patiently sow the seeds, one by one. Once he had uniformly scattered the tomato seeds across the entire expanse of empty land. The sun had already dipped low on the horizon, marking the approach of evening. My goodness, sowing proved far more exhausting than tilling. Finally, after completing the task, Yang Fan stood up and stretched, feeling a twinge of soreness in his lower back. Despite the fatigue, a profound sense of accomplishment filled his heart as he gazed upon the patch of garden he had personally cultivated. This experience deeply resonated with an age-old adage: the laboring populace is the most honorable, and self-sufficiency is the key to prosperity. In the following moments, after a brief respite, Yang Fan ventured to the kitchen to fetch a bucket, filling it with water. The purpose of this was evident. He intended to irrigate the vegetable patch. This step was indeed the most critical one that lay ahead. Yang Fan's fervent desire to cultivate a vegetable garden stemmed from his eagerness to experiment and observe the effects of the golden droplets, refined from the dragon pearl, on plants. Consequently, he harnessed the energy of the dragon pearl within his dantian, swiftly refining several droplets that seeped from the tip of his right index finger. He proceeded to deposit these droplets into a bucket of water. As soon as the golden droplets mingled with the water, they were instantly diluted and vanished from sight. Subsequently, Yang Fan carefully irrigated the freshly cultivated patch of land with half a bucket of this diluted water. Task accomplished. Now, it remained to be seen whether the golden droplets would prove effective. Once everything was finally settled, Yang Fan stretched his weary body with a satisfied smile. Gazing at the small vegetable garden he had painstakingly cultivated, sowed, and irrigated, he felt an immense sense of fulfillment, coupled with anticipation. Would the tiny cherry tomato seeds sprout and thrive? What miraculous effects would the diluted golden water bestow upon them? Time would soon reveal the answers. Chapter 33. Venturing into the sea again in search of dinner. Having successfully cultivated the vegetable garden, Yang Fan had invested approximately 2 to 3 hours in this endeavor. Although he did not feel excessively fatigued from the intense labor, he was drenched in sticky, unpleasant sweat, prompting him to decide on a refreshing swim in the sea. Interestingly, just a few days prior, on the day he returned home, he had also toiled all afternoon and emerged with a similar layer of sweat, leading him to the ocean for a swim, where he fortuitously caught 2 splendid lobsters. Recalling this fortunate incident brought a smile to his face. He pondered his dinner plans for the evening, uncertain whether he would be as lucky in the sea this time. If he could manage to catch more lobsters or crabs, he would certainly keep them for himself, regardless of their price. One must admit that those with substantial wealth, possessing millions, have a different perspective. Previously, Yang Fan would have prioritized selling any valuable catch, but now his foremost thought was to satisfy his own appetite. After all, he considered himself a wealthy individual now. With a smile, he ascended the stairs to fetch a clean outfit before heading out towards the seashore. Meanwhile, De Huang had scampered off again, perhaps to chase after the village's female dogs, which left Yang Fan to embark on this adventure alone. Returning to the rocky area from his last excursion, Yang Fan first surveyed his surroundings, and, upon discovering that he was alone in this area, he unabashedly removed his clothing and plunged directly into the sea. Upon entering the water, Yang Fan was suddenly enveloped in an unparalleled sense of euphoria. This was not merely a fleeting comfort. It was as if every cell within him rejoiced and danced in ecstatic delight. Such was the miraculous effect of the Dragon Pearl. His body was continuously transformed by the Dragon Pearl, drawing him ever closer to the sea. The moment he immersed himself in the ocean, an overwhelming wave of relaxation washed over him. It could be said that his affinity for the ocean now surpassed that of the land, to the extent that he could thrive indefinitely in the depths of the sea. Yet, he remained human, not a fish. Therefore, he still had to spend most of his time on solid ground. Nevertheless, Yang Fan had resolved that whenever time permitted, he would linger longer in the embrace of the ocean. Of course, one could not remain in the same stretch of water indefinitely. That would surely lead to monotony. Particularly, the coastal waters held little allure. They were barren, devoid of majestic schools of fish and the breathtakingly unique coral formations found beneath the waves, offering little in the way of amusement. Yang Fan envisioned that, should the opportunity arise in the future, he would traverse every ocean in the world to marvel at the diverse underwater wonders. Such an endeavor would undoubtedly be immensely captivating. However, that was a matter for another time, not one to occupy his thoughts at present. At this moment, his foremost concern was to swiftly procure a lobster or a crab for dinner. After toiling throughout the afternoon, his stomach was already protesting. He reined in his scattered thoughts. Yang Fan began his descent into the depths of the ocean. As he swam, he incessantly scanned the waters for marine treasures. The stark reality of the impoverished nearshore fishery resources presented itself vividly before him once more. A barren expanse of sea lay before him, devoid of any substantial schools of fish. Only a few small specimens meandered nearby, rendering the scene desolate and forlorn. After searching for a while in this vicinity, Yang Fan found nothing of worth, compelling him to broaden his search area. Employing his remarkable swimming speed and exceptional underwater vision, he meticulously combed through a more extensive stretch of the ocean. However, this time, fortune seemed to elude him. He scoured the waters for an extended period, covering a considerable expanse, yet still found nothing of value. The most valuable catch that Yang Fan laid his eyes upon were merely a few sizable Black Sea bream, each weighing approximately 2 to 3 pounds. Typically, such Black Sea bream command a price of around 60 to 70 yuan per pound, meaning that those weighing 2 to 3 pounds could fetch a sum of 1 to 200 yuan. Undoubtedly, the flesh of the Black Sea bream is quite delectable, and had Yang Fan been able to capture them, he would have certainly seized these magnificent specimens. However, the unfortunate reality is that sea fish are exceptionally agile in their natural habitat. Even though Yang Fan possesses remarkable swimming skills, he still pales in comparison to the swiftness of the fish. Unlike lobsters and crabs, which tend to be sluggish and seek refuge in the crevices of rocks, making them relatively easy to catch, fish are remarkably astute. The moment Yang Fan approaches, they swiftly dart away, their speed rendering it impossible for him to catch them by hand in the ocean. It is precisely for this reason Yang Fan was solely focused on catching crabs and lobsters for dinner, dismissing the idea of fishing. However, fortune was not on his side today. After an extensive search, he had yet to find any sizable crabs or lobsters worthy of his efforts. Of course, even in the most depleted coastal waters, there were still a few small shrimp and crabs to be found. During his search, Yang Fan did come across some rock crabs, orchid crabs, and red flower crabs. But they were all too small, failing to meet his self-imposed line of life and death for crabs, and thus he chose not to catch them. Indeed, Yang Fan had established a line of life and death for crabs. He would not pursue any variety that weighed less than 1 pound. Conscientious old fishermen often adhere to a principle of releasing fish and crabs that do not meet size standards or are carrying eggs. Generally, crabs exceeding 2 tails are considered quite substantial. Thus, the line of life and death among seasoned fishermen hovers around this weight. Yet for Yang Fan, his line of life and death was set at a full pound. This was undeniably stringent. In these times, encountering crabs exceeding 1 pound in coastal waters had become a rarity. With so many trawlers operating, crabs frequently fell victim to the indiscriminate nets long before they had the chance to mature. Therefore, under this exceedingly rigorous line of life and death, the quest for crabs was fraught with challenges. Yang Fan finds it rather challenging to locate crabs that meet his standards. Nevertheless, this is a principle he has steadfastly established for himself, one he refuses to alter. The actions of other fishermen are of no concern to him. However, possessing the Dragon Pearl bestows upon him an extraordinary advantage, compelling him to treat the ocean's creatures with greater kindness. In fact, he has even contemplated that, should he acquire a large fishing vessel in the future, he would undoubtedly employ nets with larger mesh sizes, ensuring that smaller fish and crabs are spared. The decline in coastal fishery resources year after year can be attributed to the insatiable greed of many, who, while using trawlers, deploy small mesh-destructive nets that eradicate the smaller fish and shrimp. Without these smaller creatures, how can larger fish and shrimp thrive? Yang Fan cannot control others, but since he has been favored by the Dragon Pearl, he must adhere to principles and treat the ocean with kindness, ensuring that his demands are measured. He continued to search for a while longer. Yang Fan still had not found a crab that met his criteria. Well, it seems he would have to settle for a bowl of instant noodles tonight. He shook his head in disappointment, a bitter smile crossing his lips, and then prepared to dive once more. However, at that moment, it appeared as if the goddess of fortune had graced him once again. Out of the corner of Yang Fan's eye, he suddenly spotted a magnificent creature atop a large underwater reef approximately 300 meters ahead, which ignited a spark of excitement within him. Chapter 34. The Discovery of a Wild Abalone Nest. This creature possessed a remarkably deceptive exterior, resembling nothing more than an ordinary stone affixed to the reef at first glance. An untrained eye would certainly overlook it. However, having grown up by the sea, Yang Fan was far from ignorant of its true identity. This was no mere rock. It was, unmistakably, a colossal wild abalone. This wild abalone clung to the massive reef, slowly undulating as it feasted upon the algae adorning the stone. Its appearance was so stone-like that, had it not been for its rhythmic movements while feeding, Yang Fan might have struggled to discern its true nature. Despite its name, abalone is not a fish. It is a primitive marine mollusk, a univalve soft-bodied creature, often referred to as sea ear due to its ear-like shape. Abalone typically thrives in cooler waters along rocky seabeds, exhibiting delicate sensibilities and stringent environmental requirements, rendering it quite rare. However, where one abalone is found, it is often accompanied by a cluster. To discover wild abalone thriving here, this heralded the prospect of a lucrative opportunity. The thought of a hidden abalone nest nestled within the reef invigorated Yang Fan, causing his brows to arch in excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself forward with a powerful kick, swiftly making his way toward the reef. Upon arrival, his eyes widened in astonishment. Just as he had anticipated, a veritable nest of abalone lay concealed within the rocky expanse. Almost every boulder in this area was adorned with wild abalone of varying sizes. With an estimated count exceeding 100, these wild abalones ranged in size, with the largest weighing over a pound, while the smallest barely tipping the scales at 1 or 2 ounces, though most hovered around 3 to 4 ounces to half a pound. It is worth noting that the market value of wild abalone is exceedingly high, with larger specimens commanding even more exorbitant prices. As the saying goes, a double-headed abalone is priceless, and according to current market trends, a single wild double-headed abalone can fetch several thousand yuan, often with demand exceeding supply. If double-headed abalone are so costly, it stands to reason that among this nest, there are several colossal single-headed abalones. Should these be brought to market now? Each could easily sell for tens of thousands. In essence, the total value of the abalone nest discovered by Yang Fan is estimated to reach several 100,000 yuan. Indeed, this journey proved to be worthwhile. Upon witnessing the densely populated area of rocky reefs teeming with wild abalone, Yang Fan could not help but smile. Certainly, while this cluster of abalone holds considerable value, Yang Fan had no intention of harvesting them all at once. His purpose for venturing into the sea was to seek dinner, not to amass wealth. Thus, he planned to gather only a few for his own sustenance. Moreover, as abalone cling tenaciously to the rocks, they cannot be captured using nets. The sole method of harvesting them involves diving. However, this region is not renowned as a diving destination, and it is unlikely that anyone would go to the trouble of bringing professional diving gear for leisure in such a place. Therefore, Yang Fan felt no concern that this bountiful supply of abalone would be discovered by others in the near future. The ensuing tasks were thus straightforward. Yang Fan, considering his modest appetite, decided to catch only 4 double-headed abalones, each weighing around half a kilogram. Such ample portions were more than sufficient for his needs. Grasping 2 large abalones in one hand, he descended into the depths with a sense of contentment, returning to the spot where he had previously left his clothes. Chapter 35. Overnight, the vegetable garden transformed into a lush green expanse. Upon reaching the shore, Yang Fan realized that darkness had already enveloped the sky. He had unwittingly lingered in the ocean for over an hour, and it was now nearly 8 o'clock. After changing into clean attire, he strolled home leisurely, taking advantage of the last vestiges of the setting sun. The first task upon arriving home was to swiftly take a shower. The salt water necessitated a rinse with fresh water to alleviate any discomfort from swimming. Once refreshed, Yang Fan turned his attention to preparing dinner. Having exerted himself throughout the afternoon, coupled with the lateness of the hour and an empty stomach, he felt a growing hunger protest within him. However, due to a lack of other ingredients, he resolved to prepare a simple dish of noodles with abalone for the evening meal. He quickly extracted the meat from the 4 large abalones, washing it thoroughly before placing it in a pot to cook alongside the noodles. Typically, the more exquisite the ingredient, the more straightforward the cooking method. While boiling the abalones, Yang Fan refrained from adding any additional seasonings, opting only for a pinch of salt and a drizzle of oil to accentuate the natural flavors of the abalone. Any extraneous ingredients would only mask its exquisite taste. With the inclusion of 4 valuable wild double-headed abalones, the worth of this bowl of noodles undoubtedly skyrocketed. If Yang Fan were to film a video of this abalone noodle dish and share it online, he would surely face a barrage of comments from netizens. Is this what a wealthy person's life is like? Using wild double-headed abalones worth thousands each to cook noodles? And he used 4 at once? This is utterly extravagant. To be honest, in his former days, Yang Fan would never have dared to use such premium wild double-headed abalones for a simple bowl of noodles. Nor would he have allowed himself to indulge in such an expensive delicacy. However, times had changed. He was now a figure of considerable wealth, boasting a net worth in the millions. Why not enjoy a wild double-headed abalone? He savored 2 bowls of abalone noodles, relishing every bite. Yang Fan chuckled softly, contentedly patting his slightly protruding belly. He then ascended the stairs to rest, feeling a bit weary after a long day's toil. After lying in bed and indulging in a couple of rounds of the game Honor of Kings to pass the time, he quickly drifted into slumber. The following morning, the roosters at the village's entrance began their timely crowing around 4 or 5 o'clock. However, this time, Yang Fan remained undisturbed, sleeping soundly until the sun was high in the sky, finally rising refreshed at 8:30. After a brief wash and donning a more stylish outfit, he prepared to head out. Today, he was to meet his old classmate, Qin Yuxue, whose flight was scheduled to arrive at noon, leaving him with only 3 hours to spare. Once he had gathered his belongings, Yang Fan stepped out the door, ready to lock it with his key. Suddenly, he sensed that something was amiss. Turning around, he finally recognized the source of his unease. What on earth? How could this be? Yang Fan turned around, staring blankly at the small vegetable plot he had cultivated just yesterday afternoon, his expression one of bewilderment. At this moment, the freshly sown patch had transformed into a vibrant green expanse. The seeds of the cherry tomatoes had astonishingly sprouted overnight, growing into seedlings that were already over 10 centimeters tall. This was truly remarkable. Typically, even if seeds germinate, reaching a height of 10 centimeters would require at least 10 days to half a month, wouldn't it? Was this the effect of the golden drop on plants? It seemed rather overpowering. Fixated on the lush green cherry tomato seedlings, Yang Fan was utterly astounded. He had speculated that watering the cherry tomato seeds with diluted golden drop water would accelerate their growth, but he never anticipated such an extraordinary enhancement. This was simply too dominant and miraculous. Filled with immense curiosity, Yang Fan hastened to the vegetable plot. He crouched down to examine the cherry tomato seedlings closely, noticing that their roots were remarkably thick, far sturdier than ordinary vegetable seedlings, and their color was a more vibrant green, exuding a freshness that seemed almost to glisten. Evidently, the golden drop had not only expedited the growth of these cherry tomato seedlings, but had also rendered them healthier than those grown under normal conditions. In response to this, Yang Fan could only exclaim, "Golden drop, you are incredible." At that moment, another thought struck him. Given that under the influence of the golden drop, cherry tomato seeds could sprout overnight, what differences might there be in the fruits borne by these seedlings when they eventually flower and bear fruit compared to ordinary cherry tomatoes? Yang Fan was genuinely looking forward to this moment. Of course, he understood that patience was essential and that good things come to those who wait. After taking a moment to appreciate the lush green seedlings of cherry tomatoes, he steadied himself and set off for the airport. After a series of transportation changes and a lengthy journey exceeding 2 hours, Yang Fan finally arrived at Beihai International Airport. This convoluted journey led him to lament the isolation of his fishing village, where transportation proved to be exceedingly inconvenient. It was astonishing that reaching the airport took over 2 hours. Upon arriving at the airport exit, Yang Fan sought a shaded spot to await his friend. It was only 11:50, and Qin Yushue's flight was not due to arrive for another 10 minutes. After passing the time on his phone, the minutes slipped away swiftly. Estimating that Qin Yushue must have disembarked, Yang Fan decided to call her. The call connected promptly, and he was greeted by Qin Yushue's melodious voice, tinged with a youthful lilt. "Hello, Yang Fan. I've landed and will be out of the airport shortly." "Where are you?" "I'm at the airport exit," he replied. "When you come out, look to your right. You should see me. I'm wearing a white t-shirt, black camouflage shorts, and white sneakers." "Hee, Yang Fan, you've arrived right on time. Honestly, I'm quite excited at the thought of meeting my old classmate." Yang Fan chuckled in response. After hanging up, he waited a few more minutes. Soon, amid the throngs of travelers at the airport exit, he spotted the person he had been waiting for. Ah, how she embodied the beauty of their youth. Her elegance and long legs overshadowed everyone around her. Watching the tall girl in sunglasses and denim jeans, Yang Fan couldn't help but squint in delight. Although he could not clearly see her face from a distance, he recognized her instantly as his old classmate, Qin Yushue. It was not merely his keen eyesight. Her model-like legs left a lasting impression. Chapter 36. The fairy Yushue recognized by her admirer Qin Yushue. "Over here." Upon seeing her emerge, Yang Fan waved eagerly and began to walk towards her. Meanwhile, not far away, Qin Yuxue, having stepped out of the airport, was scanning the area to the right as Yang Fan had instructed. Spotting someone waving, she immediately focused her attention. As she recognized Yang Fan, a radiant smile spread across her face, and she removed her sunglasses, walking towards him with a cheerful demeanor. However, she evidently underestimated her own fame. Almost as soon as she took off her sunglasses, an exclamation arose nearby. "Wow, Fairy Yuxue, is it really you?" Amidst the excited cries, a young man in his 20s, his face dotted with acne, hurried toward Qin Yuxue, his eyes sparkling with delight. "Fairy Yuxue, it's really you," he exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm as he gazed at her. "I never anticipated such serendipity in encountering you at the airport. Idol, I have been following you on Bilibili for over 2 years. You are my favorite content creator, and I watch your videos daily. Would it be possible for us to take a photo together?" It turns out this young man is a devoted fan of Qin Yuxue. Upon exiting the airport, he had already spotted Qin Yuxue amidst the crowd, yet her oversized sunglasses obscured half of her face, leaving him hesitant to confirm his suspicion. However, the moment she removed her sunglasses, everything became clear. She was indeed his beloved content creator, Yuxue Zioxianyu. Yuxue Zioxianyu is Qin Yushue's online moniker, a name that has gained considerable fame across various video platforms, amassing a following that exceeds 10 million. Yang Fan was nearing Qin Yuxue when, unexpectedly, she was intercepted by an enthusiastic young fan eager for a photograph. He chuckled softly and paused in his approach. As for Qin Yuxue, having gained considerable fame over the past 2 years, it was a commonplace occurrence for her to be recognized by fans while out and about. So she had long since grown accustomed to such situations. "All right, let us take a picture together, and thank you for your attention and support," she said graciously, smiling at the bespectacled young admirer. She then instructed her photographer to capture a few snapshots of her and the fervent fan. Indeed, Qin Yuxue was not alone. As a dedicated content creator, she had her personal photographer by her side, her cousin, a charming young woman of above-average looks wearing glasses. The bespectacled fan was quite rational. He was not the type of overly zealous follower often found in fandoms. He simply admired Qin Yuxue for her talents. After their photo session concluded, he politely departed. And with this brief interlude at an end, the moment faded into memory. Yang Fan leisurely approached Qin Yuxue. As he drew nearer, he took the opportunity to carefully observe this long-lost, beautiful classmate. It is undeniable that Qin Yuxue, amidst the plethora of beauties at the prestigious Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, rightfully holds the title of a campus belle. She is, quite simply, extraordinarily beautiful. Her large eyes, complemented by elegant long eyelashes and delicate willow-shaped eyebrows, seem almost alive with charm. Her petite crimson lips, ever so slightly parted, exude an alluring sheen. Her refined nose, both prominent and graceful, incites an irresistible urge to touch it. Not only are her features impeccably sculpted, but her physique and demeanor are equally remarkable. Her long legs, rivaling those of international supermodels, are snugly encased in a pair of sky-blue skinny jeans, the exaggerated curves providing a striking visual impact. Her long, straight black hair, slightly tousled by the gentle breeze, adds an extra layer of allure. Coupled with her fresh, youthful attire today, Yang Fan found himself captivated. The straight-legged jeans paired with a simple fitted cream-colored cartoon tee showcase her stunning figure and youthful vibrancy to perfection. In truth, if a street photographer were to capture a few candid high-definition shots of Qin Yuxue and post them online, countless admirers would undoubtedly delight in using her images as their wallpapers for daily admiration. In summary, Qin Yuxue embodies a flawless blend of beauty, physique, and grace. As Yang Fan reflected on his long-unseen classmate, he silently bestowed upon her an evaluation, a delight to the eyes. Yang Fan had already approached her, and with a smile, he playfully remarked to Qin Yuxue, "Oh, old classmate, after just 2 years apart, you've become quite the celebrity. I see you're already attracting little fans asking for photos." Upon hearing Yang Fan's teasing, Qin Yuxue tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and chuckled lightly. "Yang Fan, are you mocking me? What celebrity am I? At most, I'm just a minor internet personality. If a true star were to appear, do you believe this airport would not be swarmed by fans?" As she spoke, Qin Yuxue blinked her sparkling eyes and began to scrutinize Yang Fan. With his tall stature, handsome features, and a neat, stylish appearance, he emanated an air of calm confidence. He retained the image of the charming, sunny boy she remembered, and it seemed that over the past 2 years, he had not changed significantly. The only difference might be that he appeared somewhat tanned after returning to the fishing village. Chapter 37. This girl is truly a breath of fresh air. Yang Fan was blissfully unaware that Qin Yuxue had begun to silently critique his newly darkened complexion. As he seized upon her comment, he chuckled and remarked, "Haha. My old classmate, you may not yet be a major star, but that could change in the future. I firmly believe that if you venture into the entertainment industry, you will undoubtedly shine." In all honesty, Yang Fan was convinced that with Qin Yushue's exceptional beauty and charisma, she could effortlessly eclipse many of the so-called glamorous celebrities in the country. If she were to enter the entertainment realm, perhaps starring in a variety show or a film, she might truly achieve great success. However, becoming a big star is not in my plans, Qin Yuxue replied with a playful smile and a shake of her head. In truth, as her fan base continued to grow, she had already caught the attention of numerous talent scouts from various agencies, all eager to sign her and usher her into the limelight. Yet, Qin Yuxue resolutely declined their offers. She harbored a desire to remain a free-spirited content creator, capturing and sharing her life through the videos she wished to produce, rather than conforming to the strictures of fame. The thought of entering the entertainment industry, with its myriad of insidious and distasteful unwritten rules, filled her with dread, prompting her to firmly dismiss any aspirations of a career as a celebrity. In an era where countless beautiful girls relentlessly pursue their dreams of stardom, often resorting to dubious means, Qin Yuxue stood out as a breath of fresh air, resolutely choosing to forego the glittering yet treacherous path to fame, even when the opportunity to become a major star lay before her. Yang Fan remained oblivious to the inner journey of Qin Yuxue. However, had he been aware, he would undoubtedly have wholeheartedly agreed. As old classmates reunited, it was inevitable that they would exchange pleasantries. The two stood in place, reminiscing for several minutes, before Yang Fan remembered to inquire whether Qin Yuxue had eaten lunch. "Did you have a meal on the plane?" he asked. "Not at all," she replied with a mischievous smile. "I absolutely detest airplane food. I was just waiting to disembark so you could treat me to a taste of your hometown's culinary delights." Yang Fan chuckled. "Haha, no problem at all. But my hometown is by the sea, so the specialty dishes are primarily seafood. You could probably find similar seafood elsewhere as well." "That is not quite the same, is it? The seafood from your coastal city must be far more abundant, fresh, and delicious than what one finds inland." "That is true." "Then I shall take you for a grand seafood feast," he replied. "Yay, I'm really looking forward to it." Qin Yuxue beamed. Having settled on their plans for a sumptuous seafood dinner, Yang Fan led Qin Yuxue and her cousin, the photographer, into a taxi and departed from the airport. Yang Fan was aware of a seafood restaurant located by the city's dock. Although it was not particularly upscale, the flavors it offered were quite delightful. This time, he intended to take Qin Yuxue there for a meal. Conveniently, the seafood restaurant was situated right across from the dock, allowing them to board the ferry back to their village immediately after dining. The journey would take approximately half an hour. Yang Fan, accompanied by Qin Yuxue and her photographer cousin, arrived at their destination. The seafood restaurant they chose was named Fisherman's Wharf. Despite its modest size, the establishment boasted a uniquely charming decor, embodying the rustic aesthetic of a traditional fishing village, unmistakably reflecting the essence of an authentic local dining experience. "How do you find this place? Are you satisfied?" Yang Fan inquired with a smile as they approached the entrance. "Yes, I am quite pleased. I really appreciate the decor here," Qin Yuxue replied with a warm smile and a nod. "All right then, let us proceed inside," Yang Fan responded with a grin. Upon entering, the trio was warmly greeted by a staff member who promptly escorted them to a serene table by the window. At that moment, it was already past 1 in the afternoon, and the lunch rush had subsided, yet the restaurant was still bustling with patrons. Once seated, Yang Fan handed the menu to Qin Yuxue, encouraging her to order freely. With a playful smile, Qin Yuxue, along with her cousin Chen Qian, began to peruse the menu. Before long, they each selected a dish. Qin Yuxue opted for a steamed wild sea bass, while Chen Qian chose a spicy and sour potato stir-fry. Observing that they had deliberated for some time, yet only settled on these two dishes, Yang Fan teased Qin Yuxue. "What is this, dear classmate? Are you concerned that I might be unable to foot the bill, hence choosing just these two dishes?" "Of course not," Qin Yuxue chuckled lightly. "It's just that we've just disembarked from the plane, and our appetites are a bit diminished, so we decided to order less." She paused before adding, "Moreover, Yang Fan, you must be aware that our country is actively combating food waste. Therefore, when Xiao Qian films us, we should avoid having too many dishes in the frame, otherwise The final video might not pass review. I see. That makes sense. Yang Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Recently, this issue had gained significant attention on social media, and he was somewhat familiar with it. He recalled that he occasionally watched food bloggers on Bilibili and had noticed that ever since the government advocated for reducing food waste, these bloggers had started preparing much smaller portions, leading to fans humorously speculating about whether they were short on funds. Yang Fan was not one to indulge in extravagance. Since Qin Yuxue and her companions preferred not to order an excessive number of dishes, he felt no need to overindulge either. He casually ordered a braised eel and signaled the waiter to serve the food. However, knowing that his old classmates had made the effort to visit his hometown, Yang Fan was determined to host them properly. He intended to make this lunch a simple affair. Planning to procure some exquisite wild abalone from the spot he discovered yesterday in the fishing village, so that Qin Yuxue could savor the delectable taste of top-quality wild abalone. Soon, the table was laden with dishes, and the three of them began to eat amidst laughter and conversation. As Qin Yuxue was a dedicated content creator, her cousin, who served as her photographer, would occasionally lift her camera to capture amusing moments for later editing into videos. Inevitably, Yang Fan found himself in the frame as well. He felt no particular way about it. After all, being handsome held no fear of the lens. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his recent appearances in Qin Yushue's videos would unexpectedly catapult him to fame, garnering a legion of admirers. During their meal, Yang Fan and Qin Yuxue engaged in delightful conversation, reminiscing about amusing anecdotes from their university days and sharing experiences from their lives after graduation. Naturally, Qin Yuxue was intrigued by Yang Fan's sudden decision to resign from his job in the bustling metropolis and return to his hometown fishing village. She directly inquired about this choice. Yang Fan, feeling no obligation to elaborate, simply expressed his weariness of city life and his desire to return to the village. Although Qin Yuxue sensed a hint of disinterest in his explanation, she refrained from pressing further. Their pleasant lunch concluded amidst cheerful banter. Afterward, Yang Fan guided Qin Yuxue and her cousin, Chen onto the ferry. While Qin Yuxue had previously experienced luxurious cruises, this was her first ride on a modest passenger ferry, which she found quite intriguing. She eagerly asked her cousin to capture a video of the experience. Upon disembarking from the ferry and arriving in town, Yang Fan hailed a three-wheeled motorcycle taxi. After a bumpy ride along several kilometers of mountainous roads, they finally reached the fishing village. Wow, the natural scenery here is truly breathtaking. Upon arriving at the Jing village, both Qin Yuxue and Chen gasped in astonishment. This quaint fishing village, though somewhat isolated and underdeveloped, was nestled against mountains on three sides and faced the sea, creating a picturesque landscape. Its seclusion had remarkably preserved the village's unadulterated, rustic charm. Having spent ample time amidst towering skyscrapers, stepping into this idyllic, primordial fishing village instantly rejuvenated Qin Yuxue, leaving her feeling refreshed and invigorated. Yang Fan, I now understand a bit more about your desire to return home. Honestly, if given the chance, I would be more than willing to spend some time living in such a beautiful little fishing village. After admiring the picturesque scenery of the fishing village for a while, Qin Yuxue turned to Yang Fan, smiling as she remarked, Haha, it's not too bad. If you, my old classmate, enjoy this place, you are welcome to stay at my home for a longer period. Yang Fan chuckled in response. Hiki, we'll see. Hearing Yang Fan's invitation, Qin Yuxue glanced at him and stifled a giggle. Subsequently, Yang Fan led Qin Yuxue and her companions to his home. Interestingly, they encountered a few ladies from the same village along the way. Upon seeing Yang Fan accompany two city girls, they playfully teased him, asking if he was bringing his girlfriends home. Yang Fan quickly clarified with a smile that they were merely classmates. Fortunately, the ladies spoke in a local dialect that Qin Yuxue could not comprehend. Otherwise, she might have blushed under the barrage of their lively banter. Before long, Yang Fan brought Qin Yuxue and the others to his residence. Wow, Yang Fan, your three-story villa is truly impressive, and it even boasts such a spacious yard. Qin Yuxue exclaimed upon seeing his home. If this were in the city, I reckon your seaside villa estate would cost at least tens of millions. Haha, it's just average. Yang Fan modestly replied. After unlocking the large iron gate with a key, Yang Fan gestured graciously to Qin Yuxue, saying, Dear old classmate, welcome to my humble abode. Thank you. Qin Yuxue beamed as she stepped inside. Upon entering, Qin Yushue's attention was immediately captivated by the lush vegetable patch nestled in the corner of the yard. She gasped in awe. No way, Yang Fan, you even grow vegetables in your yard? Yang Fan chuckled and explained, the yard is quite expansive. And a bare patch wouldn't be appealing, so I decided to cultivate a small vegetable garden yesterday. What kinds of vegetables are you growing? They look so vibrant and lovely. May I take a look? Qin Yuxue inquired with curiosity. Of course, Yang Fan nodded, leading her to the vegetable patch. He pointed to the verdant cherry tomato seedlings, saying, these are cherry tomato plants. They're thriving. If you come by a little later, you might even get to taste the tomatoes I grow. Really? They look fantastic. The leaves are so lush and green. They seem almost as if they could drip with water. To be honest, I've never seen such vibrant plants before, Qin Yuxue remarked, admiring the flourishing seedlings. They are indeed quite green, Yang Fan smiled, explaining that he had nurtured them with a special irrigation system. Yang Fan, I feel like you have a knack for farming. Why not consider cultivating a larger piece of land for greenhouse planting? After taking an appreciative glance at the lush green seedlings of cherry tomatoes, Qin Yuxue playfully teased Yang Fan. To her surprise, Yang Fan found himself genuinely intrigued by her light-hearted jest. He pondered for a moment and realized that this idea held considerable merit. Given that the golden drops had such a remarkable effect on plants, he could certainly establish a greenhouse to cultivate various fruits and vegetables. Although he did not require this endeavor for financial gain, the prospect of engaging in such a pastime seemed quite delightful. Furthermore, the greenhouse would afford Yang Fan the opportunity to experiment, observing whether different fruits and vegetables would yield varied results under the nurturing of the golden drops. With this thought in mind, he promptly incorporated the idea of greenhouse cultivation into his future plans. Chapter 39. Then we shall reside on the third floor contemplating the notion of greenhouse farming. Yang Fan smiled at Qin Yuxue and remarked, I must admit, dear old classmate, your suggestion is quite commendable. I accept it. Once I find some leisure time, I shall set about creating a greenhouse to grow vegetables and such. Wait, are you serious? Qin Yuxue blinked in bewilderment, thinking to herself that she had merely been joking, not expecting him to take it to heart. Indeed, I am quite serious. Yang Fan smiled lightly, offering no further explanation. Well, Yang Fan, you truly excel, balancing fishing and farming with such finesse. Qin Yuxue covered her mouth and chuckled. Although Yang Fan spoke with utmost seriousness, she sensed he was jesting, so she paid little mind to it. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Yang Fan led Qin Yuxue into the house. This time, Qin Yuxue and her cousin, who was a photographer, had not brought much with them, just a small suitcase containing some clothes and equipment for video recording and editing. Upon entering the living room on the first floor, Yang Fan, holding Qin Yuxue's suitcase, inquired, Old classmate, my house has rooms on both the second and third floors. Which floor would you and your cousin prefer to stay on? Upon hearing this, Qin Yuxue did not respond directly but playfully countered, Which floor do you reside on? I live on the third floor. Then we shall stay on the third floor as well. Qin Yuxue replied with a bright smile. That works too. Let us head upstairs. Yang Fan nodded in agreement. With that, he carried the suitcase and escorted Qin Yuxue and her cousin to the third floor. The third floor contained only 3 rooms, one occupied by Yang Fan himself. Another transformed into a study, leaving only one vacant room, conveniently adjacent to Yang Fan's. Initially, Yang Fan had considered placing her in a room on the second floor. But since she was content to share the same floor, he felt no need to decline. After all, sharing a floor did not equate to sharing a room. Guiding Qin Yuxue and her cousin to their designated room, Yang Fan opened the door and said, This is the room. The decor is rather ordinary, but the space is quite ample. I trust you will find it satisfactory? Yes, indeed. We are quite pleased. Qin Yuxue and her cousin, Qin Xian, nodded enthusiastically after surveying the room. The room's decor was actually quite nice. Though it lacked the opulence of urban luxury apartments, it exuded a certain warmth and refinement. Furthermore, given the expansive area typical of self-built rural homes, the room offered a splendid view and generous space. Not to mention, it boasted a sea view. One could gaze upon the ocean simply by opening the window. Surely, anyone not overly particular would not object to staying here. Well then, you may reside here for the next few days. I will fetch the bed linens and covers shortly. They were freshly purchased on the day I returned home and washed just a few days ago, so you can use them with confidence, Yang Fan assured them. All right. Thank you for your thoughtful hospitality, old classmate. Qin Yuxue beamed gratefully. It is my pleasure. Having the opportunity to host a star like you is indeed an honor. Yang Fan jested. Oh, come on, stop teasing me. Qin Yuxue retorted playfully, giving Yang Fan a playful eye roll. Haha, Yang Fan smiled and then asked Qin Yuxue, "By the way, old classmate, do you and your cousin need to take a break? After such a long journey, you must be tired." Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Qin Yuxue immediately shook her head with a smile, saying, "Not at all. We don't need to rest. Yang Fan, let's tidy up a bit and then head out to the sea. I can hardly wait to experience fishing with you." "Really? No need for a break?" "Absolutely not." "All right then, you two get organized, and once you're ready, I'll take you out to fish." "Wow, is that true? We are going fishing? I am very interested in fishing." Hearing that Yang Fan would take her out to sea, Qin Yushue's eyes sparkled with excitement. For someone like her, who grew up in an inland city, the prospect of fishing at sea was undoubtedly a thrilling experience. "Indeed, I will ensure you have a wonderful experience." Seeing Qin Yuxue so exhilarated, Yang Fan chuckled to himself, pondering how this old classmate, despite being a prominent online personality, appeared so naive. After deciding to go fishing, Qin Yuxue and her cousin quickly set down their luggage, tidied up, and then picked up their filming equipment. As Yang Fan and his companions prepared themselves, they set forth towards Yang Hongtao's residence. The purpose of their visit was to borrow a boat and fishing rods, reflecting on the inconvenience of relying on others for fishing equipment. Yang Fan resolved to purchase a speedboat and various fishing gear in the upcoming days. Although his finances were not yet sufficient for a large fishing vessel, a speedboat was within his reach. Possessing a speedboat would greatly facilitate his future maritime excursions, allowing for swifter travel compared to traditional fishing boats, thereby conserving precious time on the water. After a brief walk, the trio soon arrived at Yang Hongtao's home. Prior to their departure, Yang Fan had already messaged Yang Hongtao, who was now prepared and waiting at his doorstep. Upon seeing Yang Fan accompanied by two beautiful city girls, one of whom possessed striking long legs akin to a starlet, Yang Hongtao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Simultaneously, a fervent curiosity ignited within him. No wonder Yang Fan had claimed he had prior engagements and wouldn't be fishing today. He had gone to the city to fetch these lovely ladies. The previous evening, Yang Hongtao had inquired whether they would be fishing again, to which Yang Fan had indicated he had errands in the city. Little did he expect that those errands involved escorting two stunning girls back. Yang Hongtao couldn't help but grin, reminiscent of a giddy ant, as he watched Yang Fan and Qin Yuxue approach, engaged in lively conversation. Chapter 40. Fishing Expedition. Qin Yuxue initiates a live stream at this juncture, upon reaching the exterior of Yang Hongtao's yard. Yang Fan instructed Qin Yuxue and the others to wait briefly while he entered Yang Hongtao's home. Yang Hongtao immediately approached with a mischievous grin. He gestured toward the two lovely ladies, Qin Yuxue, outside the courtyard, and, with an air of gossip, inquired of Yang Fan, Fan, it seems you have quite the charm. Just a few days back in the fishing village, and already two beautiful girls have come seeking your company. Come on, confess. What is your relationship with these enchanting ladies?" Seeing his friend dive straight into gossip, Yang Fan rolled his eyes. "What relationship could there possibly be? We are merely acquaintances. One is my university classmate, and the other is her cousin. They came to the fishing village to experience the thrill of ocean fishing. Specifically to experience ocean fishing in our village? TSK, city folk sure know how to have fun. By the way, Fan, which one is your classmate? Is it that stunning girl with the long legs?" "Yes, the one with the long legs. I must say, you have quite the keen eye. Were you not just staring at her legs?" Yang Fan shot a glare at him. How could I not? Your classmate's legs are so long that it's impossible not to steal a glance." Yang Hongtao scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. "Enough with the nonsense. They are waiting outside. Have you prepared everything? Hand it over if you're ready," Yang Fan chided, eager to cut the banter short. It's all ready. I even prepared a basin of bait for you, just in time for your fishing adventure. You must catch a few fish to impress your charming classmate." "Impress? Nonsense. Just hand over the items swiftly," Yang Fan retorted with an eye roll. All right, Fan, just wait a moment." Yang Hongtao smiled as he went to the living room and retrieved two fishing rods, a basin of bait, and a box of sea centipede lures, which he handed over to Yang Fan. "All right, thank you. If I catch any fish later, I'll give you a few as a token of appreciation," Yang Fan said with a smile as he accepted the items. "Between brothers, there's no need for thanks. Hurry along, don't keep the girl waiting." Yang Hongtao waved his hand with a grin. "Well then, I shall take my leave." After departing from Yang Hongtao's place, Yang Fan guided Qin Yuxue and her cousin to the small dock in the village. With familiarity, he located the old fishing boat belonging to Yang Hongtao and invited the two young women aboard. just as he was about to ignite the engine and set sail. Qin Yushui suddenly smiled mischievously at Yang Fan and said, "Yang Fan, I've just had the urge to go live streaming. You don't mind, do you? Live streaming? Sure, go ahead." Yang Fan replied with a smile, completely unfazed. Although he seldom watched live broadcasts as a young man, he was quite open to the idea and did not mind Qin Yushui streaming in his presence. Then you must help me catch a few more fish later, so I can show off to my fans." Upon receiving Yang Fan's agreement, Qin Yushui's face lit up with delight. "Haha, no problem." Yang Fan chuckled and then promptly started the boat, leaving the dock behind. As he piloted the vessel, Yang Fan's keen eyes scanned the waters, searching for the best spots where fish might be plentiful. Meanwhile, Qin Yushui instructed her cousin, Chen Qian, to take out her phone and set up the live stream. Qin Yushui chose to broadcast on Douyin, where she boasted the highest number of followers, exceeding 8 million, although she primarily focused on creating videos and rarely live-streamed. Her streams attracted an impressive audience, instantly drawing in hundreds of viewers as soon as she went live. Most of her fans were devoted followers, who, having become accustomed to scrolling through Douyin daily, eagerly entered her stream the moment it began. "Wow, the fairy Yushui is actually live-streaming. So exciting, let us celebrate." Indeed, it's a rare occasion for our little fairy to go live. I must record the entire session to relive it later. "Hey, you up there, don't just drink. What about your little fairy? I think you're dreaming." "Excuse me, it's clearly mine. What a bunch of clowns. Always claiming my girlfriend is yours. Don't you have any shame? Seriously, you all boast so much. Who's the one making a fool of themselves? Come on, wake up, you fools." As soon as the stream began, the barrage of comments flooded in, predominantly from male fans engaging in playful banter. Seeing the amusing and playful comments, Qin Yushui chuckled. Accustomed to such antics, she then smiled at the camera and said, "Good afternoon, everyone. Let me show you the ocean. Isn't it beautiful and blue?" As soon as she finished speaking, her cousin Chen Qian adeptly zoomed out the camera, capturing the vast expanse of the shimmering sea. Upon witnessing the stunning ocean, the viewers in the live chat erupted with excitement. "Wow, what a beautiful blue ocean. I was just focused on the fairy. I didn't even notice she was out at sea. Absolutely. This sea is so much bluer and cleaner than the one I saw during my trip to Xiamen. I completely agree. Oh, dear fairy, from whence does this azure sea arise? Surely you have journeyed to Hawaii or Australia. I surmise that you might be in the Maldives. Perhaps in Sanya." Observing the comments, all are speculating the origin of this splendid ocean. With a gentle smile, Qin Yushui explained, "Dear friends, this enchanting sea is neither abroad nor in Sanya. I find myself in a charming little fishing village in Beihai City, China. As for the reason behind the extraordinary blueness of the water, I shall invite my local friend to provide the answer." Upon completing her statement, the photographer, her cousin Chen Qian, promptly grasped the cue and swiftly directed the camera towards Yang Fan, who was steering the boat at the bow. Chapter 41. Do you perceive me merely as a live-streaming tool? As Yang Fan navigated the boat, he was taken aback when the camera-wielding young lady suddenly directed her lens towards him. Blinking in surprise, he wondered what was happening. Was he being broadcast live? Yang Fan, the viewers in my live stream are quite curious about why the sea in your hometown is so blue and beautiful. Why don't you enlighten them? Noticing Yang Fan's bewilderment, Qin Yushui playfully smiled at him. In response, Yang Fan rolled his eyes. Clearly, his old classmate intended to employ him as a mere prop for her live stream. In fact, from the moment Qin Yushui began her broadcast, Yang Fan had suspected he might soon find himself in the role of her assistant. Although he was not well versed in live streaming, he understood that streamers often recruit such helpers to enliven the atmosphere. With only him and the photographer, Chen Qian, aboard the boat, who else could Qin Yushui possibly choose for this role? Resigned to his fate, Yang Fan shrugged, accepting his position as a mere tool for the live stream. He then confidently addressed the camera. "As for why the sea in my hometown is so blue, I suppose there isn't anything particularly special about it. Perhaps it's because my hometown is rather remote and hasn't been excessively developed or polluted, allowing the water to remain cleaner than in many popular coastal cities in the country." Upon hearing Yang Fan's explanation, numerous comments flooded in, echoing their agreement. Indeed, this handsome guy speaks the truth. Many popular coastal cities in our country have terribly polluted waters that are far from appealing. Yes, many cities discharge vast amounts of sewage or industrial wastewater into the sea, causing the coastal waters to grow increasingly murky. The situation is dire. And while the ocean is indeed suffering from severe pollution, It must be said that no snowflake is innocent in an avalanche. Each of us bears some responsibility for the degradation of our natural environment. And thus we should all enhance our environmental awareness and strive to protect our oceans and our planet. 10,086. The comment above perfectly encapsulates my sentiments. However, amidst the discussions regarding ocean pollution and environmental conservation, other comments began to emerge, shifting the focus to different topics of food-loving. Anime enthusiast girl chimed in. I wholeheartedly agree with your thoughts on environmental protection, but may I timidly ask, is everyone solely focused on whether the sea is blue? Am I the only one who noticed this suddenly appearing young man? He is truly handsome. A charming older sister replied. No, you're not alone, girl. I've noticed him too. Hige, his looks are simply stunning. A beautiful young lady added. 1. This young man possesses an undeniable beauty. I'm in love. Does he have a girlfriend? If not, I could be interested. A cute girl named Xiaojing inquired. Sister Yushue, who is this young man? He is so handsome. Please introduce us. As the barrage of comments flowed in the live stream, the conversation unexpectedly veered off course. Initially, the chat was predominantly filled with male fans, given that Qin Yushue has a larger male following. However, with the appearance of Yang Fan, the previously silent female fans began to express their enthusiasm. They were undoubtedly captivated by Yang Fan's handsome visage. To be candid, Yang Fan's looks are truly remarkable. He has always been regarded as a heartthrob. And following his transformation in Dragon Ball, both his physique and charisma have significantly improved, making him appear even more charming and radiant than before. It can be confidently asserted that with his current looks and physique, Yang Fan could easily outshine a multitude of young idols in the entertainment industry. For he possesses not only striking features, but also a commanding presence, exuding an undeniable aura of masculinity. It is no exaggeration to say that should Yang Fan remove his short-sleeve shirt, revealing his chiseled six-pack abs and well-defined pectoral muscles, some of the eager female fans in the chat might very well be left mesmerized. As comments flooded in asking who Yang Fan was, several female fans eagerly requested introductions, prompting Qin Yushue to chuckle softly to herself. She had anticipated this reaction. As a seasoned content creator, she understood the barrage culture prevalent among today's youth. And she was fully aware that with Yang Fan's looks and charm, his mere presence on screen would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among female fans in the chat. Observing the starry-eyed comments from the female audience, Qin Yushue could not help but tease. Dear sisters in the chat, this dashing young man is my university classmate Yang Fan, and he is still single. For those interested in an introduction, please message me privately with a full-body photo, and I will see if I can play matchmaker. With that, Qin Yushue, for the sake of the live stream, took a seat next to Yang Fan, allowing both to be captured in the frame together. As they appeared side by side, the barrage of comments became even more animated. Chapter 42. A talented gathering in the live stream. Wow. Did you all notice how well-matched the host and this handsome young man named Yang Fan appear sitting together? Indeed, one exudes sunny charm, while the other radiates elegance and beauty, a perfect pairing. Absolutely. Upon seeing them, I was instantly reminded of the phrase, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Precisely, a talented man and a beautiful woman. I wholeheartedly agree. I raise both hands in agreement. I even raise both feet in support. Ladies, what are you waiting for? Let's fill the screen with comments about their perfect match. Perfect match. Perfect match 10,086. In the live stream, the female fans gazed upon Yang Fan and Qin Yushue seated together, instantly feeling that they were a perfect match. Both individuals possess striking beauty, commendable physiques, and an admirable aura, and their joint appearance exuded a palpable sense of chemistry. However, the male fans held a different perspective. Even though they might have privately acknowledged the compatibility of Yang Fan and Qin Yushue, they would not openly admit it. Consequently, upon witnessing the barrage of comments proclaiming their suitability, the male fans felt a pang of heartache and quickly retorted, Hey, what are you all talking about? I oppose this union. The fairy belongs to me. Indeed, I too oppose this match. I vehemently oppose this union. Opposition 99,999. As the male fans collectively voiced their dissent, the female fans began to mock them. Oh, you oppose? What right do you have to oppose? This talented young man and beautiful woman are certainly beyond the reach of you peculiar creatures. Haha, a sharp rebuttal. Oops. I couldn't help but burst out laughing at that comment, and I accidentally sprayed a mouthful of soda on my deskmate's face. Now she has picked up a pencil sharpener to retaliate against me. How should I explain this? Faced with such ridicule, The male fans in front of the screen felt utterly defeated. Subsequently, the two factions engaged in a frenzied exchange of comments, causing the screen to be inundated with a flurry of messages. As the banter intensified, Qin Yuxue began to sweat slightly. She realized that her audience was indeed quite talented. Witnessing the conversation veer off course, she had no choice but to redirect the topic. All right, enough of that. Let us move on. Now, I have a question for you all. Can you guess what my purpose is for going out to sea? There's a prize for the right answer. Indeed. As Qin Yuxue shifted the subject, the comments rapidly returned to a more conventional rhythm. Where to? Are you perhaps planning to sail to a small island for a survival adventure? What survival adventure? Our little fairy is more likely to be on a vacation. Miss Streamer. I bet you're going diving, right? To be honest, with Yushue's adventurous spirit, I would guess she is going surfing. Come on. What nonsense are you all spouting? The presence of fishing rods and bait on the boat should have clued you in. I think our fairy is going fishing. Upon reading that comment, Qin Yuxue smiled and responded, Bingo. This observant friend has keen eyes. Indeed, I am going out to sea to fish with my friend. Wow, the streamer can fish too? I can't fish, but my friend, the handsome fisherman sitting next to me, can. He will teach me how to fish later. Hearing Qin Yushue's words, the comments instantly filled with queries. Oh, did you not just say that this handsome young man is your university classmate? How can you now refer to him as a fisherman? Indeed, indeed. How could someone as dashing as Yang Fan possibly be a mere fisherman? Exactly. Can a fisherman possess skin as flawless as Yang Fan's? Upon noticing the barrage of comments discussing this topic, Qin Yuxue immediately directed her gaze towards Yang Fan. She intended to have him interact with the viewers regarding this matter, but upon observing that he appeared to be engrossed in steering the boat, she refrained from interrupting him. Subsequently, she explained to the audience, you may not be aware, but my classmate is quite carefree. Just a few days ago, he resigned from his position at a bank and returned to his hometown fishing village. As soon as Qin Yuxue uttered these words, the comments section erupted in surprise. What? Did I hear that correctly? This young man actually quit a good job at a bank to return to his hometown fishing village as a fisherman? Why would he do such a thing? It seems utterly unwarranted. Could it be that he suffered some significant blow? Most likely, the young lady mused. I suspect this gentleman must have encountered a heartless woman in the bustling metropolis, leading to his resolute decision to escape that sorrowful place. Is that true, young man? Did you indeed meet a heartless woman? Fear not, for if she rejected you, she must have been blind. Come to me, and I shall care for you tenderly. Chapter 43. The devotee has nothing. While Qin Yuxue engaged in conversation with the live stream audience, Yang Fan remained vigilant, scanning the waters for an opportune spot to cast his line. After sailing for approximately half an hour, he finally discovered a location teeming with fish. It was an oyster bed roughly a kilometer ahead, which concealed a variety of fish beneath its surface, including sea bass, bluefish, small sharks, black bream, and yellow bream. Most notably, there were several sizable schools of fish that appeared to be ideal for fishing. Yang Fan swiftly turned the boat around and navigated towards the vicinity of the oyster farming area. This oyster zone is essentially a locale where others cultivate oysters in the sea. Such areas often serve as havens for fish, making them popular spots for netting or angling. Indeed, prior to Yang Fan's arrival, 2 vessels were already anchored nearby, engaged in fishing. However, the fishermen did not appear to be from Dejing village, and Yang Fan was unfamiliar with them. Upon reaching the area, he sought out a location abundant with fish and anchored his boat. While joyfully interacting with the barrage of comments, Qin Yuxue noticed the sudden halt of the vessel and inquired, Yang Fan, why have you stopped the boat? Have we arrived at the fishing spot? Yang Fan nodded thoughtfully, remarking that the fishing prospects in the oyster zone were likely promising, and suggested they fish there for the day. With that, he produced the bait and began to scatter it into the sea in generous handfuls. The moment the bait touched the water, a multitude of fish, both large and small, swiftly converged, eagerly vying for the morsels. The spectacle was indeed magnificent, though it unfolded in the depths of 20 to 30 meters, visible only to Yang Fan's keen eyes. Observing that the bait had successfully attracted the fish, Yang Fan promptly retrieved 2 sea fishing rods, meticulously affixing sea centipede lures to each. He then cast the rods with vigor, ensuring his lines landed precisely where the fish congregated most densely. With both hooks accurately positioned amidst the swarm, he handed one of the rods to the nearby Qin Yuxue, saying, Here, take this rod. Keep an eye on the float. If it dips below the surface, it means you've hooked a fish. Qin Yuxue gleefully accepted the fishing rod from Yang Fan's hands and inquired, Hee hee, young fan, this is my first time fishing. How long do you think it will take before we catch something? It should be soon, right? Young fan smiled. The spot where he cast his line was teeming with fish. It was likely that an unfortunate soul would soon be caught. No sooner had he uttered these words than, indeed, a commotion arose. Suddenly, the line in Young Fan's hand twitched. Simultaneously, the buoy on the surface of the water plunged dramatically downward. A fish has taken the bait. Young Fan smiled briefly, then skillfully raised the rod and swiftly reeled in the line. Before long, a sea bass weighing approximately 3 pounds broke the surface of the water. Watching Young Fan scoop up the lively fish with a landing net, Qin Yushua blinked her large eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Is it really true, Young Fan? Are your fishing skills this remarkable? It has barely been a minute since you cast your line, and you've already caught such a sizable fish." "Haha, it's quite ordinary," he replied. Young Fan smiled modestly, then proceeded to toss the sizable bass he had caught into the live well aboard the boat for safekeeping. Once he had ensured the bass was well cared for, he reattached the sea centipede and lowered the hook once more. "Ah, Young Fan, my float is moving." Before long, Qin Yushue also noticed her float suddenly jolt vigorously and exclaimed, Young Fan, my hook has caught a fish. What should I do?" What do you mean, what should you do? If you've hooked a fish, just lift the rod and reel it in," Young Fan replied, somewhat speechless at Qin Yushue's flustered demeanor. "But I don't know how." As she watched her float bob frantically, Qin Yushue appeared frantic and flustered, urging, "Young Fan, hurry. Come teach me. Don't let the fish escape." "All right, fine." Young Fan, with a wry smile, extended his hand to grasp the fishing rod of Qin Yushua, guiding her meticulously through the intricacies of lifting the rod, reeling in the line, and maneuvering the fish. It was evident that Qin Yushua was a novice in the art of fishing, her technique markedly unrefined. However, under Young Fan's patient tutelage and support, she ultimately succeeded in bringing the hooked fish to the surface. As a sizable yellow croaker, weighing over a pound, broke through the water's surface, Young Fan swiftly retrieved the net to secure the catch. Qin Yushua, brimming with joy, exclaimed, "Wow, did you see that, Young Fan? I've caught a big fish too. Haha. I'm truly amazing." Young Fan smiled silently. It was her first fishing experience, and she had already caught a fish weighing over a pound, much to Qin Yushua's ecstatic delight. She immediately set down her fishing rod, bent over, and triumphantly lifted the large yellow croaker from the net, holding it aloft with both hands as she playfully remarked to the camera, "Did you see that? I caught a big fish right away. Don't you think my fishing skills are impressive?" Upon hearing her words, the comments erupted. "Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. The little fairy's proud expression is simply adorable." Indeed, it was charming. However, one must admit, dear little fairy, your fishing skills are not only unimpressive but rather abysmal. Just moments ago, while you were reeling in the fish, it nearly slipped off the hook multiple times. Honestly, if it weren't for the timely intervention of that young man beside you, that fish would have surely escaped. Humph. It's her first time fishing. Catching anything at all is quite commendable. Exactly. Our little fairy is the most beautiful and talented. Assessment complete. Those two up there are hopeless admirers. Truly, their flattery knows no bounds. You can still praise a streamer with such poor fishing skills. They are undoubtedly die-hard fans. Humph. What's wrong with being a fan? We have all sorts of fans. Nonsense. Fans have nothing at all. Chapter 44. Caught a big fish. Due to the abundance of fish at this fishing spot, Young Fan and Qin Yushua continued to reel in fish after fish. Within half an hour, they had caught over 10 fish, most of which were over a pound. This brought immense joy to Qin Yushua. For someone fishing for the first time, the thrill of continuously catching large fish was simply exhilarating. However, for Young Fan, the thrill had begun to wane. The true joy of fishing lies in the element of surprise and anticipation. One can never know if a fish will bite at the next moment. Yet, Young Fan had already discerned the conditions of the sea with clarity, and for him, the thrill of anticipation had faded entirely. There is a saying that if you want to quickly break away from an addictive game, you should cheat, as the greatest joy of competitive gaming will swiftly vanish thereafter. Young Fan is currently in such a situation. Utilizing cheats allows him to discern where the fish are and where they are not. Yet it simultaneously renders the experience somewhat lackluster. Consequently, after catching a few fish, Young Fan decided to engage in a form of blind fishing. He no longer cast his line at the previously baited spot, but instead flung his hook into the distant waters. This time, he did not seek to discern the underwater conditions, leaving him uncertain of whether fish lurked in that particular area. Consequently, he felt he had shed any semblance of dishonesty, and the joy of fishing was somewhat rekindled within him. Upon witnessing Yang Fan's sudden change of fishing location, Qin Yushui curiously inquired, "Yang Fan, wasn't there an abundance of fish where we were fishing earlier? Why have you suddenly chosen to fish elsewhere?" Yang Fan chuckled dismissively and remarked, "There are indeed plenty of fish over there, but I doubt there are any substantial ones. It feels rather unexciting to fish without the thrill of catching something significant. So I thought I might try a different spot in hopes of reeling in a fish weighing over 10 pounds. Upon hearing his words, Qin Yushui immediately rolled her eyes and said, "All right, you're quite something. You have fish to catch, and yet you're not satisfied. You're yearning for a 10-pounder. In response, Yang Fan simply smiled and shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further. Thus, as Yang Fan cast his line into the uncharted waters, several minutes passed without a single bite. Despite the prolonged silence from the depths, he remained unperturbed, continuing to wait leisurely. Meanwhile, Qin Yushui continued to reel in fish, soon boasting about her catch of 5 or 6, which made her quite giddy. She then teased Yang Fan, "Hee, Yang Fan, I've already caught 5 or 6 fish during this time. Why haven't you had any luck?" Observing her exuberance, Yang Fan felt a twinge of exasperation. After waiting a few more minutes, with still no action, he contemplated pulling up the line to check if his bait had been taken. Just then, he noticed a sudden movement in the bobber. Following that, Yang Fan felt the line in his hand plunge sharply downwards with considerable force. Was he finally hooked onto a big one? Yang Fan raised an eyebrow, his gaze instinctively drifting towards the sea. To his astonishment, he beheld an enormous shadow lurking beneath the waters where he had cast his line. My goodness, what kind of fish is this? It's colossal. Chapter 45, The Over 100-Pound Dragon Grouper. Yang Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. His vision was exceptionally clear underwater, allowing him to distinctly observe a colossal fish swimming several dozen meters away in the sea. This fish was astonishingly massive, undoubtedly exceeding 100 pounds. The sight left Yang Fan momentarily speechless. Logically, considering he was in the nearshore waters, there shouldn't be such large fish lurking about. The sea bass he had just caught, weighing merely a few pounds, would be regarded as a formidable specimen in this area. Yet, when placed beside this enormous fish, that few-pound sea bass would seem like a mere novice. Yang Fan carefully scrutinized the colossal fish before him and immediately recognized its identity. It was a grouper, specifically the majestic dragon grouper. Also known as the piglet grouper, its scientific name is Epinephelus lanceolatus, and the term giant in its name speaks volumes. Typically, a mature dragon grouper exceeds 60 centimeters in length and weighs over 70 to 80 kilograms. Its body is elongated and oval-shaped, with a laterally compressed form, a large mouth, and its skin adorned with dark greenish-black spots. The dragon grouper before him appeared to be over a meter long, undoubtedly weighing more than 100 kilograms, which could be considered a medium size among its kind, as they can grow to an astounding weight of over 300 kilograms. Gazing at this magnificent creature in the sea, Yang Fan was instantly filled with exhilaration. Just moments ago, he had lamented the lack of excitement in fishing, and now, here it was, the thrill had finally arrived. "Hey, Yang Fan, why the sudden excitement? Have you caught a big one?" Qin Yushui, observing Yang Fan's sudden enthusiasm, inquired with curiosity. "Aha, yes, indeed. I've hooked a giant." Yang Fan smiled at her, then promptly stood up to begin reeling in the fish. A creature of such considerable weight, exceeding 100 pounds, possesses immense strength. A moment's inattention could easily result in a snapped line and a lost catch. Thus, Yang Fan was fully prepared for an arduous battle with this formidable fish. The protagonist Santiago from The Old Man in the Sea caught a giant marlin and subsequently engaged in a grueling struggle with it for several days, of course. That marlin was even larger, weighing around 700 or 800 pounds. Upon hearing Yang Fan mention the capture of an exceptionally large fish, Qin Yushui's brows arched with curiosity. An exceptionally large fish? Yang Fan, just how big is it? Yang Fan, while skillfully reeling in the fish, glanced back briefly and remarked, "I reckon it must weigh at least over 100 jin." Upon hearing this, Qin Yushui's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth forming an adorable ah shape. "How much? Over 100 jin? My goodness, is that for real? Just how enormous must that fish be?" "Haha, well, it's certainly very large. You'll see once I reel it in." Yang Fan chuckled softly, continuing to fish. As a boy raised in a fishing village, he had certainly caught his fair share of fish, but he had never encountered one of this size before. The largest fish he had previously caught weighed merely a dozen pounds. Yang Fan was filled with excitement, yet a tinge of nervousness coursed through him. After all, successfully reeling in this colossal fish, weighing over 100 pounds, would pose a significant challenge to his angling skills. As time progressed, Yang Fan employed the technique known as long line control fishing to engage in an arduous battle of wits and strength with an enormous grouper lurking in the depths of the sea. The long line control fishing method is a commonly used technique for reeling in large fish after they have been caught. When a sizable fish is hooked, one must not hastily reel in the line. Otherwise, even the sturdiest of lines could snap instantly. It is essential to maintain a balance of tension, keeping the line at approximately 25 to 30 meters. To successfully land the large fish, one must master the principle of tight when the fish is loose, and loose when the fish is tight. This means that the control of the fishing line must be precise, neither too tight nor too slack. Excessive tension can lead to a broken line, while insufficient tension allows the fish to conserve energy. Maintaining an optimal level of tension is crucial, as it compels the formidable creature to remain in a state of exertion, thereby gradually depleting its strength. After approximately half an hour of this intense struggle, the battle continued. After a prolonged struggle, Yang Fan finally managed to exhaust the enormous grouper. As the fish began to tire, he swiftly reeled it in, gradually pulling it closer to the boat. Before long, when the colossal grouper was approximately 5 or 6 meters from the vessel, it finally surfaced. Chapter 46. Are they trying to deceive us into quitting our jobs to become fishermen? My goodness, this fish is utterly gigantic. As the grouper emerged from the water, Qin Yushue's eyes widened in astonishment, her hand covering her mouth in shock. While Yang Fan had been battling the fish, she had not even attempted to catch her own, instead fixated on the duel between him and the great creature beneath the waves. However, unlike Yang Fan, she could not see through the water, leaving her unaware of just how immense the fish truly was. Now, as it was being reeled in, she finally grasped the sheer might of this grouper weighing over 100 pounds. It was simply colossal. Aside from the sharks she had seen in aquariums, she had never encountered such a large fish up close in real life. Most astonishingly, this grand fish had been caught by Yang Fan. One can only imagine the depth of her astonishment at this moment. Simultaneously, when the grouper broke the surface, the photographer, Chen Qian, gasped in awe and immediately directed her camera towards the sea. As the majestic fish appeared on the live broadcast, the comments section erupted. My goodness, what kind of fish is this? A deep-sea giant? It's simply enormous. Good heavens, such a massive fish. Surely it weighs at least over 100 pounds. Oh my, to think such a large fish could be caught. I am truly in awe. This young man named Yang Fan is incredible. Absolutely remarkable. All right, I must concede. This Yang is indeed a perfect match for the fairy. Your prowess has captivated me, and thus, I bestow upon you my blessing. I declare that the fairy belongs to you from this day forth. What nonsense! Who do you think you are to make such declarations? I still oppose this union. The fairy is mine. Yes, I too disagree. The fairy remains mine. However, I must admit, this young man is astonishing. To catch such a large fish is truly impressive. I am entirely in awe. Hey, enough with the admiration. After all this chatter, does anyone know what kind of fish this magnificent creature is? Exactly. Where is the science expert? Is there anyone in the live chat who can enlighten us? Yes. I too wish to know the origins of this majestic fish, calling all science enthusiasts. Do not rush. The science popularization master is currently searching on Baidu. So please wait a moment. Ahem. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a postdoctoral researcher from the School of Oceanography at Tsinghua University. Allow me to enlighten you. Based on my observations, I assure you, I am not using Baidu. The large fish caught by our host is likely a giant grouper, scientifically known as Epinephelus lanceolatus, also referred to as the pig grouper, which is a large and esteemed species of edible fish. Thank you, Science Popularization Master. You may take your leave now. Thank you. However, I must timidly inquire, does Tsinghua University actually have a school of oceanography? Furthermore, my friend, are you really watching a live stream while being a postdoc? Shouldn't you be in the lab conducting research? Hey, upstairs, can't you keep some things to yourself? Exactly. It suffices that the Science Popularization Master has provided his insights, regardless of his academic affiliation. Indeed, such a lack of decorum. Now that we know this magnificent fish is a giant grouper, might there be another knowledgeable individual who can inform us of its market value? Yes, I too am quite curious about the worth of this fish. Let us summon the next Science Popularization Master. Here he comes. According to my recent search, am I being sincere? The price of wild giant grouper generally starts at over 300 yuan per gene, and the larger the fish, the more valuable it becomes. A wild giant grouper weighing over 60 gene can fetch around 70,000 to 80,000 yuan, while one exceeding 100 gene is priced at a minimum of 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. Goodness, are you saying this young man has caught a fish worth at least 200,000 to 300,000 yuan? My word, to sell a fish for such an amount? That would surpass several years of my salary. Is this a ploy to lure me into quitting my job to become a fisherman? Enough talk. I've already purchased my ticket. I'm off to join Brother Yang for fishing. I must go. I was secretly watching the live stream and have been discovered by my boss, who said he would deduct a day's salary. I intended to endure it. But after witnessing this fisherman catch a fish worth tens of thousands, I cannot hold back. I shall present my resignation to my boss with great flourish and embrace the life of a carefree fisherman. To the one above, stop boasting. If you truly dare to act thus, I will respect you as a man. Meanwhile, the comments in the live stream are flooding in at an astonishing rate. Yang Fan had already worn out the massive grouper, and he continued to reel in the line, gradually bringing the formidable fish alongside the boat. Given its size, it was evident that the landing net was no longer sufficient for the task. Yang Fan began to ponder how he could successfully reel in this big catch. Chapter 47. What a scoundrel! After careful consideration, Yang Fan realized that he seemingly had but one method to hoist the magnificent dragon grouper aboard the vessel. That was to plunge directly into the water and, with his formidable arms, lift the grand creature onto the ship. What other alternatives could there possibly be? Yang Fan never anticipated any alternative method. Thus, once he made up his mind, he leaped into the water without hesitation. Fortunately, the giant grouper had been struggling for nearly an hour after being hooked and was utterly exhausted. Upon entering the water, Yang Fan effortlessly embraced the fish. Although the grouper instinctively summoned its last ounce of strength in a desperate attempt to break free, Yang Fan's body, enhanced by the Dragon Pearl, possessed tremendous power. He tightly held onto the massive grouper and, with a powerful heave, effortlessly tossed it onto the boat. "Wow, Yang Fan, your strength is astonishing," exclaimed Qin Yushiwei, her eyes widening in disbelief as she witnessed him leap into the water and effortlessly hoist the over 100-pound grouper aboard. She was utterly astonished, as were the viewers in her live stream. Holy cow, this fisherman is a werewolf. What incredible strength. Indeed, it was impressive. The grouper, weighing more than 100 pounds, was tossed aboard with ease. Could this guy have been a weightlifter in his youth? Oh my, not only is the young man handsome, but he's also incredibly strong. I'm in love. Yes, yes. How wonderful it would be to be his girlfriend. Snuggling in his strong embrace would surely provide a great sense of security. Oh. Dear fairy sister, please introduce me. I want to have children with him. You mischievous girls, don't set your sights on my husband. After tossing the grouper onto the boat, Yang Fan then effortlessly leapt onto the boat with a push of his hand. As for the large grouper he had tossed onto the vessel, after thrashing about violently for a few moments, it soon ceased its struggles. Having submerged in the water, Yang Fan's clothes were thoroughly soaked, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. Thus, he decided to remove his shirt, intending to wring out the excess water before donning it again. "Ah, Yang Fan, you rogue." Upon witnessing Yang Fan suddenly strip off his shirt, Qin Yushiwei's cheeks flushed crimson, and she instinctively covered her eyes with her hands. Yet, the sight of his alluring and sculpted six-pack abs, along with his well-defined biceps, compelled her to sneak a few glances through her fingers. Wow, Yang Fan's physique is truly remarkable. It seems even more enticing than the fitness enthusiasts I've seen at the gym. Peeking at Yang Fan's nearly flawless form, Qin Yushiwei felt her face grow warm. Her heart raced as if startled by a playful deer. She had never anticipated that this old classmate of hers was not only handsome but possessed such a captivating physique. He was nothing short of a male deity. As the image of Yang Fan, bare-chested, was broadcasted to the live stream, the female audience members erupted in excitement. My heavens, what a divine physique this young man has. I'm utterly enamored. Goodness. Just one glance at that body and my legs feel as if they might give way. Enough already. Seeing this young man's physique has compelled me to retrieve the cucumber I had stored in the fridge. What on earth do you need a cucumber for? Hee hee. What do you think? But seriously, this young man is not only handsome but also boasts a stellar physique. If you were to become a trainee, what would become of Kuan, Fan, and Lulu? Indeed, compared to Yang Fan, those Kuan, Fan, and Lulu are mere trifles. I declare that from this day forth, Yang Fan is my idol. Idol, do you have Douyin or Weibo? I wish to follow you. TSK. I need not say more about this young man's physique. I've already taken a screenshot. In the quiet of the night, when I feel lonely and empty, I can secretly gaze at his photo to soothe my yearning heart. What a screenshot. I've already begun to lick my screen. Not only the female fans, but even some male viewers in the live stream were expressing that young fan's physique was causing them to question their own orientations. Handsome, are you into men? As a staunch heterosexual, I feel my resolve wavering. You must take responsibility. Wow. The person above has remarkable skills. It took me a minute to comprehend. What does that mean? Children, don't ask. It's better you remain unaware to avoid straying down the wrong path. Young fan could not see the barrage of comments, and thus remained unaware of the frenzy with which Chin Yushua was playfully teasing him in her live stream. Yet, even if he were to discover it, he would likely merely chuckle and not take it to heart. However, to be frank, Yang Fan was quite pleased with his current physique. Ever since he acquired the Dragon Ball, he noticed his body transforming for the better day by day, gradually evolving into its present form. With six-pack abs, a defined waist, a chiseled chest, and a pronounced V-line. He possessed a physique that others labored tirelessly in the gym to achieve, while he simply needed to indulge in a few extra hours of slumber to attain it. One must admit, this was rather infuriating. After wringing out his clothes, Young Fan swiftly donned them again. Upon seeing Chin Yushua's charming face flushed with embarrassment as she covered her eyes and chastised him for being mischievous, he shyly replied, I wasn't being mischievous, rather. My clothes were too damp and uncomfortable, so I simply took them off to wring them out. Humph, you could have at least given me a heads up. As Yang Fan put on his clothes, Chin Yushua lowered her hands from her eyes and softly huffed. I thought you wouldn't mind. It's quite common for men to go shirtless in our fishing village, Yang Fan shrugged. Humph, that only means the men in your village are all rascals. Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 48. The dock causes a sensation. His clothes were completely soaked, making him quite uncomfortable. Thus, Yang Fan decided against continuing his fishing endeavors. Moreover, having caught such a magnificent grouper, there was no room left in the boat's live well, prompting the necessity to return swiftly to sell it. Contemplating this, Yang Fan turned to Chin Yushua and proposed, Old classmate, shall we conclude our fishing expedition here and head back? Observing Yang Fan's drenched attire, Chin Yushua immediately showed her understanding by nodding in agreement. Yes, let us hurry back. Your clothes are soaked. You must change quickly, or you might catch a cold. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to the large grouper on the deck, which had ceased its struggles. Curiously, she inquired, Yang Fan, a viewer in my live stream mentioned that this big fish could fetch 200,000 to 300,000. Is that true? That sounds about right. Wild groupers are indeed quite expensive, especially one of this size, which is rare. Selling it to a high-end seafood restaurant could likely bring in that amount, Yang Fan affirmed with a nod. Wow. So you're saying you could earn several 100,000 just from this one fish? Chin Yushua exclaimed, her eyes wide in astonishment. Now I understand why you chose to resign and return to your hometown as a fisherman. Not at all. It's merely good fortune. Under normal circumstances, such a large grouper would not be found near the shore, so today has truly been a stroke of luck. Yang Fan chuckled and shook his head. While it was true that he had previously enjoyed a stroke of luck catching splendid lobsters and wild yellow croakers, today's catch of the magnificent grouper truly felt like an extraordinary twist of fate. After all, luck is indeed a facet of skill. Chin Yushua smiled wistfully. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, she tilted her head playfully, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she fixed her gaze on Yang Fan. By the way, Yang Fan, since we're fishing together, it's only fair that I receive a portion of the proceeds from the sale of this grand fish you've caught, right? Haha. No problem. Once it's sold, I'll share half with you, Yang Fan replied with a grin. Really? You're so generous. Chin Yushua blinked innocently. Of course. Yang Fan affirmed with a serious nod. Well, let us just forget about it. It's enough that you have that intention, but since you caught the fish, I would feel right taking a share, she said, sticking out her tongue adorably. Haha, I truly want to share half with you, but if you're not interested, then so be it. After all, you little rich lady surely aren't short on money. Yang Fan chuckled, fully aware that Chin Yushua was merely jesting with him. It is essential to recognize that this charming young lady is, without a doubt, a true heiress. Firstly, she has blossomed into a prominent internet celebrity, likely earning several million annually simply from her video productions and endorsements. Secondly, her familial background is exceptionally esteemed. Her father is the owner of a publicly listed company in the bustling metropolis, with a fortune exceeding 100 million. while her mother holds a senior position in a state-owned enterprise, earning a remarkable six-figure salary. One could assert that Qin Yuxue has been raised with a proverbial golden key in her hand, and coupled with her ability to generate substantial income. She epitomizes the quintessential young, affluent woman. Frankly speaking, given her perspective, she would hardly regard a dragon grouper worth merely hundreds of thousands, let alone millions, as significant. Moreover, considering Qin Yushue's disposition, even if she were not a wealthy individual, she would likely feel too modest to share such profits with Yang Fan. Her remarks were simply intended to tease him. After exchanging a few playful banter, Yang Fan ignited the flames and set sail for home. En route, he naturally sent a message to Shun Yufei, informing her of yet another impressive catch, a dragon grouper of considerable value, inquiring if she wished to purchase it. Upon receiving this news, Shun Yufei promptly responded, expressing her interest. Witnessing Yang Fan's acquisition of another dragon grouper worth tens of thousands, she felt a surge of astonishment and joy, her heart now firmly convinced that his repeated success in capturing exquisite seafood was no mere stroke of luck. Yang Fan undoubtedly possesses a remarkable talent for fishing, enabling him to frequently catch exquisite seafood. In the eyes of Shun Yufei, he has undoubtedly become her most significant client. With Yang Fan as her supply source, it is likely that her seafood restaurant will not be lacking in premium seafood for a considerable time. However, while Shun Yufei has surmised that Yang Fan possesses exceptional fishing abilities, she remains unaware that his recent capture of the magnificent dragon grouper was purely a stroke of luck. She has established contact with Shun Yufei. Yang Fan navigated his vessel directly back to the village. The reason he did not head to the seafood trading dock in the city was that he had just informed Shun Yufei that if she wished to procure the dragon grouper, she should send someone to the dock at Dejing village to collect it. For Yang Fan, his time was exceedingly precious. It was impractical for him to constantly acquire premium seafood only to make frequent trips to the city to sell it. Spending excessive time at sea would only hinder his endeavors. Thus, he had clearly stated to Shun Yufei that any future transactions would occur at Dejing village, as he would generally refrain from sailing to the city himself. Upon hearing Yang Fan's declaration, Shun Yufei offered no objections. In truth, she had grown to regard Yang Fan, her god of wealth, with utmost deference. She would promptly agree to any of his requests, provided they did not contravene her principles. By the time Yang Fan returned to the village dock, the sun was setting, casting a golden hue over the undulating waves of the sea, creating a picturesque scene that was utterly enchanting. Witnessing this breathtaking sunset over the water, Qin Yuxue was filled with delight, fervently capturing the moment with her phone, while the viewers in her live stream clamored to take screenshots of the stunning vista. After safely mooring the boat, Yang Fan and his companions remained on board, leisurely admiring the magnificent scenery as they awaited Shun Yufei's personnel to collect the dragon grouper. During this interval, several seasoned fishermen from the village, piloting their somewhat decrepit metal fishing boats, returned to the dock. It was no surprise that upon spotting the enormous dragon grouper aboard Yang Fan's vessel, their eyes widened in astonishment. "Hey there, Yang. How on earth did you catch such a sizable fish?" one exclaimed. "This fish must weigh over 100 pounds. How did you manage it?" Another added, incredulously, "My goodness, this fish is remarkable. If I'm not mistaken, it's a dragon grouper, right? That's incredibly valuable. How much could a specimen of this size sell for?" In no time, Yang Fan's impressive catch stirred quite a commotion at the village dock. As word spread, many villagers hurried to the dock to witness the spectacle. A dragon grouper weighing over 100 pounds was indeed a rarity for the inhabitants of Dejing village. Who could resist the allure of such a sight? Chapter 49. Who teases whom well? This is extraordinary. Such a large fish, one villager remarked. Indeed. It must weigh over 100 pounds. I wonder how Yang managed to catch it. I heard this big fish is a dragon grouper. Another chimed in. Yes, it's quite valuable. Rumor has it that this one could fetch 2 to 300,000. 2 to 300,000? Goodness, that means Yang has struck it rich. Who would have thought that not only is Fan exceptionally talented in academics, but he is also remarkably skilled at fishing? I heard that yesterday he and Tao went out to set traps and managed to catch dozens of large grouper, selling them for several tens of thousands of yuan. Is that so? Fan is indeed impressive. His father was the finest fisherman in our village back in the day. It seems Fan has inherited his father's fishing prowess. Indeed, Fan graduated from a prestigious university and apparently secured a position at a bank, yet he has chosen to resign and return to the fishing village. His confidence in his fishing abilities is evident. Undoubtedly, Fan is extraordinary. He excels in both education and fishing. The villagers gathered at the dock, captivated by the excitement, began discussing Yang Fan. The news of his successful fishing trip with Yang Hongtao had already circulated throughout the village, and now, having caught such a large dragon grouper, the villagers were genuinely astonished by his fishing skills. Yang Fan's father was once the unrivaled fishing expert of Dejing village. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to afford a large-capacity fishing vessel or construct the village's most luxurious residence. The neighbors began to speculate that Yang Fan must have inherited his father's fishing techniques. It would make sense for him to return to the village to fish after graduating from a prestigious university otherwise. Hearing the villagers discuss him in this manner, Yang Fan felt a sense of pride rather than the urge to refute them. With his abilities, he is bound to frequently catch valuable and sizable fish, ensuring his reputation will flourish throughout the region. The villagers attributing his success to his father's fishing techniques was, for him, the most favorable outcome. This way, he would need to explain why he consistently catches such impressive fish in the future. Approximately 10 minutes later, a speedboat swiftly approached the dock of Dejing village. On board was Shun Yifei, who, after receiving Yang Fan's message, hurriedly brought 2 employees with her to make the fastest trip to Dejing village for a transaction with him. Upon seeing Yang Fan, Shun Yifei immediately waved with a smile and instructed the boat operator to slowly bring the speedboat alongside Yang Fan's vessel. As the 2 boats drew near, Shun Yifei, with a charming smile, greeted him, "Brother Yang Fan, we meet again." "Hello, Boss Shun." Yang Fan chuckled and nodded at her. Still calling me Boss Shun? Did you not promise to refer to me as Sister Yifei from now on?" Upon hearing Yang Fan's address, Shun Yifei furrowed her brows and feigned annoyance. Very well then, Sister Yifei." Yang Fan touched his nose, still somewhat unaccustomed to being addressed in such a manner. "Hee. That's more like it, Brother Yang Fan." Shun Yifei smiled brightly, then shifted her gaze to the impressive wild grouper on the boat. Upon seeing such a magnificent specimen, Shun Yifei felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. Her newly acknowledged brother, Yang Fan, truly possessed remarkable skill. He had managed to catch a grouper weighing over 100 pounds solely through fishing. This ostensibly charming and harmless young man was indeed extraordinary. After a brief appraisal of the grouper, Shun Yifei did not hesitate and promptly offered Yang Fan a substantial price. "Brother Yang Fan, I am willing to pay 366,000 for this grouper. What do you think of this offer? If it's insufficient, I can certainly increase it." Yang Fan quickly smiled and waved his hand, saying, "That's enough. This price has already exceeded expectations. One could say I am fortunate to be at such an advantage over Sister Yifei." Giggling, he added, "Are you truly not going to raise the price?" Shun Yifei gazed at Yang Fan with sparkling eyes and, with a hint of meaning in her words, remarked, "Dear Brother Yang Fan, in truth, I am quite willing to let you benefit at my expense." Yang Fan was momentarily at a loss. Was this extraordinarily alluring and seductive woman teasing him? To be frank, Yang Fan was rather bashful. And as a young man who had never truly engaged in a romantic relationship, he found it difficult to withstand the playful advances of someone as enticing as Shun Yifei. Observing Yang Fan's cheeks flush from just a single remark of hers, Shun Yifei stifled a giggle, exclaiming, "All right, I won't tease you any further. Since you, dear Yang Fan, do not wish to take advantage of me, let us settle on the price I just mentioned. I shall transfer the funds to you now." With that, she promptly retrieved her phone and transferred 366,000 yuan to Yang Fan. "Thank you, Sister Yifei," he replied. Thus, the transaction concluded smoothly. After the exchange of money and goods was finalized, Shun Yifei did not linger unnecessarily. She bid Yang Fan farewell with a smile and swiftly departed from the dock. The villagers who had gathered to witness the spectacle were astonished to learn that Yang Fan had sold such a prized catch for over 300,000 yuan. They expressed their amazement and began to congratulate him, praising his remarkable skills. Yang Fan merely smiled humbly in response. Once everything was settled, he and Qin Yushue made their way home from the boat. Along the way, Qin Yushue, with a curious glint in her eye, inquired, "Hey, Yang Fan, you seemed quite familiar with that beautiful boss just now. Pray tell, what is your relationship with her? You wouldn't happen to be indulging in a lavish lifestyle, being supported by this wealthy woman, would you?" Yang Fan rolled his eyes in response and then began to retaliate, casting a playful smile at Qin Yushue. "To be honest, old classmate, if I ever desired to be supported by a wealthy woman, you would undoubtedly be my first choice." He continued teasingly, "If that day were to come, would you be willing to pamper me?" Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Qin Yushue's cheeks flushed crimson. She had intended to jest with him, only to find herself the target of his playful banter. Chapter 50. Is young Fan really a steel-hearted man? Upon returning home, the trio noted that it was already around 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, realizing they had yet to dine. Yang Fan felt certain that both Qin Yuxue and her cousin were likely hungry. As the host, he believed he should prepare a sumptuous dinner to entertain them. However, as the saying goes, it is difficult to create a feast without ingredients. His pantry was devoid of rice, leaving him at a loss for preparing a lavish meal. Consequently, this evening, Yang Fan could only offer them a simple dish, exquisite wild abalone noodles. With this in mind, he turned to Qin Yuxue and said, "Old classmate, why don't you and your cousin relax at home for a bit? I need to step out for a moment." Qin Yuxue, puzzled by his sudden departure, queried, "Yang Fan, why are you going out at such a late hour? Is there something you need to attend to?" "Just wait, and you will find out soon enough," he replied. Yang Fan smiled at Qin Yuxue before stepping out clad in fresh attire. This fellow exuded an air of mystery. Observing Yang Fan's retreating figure, Qin Yuxue couldn't help but smirk. Under the cover of dusk, Yang Fan made his way to the seaside. Without uttering a word, he plunged directly into the water, swiftly navigating towards the rocky area where he had discovered a nest of wild abalone the previous day. He soon arrived at the site of the abalone nest. Yang Fan commenced his venture into abalone fishing, managing to capture over a dozen sizable specimens, each weighing at least 4 taels, before he decided to cease his endeavors. This time, in order to entertain Qin Yuxue and her cousin, he not only caught several twin-headed abalones, but also procured 2 exceptionally large single-headed abalones of the finest quality. With the presence of these exquisite wild abalones, he was certain that even if he served them to Qin Yuxue and her companion, it would not appear meager. After concluding his fishing, Yang Fan immediately cradled the abalones in his arms and swam away from the rocky area. Once ashore, he changed into clean attire, wrapping the freshly caught wild abalones in the short-sleeved shirt he had just removed, and then made his way home. As the clock struck 8:30 in the evening, Qin Yuxue had already concluded her live broadcast. She and her cousin had just ascended the stairs to take a shower, and now both of them were donned in adorable cartoon pajamas, sitting cross-legged on the sofa in the living room, engrossed in a popular variety show airing on the large television mounted on the wall. It is worth mentioning that this impressive 75-inch TV, boasting 8K resolution, had been purchased by Yang Fan just a few days prior and had cost him several tens of thousands of yuan. "Qin, are you hungry?" At this moment, feeling lightheaded from hunger, Qin Yuxue patted her flat stomach and glanced at her cousin, Qin. "Of course I'm hungry, my dear cousin. What on earth is wrong with your classmate? We come to his home as guests, and he doesn't even provide us with a meal?" Qin replied, also patting her own flat stomach, her expression one of dismay. I'm not quite sure what is going on. Yang Fan is usually quite reliable, but this time, I don't know why he suddenly went out so late and hasn't he returned." Qin Yuxue was genuinely perplexed, completely at a loss regarding Yang Fan's strange behavior. Here she was, a stunning beauty visiting his home, and he had inexplicably vanished, leaving her to endure hunger. Is this how one treats guests? This fellow was utterly unreasonable. A true ironclad man. How could he be so heartless? After a while, Qin could no longer bear the pangs of hunger. She turned to Qin Yuxue and suggested, "Sister Yuxue, why don't we head to the kitchen to whip up something ourselves? I'm really on the verge of starvation." Qin Yuxue rolled her eyes in response, saying, "Don't even think about it. While you were upstairs showering, I peeked into the kitchen and discovered that the fridge is completely bare. There isn't even a single leaf of vegetable to be found." Qin was at a loss for words, managing a bitter smile as she remarked, "Then what shall we do? We can't just starve like this. How about we order takeout?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yuxue poked Qin's forehead playfully and retorted with exasperation, "Takeout? Qin, are you out of your mind from hunger? Do you think this little fishing village, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and the sea on the other, can provide us with takeout?" Alright then." Qin rested her hand on her forehead, realizing that she must have been quite famished to utter such words. After a moment's contemplation, she proposed, "Sister Yuxue, how about we visit the locals to procure some food? Surely, they would be warm and hospitable. We could ask for alms, perhaps." "Alms? Do you take me for a nun?" Yuxue retorted. "Never mind, let us endure this hunger for a while longer. I refuse to believe that Yang Fan would truly leave us without a meal tonight. Woe is me, Sister Yuxue. I am genuinely starving. I am hungry too. Just bear with it. If I endure any longer, I might actually faint from hunger. By the way, Sister Yuxue, your classmate is quite handsome and adept at fishing. But why is he such a typical straight man? How could he possibly leave two delicate ladies to starve in his home? Humph. Enough of that. When Yang Fan returns, I will make him pay, Qin Yushui grumbled through clenched teeth. Just then, as if on cue, the courtyard door creaked open. Moments later, Yang Fan stepped inside. Upon seeing Yang Fan finally return, Qin Yushui rose indignantly from the sofa, hands on her hips, and launched into a tirade. Yang Fan, you actually remembered to come home? Speak. Where have you been? My cousin and I are on the verge of starvation. Do you even realize that? It's utterly outrageous that you would leave two stunning beauties to suffer hunger in your home. You scoundrel. You insufferable straight man. You are driving me to the brink. Chapter 51. Casually preparing abalone noodles upon entering, Yang Fan was met with the sight of Qin Yushui, reminiscent of a fierce matron, hands akimbo, berating him from the sofa. He scratched his nose and offered a rueful smile. However, he was acutely aware of his shortcomings. For he had indeed failed to fulfill the hospitality expected of a host by not preparing a meal for his guests at such a late hour. Accepting his fate, Yang Fan silently endured Qin Yushui's reproach. Fortunately, she was not truly wrathful. After venting for a while, her anger began to dissipate. Seizing the moment, Yang Fan sheepishly explained, old classmate, the truth is, we had no rice or vegetables at home, so I went out to find something to eat for you. However, the journey took longer than anticipated. The rocky area where the wild abalone were located was indeed quite distant, which accounted for his late return. As Qin Yushui settled back onto the sofa and heard Yang Fan mention his search for food, her face lit up with curiosity. Yang Fan, did you really go to find us something to eat? Where did you go? What did you find? Of course, I went to the sea. Look, here they are. As he spoke, Yang Fan unfurled his shirt, revealing the abalone he had gathered, laying them out on the table. Instantly, a dozen wild abalones were presented before Qin Yushui. These are wild abalone? Such large specimens. Upon witnessing Yang Fan suddenly produce a dozen wild abalone, particularly the two exquisite specimens, Qin Yushui's eyes widened in astonishment. She was utterly taken aback. She had never anticipated that Yang Fan could retrieve such a bounty of exceptional wild abalone in such a short excursion. As a somewhat affluent individual, Qin Yushui was accustomed to having abalone featured in her family's New Year feasts, typically consisting of double or even single-headed abalone. Thus she was acutely aware of the considerable value of abalone of this magnitude. Not to mention, the fact that these were wild abalone made them even more precious. Gazing at the array of wild abalone on the table, then back at Yang Fan, she found herself momentarily dumbfounded. What kind of extraordinary fisherman was her old classmate? Just that afternoon, he had landed a large grouper valued at over 300,000, and now he had procured these equally valuable wild abalones? Was it truly so effortless for a fisherman to catch seafood worth hundreds of thousands? Moreover, how had he managed to find such an abundance of wild abalone in such a brief span of time? At this moment, any dissatisfaction Qin Yushui harbored towards Yang Fan had completely dissipated, replaced instead with overwhelming curiosity. It was as if her old classmate was shrouded in an aura of mystery. Yang Fan, my goodness, how did you manage to find so many wild abalone? She inquired, her astonishment evident. Well, I was fortunate enough to discover a wild abalone nest yesterday, teeming with them, and as of now, I appear to be the only one aware of its existence. Thus, it has become my little secret treasure trove. Since I had no other means to entertain you all tonight, I simply went there and gathered a dozen abalone. Yang Fan explained with a smile, noting Qin Yushui's surprised expression. A wild abalone nest? A secret treasure trove? Yang Fan, you truly are remarkable to have located a wild abalone nest. Qin Yushui exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. She was well aware of the rarity of wild abalone, which typically resided in rocky seabeds, making them exceedingly difficult to encounter. The fact that Yang Fan had discovered such a nest was indeed extraordinary. It was merely luck. Yang Fan humbly replied with a smile. Well, your luck is indeed unparalleled. By the way, Yang Fan, do you have any idea how much such large wild abalone can be worth? She queried. I have a rough idea. Double-headed abalone might fetch several thousand, while single-headed could sell for tens of thousands, he responded. Since you are aware of their considerable worth, why not keep them to sell instead of consuming them yourself? That seems rather impractical. Oh, it's just a small sum. I'm too lazy to sell them. Since you, my old classmate, are visiting my home today, I have no grand dishes to offer, so I thought I might as well prepare a simple abalone noodle dish for you, he chuckled. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Qin Yuxue immediately rolled her eyes. Using a wild abalone worth over 100,000 yuan to cook noodles is indeed quite casual. Well, I shall go prepare the noodles now. Do not mention your hunger, for I am equally famished. Yang Fan smiled at Qin Yuxue before taking the dozen or so abalone to the kitchen to busy himself. Observing that Yang Fan was indeed preparing to cook the wild abalone for noodles, the sisters Qin Yuxue and Chen Qian exchanged glances, unable to conceal their astonishment. Cooking wild abalone for noodles seemed rather extravagant, did it not? Chapter 52. Noodles worth thousands of dollars a bowl after toiling in the kitchen for several minutes. A steaming pot of abalone noodles was finally ready. Yang Fan brought 3 large bowls of abalone noodles to the restaurant, and then called over Qin Yuxue and Chen Qian to join him. As the host, it was only natural for Yang Fan to allocate the 2 enormous wild single-headed abalones to Qin Yuxue and Chen Qian, while he himself settled for either double-headed or triple-headed abalone. Admittedly, he could have easily obtained another single-headed abalone for himself, as there were still a few left in the abalone nest. However, to be candid, Yang Fan was inherently a rather frugal person, and indulging in a single-headed abalone, each worth tens of thousands, felt a tad extravagant. Thus, he chose to reserve the 2 for his guests, as it was only courteous. Seated at the dining table, Qin Yuxue and Chen Qian gazed at their bowls of noodles, particularly the largest single-headed abalone, leaving them momentarily at a loss for how to begin. Surely, this bowl of noodles must be worth several tens of thousands. A display of such opulence was almost beyond comprehension. Despite being wealthy young ladies accustomed to a life of privilege, neither had ever encountered noodles priced at such exorbitant levels. Under normal circumstances, who would dare to use premium wild abalones worth tens of thousands to prepare a simple dish of noodles? Only someone as eccentric as Yang Fan could conceive of such a notion. Noticing the 2 ladies hesitating to dig in, Yang Fan curiously inquired, "Aren't you hungry? Why aren't you eating? Is it that my noodles lack appeal?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yuxue quickly shook her head. No, the noodles smell delightful. I'm about to eat." With that, she finally prepared to pick up her chopsticks. However, at that moment, an idea struck Qin Yuxue, and she looked up, blinking her large eyes as she asked Yang Fan, "By the way, do you mind if I take a picture of this bowl of abalone noodles to share in the university group chat?" "Share it in the group chat?" Yang Fan paused for a moment, then chuckled. "Are you trying to stir up jealousy?" "Hiki, yes. I want my classmates to see what our esteemed Fisherman Yang is using to entertain me." Qin Yuxue playfully stuck out her tongue at Yang Fan with a grin. "All right then, it's up to you. I have no objections," Yang Fan shrugged. "Yay, I'm sending it now?" With Yang Fan's consent, Qin Yuxue beamed and snapped a photo of the abalone noodles before posting it in the university group chat, accompanied by a caption, "Today, I visited Yang Fan's hometown fishing village, and our esteemed fisherman treated me to a bowl of noodles. Don't you think he is being a bit stingy?" With a mischievous expression, typically, one would expect little conversation in the university group chat after graduation, as most individuals become too busy with work to indulge in daily chatter. In their university group chat, the situation was quite similar. There was hardly any conversation taking place. Yet, who was Qin Yuxue? Undoubtedly, she was the goddess of the class. As soon as she sent a message, many lurking individuals immediately emerged from their silence. It goes without saying that those who surfaced the quickest were the ones most likely to become sycophants. They hadn't even fully discerned the image she shared before they began to chatter. "Jiao Tao, oh, Goddess Qin, you actually visited Yang Fan's hometown fishing village? That must have made that fellow ecstatic, having the chance to be in close proximity to you." Zhang Jipeng, indeed. I can't help but feel 100 shades of envy and jealousy towards Yang Fan. However, Yang Fan, how could you be so inadequate? The goddess came to visit, and you only treated her to a bowl of noodles? With a disparaging emoji. Shenming, exactly. With the goddess visiting, you let someone else dine? Yang Fan, you truly are miserly. With a middle finger emoji. Wang Hui, Goddess Qin, if the stingy fellow fails to treat you, I shall gladly accommodate you. If you come to my hometown, I will immediately prepare a stewed chicken that has been laying eggs for 3 years just for you. However, not everyone fell into the role of sycophants. Many remained quite rational. They eagerly clicked on the image shared by Qin Yuxue. And soon someone noticed that the bowl of noodles in the picture seemed rather unusual. Lu Weiqi, hey, look closely at that bowl of noodles in the picture. Doesn't it seem like there are a few abalones in there? And they seem quite sizable. Qian Jiajia, indeed, those dark oval shapes in the noodles truly resemble abalones. The largest one must weigh about a pound, right? Zhang Xian, no way. Abalones exceeding a pound? Is that not the legendary giant abalone? Lu Yin, could it be? A giant abalone costs several thousand. How could it possibly be used in a bowl of noodles? Lu Weiqi, the image isn't very clear. Let us ask Goddess Qin herself to find out. Goddess Qin, are those dark oval objects in your bowl indeed abalones? On the other hand, Qin Yuxue, noticing the lively chatter in the university group and the speculation about whether there were abalones in her noodles, couldn't help but smile with delight. This was precisely the reaction she had hoped for. With a gleeful grin, she responded in the group. Qin Yuxue. Hee. Yes, you are not mistaken. Yang Fan, the great fisherman, specially caught over a dozen wild giant abalones to treat me and my cousin, with a joyful emoji. As soon as this message was sent, the group chat erupted in excitement. Chapter 53. This girl is up to something. Lu Weiqi. No way. They are indeed abalones? And wild ones. Judging by their size in the picture, those abalones in the bowl are at least double-headed. The largest one is definitely a single-headed abalone. Sun Muhua. Wild double-headed and single-headed abalones? Goodness. According to the current market price of wild abalone, this bowl of noodles could be worth several tens of thousands of yuan. Zhang Xian exclaimed, my goodness. Using exquisite wild abalone valued at several tens of thousands to make noodles? Yang Fan, you are truly remarkable and extravagant. I am utterly impressed. With a bowing emoji, Zhao Tao added, I am completely in awe. A bowl of noodles worth several tens of thousands? I have not only never tasted such a dish, but I have never even seen it. Bowing to the esteemed Yang Fan, Zhang Jiping remarked, what? Is this true? There's wild abalone in this bowl of noodles? Yang Fan, you've truly invested heavily here. Are you trying to win over our Goddess Qin? Lu Yinyan chimed in, I guess so. Only Goddess Qin deserves such treatment. If it were anyone else visiting Yang Fan's home, I doubt he would be so generous with such precious wild abalone. With a smirking emoji, Qian Jieji agreed. 1. If I were to visit, Yang Fan would surely hesitate to share such a delicacy. Humph. Wu Lingling added, indeed. With our looks, we'd probably just be left with plain noodles, not even a thought for the wild single-head abalone. Upon hearing Qin Yuxue confirm that there was indeed wild abalone in the bowl, the university classmates in the group were utterly astonished. To use several tens of thousands of yuan worth of wild abalone to cook noodles? This was exceptionally extravagant. Everyone expressed their admiration for the wealthy Yang Fan. Simultaneously, seeing Yang Fan lavish such precious wild abalone on Qin Yuxue, the classmates began to speculate whether he was trying to pursue her. After all, why else would he spend so much? Some female classmates even expressed envy, saying that if they were to visit Yang Fan's home, they certainly wouldn't receive the same treatment as Qin Yuxue. As the group chat grew increasingly lively, Qin Yuxue smiled mischievously. She had come to stir up trouble, and certainly did not shy away from it. Suddenly, she thought of another idea to fan the flames further. What if she revealed that Yang Fan had caught a large dragon grouper that afternoon? The classmates would surely be even more astonished. With this thought in mind, Qin Yuxue immediately sent a message to the group. Qin Yuxue, let me share another piece of news. This afternoon, Yang Fan took me fishing, and we were lucky enough to catch a super large and incredibly expensive fish. Can you guess what kind of fish it was? With a smirking emoji, upon seeing this tantalizing message, the classmates began to express their curiosity. Lu Weiqi, Goddess Qin, what kind of fish did you catch? Was it 10 pounds? Zhang Jiping, a super large and super expensive fish? Could it possibly be a shark? Zhao Tao interjected, nonsense. Shark meat is not particularly tasty. Hence it is not very expensive. What Goddess Qin mentioned is certainly not a shark, and given their ferocity, how could one even catch a shark? I wager it must be a large grouper. Am I right, Goddess Qin? Upon seeing the message from Zhao Tao, Qin Yuxue immediately smiled and began to converse with him. Qin Yuxue, bingo. Zhao Tao has answered correctly. It is indeed a colossal grouper. Can you guess its size? Zhao Tao, a grouper? It must be quite large, right? An adult grouper typically weighs around 50 to 60 pounds. You and the Goddess Qin didn't catch one weighing several dozen pounds, did you? Qin Yuxue, it's certainly not just a few dozen pounds. Zhao Tao, what? Not just a few dozen pounds? Could it possibly weigh over 100? With a shocked emoji, Qin Yuxue, exactly. At least over 100 pounds. However, we did not weigh it precisely. We sold it directly to a seafood shop owner. Zhao Tao, no way. You truly caught a grouper over 100 pounds? Goddess Qin, you mustn't be deceiving me. My family is in the seafood business. A grouper of that size would probably sell for 200,000 to 300,000, wouldn't it? Qin Yuxue, indeed. We sold this fish for 366,000. Here, let me show you a photo of this magnificent grouper. With that, Qin Yuxue shared several pictures taken by Yang Fan earlier that afternoon while fishing for the grouper. Upon seeing the enormous grouper caught by Yang Fan, the classmates in the group were undoubtedly astonished once again. Zhao Tao, Lu Weiqi, Qin Jiejia. Everyone was speechless, a series of ellipses reflecting their current emotions. After a prolonged silence in the group, someone slowly began to speak again. Zhang Jiping. Wow. Yang Fan, you are incredible. No wonder you chose to resign and return home to become a fisherman. It turns out fishing can be so lucrative. Not only can you use exquisite wild abalone worth thousands to cook noodles, but catching a single fish can also net you several 100,000. Wang Hui, I have nothing more to say. Yang Fan, we are brothers in the same dorm, right? Over the 4 years of university, our bond is undeniable. Now, brother, I beseech you, will you take me along to become a fisherman? Lu Weiqi, Boss Wang, take me too. I also wish to learn from Yang Fan. Honestly, for me, whether being a fisherman is profitable is irrelevant. I merely desire to experience the joy of fishing with my brothers. Lu Yanyan, absolutely. I too wish to experience the thrill of fishing at sea. Yang Fan, will you accept female disciples? This made me laugh out loud. Observing that everyone in the group was eager to become Yang Fan's disciple, Qin Yuxue, sitting before the screen, was genuinely laughing uncontrollably. Amidst her laughter, she turned to Yang Fan and said, Haha, Yang Fan, look at all the disciples I have found for you, including female ones. Will you accept them? To this, what could Yang Fan possibly say? This girl is clearly stirring up trouble. Now the entire university group is abuzz with discussions about him, and it is likely that many old classmates will privately message him shortly. It seems that even a desire for discretion is futile. However, Yang Fan pays little heed to this, casting a sidelong glance at the gleeful Qin Yuxue before silently indulging in his abalone noodles. Chapter 54. Taking Qin Yuxue to set crab traps. After the trio finished their abalone noodles, they engaged in casual conversation in the living room. During their discourse, they touched upon the plans for the following day. Yang Fan inquired if Qin Yuxue would like to accompany him to set crab traps. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuxue expressed her enthusiasm and readily agreed, although Yang Fan mentioned that they would need to rise by 5 o'clock. Qin Yuxue asserted that she was entirely unconcerned about the early start. Her purpose for being here was to experience the thrill of seaside fishing, and an earlier wake-up call posed no issue for her. Yang Fan appreciated her spirit and subsequently sent a message to Yang Hongtao, informing him of their plan for the next day. Once the arrangements were made, Yang Fan and Qin Yuxue continued their lively conversation in the living room, happily chatting until 10:30 in the evening, at which point they bid each other good night and ascended the stairs to retire for the night. Of course, they slept in separate rooms. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that Yang Fan's assumptions were not mistaken. That night, the number of classmates who sought to converse with him privately reached an impressive count of 20 or 30, surpassing even the previous occasion. Of course, the messages from his peers were merely light-hearted banter and playful jests, with no genuine intention of apprenticing under him to become fishermen. Additionally, a few close friends from university expressed their desire to visit his fishing village in the future, wishing to experience the joys of fishing by the sea. Much like Qin Yuxue. In response, Yang Fan readily agreed, assuring them that he would extend a warm welcome to any old friends who came to visit. The night passed without further incident. Before long, dawn broke. At 5 in the morning, the roosters at the village entrance began to crow with spirited enthusiasm. Yang Fan had become accustomed to the life in the fishing village, awakening instinctively at the sound of a crowing rooster. After rising, he intended to check on Qin Yuxue and Qin Xian in the adjacent room to see if they were awake. If not, he would rouse them. However, before he could don his clothes and step outside, a loud alarm clock echoed from the neighboring room, followed by the sound of rustling as they dressed. Clearly, Qin Yuxue and her companions had set their alarm, eliminating the need for Yang Fan to wake them. The third floor boasted only a communal bathroom, and shortly after waking, the three emerged from their rooms to freshen up. Good morning, they greeted one another. Qin Yuxue and Qin Xian appeared still enmeshed in slumber, rubbing their eyes and exhibiting a pronounced lack of sleep. Observing the drowsy expressions on their faces, Yang Fan chuckled. You two have never risen this early, have you? Qin Yuxue stifled a yawn and pouted. Of course not. My cousin and I usually retire at dawn and do not awaken until around 10 in the morning. How could we possibly rise so early? Indeed, your freelance lifestyle allows for such nocturnal habits, young Fan replied with a smile. No worries. I am determined to experience the thrill of fishing at sea, come what may. Qin Yushue declared, shaking her small fist in encouragement. Haha. Then go ahead and freshen up here. I shall head downstairs. Young Fan smiled gently, taking his towel and toothbrush before heading downstairs to the restroom. Within a few minutes, he had completed his morning routine and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a pot of noodles for breakfast. Naturally, it was still the abalone noodles. The large abalone he had prepared yesterday had not yet been consumed, making it perfect for another delightful meal today. The girls, taking their time in the restroom, spent considerably longer getting ready. By the time young Fan had finished cooking the noodles, Qin Yushue and her companions were slowly descending the stairs. Upon seeing that young Fan had prepared yet another pot of abalone noodles, Qin Yushue blinked her large eyes and remarked, Young Fan, you truly are treated exceptionally well. Honestly, I feel a bit embarrassed. Should I perhaps contribute to your meal expenses? Young Fan waved his hand dismissively. Are you slapping me in the face? What do old classmates discuss about meal expenses? Well, let us enjoy some noodles. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, the three of them began to relish their abalone noodles. Before long, they had finished their meal and tidied up. Subsequently, young Fan led Qin Yushue and the others to the village's dock. Over here, Fancy. At that moment, Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai were already aboard the boat, organizing the hooks and fishing nets. Upon seeing Yang Fan accompanied by his tall and beautiful classmate, Yang Hongtao promptly waved with a smile, let us board the ship. Yang Fan smiled as he led Qin Yushue and Qin Qian aboard Yang Hongtao's vessel. Once on board, it was inevitable to introduce Qin Yushue and Qin Qian to Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai. Fortunately, being young, they quickly found common ground and became acquainted. Soon after, the five of them set sail towards the open sea. Given that they were fishing with bottom hooks, they naturally adhered to the familiar techniques. Yang Hongtao first navigated his vessel to an unfamiliar expanse of ocean, where he cast a floating net in hopes of capturing some fish to serve as bait. It was the first time Qin Yushue and Qin Qian witnessed the process of net fishing from the boat, and naturally, they were filled with wonder, their expressions reflecting pure curiosity throughout the experience. Fortune favored them today, as the net yielded dozens of bait fish, including blue-scaled fish and knife fish. As a string of fish was hoisted from the depths, Qin Yushue was overwhelmed with excitement, eagerly assisting young Fan and the others in pulling the net. Meanwhile, the photography enthusiast Qin Qian seized her camera, ready to document a video of Qin Yushue's coastal adventure. With the bait fish successfully secured, Yang Hongtao turned to Yang Fan and smiled. Fan, where shall we go to set the fishing lines this time? Yang Fan cast him a sidelong glance and chuckled. What is the matter? How is it that the adept fisherman seeks my counsel? Yang Hongtao rubbed his hands together and chuckled. In front of you, Fancy. I am but a mere novice in fishing. Who in the village does not know of your prowess? Not only are you exceptional in academics, securing a place in a prestigious university, but your fishing skills are equally remarkable. The tale of how you caught a giant grouper weighing over 100 pounds and sold it for 366,000 yuan has already spread throughout the village. I have certainly heard of it. Coupled with the last time you caught dozens of large groupers with the bottom hooks, I am now thoroughly convinced of your fishing techniques. Thus, this time, as we set out to fish, I shall follow your lead completely. Very well, you may steer the boat now. I will instruct you on where to drop the line shortly, Yang Fan replied with a smile. Excellent. Yang Hongtao smiled broadly, filled with anticipation. Would Yang Fan once again create a miracle and return with a bountiful catch? Chapter 55, Discovering a School of Black Bream. Subsequently, Yang Hongtao steered the boat further into the open sea, while Yang Fan continuously scanned the waters for schools of fish. Initially, while still close to the shore, the sea yielded nothing but a few scattered small fish and crabs, appearing quite meager. However, as the vessel ventured further from the continental shelf, the presence of fish gradually increased. Despite this, for an extended period, Yang Fan still did not encounter a location worthy of dropping his line. The fish in these areas were either too few in number or too small in size, rendering the effort futile. The only somewhat notable school he discovered was that of the wolf fish, which, while sizable and abundant, regrettably held little value due to their low market price. Thus, Yang Fan chose to forego them. The boat continued its journey, and soon the continental shelf faded from view, leaving only an expanse of ocean before them. This signified that they had officially arrived in the open sea. Have you found a suitable spot to drop the line? Yang Hongtao inquired, turning to Yang Fan. Not yet. Let us keep moving forward, came the reply. Yang Fan replied without turning his head, his gaze still searching for schools of fish in the sea. Keep going, Fanzi. We are already in the open waters. Why not find a random spot to drop the anchor? Seeing that Yang Fan insisted on moving forward, Yang Hongtao muttered under his breath, drop the anchor? Just follow my lead, and everything will be fine. Yang Fan shot him a glare. Very well. I shall heed your superior's command. Yang Hongtao rolled his eyes and continued to steer the boat. After approximately 10 minutes of navigation, Yang Fan suddenly waved his hand and called out, Taozi, stop the boat. Let's drop the anchor here. Upon hearing this, Yang Hongtao immediately nodded, shifted into neutral, and brought the vessel to a halt. Fanzi, are you certain there are fish here? He inquired. Hee. I have a strong intuition that there should be plenty of fish in this spot. Yang Fan smiled, subtly preparing everyone for what was to come, attributing his success to his own intuition. In truth, he had already discerned the vast schools of fish lurking beneath the surface of the sea. And among them were the highly sought-after Black Sea bream. The Black Sea bream, a species of considerable economic value, typically commands a market price ranging from 70 to 80 yuan per gene. Although this price may not rival the exorbitance of grouper, it is nonetheless remarkably high within the realm of marine fish. Yang Fan discovered a remarkably large school of Black Sea bream, with an estimated total exceeding 700 or 800 individuals. Each fish was notably sizable, with the majority weighing over a pound, and the largest potentially surpassing 4 or 5 pounds. It is noteworthy that reaching such a weight is quite a feat for Black Sea bream, rendering them quite extraordinary. After anchoring the boat, Yang Hongtao asked Yang Xiao to assist with steering while he prepared to cast the hooks. Given his expertise and speed in this task, his involvement would significantly enhance efficiency, particularly since the 3 baskets of hooks totaled 450. If his hand speed were inadequate, it would result in considerable time wasted. Fan, in which direction should we cast? Yang Hongtao inquired as he readied himself. As Yang Fan gazed at the direction of the flowing water, he meticulously calculated the trajectory of the Black Sea bream beneath the surface. After a moment of observation, he pointed towards the 7 o'clock direction and said, Taozi, at 7 o'clock, drop the hook directly. All right. Upon hearing this, Yang Hongtao immediately set to work, skillfully casting one hook after another into the sea. After nearly half an hour of relentless effort, he finally completed the deployment of 450 hooks from 3 baskets. Having finished, he shook his somewhat weary arms and smiled at Yang Fan, saying, Fan, this time I followed your instructions throughout. If we fail to catch any fish, the responsibility rests upon you. Haha. Yang Fan could only respond with a light chuckle at Yang Hongtao's preemptive deflection of blame. In truth, he harbored no concerns about failing to catch fish. Rather, he found himself slightly anxious about the possibility of catching too many and the boat being unable to accommodate them. It is important to note that all 450 hooks were cast into a school of Black Sea bream. Once the fresh bait descended into their midst, the Black Sea bream would undoubtedly frenzy for the hooks. At that point, it might not be far-fetched to catch hundreds of large Black Sea bream. If that were indeed the case, this small boat could very well struggle to hold everything. Ultimately, however, the actual catch rate would remain to be seen as time would reveal the outcome. Yang Fan was not inclined to idly gaze into the sea, hoping to catch sight of any fish biting. In truth, upon observing that the line of hooks had been precisely positioned amidst the school of fish, he promptly averted his gaze. After all, staring endlessly into the water could be quite exhausting. Once the hooks had been set, a period of anticipation ensued. During this time, Yang Hongtao, as he had done previously, produced a deck of cards. However, this time, the presence of Qin Yushui and Chen Qian transformed the atmosphere, rendering a game of Do Diju impractical. Instead, the 5 of them gathered joyfully to engage in a different card game. For Qin Yushui and Chen Qian, this was their inaugural experience of fishing at sea while socializing and playing cards aboard the boat, which was undeniably novel and delightful. Their laughter resonated throughout the journey. Additionally, Chen Qian diligently fulfilled her role as the designated photographer, capturing videos throughout the trip, striving to document Qin Yushui's unique fishing adventure as a prominent social media influencer. Thus, the 5 of them exchanged banter and laughter while immersed in their card game. Time, as it often does during moments of joy, passed swiftly, and before they knew it, the wait had come to an end. Recognizing that the time was ripe, Yang Hongtao set aside the cards and steered the boat back to the location where the first line of hooks had been cast. Upon locating the buoy connected to the line of hooks, he prepared for the next phase of their endeavor. Yang Hongtao retrieved the buoy with a hook and then turned to Yang Fan, inquiring, "Fan, will you collect it this time, or shall I?" Yang Fan first cast a glance at the conditions in the sea before replying, "You go ahead and gather it. Once you tire, I shall take over." Upon hearing his words, Yang Hongtao immediately curled his lips in disdain. How could collecting 3 baskets of hooks possibly be tiring? If you're too lazy to gather them, just admit it. Not exhausting? Heh, you'll find out soon enough. Yang Fan chuckled softly, bestowing upon Yang Hongtao a smile laden with significance. Chapter 56, A basket of hooks captured over 100 large black sea bream. Huh, do you really think pulling 3 baskets of hooks is exhausting? I truly do not believe it. Brother is not boasting. With my strong arms, pulling 10 or 8 baskets of hooks is no challenge at all. Yang Hongtao scoffed. Still unconvinced by Yang Fan's words, even rolling up his sleeves to display his biceps. In response, Yang Fan rolled his eyes and playfully scolded, "All right, enough with your bluster. Go ahead and pull your own weight. If not, allow me to take the lead." No need. I will do it. I hope for an abundance of good fortune." Yang Hongtao chuckled softly and ceased his idle chatter. He began to draw in the main line of the fishing gear, officially commencing the retrieval process. However, after a brief moment, he sensed something amiss. The line grew increasingly heavy, as if it were ensnared by a substantial weight, making the task quite arduous. Typically, such a scenario could arise from one of 2 possibilities. Either he had caught numerous large fish, thus rendering the line heavy, or it had snagged on the rocky seabed, impeding his efforts. Could it be that he had indeed caught on the bottom? Yang Hongtao murmured, his initial reaction being that the hook must have snagged on a rock, a common occurrence that did not warrant much thought. He continued his movements without pause, gradually reeling in the line. Before long, he discerned the position of the first hook, at which point he suddenly felt a significant weight pulling down on the line. The first hook had indeed caught a fish, and it seemed to be quite sizable. Yang Hongtao beamed with delight, instantly invigorated. Indeed, as the line was drawn up, an enormous black sea bream surfaced. What a remarkable start. The first catch was such a sizable black sea bream, weighing at least 3 pounds. Gazing at this lively fish, Yang Hongtao couldn't help but smile. Such a large black sea bream is a true treasure, worth at least 300. Perhaps the most cherished moment for a fisherman is the thrill of reeling in a catch, a feeling of unparalleled accomplishment and joy. Bravo, Fanzi. You never fail to land a catch on the first line. Yang Hongtao smiled as he turned to Yang Fan and gave him a thumbs up. Not bad. Yang Fan smiled and then picked up the net, collaborating with Yang Hongtao to haul the large black sea bream onto the shore. Once the magnificent fish was brought up, Qin Yushua eagerly approached, her eyes wide with astonishment as she inquired, "Wow, Yang Fan, this fish is enormous. What kind is it, and is it expensive?" Yang Fan deftly severed the line with a knife, placing the large black sea bream into the live well. He casually explained to Qin Yushua, "This is black bream. Quite expensive. One of this size could fetch around 100 yuan per pound." Qin Yushua, taken aback, replied, 100 yuan per pound? That is indeed quite costly. This one must be worth several hundred, then? Approximately 300 or so, Yang Fan chuckled. Wow, over 300. Being a fisherman must be incredibly lucrative. Well, catching fish certainly brings in profit, but if one fails to catch any, it results in losses. It's precisely due to the scarcity of fish that seafood prices soar, Yang Fan remarked as he conversed with Qin Yushua. Meanwhile, Yang Hongtao resumed his task of retrieving the second hook. As he pulled, he suddenly felt the line grow heavy with an unexpected tug. Could it be another large catch? Yang Hongtao raised an eyebrow. Soon, a sizable black sea bream, weighing over 2 pounds, was pulled from the water. Astonishingly, another large black sea bream. His eyes sparkled at the sight of yet another catch. For this was a monetary boon, an easy gain of 200 to 300. Subsequently, he reeled in the third hook, only to find yet another black sea bream, again exceeding 2 pounds. At this point, Yang Hongtao was taken aback. The adage of once is chance, twice is coincidence, but thrice is a pattern rang true. The likelihood of hooking 3 large fish consecutively was exceedingly rare. Moreover, all 3 catches were remarkably similar in size. This scenario suggested the presence of a black sea bream nest in the waters where he was fishing. It was improbable to land 3 hefty black sea bream on the first 3 hooks otherwise. Yet, What left Yang Hongtao truly astounded was yet to come. As he continued to draw up the hooks, his eyes widened further. Ultimately, he retrieved 10 hooks in succession, astonishingly landing 9 fish, each one a Black Sea bream. With each weighing over a pound, Yang Hongtao was momentarily taken aback. He turned to Yang Fan and said, "Fan, surely you haven't stumbled upon another Black Sea bream nest, just as you did with the grouper nest last time?" "It is quite possible." Yang Fan shrugged. "Very well." Yang Hongtao nodded vacantly, utterly at a loss for words, only able to marvel at Yang Fan's extraordinary fortune. Taking a deep breath to calm his excited heart, Yang Hongtao continued to gather the hooks. The subsequent discoveries reaffirmed that beneath this expanse of sea lay a veritable haven for Black Sea bream. Upon retrieving the entire batch of hooks, 150 in total, an astonishing 110 to 120 hooks had caught fish, the vast majority of which were indeed Black Sea bream. In other words, one single batch yielded over 100 sizable black bream, boasting a catch rate of nearly 80%. Furthermore, these black bream were all hefty specimens, each weighing over a pound, with many reaching 3 to 4 pounds. Therefore, the total weight of these 100-plus black bream was at least 2 to 300 pounds. Even a fool could deduce that this marine area concealed an immense school of black bream. Once the batch of hooks was fully retrieved, the live well aboard the vessel was brimming with large black bream, nearly overflowing. Gazing at the lively, flapping black bream, Yang Hongtao was left astounded, as were Yang Xiaohai, Qin Yuxue, and Qin Xian. "Fan, you are truly remarkable. I am utterly in awe. From now on, you shall be my elder brother, and I willingly accept the role of your junior. You direct me east, and I shall not venture west. You instruct me to chase a dog, and I shall not pursue a chicken." Chapter 57. Weren't you just incredibly impressive? Fan, you are truly remarkable. I am utterly in awe. From now on, you shall be my elder brother, and I willingly accept the role of your junior. You direct me east, and I shall not venture west. You instruct me to chase a dog, and I shall not pursue a chicken. Yang Hongtao is truly in awe of Yang Fan's remarkable fishing prowess, utterly impressed. It's simply astonishing. If the previous catch of numerous grouper fish was attributed to luck, what about this time? Is capturing a magnificent lobster mere chance? Is reeling in over 100 pounds of rock grouper also just luck? If it is indeed luck, then surely such fortune must be inexhaustible, wouldn't you agree? Even the luckiest of individuals cannot be this fortunate. If it is not luck, then it can only be explained by exceptional skill. Although Yang Hongtao does not understand how Yang Fan is able to locate the schools of fish, he firmly believes that Yang Fan possesses extraordinarily impressive fishing techniques. At this moment, Yang Hongtao suddenly recalled a statement made by Yang Fan. At that time, Yang Fan had shared his preliminary plan to return to the fishing village, intending to first catch fish in the coastal waters to earn some money. Once he had enough funds, he would purchase a deep-sea fishing vessel to venture into the open sea, and eventually, with more capital, establish a fishing farm. At that moment, Yang Hongtao had thought Yang Fan was merely boasting, spinning tales that were utterly fanciful. However, his perspective had shifted entirely, given Yang Fan's remarkable fishing prowess displayed now. Such aspirations seemed entirely plausible. It was no wonder that his brother, a graduate of a prestigious university, had resolutely chosen to return to the fishing village to become a fisherman. Fishing could indeed be so extraordinary. With such exceptional fishing skills, wouldn't going out to sea to catch fish ensure abundant wealth? With this realization, an idea sparked in Yang Hongtao's mind. He needed to cling to Yang Fan's coattails. He stepped forward, without hesitation, wrapping his arm around Yang Fan's, his face aglow with anticipation as he exclaimed, "Fan, I had no idea you were such an incredible fisherman. This is amazing. From now on, I'm sticking with you. You must take me along on your journey." However, Yang Fan felt a sudden chill at the sight of Yang Hongtao's overly affectionate demeanor. Could it be that this guy harbored some unusual thoughts about him? With this unsettling notion, Yang Fan kicked Yang Hongtao away, saying, "Get off. Speak properly without getting handsy." Realizing his previous exuberance had been excessive, Yang Hongtao sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled, "Hee, I got a bit carried away. But seriously, Fan, you must take me along. When you buy that large fishing vessel, I'll work for you as a crew member. You have to bring me along to fish in the open sea and make a fortune. If you achieve wealth and glory, don't forget about me. My hopes of becoming rich and marrying a beautiful wife depend entirely on you." Hearing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, so now you believe I can afford a large fishing vessel? You no longer think I'm just boasting?" "Of course. With your extraordinary fishing ability, every trip to sea will yield great rewards. Acquiring a large fishing vessel is only a matter of time. Perhaps? Yang Fan replied with a hint of amusement. Yang Fan smiled. Evidently his prowess no longer permitted him to remain overly modest. They exchanged a few casual remarks. Yang Fan waved his hand and said to Yang Hongtao, "Stop talking nonsense. There are still 2 baskets of fishing hooks to collect. Will you take them, or shall I?" Yang Hongtao chuckled awkwardly. "Ahem, it's your turn, Fancy. I need a moment to rest. My hands have gone numb." As he spoke, he rubbed his sore arms. Realizing that his once proud Qilin arm was now utterly ineffective, he had lost all strength after merely pulling in a few fish. It dawned on him why Yang Fan had previously mentioned that collecting hooks would be exhausting. How could it not be? This was over 100 large Black Sea bream, weighing several hundred pounds in total. Moreover, the fish struggled fiercely in the water, making the task of reeling them in nearly debilitating. Just moments ago, he had been quite boastful, yet he found himself faltering so quickly. Seeing Yang Hongtao back down, Yang Fan couldn't resist teasing him with a mischievous grin. In response to Yang Fan's mockery, Yang Hongtao could only stand there and take it, offering an awkward smile, unable to muster a retort. As time passed, Yang Fan took over the task of collecting the hooks. The remaining 2 baskets of hooks, unsurprisingly, began to yield a flurry of fish. The catch rate was nearly identical to that of the first basket, hovering around 80%. This meant that by the time all 450 hooks from the 3 baskets were retrieved, Yang Fan and his companions had caught approximately 350 fish. This figure was truly astounding, especially considering the size of the fish. Collectively, they likely weighed between 700 to 800 pounds. Given the current market price for Black Sea bream, these fish could fetch at least 60 to 70,000 yuan. Gazing at the boat brimming with fish, Yang Hongtao was elated, while Yang Xiaohai wore a silly grin. Meanwhile, Qin Yuxue and Qin Qian were left in awe. Was it really this easy to catch fish? Was money so readily earned? Was being a fisherman truly this promising? After collecting all the hooks, Yang Fan and his companions returned home directly. As the catch consisted of Black Sea bream, which is not considered a rare or precious fish, there was no need to consult Xin Yufei. They simply headed to the city's dock to sell to the fishmongers. They soon arrived at the city. Upon seeing the boat filled to the brim with Black Sea bream, the fishmongers at the seafood trading dock immediately gathered around, eager to purchase. The meat of the Black Sea bream is exceptionally delicious, making for a creamy, nutritious soup, thus it has always been in high demand in the market. The fishmongers, witnessing such a bounty of fresh Black Sea bream, naturally rushed to buy them. In no time, hundreds of pounds of the large fish were sold. Ultimately, the total earnings from this fishing expedition amounted to 66,000 yuan. Chapter 58. All single since birth by the time the fish were sold. It was already past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Having not yet eaten, the group was ravenous and immediately sought a nearby restaurant to indulge in a hearty meal. During the meal, Yang Fan continued to divide the money into 3 portions, bestowing over 20,000 to both Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai. Initially, the 2 were somewhat hesitant to accept it, as the accolades were primarily Yang Fan's. However, after Yang Fan's insistence, they ultimately acquiesced. During the distribution, Qin Yuxue jokingly inquired why she was not receiving a share, but when Yang Fan actually attempted to transfer funds to her, she laughingly declined. This little heiress found amusement in the situation. A few tens of thousands meant little to her. Moreover, she was merely there to observe, and thus felt it inappropriate to partake in the division of funds. Naturally, Yang Fan had never entertained the thought of including her in the distribution. The group enjoyed a sumptuous feast together. Initially intending to return directly to the fishing village, Yang Fan suddenly remembered that there was no food at home. Realizing that returning without provisions would leave them without dinner, he decided to take Qin Yuxue and the others to the supermarket after lunch. This time, Yang Fan procured all essentials: rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea, along with an abundance of vegetables, fruits, and various meats such as beef and lamb. He ensured that all necessary cooking tools and ingredients were acquired, allowing him to prepare a delightful dinner for Qin Yuxue and Qin Qian later that evening. Once everything was settled, the 5 of them set sail back to the fishing village. Having embarked at 5 in the morning and spent the entire day on the sea, they were indeed quite fatigued. Yang Fan, Yang Hongtao, and Yang Xiaohai fared well, for the boys raised in the fishing village had long grown accustomed to the life at sea. However, the same could not be said for Qin Yuxue and Qin Qian, 2 pampered young ladies from affluent families. Although venturing out to fish was thrilling for them and selling their catch in the city proved exhilarating, once the initial excitement waned. Their bodies could hardly endure the strain. To speak frankly, given their delicate frames, they found it nearly unbearable to endure the jolting of the boat on the waves. Had it not been for Young Fan's foresight in providing them with motion sickness medication, they would likely have experienced considerable discomfort aboard. Upon returning to the fishing village, Qin Yuxue and Chun Qian immediately felt as though their bodies were in disarray, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Thus, as soon as they arrived home, they ascended the stairs to their rooms to seek rest. Yang Fan took a brief respite before meandering through the fishing village with his old dog, De Huang. In the afternoon, as there were no pressing matters at hand, after their leisurely stroll, they returned home to prepare dinner. In the fishing village, mealtime is typically early. By around 5 o'clock, wisps of smoke begin to rise from the chimneys. Qin Yuxue and Chen Qian enjoyed a deep slumber, only awakening when the enticing aroma of dinner wafted from the kitchen, just as Yang Fan was nearing completion. "Wow, it smells delightful," exclaimed Qin Yuxue, her stomach already rumbling in anticipation as she caught a whiff of the rich fragrance. She hurried down the stairs, inhaling deeply as she entered the kitchen. There, Yang Fan was skillfully stir-frying beef with scallions. This sparked considerable astonishment in Qin Yuxue. "Wow, I never realized your culinary skills were so remarkable, Yang Fan." Yang Fan expertly balanced the pan in one hand while sprinkling salt with the other, turning away with a smile as he remarked, "It's not too bad. In my spare time, I used to watch Wang Kuan-yu on Bilibili, learning to cook from his videos, and gradually, I honed my skills." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuxue burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Wang Kuan-yu? Ha ha, I've seen his videos too. But Yang Fan, you mustn't emulate his use of oil. He's on a diet and can't consume too much." Yang Fan shook his head with a smile, expressing his aversion to greasy dishes, as he typically refrains from using excessive oil in his cooking. After sharing a few light-hearted exchanges, he skillfully plated the stir-fried scallion beef, which was the final dish to complete the meal. Prior to this, he had prepared a delightful spread of 3 dishes and a soup, culminating in a sumptuous dinner. The menu featured scallion beef, mapo tofu, spicy stir-fried meat, and sauteed asparagus, accompanied by a tomato and egg soup. While one might not immediately declare it a feast for the senses, the visual appeal was undeniably impressive. Upon gazing at the table adorned with culinary delights, Qin Yushua's appetite was piqued, and she playfully gave Yang Fan a thumbs up, teasing, "Yang Fan, you truly are a remarkable gentleman. Not only are you adept at fishing, but you also excel in the kitchen. Whoever becomes your girlfriend will undoubtedly be very fortunate." In response to her remark, Yang Fan chuckled, humorously quipping, "Haha. If I seem so wonderful, then why have I remained single all my life?" Qin Yuxue, taken aback by his revelation, exclaimed, "What? Yang Fan, you've been single since birth? That is hard to believe. With your looks and talents, how could you possibly be unattached?" Yang Fan shrugged nonchalantly. "What's impossible about that? Perhaps it's just not the right time." Qin Yuxue tilted her head, gazing at Yang Fan for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile. "Hee. It seems we share a common plight. You might find it hard to believe, but I too have been single since birth." At this revelation, Yang Fan was genuinely taken aback. He stared at Qin Yuxue in astonishment. "Wait, are you serious? The illustrious goddess Qin has also been single since birth?" Yang Fan was genuinely taken aback. Considering the remarkable qualities of Qin Yuxue, one could easily imagine that her suitors throughout her life could form a formidable battalion. It was indeed hard to believe that she had never been in a romantic relationship. Noticing Yang Fan's astonishment, Qin Yuxue brushed aside her loose strands of hair and offered a wry smile. "You see, Yang Fan, my upbringing was quite strict. During my high school years, my parents forbade me from dating. Whenever a boy got a little too close, the teacher would promptly inform my father." She continued, "Later, when I entered university, my parents became less controlling, and I had quite a few admirers. However, I always felt that they were either too flamboyant or overly slick. None of them stirred my heart. Sighed to others, I may not seem like a girl lacking in love, but only I know that sweet romance has always eluded me." Upon hearing Qin Yushua's words, Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. "Haha, so it seems that being exceptionally outstanding might also be a curse. Indeed, sometimes, a person's brilliance can make it challenging to find a partner. Take Qin Yuxue, for instance. Her attributes are simply unparalleled: beauty, figure, wealth, and she is a prominent internet celebrity. It's no wonder that most men feel inadequate in her presence. Only the truly distinguished and affluent would dare to pursue her. Yet, such men often tend to be ostentatious and fickle, so it's entirely understandable that she feels no spark with them. It appears that, whether male or female. Those who thrive in the realm of romance are often those who fall within the moderate spectrum. The excessively outstanding or the overly desperate find it difficult to secure a partner. As they conversed, Yang Fan's cousin, Qin Qian, suddenly fixed them with a peculiar gaze, then stifled a laugh and exclaimed, "Hee, since you two stunning individuals are both single since birth, why not tie the knot together and resolve this issue?" Chapter 59, The Yacht Exhibition. As soon as Qin Qian uttered these words, Yang Fan and Qin Yushui exchanged a fleeting glance instinctively. Yang Fan remained remarkably composed, while Qin Yushui seemed to be lost in thought, her delicate face suddenly flushing with a rosy hue. She dared not meet Yang Fan's gaze any longer and quickly turned her head to glare at Qin Qian. "Ah, Qin Qian, you little imp. Have you grown restless to toy with me?" With that, she rolled up her sleeves and unleashed her tickling prowess, lunging towards Qin Qian. "Ah, cousin, spare me. I promise I won't dare again." "Humph, now you seek mercy? It's too late for that." "Oh, no, I'm coming for you. You think you can rely on your age, Qin? I shall retaliate." "Ah, you little rascal, dare you strike back? I'm going to tickle you to death." With Qin Qian refusing to back down, a delightful tickling skirmish soon erupted. The two beautiful girls, disregarding all decorum, engaged in a playful melee, creating quite a chaotic scene, which even bordered on the tantalizing. Yang Fan remained composed, standing quietly to the side. He refrained from intervening, instead narrowing his eyes in keen interest as he observed the unfolding scene. The following morning, a resplendent sun gradually ascended from the sea, casting a shimmering golden reflection upon the waves. It was yet another delightful day marked by gentle breezes and radiant sunshine. The fishermen of the village had already set out at dawn, embarking on their small boats in search of treasures hidden beneath the sea. Although Qin Yushui yearned to continue her adventures and fish alongside Yang Fan, she found herself unable to do so. Last night, she received a phone call regarding a significant event from Bilibili, seeking prominent content creators with millions of followers to participate. She had received an invitation and thus, today, she was compelled to return to the bustling metropolis. At 9:30 in the morning, at Beihai International Airport, Qin Yushui said, "Thank you, Yang Fan, for coming to the airport to see me off." Exiting the taxi, she graciously accepted her suitcase from Yang Fan's hands, offering him a sweet smile in gratitude. "It's nothing, it's my pleasure," he replied. Yang Fan waved his hand and smiled. "Old classmate, if you didn't have enough fun this time, you are always welcome to come to my home again." "Higi, of course. I will definitely return. I still want to fish for big ones in the open sea with you," Qin Yushui exclaimed with a hint of anticipation in her smile. "Haha, you are welcome anytime," Yang Fan replied with a grin. "Well then, we shall take our leave, Yang Fan. Until next time. All right, safe travels." The two waved goodbye with smiles before Qin Yushui and Qin Qian entered the airport. After bidding farewell to Qin Yushui, Yang Fan hailed a taxi. As soon as he got in, the driver inquired, "Young man, where to?" Yang Fan had long since formulated a plan. He inquired of his master, "Master, do you know where one might purchase fishing boats or yachts in Beihai?" Indeed, during this visit to the city to escort Qin Yushui, Yang Fan contemplated the idea of acquiring a vessel to take back with him. The absence of a boat proved rather inconvenient, and Yang Hongtao's vessel was inadequate. Failing to meet his requirements, he needed a superior craft. Upon hearing his query, the driver promptly responded, "Young man, are you considering buying a boat? You might want to visit Chifeng Port. It seems they are currently hosting an international yacht exhibition. I dropped off a passenger there yesterday, and I heard they are showcasing numerous luxury yachts, drawing quite a crowd." An international yacht exhibition? Upon hearing this, Yang Fan became intrigued. It was as if a sleeper had encountered a pillow. Initially, acquiring a boat from a shipyard would likely require a reservation, as they cannot produce an excess stock all at once. However, at a yacht exhibition, one can find a plethora of ready-to-purchase vessels, and as long as one possesses the financial means, they can sail away immediately. This is akin to purchasing a car when visiting a dealership. It is quite possible that the desired model is out of stock, necessitating a lengthy wait before delivery. In contrast, discovering a car at an auto show allows for immediate acquisition. Although Yang Fan had originally intended to procure a fishing boat or a speedboat, he found the idea of a yacht equally appealing, for after all, they are all vessels. "Very well, my good sir, please take me to the yacht exhibition." "Certainly," replied the driver with a nod, promptly accelerating the taxi, which then sped away under the skilled guidance of the experienced chauffeur. Yang Fan soon arrived at the yacht exhibition held at Chifeng Port. Upon reaching the harbor, he was struck by the vibrant atmosphere. The outdoor event was thronged with citizens and tourists, all gathered to marvel at the display, creating a bustling crowd. It was evident that few among them were serious buyers. Most were simply there for the spectacle, given that yachts typically cost in the millions, with some even reaching tens of millions, far beyond the means of the average person. This scenario resembled that of a car show, where many attendees come merely to admire luxury vehicles and beautiful models. The yacht exhibition also featured models. Although unlike car models clad in racing attire, these women donned an array of bikinis, each more stunning than the last, posing gracefully atop the opulent yachts, creating a captivating vista. Onlookers on the shore, often older gentlemen, incessantly snapped photos, likely fantasizing about owning a lavish yacht and hosting a party at sea with a bevy of beautiful models. What a delightful thought. After parking his car, Yang Fan entered the exhibition venue. This international yacht exhibition was a grand annual event in Beihai City, divided into 6 distinct zones according to the yacht's functions. These zones included the fishing boat section, the luxury business yacht section, the houseboat section, the sports luxury yacht section, the luxury vacation yacht section, and the trawler yacht section. The luxury vacation yacht section, located at the heart of the exhibition, was the largest, featuring only 3 yachts, each more extravagant than the last. The most opulent vessel among them exceeded 100 meters in length, with 3 expansive levels totaling thousands of square meters. It boasted facilities such as a kitchen, cinema, KTV, bar, gym, and even a spacious swimming pool. At that moment, 5 or 6 bikini-clad models were frolicking in the grand pool of this super-luxurious yacht, captivating Yang Fan's gaze. Yachts and beautiful models. One cannot help but marvel at the pleasures of the wealthy. It's a world beyond imagination. Even Yang Fan felt a twinge of envy. The allure of such a luxurious yacht was undeniable, if only he could acquire one and invite a few lovely companions for a day at sea. What bliss that would be. It was no wonder that the nouveau riche were so enamored with lavish seaside gatherings. However, despite his envy, Yang Fan remained grounded. Although he possessed a modest fortune of several million, which categorized him as a minor affluent individual, it paled in comparison to the staggering price of the super-luxurious yacht, which was listed at an astonishing 18.88 million. Naturally, Yang Fan is not inclined to purchase a luxurious yacht at this moment, as he is just at the beginning of his journey, primarily focused on earning a living through fishing. It is far too early for him to indulge in such luxuries. Perhaps in the future, when his wealth reaches several billion, he might acquire a superlative yacht and host a grand maritime feast with a bevy of lovely companions. After all, it is a common fantasy among men. After admiring the opulent yachts, Yang Fan continued his leisurely exploration. Soon, he arrived at the fishing boat exhibition area, where approximately 7 or 8 fishing vessels were on display. The dimensions of these fishing boats were modest compared to the earlier luxurious yacht, measuring around 20 to 30 meters in length, with a relatively small area and lacking the extravagance of their grand counterpart. However, upon closer inspection, Yang Fan discovered one fishing boat that piqued his interest. Both its appearance and size were quite pleasing to him. Being aesthetically pleasing was sufficient. He did not possess extensive knowledge of yacht specifications, so visual appeal became his paramount criterion. Of course, he did not hastily decide to purchase the fishing boat on the spot, as there were still many more yachts and other exhibition areas that he had yet to explore, perhaps leading to an even more appealing choice. Yang Fan remained unhurried, leisurely exploring the exhibition area. Before long, he had traversed over half of the exhibit. During this time, he encountered several yachts that were quite to his liking, though none struck him as particularly breathtaking, so he refrained from making an immediate decision to purchase. As he continued his stroll, he finally stumbled upon a yacht that truly captivated him. This was a luxurious trawler yacht showcased in the trawler section of the exhibition. A trawler yacht, as it is known, is designed and remodeled from a trawling fishing vessel, possessing both the leisure and entertainment features of a luxury yacht while being equipped with specialized fishing apparatus for trawling. In essence, it is a vessel that harmoniously combines the joys of fishing with relaxation. This perfectly aligned with Yang Fan's desires. Although he was a fisherman, he did not wish to toil as others did. His ultimate dream was to catch fish and earn money while reclining in comfort. Thus, upon seeing this luxurious trawler yacht that offered both leisure and professional fishing capabilities, he was instantly enchanted. In front of the trawler yacht section, there was a service desk manned by several saleswomen in uniforms adorned with name tags, whose duty was to introduce the yachts to prospective clients. Determined to purchase the trawler yacht, Yang Fan approached the service desk. Immediately, a saleswoman greeted him warmly. "Sir, "How may I assist you today?" she inquired politely, bending slightly in greeting. Dressed in a tailored suit with a white shirt and a fitted skirt complemented by black stockings, her figure was strikingly alluring, exuding confidence and poise. Yang Fan's eyes brightened at the sight of her. She appeared to stand at least 168 centimeters tall, her professional attire accentuating her elegance, presenting a clean and polished appearance. In addition to her remarkable physique, her petite face was exquisitely beautiful. Likely in her early 20s, she possessed a delicate oval face, with refined features, subtle makeup, and skin that appeared supple and vibrant, radiating a hint of rosy glow. Yang Fan offered his appraisal, deeming her a stunning young woman whose combined score for beauty and physique exceeds 90. Even among university campuses, she would undoubtedly be regarded as a campus belle. While she may not possess the youthful charm and enviable long legs of Qin Yuxua, she certainly boasts her own advantages, as her particular assets appear to surpass those of Qin Yuxua significantly. Truly, at a luxurious yacht exhibition, not only are the models aboard the yachts exceptionally radiant, but even the female sales representatives exude remarkable quality. Eager to learn more about the trawler yacht, Yang Fan wasted no time after a brief assessment of the lovely sales representative and pointed directly to the opulent trawler yacht he had taken a fancy to, inquiring, "Could you provide me with some information about this vessel?" "Certainly, sir. Please follow me," the sales representative, Zhu Xiaoi, replied with a sweet smile. Leading Yang Fan to the side of the luxurious trawler yacht and patiently beginning her introduction, "Sir, this yacht is the latest luxury trawler yacht launched by the Faraday Group. I wonder if you are familiar with the Faraday Group? It is the largest luxury yacht design and manufacturing company in Europe, renowned for producing vessels that are synonymous with safety, luxury, and exquisite craftsmanship, enjoying a stellar reputation worldwide. This yacht is named the Faraday Mercury Trawler Yacht. It has not yet entered mass production, with only a handful of units produced globally. The entire exterior shell is crafted from aerospace materials, making it highly resistant to corrosion and impacts while remaining exceptionally lightweight, which allows for a significantly faster navigation speed compared to conventional yachts, measuring 28 meters in length. This vessel consists of two sections. The front part serves as the yacht structure, while the rear section is designated for the operational area of the trawler. Its design ingeniously merges two distinct functionalities, allowing it to serve both as an opulent yacht and as a platform for professional fishing activities. Zhu Xiaoi provided Yang Fan with a concise overview of the trawler yacht's background and some of its specifications. Although Yang Fan was not well versed in yachts, he was thoroughly impressed by her impressive discourse and inquired, "May I have the pleasure of touring the vessel?" Chapter 61. Childhood Dreams Realized. Finally becoming a captain. "Certainly, sir. Please follow me," Zhu Xiaoi replied with an immediate smile, leading him aboard the Faraday Mercury Trawler Yacht. Typically, at such extravagant yacht exhibitions, ordinary visitors are not permitted to board the vessels. Only staff members may escort individuals onto the yachts. Furthermore, the staff are selective about whom they invite aboard, often assessing whether a person genuinely intends to purchase a yacht or is merely a curious onlooker. Those who appear to be mere spectators are frequently met with polite refusals from the female sales representatives. However, Yang Fan distinctly did not fit that mold, prompting Zhu Xiaoi to act without hesitation and usher him onto the yacht. In her eyes, the resolute confidence exuding from Yang Fan clearly indicated that he was a person of considerable means, undoubtedly a serious prospective buyer. The assurance of wealth cannot be feigned. As an accomplished luxury goods consultant, the fundamental skill is the ability to discern a customer's financial capability at a glance. Following Zhu Xiaoi, Yang Fan stepped aboard the Faraday Mercury Trawler Yacht. Yang Fan was immediately enveloped by an aura of opulence. Only by observing up close could one truly appreciate the exquisite details of this luxurious trawler yacht. It could be said that, from Yang Fan's perspective, the interior decor of this yacht rivaled that of any five-star hotel room in terms of lavishness. The most remarkable aspect is that it not only boasts extravagant furnishings but also comes equipped with all the requisite amenities: a kitchen, bathroom, swimming pool, cinema, gym, and a small bar. In essence, it possesses everything one would expect from a luxury yacht. Although it may not match the grandeur of the super yacht he had previously seen, which exceeded 100 meters in length, it is undeniably splendid in its own right. Yang Fan immediately envisioned a delightful scenario: in the future, piloting this luxurious trawler yacht, accompanied by several beautiful companions, indulging in the pleasures of fishing and leisure on the open sea. The mere thought brought him immense joy, while Yang Fan reveled in his daydreams. Zhu Xiaoyi meticulously presented the yacht to him, saying, "Sir, as you can see, this trawler yacht boasts 3 levels, featuring 6 guest rooms and 3 bathrooms. Additionally, it is equipped with entertainment facilities such as a kitchen, swimming pool, bar, and cinema. Beyond its opulent interior, its power system is of the highest caliber globally, delivering exceptional performance and speed that rivals other yachts in its price range. The engine is, furthermore, as a trawler yacht capable of fishing operations. Its working area is equally impressive, with a complete set of trawling equipment imported from the United States, achieving 100 automation. Whenever you wish to fish, simply press a button, and the operation commences." Under Zhu Xiaoyi's guidance, Yang Fan explored every corner of the 3 levels of the yacht. Standing on the deck of the 3rd level, he gazed out at the azure sea, feeling the gentle caress of the sea breeze. At that moment, his heart brimmed with satisfaction. Owning such a magnificent trawler yacht would undoubtedly be a wondrous experience. It was a purchase he was determined to make. Yang Fan's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Resolutely, he turned to the female sales associate, Zhu Xiaoyi, and inquired, "I find this trawler yacht quite satisfactory. What is its price?" A glimmer of excitement flickered in Zhu Xiaoyi's beautiful eyes as she promptly replied, "Sir, the official guide price for this trawler yacht is 66 million. However, if you are genuinely interested in purchasing, I can request a discounted price from my supervisor." 66 million? Upon hearing this figure, Yang Fan felt no significant surprise. It is quite normal for luxury yachts to be priced over 4 million. This amount conveniently fell within his acceptable range. Having earned approximately 4 million from selling large yellow croakers, along with several $100,000 from selling exquisite lobsters and grouper, his total assets hovered around 4 to 5 million. This price was just right for acquiring the luxurious trawler yacht. With this in mind, Yang Fan wasted no time and directly addressed Zhu Xiaoyi. "If I were to pay in full, what discount could you offer? I am not one for haggling. Just provide me with your best price, and if it suits me, I shall proceed with the purchase. Sir, if you truly intend to pay in full, I can apply for a minimum discount of 5 for you. This is indeed the best offer we can provide. Additionally, we will include some decorative accessories for the yacht as a complimentary gift. Are you satisfied with this offer?" Zhu Xiaoyi replied cautiously. Yang Fan, weary of further negotiation, waved his hand dismissively and declared, "Very well, I shall purchase it." "Excellent. Please hold on for a moment, sir. I will retrieve the contract right away." Upon realizing that Yang Fan was genuinely intent on acquiring the yacht, Zhu Xiaoyi's lovely countenance radiated surprise and elation. Without uttering a word, she hastened down from the yacht to fetch the contract from the service area. The young saleswoman, undoubtedly overjoyed, envisioned the substantial commission she would earn if this transaction proceeded smoothly. Half an hour later, Yang Fan invested over 4 million, promptly signing a contract to purchase this luxurious trawler yacht outright. This extravagant act immediately stirred a sensation at the exhibition, drawing a crowd of onlookers eager to speculate about the identity of such a wealthy individual who could casually acquire a yacht worth millions. When the spectators discovered that the purchaser of this opulent vessel was a young man in his early 20s, envy washed over them instantaneously. How unfair. Here I am in my 30s still riding a humble donkey, while others in their 20s are navigating luxurious yachts. It seems the heavens are unjust. Indeed, this young man appears to be a second-generation affluent individual. Otherwise, how could he possibly afford such a lavish yacht at such a tender age? Enough said. Envy cannot be harbored, as he must have a fortunate lineage. Quite right. Some things are simply bestowed upon certain individuals at birth, while others remain unattainable. For those hailing from ordinary families, the dream of owning a yacht worth millions is likely to remain just that, a dream, forever out of reach. It is undeniably true. In this day and age, achieving wealth through one's own efforts seems exceedingly challenging. Yang Fan was blissfully unaware of the murmurs from the onlookers, for he was reclining in the luxurious leather sofa of the observation lounge on the 3rd floor of his yacht. After completing the payment and signing the contract, this magnificent trawler yacht officially belonged to him. This realization filled him with a delightful thrill. As a child raised in a coastal fishing village, one of Yang Fan's greatest dreams was to become a formidable captain, possessing a grand fishing vessel of his own. Now, not only had that childhood dream been realized, but it had also been elevated. He had not only become a captain with a sizable fishing boat, but he also owned a luxurious trawler yacht capable of leisure and entertainment. The sensation was indescribable, simply put, exhilarating. Chapter 62. The voyage of the Yang Fan. The yacht had been purchased, yet it could not be set sail immediately. certain procedures and documentation needed to be addressed. Albeit the manufacturer would handle all these matters on Yang Fan's behalf, requiring him to do nothing but patiently wait for 2 or 3 hours. During this waiting period, Yang Fan remained engaged. The manufacturer provided exemplary service, even arranging for an experienced old captain to personally guide him through the operation of the yacht. Yang Fan devoted considerable time to familiarizing himself with the yacht's equipment and operational methods. Fortunately, operating the yacht was not particularly complicated, especially since Yang Fan had prior experience with boating. Thus, it did not take long for him to master it with ease. Additionally, there is another noteworthy aspect to mention. The yacht manufacturer offered painting services, so Yang Fan decided to name the trawler yacht on the spot and requested the manufacturer to emblazon the name upon this luxurious vessel. He chose a rather simple name, Yang Fan. Indeed, he named the yacht after the phonetic similarity to his own name. Set sail. This name is undoubtedly quite fitting. Before long, 3 hours had elapsed. The clock struck 2 in the afternoon. At this moment, the yacht manufacturer finally completed all the necessary paperwork for Yang Fan. The charming saleswoman, Zhu Xiaoi, approached him with a document in hand, bending slightly as she smiled and presented the file to him. Mr. Yang, all relevant procedures and documents are here. We have taken care of everything for you, and you are now free to set sail on your yacht at any time. Yang Fan casually took the phone and replied, "All right, thank you." Then, with a charming smile, Xiaoi took out her phone and said to Yang Fan, "By the way, Mr. Yang, I forgot to add you on WeChat. I will follow up with you later, and if you have any after-sales inquiries, please feel free to reach out to me at any time." Understood. Yang Fan cast a glance at her, then took out his phone to add the beautiful saleswoman's WeChat. Having settled everything, Yang Fan has finally set sail on his vessel, the Yang Fan. The vast ocean stretches before him, a boundless expanse of azure that invigorates the spirit. At this moment, upon the endless blue sea, a luxurious trawler yacht glides swiftly, creating surges of white-capped waves. Within the helm of the yacht, Yang Fan grips the steering wheel, his face radiating exhilaration. The sensation of racing across the sea on this opulent yacht is truly exhilarating. This magnificent trawler yacht boasts a maximum speed of 18 knots, a remarkable velocity that allows him to cleave through the ocean's waves, instilling the feeling of conquering the sea beneath his feet. Ha ha ha. There will be times when the winds and waves will favor. As the sails ascend to navigate the vast seas, it feels nothing short of soaring through the skies. Yang Fan navigated the yacht through the surging waves, laughter echoing in the air. It was his inaugural experience sailing a luxurious yacht across the vast ocean, a sensation simply exquisite. Although Yang Fan had piloted numerous fishing boats, the contrast between maneuvering those small, dilapidated vessels and commanding such an opulent yacht was stark, akin to the difference between riding an electric scooter and driving a Ferrari. Entirely distinct in essence. As the yacht drifted further from the shoreline, the horizon expanded magnificently. The refreshing sea breeze caressed his face, while the rhythmic white waves danced gracefully, occasionally accompanied by the flight of seabirds. The entire realm seemed suffused with tranquility and serenity. Yang Fan's heart was filled with an exquisite sense of contentment. Just 2 words, utterly delightful. Initially, as he piloted the yacht, Yang Fan felt somewhat unaccustomed. However, after navigating for a while, he became increasingly adept at the helm. After more than 2 hours of sailing, Yang Fan finally returned to the dock of Big Whale Village aboard his luxurious yacht. It was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and at this hour, many fishermen from the village were gradually returning from the sea, resulting in a bustling scene at the dock. As Yang Fan gracefully steered his brand-new, opulent trawler towards the pier, the villagers were immediately captivated, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, this magnificent yacht looks impressive. It must be quite expensive." Indeed, such a splendid and sizable vessel must cost at least several million, right? Absolutely. One wouldn't even dream of acquiring such a grand yacht without a hefty sum. But what brings this luxurious yacht to our village? Is it a wealthy relative of someone here? Yet, I haven't heard of anyone in the village having a luxurious yacht. In no time, the dock of Big Whale Village was abuzz with excitement. Many nearby villagers rushed over to witness the arrival of this grand yacht. As the trawler drew closer to the dock, a keen-eyed young lad spotted Yang Fan in the captain's cabin. He exclaimed loudly, "Wow, it's Fan Ge. This luxurious yacht belongs to him." The villagers nearby widened their eyes upon hearing this. What? It's really Fan Ge who brought it back? My goodness. It truly is him at the helm. This magnificent yacht is indeed his? Surely, he must have purchased it himself. Where else could one find such a new luxury yacht to borrow? Remarkable, truly remarkable. Fan Gu is indeed a prestigious university student. After only a few years, he has managed to afford a luxurious yacht. Who could argue otherwise? Talented individuals excel in whatever they pursue. Just the other day, when Fan Gu returned to the village for fishing, some claimed he was back because he couldn't make it in the city. Now, those words must be ringing hollow. Indeed, Fan Gu has always been clever and resourceful, and having been admitted to a prestigious university, how could he possibly struggle in the city? TSK. Our big whale village has produced a remarkable talent. Upon realizing that the luxurious yacht was piloted by Yang Fan, the villagers at the dock erupted into fervent discussions. Chapter 63. Fan, have you been spoiled by a wealthy woman? Let's find a place to dock the trawler. Yang Fan emerged from the cockpit and stepped onto the deck. Among the crowd at the dock, a middle-aged man immediately called out to him, "Young Fan, did you purchase this magnificent luxury yacht?" Young Fan smiled, striving to maintain a modest tone as he spoke to the man. "Indeed, Uncle Dalong, I just purchased it." Although suspicions had lingered, the moment the villagers at the dock heard Yang Fan confirm that the luxurious trawler yacht was indeed his, they were utterly astonished, their eyes widening in disbelief. It was a sunlit day. This opulent yacht truly belonged to the young Master Fan. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Young Fan has achieved such success. To think he could afford a yacht worth millions, he must be incredibly wealthy. This is a testament to the value of education. Look at Young Fan. Having attended a prestigious university, now flourishing beyond measure, while we mere fishermen cannot compare. Indeed, it is evident that education is the key to rising above one's circumstances. Who could argue otherwise? Yet, how many children from our village are able to pursue their studies? Take my own son, for instance. He spends his days glued to his phone, playing Honor of Kings, and when I refuse to let him, he threatens to starve himself. I am truly exasperated. Alas, my boy is no different. Not everyone is as naturally gifted as Young Fan. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Many elders in the village gave Young Fan a thumbs up, showering him with compliments. The village children gazed at the luxurious trawler yacht with wide eyes, yearning to explore it. Meanwhile, the young men of the fishing village, who had grown up alongside Young Fan, felt a mix of envy and shame, having played together since childhood. They now found themselves feeling utterly humiliated in comparison to Young Fan's impressive achievement of owning a grand yacht. The news of Young Fan's purchase of a luxurious yacht swiftly spread throughout the village, igniting fervent discussions among the villagers. Before long, Yang Hongtao also learned of this revelation. He had just returned from a fishing expedition and was in the courtyard meticulously organizing his fishing nets when the news reached him, leaving him utterly astounded. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned his nets and hurried to the dock. At that moment, despite the initial commotion subsiding, the atmosphere remained charged with excitement as onlookers gathered to glimpse the opulent vessel. Upon arriving at the dock, Yang Hongtao's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the grand yacht moored at the harbor. Goodness! Fan truly has bought a magnificent yacht. Yang Jiotao was genuinely astonished. He shared the closest bond with Yang Fan and was the individual who had the most intimate connection with him upon his return to the fishing village. It could be said that he was the person in the entire village who understood Yang Fan the best. It was precisely for this reason that he was perplexed by the sheer wealth Yang Fan seemingly possessed. He was acutely aware that Yang Fan had previously worked at a bank, where the salary was substantial and the benefits remarkable. However, no matter how high the salary or how generous the perks, Yang Fan had only graduated 2 to 3 years ago. How could he possibly afford a luxurious yacht worth millions? In light of this, he considered the importance of maintaining a low profile. After Yang Fan docked the yacht, he promptly returned home to rest. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be besieged by the enthusiastic villagers, bombarding him with endless questions. However, before he could enjoy a moment of respite, Yang Hongtao, who had been admiring the yacht at the pier, came knocking at his door. Good heavens! Fan, you silent one. How could you not say a word? Yang Hongtao is quite the impatient fellow. As soon as he entered, he threw his arm around Yang Fan's shoulder and exclaimed, "I just bought a luxurious yacht. My goodness! How much did that cost? Hey, speak without getting handsy." Yang Fan chuckled while shaking off his hand. He then casually remarked, "It didn't cost much, just over 4 million. Upon hearing this, Yang Hongtao's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, just over 4 million? You can't be serious. Where on earth did you get that kind of money? He speculated wildly. Did you win the lottery or something? Or perhaps you engaged in some dubious dealings back when you were at the bank?" Yang Fan immediately rolled his eyes. Falsifying accounts? Spare me. Do not make such reckless claims. That could land one in prison. Have you won the lottery jackpot or something? Winning a few bucks is one thing, but the lottery is riddled with insider dealings. How could you possibly win the grand prize? So, where on earth did you amass such wealth? Surely it cannot be from working as a prostitute in the bustling metropolis, can it? Young Fan kicked it away with a swift motion, exclaiming, "Get lost. You are the true duck. No, you are the king of ducks." He laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Fan? Could it be that my words have struck a nerve and incited your wrath? Are you not afraid in the magical city? Yang Hongtao quickly stepped aside. Has he truly been supported by a wealthy benefactor? Yang Fan has grown weary of engaging with this foolish individual. Ha ha ha. Enough with the jesting. Fan. Although I remain oblivious to the means by which you have amassed your fortune, I genuinely rejoice for your success as a brother. This is indeed a magnificent yacht from Funhua, truly exhilarating. As Yang Hongtao spoke, a sudden realization seemed to dawn upon him. His eyebrows arched, revealing a somewhat mischievous expression. Hey, my friend, let's establish an understanding right now. I am your most loyal brother. If in the future you find yourself in a scenario akin to those depicted in films, surrounded by a bevy of young models aboard a yacht for a party, do not forget about me. Your brother. Just imagine that scene. It is exhilarating to contemplate, observing his comrade's lewd expression and foolish grin. One could only wonder what inappropriate thoughts were swirling in his mind. Yang Hu couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation. Enough, enough. Just stop your incessant chatter, surely. If something good were to happen, you would not be forgotten, would you? Yang Fan chuckled and playfully scolded, then proceeded to explain to Yang Hongtao, Taozi. My purchase of this yacht is not merely for leisure or to flaunt it. It is a trawler yacht, specifically designed for fishing. What? Such a splendid yacht can also be used for fishing? Yang Hongtao was taken aback. Of course, the fishing equipment aboard is remarkably professional, far more advanced than that of typical trawlers. Otherwise, do you think I would spend so much on it? Well, this yacht is truly impressive. So it means that one can host parties with beautiful models while simultaneously fishing? You seem to be quite enamored with those models, huh? Hiki. Perhaps I've watched too many films from the islands. I remember a particular film that left a lasting impression, featuring a group of lovely ladies aboard a yacht involved with a certain Mr. Kato. At this point, Yang Fan was utterly speechless, having exchanged playful banter for a moment. Suddenly, Yang Hongtao shifted the conversation with a mischievous grin. By the way, Fan, since this trawler yacht can indeed fish, it surely requires some assistance, right? Yang Fan cast a glance at him and smiled. Oh, what do you mean? You wish to board my ship? Xiao Hongtao immediately thumped his chest and declared with a sense of righteousness, absolutely. Fan, what kind of relationship do we share? We have been inseparable since childhood, having grown up together in our breeches. If you require assistance, as your brother, I shall certainly be the first to step forward. Yang Fan immediately shot a glance at the fellow, chuckling. Well, you truly have some nerve. Clearly, you just want to cling to my coattails. Reveling aboard my luxurious fishing yacht, yet you still present yourself with such camaraderie and gallantry. Caught red-handed in his little scheme. The thick-skinned Yang Hongtao scratched his head and grinned foolishly, seemingly unfazed. Hee, who could blame me when you're such an exceptional fisherman, Fan? I certainly intend to stick by your side from now on. You promised to take me along for the ride, and you can't leave me behind. My hopes of striking it rich and marrying a beautiful wife all hinge on you, Fan. Yang Fan smiled faintly, refraining from idle chatter. He patted Yang Hongtao's shoulder and said earnestly, Taozi, there is no need for us brothers to exchange excessive words. From now on, accompany me on my vessel as we venture into the sea. I shall say little else. As long as you commit to your work diligently, I assure you, I will not let you suffer any loss. Yang Hongtao listened, deeply moved. All right, Fanzi, it's settled then. From now on, I shall be yours. But what does it mean to say from now on, I shall be yours? That phrase sounded rather peculiar. The moments that followed, Yang Fan and Yang Hongtao conferred briefly and resolved to embark on a fishing expedition to the open sea with the trawler yacht the following day. The yacht is equipped with various models of trawl nets. There is no need for extensive preparation, as they can set out directly to cast their nets for fish. The weather over the past few days has been exceptionally favorable, making it an opportune time to venture further into the waters for fishing. Yang Ji is particularly exhilarated and anticipatory about this venture. This marks his inaugural experience operating a mechanized trawler for deep-sea fishing, a sensation that starkly contrasts with manning a small fishing boat to drop lines. While line fishing yields a limited catch, the trawler presents a different prospect. If one can locate a school of fish, it could potentially result in a haul of several thousand kilograms. Yang Hongtao is even more electrified by the prospect. The mere thought of setting out on that brand new ting what trawler alongside young Fan fills him with an exhilarating thrill. After all, it is a luxurious yacht. The idea of fishing aboard such an opulent vessel is simply delightful. After young Hongtao departed, young Fan proceeded to the garden to irrigate the vegetable patch with water diluted with golden droplets. After several days of growth, the young cherry tomato seedlings in the garden had fully unfurled, each one standing tall and verdant, exhibiting a most delightful vigor. Yang Ji estimated that within a couple of days, they would blossom and bear fruit. This is, in fact, quite illogical. Typically, cherry tomato seedlings require at least a month to yield results. However, the ones Yang Fan planted astonishingly need only about a week. One cannot help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of the golden drip variety. It seems almost like pulling seedlings to help them grow. Simultaneously, Sister Yang is also curious about how the flavor of the newly emerged golden drip cherry tomatoes will differ from that of ordinary cherry tomatoes. It won't be long before there are results. Just as Yang Fan was diligently watering the vegetable patch, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he was taken aback. Oh, why is she calling? Chapter 64. The girl, Yi Manny. Seeing the caller ID, Yang Fan was genuinely taken aback. The caller was none other than his old middle school classmate, Su Xiaoxiao, whom he had encountered during his recent trip to town for vegetable seeds. After exchanging phone numbers and WeChat IDs during their brief encounter, they had not been in contact for several days. Thus, receiving a call from Su Xiaoxiao was quite intriguing for Yang Fan, who wondered what prompted her to reach out. Hello, old classmate. He greeted with a smile as he pressed the answer button. Immediately, Su Xiaoxiao's sweet and melodious voice resonated through the line. Hee, Yang Fan. Are you surprised that I suddenly called you? Honestly, a little, he admitted with a chuckle. Hee, can you guess why I'm calling? I can't really guess. You're not inviting me out for a meal, are you? Uft, dream on. Although you are quite handsome, I'm not the type to swoon over looks. She laughed. So, what is the occasion for your call? Ah, good news. It's definitely something delightful for you. Su Xiaoxiao replied with an air of mystery. What good news? Yang Fan inquired, slightly astonished. Hee, I want to keep you in suspense. Tomorrow is the weekend, and one of my close friends from back in the day is returning from the city for a break. We've planned to meet up, and during our chat, I casually mentioned that you were back from Shanghai. Guess what happened next? What happened? Yang Fan asked, intrigued. She immediately insisted that I invite you to join us. Su Xiaoxiao giggled. By the way, she used to be your little admirer. Really? Who might that be? Yang Fan asked, bemused. Hee, it's Manny. You Manny. Do you remember her? Upon hearing the name, Yang Fan paused to recollect. Initially, he couldn't place her, but soon enough, memories flooded back. Yang Fan's middle school classmates have previously remarked that during those years, his striking looks positioned him as the heartthrob of the class. Coupled with his academic excellence and extroverted personality, he truly embodied the essence of a charming young man. It can be said that during middle school, Yang Fan was quite the catch, receiving numerous love letters each semester. Indeed, in that era, when mobile phones were not yet prevalent and QQ was just beginning to emerge, love-struck middle schoolers predominantly expressed their affections by slipping handwritten notes into each other's desks. As the class's idol, Yang Fan received no fewer than 10 love letters each term. And even girls from other classes would stealthily tuck letters into his drawer, often leaving their QQ numbers behind. Among them was Manny, who, although she never slipped a letter into Yang Fan's drawer, would gift him musical greeting cards every Christmas, carefully inscribing a few lines of well wishes and adorning them with charming illustrations. Hence, Yang Fan was well aware of Yi Manny's feelings for him. She simply had a more reserved way of expressing her affections. It is worth noting that many young girls had crushes on Yang Fan during middle school, and he barely remembers most of them. Even if he were to mention their names, he would struggle to recall who they were. However, Yi Manny was an exception, and the reason is quite simple. The phonetics of her name made her unforgettable. Indeed, during middle school, Yi Manny was the most developed girl among all her peers. While other girls her age were still quite immature, she had already blossomed into a young woman. This led to much speculation among the boys in class, who were curious about what she had consumed to achieve such a remarkable development. Furthermore, at such a tender age, Yi Manny not only had a striking physique, but also possessed a refreshing beauty. Although the girls in their town at that time did not have the grooming skills of the current generation, she undeniably stood out with her delicate features and graceful figure, making her immensely popular among the boys. While early romances were not particularly in vogue in that small-town middle school, many precocious boys harbored intentions towards Manny. Yet, she remained indifferent to the advances of all the boys who sought her attention, for the only boy she truly admired was none other than Yang Fan. Regrettably, Yang Fan was somewhat late to mature. During middle school, his heart was solely devoted to his studies and fishing, leaving little room for interest in girls. During the summer vacation leading up to the high school entrance examination, he gradually began to mature. Coincidentally, when Yang Fan finally entered adolescence, Manny became the first girl to grace his dreams. At that time, Yang Fan harbored no special feelings for Manny. He was perplexed as to why she inhabited his dreams, finding it somewhat strange. However, as he grew older and wiser, he gradually came to understand the underlying reasons. To be candid, after graduating from middle school, Yang Fan felt a twinge of regret. He lamented his youthful immaturity, wishing he had matured sooner. Had he done so, perhaps he could have embarked on a sweet, albeit naive, romance with Manny during their middle school years. "Hey, Yang Fan, are you still there? Why the silence?" Su Xiaoxiao's sudden voice jolted him from his nostalgic reverie. "Ahem, I'm here. Please send me flowers," Yang Fan replied, rubbing his nose and offering an awkward smile. "So, Yang Fan, do you have time tomorrow? Would you like to join Manny and me for a gathering?" Su Xiaoxiao inquired. "Well, old classmate, as much as I would love to join you, I have already made plans to go fishing with friends tomorrow. Perhaps we can arrange another time?" Yang Fan contemplated before responding. "Oh, that's a pity. By the way, speaking of fishing, I just had an idea." Su Xiaoxiao's voice brimmed with excitement. "Yang Fan, I'm very interested in going fishing. What if Manny and I come to find you? Could you take us out fishing? But if that would interfere with your plans, we can always reschedule. You want to come fishing with me?" That could work. I don't mind at all. If you both wish to come, feel free to drop by tomorrow," Yang Fan replied. "Yay, that's wonderful. It's settled then. Hee. Yang Fan, you have no idea. Even though my hometown is a fishing village, I've never been out on a fishing boat before. You must show me how it's done. Oh, and about Manny, I haven't mentioned it to her yet, but I believe she would be very interested as well. All right then. See you tomorrow." Yang Fan smiled. Hee. See you tomorrow. Oh, and one last thing, Yang Fan. I must give you a heads up. Manny is now a goddess-level beauty. Her figure is absolutely stunning. Plus, she is currently pursuing her graduate studies as a beautiful university student. So when you meet her tomorrow, try not to drool, okay? Haha. Yang Fan raised an eyebrow. Oh really? I am quite looking forward to it. But, Yang Fan, you mustn't doubt my words. You will undoubtedly be astonished. Manny is looking exceptionally beautiful and alluring these days. You'll understand when you see her tomorrow. Haha. It seems I must pay attention to my appearance. Otherwise, if I were to encounter a beauty and appear as foolish as a country bumpkin, that would be quite embarrassing." Yang Fan shrugged nonchalantly and made a jest. The phone instantly rang with Su Xiaoxiao's melodious laughter. Following that, the two engaged in light-hearted banter before bidding each other farewell, bringing their conversation to a close. After hanging up, Yang Fan squinted his eyes amused. "Hey, listening to Su Xiaoxiao, I find myself inexplicably filled with anticipation. Reuniting with an old friend is inherently delightful, not to mention that Manny was the very first girl to grace Yang Fan's youthful dreams." Yang Fan found himself eagerly anticipating the opportunity to once again encounter the girl who had left an indelible impression on his adolescence. Chapter 65. A stunning girl. The sun rose gently over the tranquil sea, the sky a canvas of endless blue, heralding yet another day of delightful weather filled with fragrant blossoms. At 8 in the morning, Yang Fan stretched lazily as he rose from his slumber, having enjoyed a refreshing sleep that allowed him to awaken naturally. Originally, he had planned to take his newly acquired luxury fishing yacht out to sea for a day of fishing, which would normally require an early start. However, considering that he had arranged to meet Su Xiaoxiao and Manny, he decided it would be more considerate to have them gather at the village entrance at 9 o'clock. A rather late hour for fishermen. Many of them would have already returned by that time after casting their nets at dawn. Yet, for Yang Fan, the early hours held no particular significance. He could catch fish at any time. Other fishermen rose early because the morning offered the richest bounty, with the best chances of success before dawn broke. For Yang Fan, however, fishing was a leisurely pursuit, and he relished the ease with which he could fill his nets. With the Dragon Pearl in his possession, his fishing endeavors were assured, allowing him to embrace a carefree lifestyle. After a quick wash and preparing a simple bowl of noodles for breakfast, he took a moment to arrange his hairstyle in front of the mirror. He couldn't help but admire himself, thinking that if he were a girl, he would surely fall for his own charm. Gazing at his handsome face and physique that surpassed that of male models, Yang Fan smiled with satisfaction. The transformation brought by the Dragon Pearl was ongoing. While it enhanced his physical condition, it also elevated his spirit and appearance. Each morning, he felt incrementally more attractive than the day before, which, to be honest, left him a bit troubled. After all, what was the purpose of being so striking if he wasn't reliant on his looks? What would happen if girls started flocking to him on the streets? Having completed his grooming, Yang Fan glanced at the time and realized it was already 8:45. Just a short while before his rendezvous with Su Xiaoxiao. He decided against lingering any longer and strolled leisurely toward the village entrance. At that moment, a motorcycle taxi approached from the town, its arrival imminent at the Jing village. Inside, 3 vibrant young women were seated, each exuding their own unique charm and allure. Among them was the sweet girl with a high ponytail, Su Xiaoxiao, whom Yang Fan had encountered during his last visit to town while purchasing vegetable seeds. Beside her was the elegant and enchanting girl with long hair, who was none other than Yu Yini, the first girl to appear in Yang Fan's youthful dreams. Beside the elegantly dressed and heavily made-up Yumani sat Zhang Lingling, Su Xiaoxiao's research roommate who had come to visit from her hometown. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao glanced at her watch and realized that it was nearly time for her rendezvous with Yang Fan. She turned to the motorcycle taxi driver and inquired, "Sir, how much longer until we reach Dying Village?" The driver, after assessing the road ahead, promptly replied, "You should arrive shortly, just a few more minutes." Su Xiaoxiao nodded appreciatively and said, "Thank you, sir. How much is the fare? Let me settle it now." 10 yuan, the driver responded. "Very well, here you are," she said, handing him the cash. After paying, she turned to Yi Manny and teased, "Hee, Manny, we're almost there. How do you feel about meeting your long-ago crush?" Yang Fan? Immediately, Yi Manny's cheeks flushed, and she shot her a playful glare. "What are you talking about, long-ago crush? That's nonsense." "Hee, Manny." Denying it 1T changed the truth. "As your former deskmate, how could I not notice your fondness for him back in the day? In middle school, you were indifferent to all the boys, tossing aside love letters without a second glance. Yet your demeanor towards Yang Fan was distinctly different. And let us not forget, every Christmas you would gift him those meticulously crafted musical cards. Even I could see that you had feelings for him." Su Xiaoxiao's analysis was both astute and convincing. Yi Manny rolled her eyes and shrugged with a resigned smile. All right. I admit that I had a crush on Yang Fan back in middle school. Happy now? But that was ages ago, so can we please not dwell on it?" Indeed, she had once harbored feelings for the charming boy, but after all these years, that youthful flutter had faded into a fond memory. Now, Yi Manny regarded Yang Fan merely as a special old classmate, devoid of any lingering romantic notions. Therefore, she brushed off Su Xiaoxiao's teasing with nonchalance, openly acknowledging her past sentiments. Seeing Yi Manny's candid admission, Su Xiaoxiao felt somewhat disinterested and decided to drop the subject. "All right. We 1T revisit the past. But Manny, the last time I saw Yang Ji, I noticed he is even more handsome than before." "Really? How handsome?" "Incredibly so. He is even more striking than those popular young stars in the entertainment industry. You'll see for yourself shortly." "Haha, I'm really looking forward to it." Yi Manny chuckled softly, covering her mouth. The 2 old friends were enjoying a delightful conversation when suddenly, an incongruous voice interrupted from nearby. "TCH. I couldn't help but chuckle. Where could a mere fisherman aspire to go?" Such a scornful remark was naturally uttered by Zhang Lingling, Yi Manny's roommate, who was currently preening herself in front of a small mirror, diligently applying layer upon layer of powder to her face. Though she possessed a modicum of beauty, her makeup was so heavy that she resembled a ghostly figure. Upon hearing Su Xiaoxiao declare that Yang Fan was exceptionally handsome, even more so than the popular young idols, she couldn't resist the urge to mock. What could a man from a humble fishing village possibly amount to? In her eyes, he was merely a rustic, dark-skinned bumpkin. Su Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow but refrained from retorting, recognizing that Zhang Lingling was a guest, being a friend of Yi Manny's. Yi Manny and I also frowned, aware that her roommate's disposition was somewhat unpleasant, marked by her superficiality and pretentiousness. However, given that she had shared 3 years of graduate studies with her, she felt it inappropriate to admonish her. "Lingling, do finish your makeup. Do not look down on others. My classmate is genuinely quite handsome." Yi Manny and I attempted to diffuse the tension. To her surprise, Zhang Lingling's sense of superiority remained unshaken. "Ha! What use is being handsome if he is just a fisherman? In this day and age, a man without money is of no value, regardless of his looks." Yuman and I was at a loss for words regarding her roommate. She could only cast a sympathetic glance at Su Xiaoxiao, hoping she would not take offense. Su Xiaoxiao, understanding her plight, smiled nonchalantly, indicating that she was unbothered. Following this dissonant interlude, Su Xiaoxiao refrained from engaging in further conversation with Yuman and I, wishing to avoid the incessant chatter of the bothersome Zhang Lingling. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the motorcycle arrived at the Jing village. After Yang Fan stepped out, he reached the village entrance within a few minutes. Noticing that Su Xiaoxiao and Yuman and I had yet to arrive, he picked up his phone to pass the time. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, a motorcycle roared into view from afar, its engine's sound resonating powerfully. As Yang Fan lifted his gaze, he vaguely discerned 3 young ladies seated atop a motorcycle. Speculating that they must be Su Xiaoxiao and Yuman, though he was uncertain of the identity of the third. Nevertheless, he presumed she was likely one of their acquaintances. He paid little mind to it. Soon enough, the motorcycle came to a halt at the village entrance, and Su Xiaoxiao along with Yi swiftly disembarked. Yang Fan. We meet again. Upon stepping off, Su Xiaoxiao immediately spotted Yang Fan standing at the village entrance and eagerly waved in greeting with a bright smile. Yang Fan smiled as he waved at her, but soon after, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to Yi Suoni, who was standing beside Su Xiaoxiao. His eyes brightened with newfound interest. Yang Fan had never anticipated that the young girl who had once harbored a secret crush on him would blossom into such a stunning beauty. He couldn't help but scrutinize Yuman. Standing at around 1.70 meters, her elegant chestnut hair cascaded in soft waves. Complemented by a simple white cartoon t-shirt and denim shorts that accentuated her vibrant, curvaceous S-shaped figure. It was evident that the girl who had once been the most developed among her peers still commanded attention, her fitted t-shirt clinging slightly too tightly, highlighting her flawless physique. After years of separation, this girl's delicate face had matured into a striking visage. Her features were exquisitely refined. Her eyes sparkled with a clarity as pure as water. Her skin flawless, with a delicate nose and petite, rosy lips. A subtle beauty mark at the corner of her mouth added an enchanting touch to her allure. As the sea breeze tousled her hair and the morning sun bathed her flawless complexion, she radiated an ethereal glow. In that moment, Yuman resembled a captivating heroine who had stepped right out of a comic book. Yang Fan was truly astonished. He never anticipated that among his middle school classmates, there would emerge such a stunning girl, and what's more, this beautiful girl had once harbored a secret infatuation for him. Chapter 66, The Enviable De Huang. As Yang Fan scrutinized Yuman, she too was observing him with equal intensity. With each glance, her heart raced like a startled fawn, beating faster and faster. Yang Fan is simply too handsome, dashing, radiant, and statuesque. The moment Yuman laid eyes on Yang Fan, she felt an electrifying jolt, akin to 100,000 volts. For a fleeting instant, she found herself somewhat dazed. Her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on her long-lost first love, as if she had been transported back to her youth. When her heart was first awakened, she still harbored a secret admiration for this sunny and charming young man before her. And she couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Manny, I wasn't mistaken, was I? Beside her, Su Xiaoxiao noticed Yuman lost in a reverie. Staring at Yang Fan. Has Yang Fan become handsomer than before? My dear girl, upon seeing him, would you not instantly revive old feelings? Yuman, regaining her composure, hurriedly replied, Xiaoxiao, please refrain from such jokes. How embarrassing it would be if Yang Fan overheard. Su Xiaoxiao made a playful face at her. Oh, come on. I know you have delicate sensibilities, so I shall not tease you further. Let us go meet Yang Fan. With that, Su Xiaoxiao linked arms with Yuman and strolled towards Yang Fan. Upon noticing Su Xiaoxiao and Yuman stepping out of the car and approaching him, Yang Sun did not remain idle. He stepped forward with purpose. As he approached, Su Xiaoxiao, upon arrival, playfully teased Yang Fan, saying, Look, Yang Fan, I have brought a stunning beauty to introduce to you. With that, she paused and gently nudged Yuman a step forward. Thus, Yang Ji and Yuman found themselves face to face, exchanging glances. Yang Fan's gaze was remarkably calm and composed, as he openly regarded his beautiful middle school classmate Yuman with a smile gracing his lips. In contrast, a hint of peculiarity unexpectedly flickered in Yuman's eyes as she exclaimed, Yuman, it has been such a long time. Yang Fan was the first to speak, extending his hand to Yuman with a smile. Old classmate, welcome to my home. Ah, Yang Fan, it has been a long time. Yuman responded with a smile, reaching out to briefly shake Yang Fan's hand. Her small hand felt remarkably pleasant in his grasp, leaving Yang Fan with a desire to hold it longer. However, Mindful of not being perceived as overly forward, he quickly released her hand after a brief touch. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh. Oh, why are you two shaking hands upon meeting? The last time I saw you, Yang Fan, you didn't shake my hand. Yang Fan was immediately drenched in sweat. How about we make up for it now? Su Xiaoxiao pouted in a haughty manner. I'm not interested. Naturally, old classmates exchanged pleasantries upon their reunion. The trio chatted and laughed for quite some time. When their conversation dwindled, Yi Mani introduced Zhang Lingling to Yang Fan. Yang Fan. This is my roommate Zhang Lingling. She happens to be free this holiday and decided to join me for some fun. We hope we're not intruding. Of course not. The arrival of 3 lovely ladies is most welcome, Yang Fan replied. Adhering to his ingrained professional social habits, he extended his hand to Zhang Lingling. Hello, beautiful. I am Yang Fan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Given Zhang Lingling's character, she would typically disdain shaking hands with a fisherman, as they often reek of fish and are rather unkempt. However, upon encountering a handsome and radiant man like Yang Fan, her demeanor shifted instantly. Hello, I'm Zhang Lingling. With Yang Fan's hand extended, she enthusiastically reciprocated the gesture, even managing to conjure a slightly sweet and coy smile. It must be said that sometimes good looks can indeed be quite persuasive. In Zhang Lingling's eyes, fishermen were typically poor and unsophisticated, and she held a certain disdain for farmers, fishermen, and laborers alike. Yet, under the spell of Yang Fan's striking appearance and perfect physique, she momentarily overlooked his humble background. The instant she laid eyes on him, her heart raced uncontrollably, and her legs nearly faltered. So handsome, so manly. Compared to him, her previous boyfriends, including her several benefactors, seemed utterly inferior. If given the chance, she would eagerly pursue him. Zhang Lingling secretly stole glances at Yang Fan, her gaze infused with an unusual allure. Nearby, Su Xiaoxiao noticed her infatuation and couldn't help but chuckle. That self-important girl didn't believe me before. But now she has been smacked in the face with reality. They continued to engage in light-hearted banter. Yang Fan inquired of Yi Mani and Su Xiaoxiao, by the way. Have you had breakfast? The two shook their heads in response. Not yet. Yang Fan chuckled. You shouldn't go out to sea on an empty stomach. Why don't you all come to my house first? I'll prepare something for you. Upon hearing this, Yi Mani nodded without any sense of impropriety. However, Su Xiaoxiao, the secretly mischievous girl, immediately veered her thoughts into a more suggestive realm. Ahem, prepare something for us? Why does that sound so peculiar? It turns out that while Su Xiaoxiao appeared quite pure and sweet on the surface, she was, in reality, a fervent enthusiast of romantic novels with a penchant for the risque. Oh dear. Su Xiaoxiao, you mischievous girl. Why do you always let your imagination run wild? Blushing profusely, Su Xiaoxiao felt rather embarrassed by her own thoughts. Noticing her sudden change in demeanor, Yi Mani inquired, Oh, Xiaoxiao, why has your face turned so red all of a sudden? You're not coming down with a fever, are you? Su Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head, explaining, Ahem, no. No, it's just that I feel a bit hot today. Soon after, the 4 of them entered the village. Before long, Yang Fan led Yi Mani and the others to his home. Upon seeing that Yang Fan's house was a splendid 3-story villa, Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, Wow, I didn't realize your family home was so well built. You must be quite wealthy. Yang Fan smiled softly, remarking that the countryside house held little value, as he opened the gate to the courtyard. As Yang Fan was about to graciously extend his hand to invite Yi Mani and her companions inside, a sudden interruption occurred. Woof, woof, woof. At that moment, the wayward dog, De Huang, unexpectedly emerged, leaping forth from the house and landing squarely upon Yang Fan. De Huang, you still remember how to return home? Yang Qi lifted the large puppy and affectionately patted its head, remarking on the dog's tendency to stay out all night. Now, all the female dogs in the village flocked around it, treating it like royalty, basking in its majestic presence. Wow, what a magnificent dog! Exclaimed Yi Mani and her companions as they beheld the impressive golden retriever cradled in Yang Fan's arms. The dog now boasted an impressive appearance, exuding strength and vigor, its coat shimmering in a splendid golden hue, radiating an aura of regality. Yang Fan, is this your dog? Might I have the pleasure of petting it? Yi Mani, an animal lover who had owned a pet dog in her childhood, felt an irresistible urge to caress the splendid creature. Of course, Yang Fan, with a smile, could not possibly decline. He pointed at Yi Mani and instructed De Huang, Go, play with this lovely young lady. De Huang, already quite perceptive, had become exceptionally clever after being fed the golden nectar. As soon as Yang Fan issued the command, It wagged its tail and darted to Yi Manny's feet. Seeing how intelligent De Huang was, capable of understanding Yang Fan's words, Yi Manny's eyes sparkled with delight, deepening her affection for the dog. Wow. Its fur is so incredibly smooth and soft. It feels even better than my own hair, she exclaimed as she gently stroked De Huang's velvety coat. Further convinced of this dog's remarkable charm, she affectionately embraced De Huang, playfully engaging with it. De Huang, as if recognizing a beautiful lady, quickly bonded with Yi Manny. Eventually, it began to nuzzle against her, a sight that filled Yang Fan with considerable envy. Damn, this dog is living the high life. Chapter 67. Wow. Are we really spending the night on the sea? At that moment, Yu Penny had brought De Huang, and Su Xiaoxiao had suddenly arrived at the corner of Yang Fan's yard. Upon seeing the flourishing tomato plants in the garden, she could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Yang Fan, you mustn't tell me those tomato seedlings were cultivated from seeds I sold in my shop? Although it seemed implausible, Yang Fan did not offer any excuses to deny it. Oh my goodness. Is it really true? But how can that be? It's only been a few days. How could they have grown so large? Hearing Yang Fan's affirmative response, Su Xiaoxiao wore a look of disbelief. Coming from a family that owned a floral shop, she was well aware of how long it typically takes for tomato seeds to sprout and develop. In just a few days, how could they have grown so significantly? This defied all scientific reasoning. Perhaps the soil in my garden is exceptionally fertile, making it ideal for plant growth, Yang Fan suggested. Yang Fan smiled and shrugged, casually offering a seemingly plausible explanation. Well, I suppose that must be it. Su Xiaoxiao, unable to conceive of any other rationale, could only accept this interpretation. All right, let us not linger outside any longer. Let us proceed indoors. Yang Fan brought Yu Manny, Su Xiaoxiao, and the others into the room. He then asked them to wait for a while on the sofa in the living room, while he made his way to the kitchen below. This time, there were no wild abalone available, so he could only serve them regular noodles. A pot of steaming noodles was soon ready. Yang Ji prepared 3 bowls and brought them to the dining table for Yu Manny and the others to enjoy. Wow. Yang Fan, your culinary skills appear to be quite impressive, Su Xiaoxiao remarked, giving Yang Ji a thumbs up as she admired the visually appealing noodles. Yang Fan merely smiled. While Yu Manny and the others were enjoying their noodles, Yang Fan ascended to the upper floor to retrieve several freshly laundered bed linens and duvet covers. These linens had been purchased recently and were prepared for use on the yacht as spare supplies. The luxurious high-end fishing vessel, equipped with all essential amenities, lacked such linens. Yang Fan contemplated bringing several sets of supplies this time, envisioning their utility when he later ventured out to sea for fishing with the trawler, potentially spending the night afloat. Furthermore, essentials such as rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, and tea were necessary, as the yacht's kitchen lacked these provisions. Once packed, he could prepare meals aboard the vessel. Observing Yang Fan gather bedding and cooking supplies, Yu Manny and Su Xiaoxiao were filled with curiosity. Yang Fan, what do you need all these for? They inquired. Yang Fan casually replied, these are for the boat. This only piqued their curiosity further. For the boat? Are we going to do something on it? They pressed. Yang Fan explained, well, I might venture into deeper waters for fishing, so we may spend the night at sea. Wow, we're really going to spend the night at sea? That sounds exciting. Yu Manny and Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Although they lived in a coastal town, neither had experienced fishing at sea, let alone sleeping on the water. The mere thought filled them with exhilaration and dreams of what a night at sea might entail. Surely, it would be quite an adventure. However, one individual did not share in their enthusiasm, Zhang Lingling. Upon overhearing the conversation between Yang Fan and Yi Manny, a vivid image flashed through her mind. On a tumultuous sea, a dilapidated fishing boat swayed precariously, with her huddled in a corner, clutching a foul-smelling blanket, shivering in fear. The very thought of such a scenario was intolerable to her. She immediately exclaimed, what? We might spend the night at sea? Absolutely not. I refuse to sleep on a decrepit fishing boat. Yi Manny, hearing her protest, felt a headache coming on. Lingling, don't you want to experience the thrill of fishing at sea? She asked. Zhang Lingling retorted, please. I had no desire to experience it in the first place. You insisted I come. Fine, I did. But now you expect me to spend the night on a rickety boat? No way. At her mention of the rickety boat, Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, he refrained from explaining, deeming it unnecessary to disclose that he owned a luxurious trawler. He had long recognized that Yu Manny's heavily made-up roommate, who resembled a gold digger, was undoubtedly a superficial and materialistic person. Having spent many years in the opulent metropolis of Kudwa, Yang Fan had encountered numerous vain and pretentious women. He certainly had no intention of inviting such a character aboard his grand yacht. Su Xiaoxiao, not wishing to linger with Zhang Lingling, suggested to Yi Manny, since your classmate is reluctant to venture out to sea, perhaps we should allow her to return for now. Yi Manny, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, all right, Lingling. Will you head back to school directly? Zhang Lingling nodded in agreement. Yes, I will make my way back to school on my own. Manny, you enjoy yourself. With that, Zhang Lingling departed alone. Yang Fan has an elder in the village, whom he should refer to as his second uncle, who operates a passenger transport service. Yang Fan gave him 200 yuan to take Zhang Lingling to the county. After successfully sending away the bothersome Zhang Lingling, Yang Fan then made a phone call, summoning Yang Xiaohai and Yang Hongtao to gather. Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai had long been anticipating news from Yang Fan. Upon receiving his call, they hurried over without delay. As they entered, they were greeted by the sight of two new beautiful young ladies in Yang Fan's home. Yang Hongtao's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, Yang Fan, you truly are remarkable. Just yesterday, you sent off 2 stunning ladies, and today you found 2 more. Your ability to attract such charm has indeed reached an impressive level. One cannot help but be in awe. Yang Hongtao cast a glance at Yang Fan, filled with both envy and admiration. Upon glancing at this fellow, Yang Fan could discern his thoughts without the need for explanation. He then proceeded to provide a brief introduction of Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai to Yi Manny and Su Xiaoxiao. Once everything was settled, Yang Fan and his 4 companions took the bedsheets and quilt covers, along with their provisions, and made their way towards the dock. Chapter 68, My Heavens. Is this luxurious yacht truly yours, Yang Fan? Yang Fan's home was not far from the dock. After just a few minutes of walking, they arrived. By then, it was already 10 in the morning, and most of the fishing boats docked were out at sea, leaving only a few solitary vessels behind. Among them, the most striking was undoubtedly the brand-new trawler yacht that Yang Fan had purchased the previous day. Amidst the worn-out fishing boats, this luxurious trawler yacht stood out, a beacon of opulence that was impossible to overlook. As Yi Manny and Su Xiaoxiao approached the dock, it was only natural that their attention was drawn to this magnificent yacht. Wow, Yang Fan, which family in your village is so wealthy that they own such a large luxury yacht? Are the people in the fishing village really that affluent now, able to afford such extravagant vessels? Yi Manny and I and the others exclaimed in astonishment. It was indeed a bit bewildering to witness such a lavish yacht in a small, backward fishing village. In the face of Yi Manny and I and Su Xiaoxiao's surprise, before Yang Fan had the chance to speak, Yang Hongtao unexpectedly interjected with a hint of curiosity. Ladies, are you unaware of whose luxurious yacht this is? Yi Suoni, with a slight smile, immediately responded with perplexity. Of course we do not know. How could we possibly be aware of the owner of this opulent yacht? Yang Sangyao was taken aback in an instant. He had initially assumed that Yang Fan had purchased a yacht to flaunt and impress the ladies, thus deliberately inviting these 2 beautiful women for a day of leisure on the vessel. However, it appeared that this was not the case at all. It seemed he had been mistaken. Yang Hongtao immediately smiled and said, "Hee, 2 lovely ladies. In truth, the owner of this luxurious yacht is far away yet so close." Yi 83 Manny Su chuckled, and they gazed at Yang Hongtao in astonishment. Far away yet so close? Are you implying that this yacht belongs to you? Well, I never imagined you were such a wealthy individual. It's quite unexpected. Yang Hongtao immediately chuckled awkwardly and said, ahem, ladies, you have misunderstood. It is not mine. How could I possibly afford such a luxurious yacht? It costs several million. If it is not yours, then whose could it be? At this moment, Yi Manny and the others turned their gazes towards Yang Fan. Well, could it be that this splendid yacht belongs to you, Yang Ji? Yang Fan, maintaining a low profile, smiled modestly and replied, indeed, I purchased it just yesterday. It is quite a coincidence that you all decided to visit me today. Upon hearing Yang Fan's affirmative response, Yi Manny and Su Xiaoxiao exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe their ears. My goodness, incredible, truly incredible. They had never anticipated that Yang Fan was such a wealthy individual. To be honest, Su Xiaoxiao had been speculating about Yang Fan's circumstances ever since she learned he had returned to his hometown. She wondered if he was feeling somewhat disheartened in the bustling metropolis, leading him to retreat to his rural roots. After all, why would a promising young university student choose to return to a fishing village? However, it was unexpected that he had even purchased a luxurious yacht. Was this what they called being disheartened? Perhaps he had struck it rich in the city and returned to his hometown for a leisurely vacation. Yumani shared a similar sense of shock. When she had heard from Su Xiaoxiao that Yang Fan had gone back to the fishing village to become a fisherman, she had felt a twinge of concern for him. Both she and Su Xiaoxiao had assumed that Yang Fan must have suffered significant setbacks in his career or emotional life, prompting his retreat to his hometown. In her heart, she had felt a pang of sympathy for him, as he was the boy she had secretly admired during her youth. A once promising individual who had seemingly abandoned his bright future to fish in a village. Thus, when Su Xiaoxiao suggested visiting Yang Fan, Yimani had eagerly agreed, wanting to see if he truly had been affected by some grave misfortune. If that were the case, she was prepared to comfort him. Yet, to her surprise, Yang Fan had not only weathered any hardships but appeared to be thriving, having even purchased a luxurious yacht. It seemed her worries had been in vain. Once she regained her composure from the shock, Su Xiaoxiao shot Yang Fan a playful glare and exclaimed, "Humph! Yang Fan, it appears you are quite the deceiver. Did you not tell me you returned to your hometown to become a fisherman? How is it that you are now indulging in a life of luxury with a yacht?" Yang Fan chuckled softly, "I am not deceiving you. My current profession is indeed that of a fisherman. As for this yacht, it is actually a trawler yacht, designed for fishing. I purchased it primarily for that purpose, with enjoyment being a secondary consideration." Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback. "You can't be serious, Yang Fan. Such a luxurious yacht, and you intend to use it for fishing? What a pity it would be to dirty it." Yang Fan chuckled, saying, "What does it matter if it's a bit dirty? Fishing is how one makes money. I've invested all my worth into this trawler yacht, hoping to strike it rich through fishing." "What? You specifically purchased a luxury yacht for fishing? How extravagant." Su Xiaoxiao was at a loss for words. Yimani blinked her bright eyes, appearing utterly bewildered. "All right, let us board the vessel." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yang Fan waved his hand with a smile and led everyone onto his opulent trawler yacht. Aside from Yang Fan himself, it was the first time for Yimani, Su Xiaoxiao, and Yang Hongtao, along with Yang Xiaohai, to step onto such a lavish yacht. The four of them felt like Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden. Marveling at the yacht's extravagant features, they looked around, gasping in astonishment, and after a thorough tour, they were utterly mesmerized. Goodness, this yacht is exceedingly magnificent. Not only did it boast a master bedroom comparable to that of a five-star hotel, but it also included a kitchen, a small bar, a home theater, KTV, a gym, and even a swimming pool. Is this the life that the wealthy can afford? It seemed almost celestial. Observing the astonished expressions of the four, Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. However, it was quite understandable. They were all children raised in an ordinary fishing village and had never encountered such a luxurious yacht before. "Manny, Xiaoxiao, Xiaohai, you three sit here for a while. Tao Dao, come with me to the bar for some drinks." On the deck of the yacht, several lounge chairs were arranged for sunbathing. Yang Fan invited Yimani and the others to sit down before taking Yang Hongtao to the yacht's small bar. This bar was equipped with a wine cabinet, displaying several bottles of expensive foreign liquor and some imported premium fruit juices. These were all included when Yang Fan purchased the luxurious yacht, demonstrating that the high price of such yachts is justified by their lavish amenities. At that moment, Yang Hongtao noticed a bottle of liquor on the cabinet and exclaimed in surprise, "Whoa, isn't that Remy Martin Louis XIII? That bottle must cost at least 20 to 30,000. Yang, who couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, so you actually know about our my Martin Louis XIII? Yang Hongtao immediately exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What is the matter? You look down upon others, don't you? Just because I haven't tasted pork doesn't mean I haven't seen a pig run. The last time I celebrated a brother's birthday at a club in the county, he brought a bottle of our my Martin Louis XIII. Only to be ruthlessly exposed by a girl who frequents bars, declaring it was counterfeit." Sure, Yang remarked with a chuckle. "Well, isn't that a farcical display?" Yang Fan simply smiled. Yang Hongtao chuckled. "Indeed." My friend was utterly astounded at that moment. As he spoke, he curiously retrieved a bottle of our my Martin Louis XIII from the liquor cabinet, admiring it with meticulous attention. Yang Hongtao, aside from his penchant for card games, harbors a profound passion for imbibing spirits. After returning from a day of fishing at sea, he often indulges in a sip or two, showcasing an undeniable obsession with alcohol. Upon laying eyes on a bottle of our my Martin Louis XIII, he immediately begins to salivate. "Who's he? This must be the real deal, right?" He chuckles. "Why not pop it open for a taste? Let me bask in the glory of savoring a bottle worth 20 to 30,000. Witnessing his eagerness for a drink so early in the morning, Yang Fan can't help but mockingly exclaim, "You rascal! I called you up here to help me fish, not to guzzle down liquor." Yang Hongtao listened and immediately chuckled softly. Ahem, you are right. Ultimately, fishing for a profit is of greater importance. Yang Fan cast a sidelong glance at the fellow and then remarked, it is not quite the right time for drinking, especially in this dry season. Let's start with some beverages for now. When the meal is served later, we can uncork the wine and let you have a taste of something exquisite, shall we? Yang Hongtao immediately felt a surge of joy. No way. Really? Yang Fan, you are such a true friend. As he spoke, he became so exhilarated that he wanted to leap forward and envelop Yang Fan in a warm embrace. Yang Fan immediately felt a chill run down his spine and swiftly kicked the fool away. Damn it. If you wish to speak, then speak. But keep your hands to yourself. If someone were to overhear us, they might think we share some hidden affection. Isn't this exciting? A bottle of our Martin Louis XIII worth 30,000, he thought to himself, planning to post about it on social media later that evening to add a touch of extravagance to his image. Observing the exuberant expression on his companion's face, Yang Fan couldn't help but scoff. What is so special about a bottle of our Martin? Look at your aspirations. Stick with me, and you'll learn how to fish properly. Chapter 69. The Yang Fan officially sets sail. Oh, this life is simply too comfortable. Yisu and I reclined on a deck chair, sipping the drink that Yang Ji had just poured for her, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Hee indeed. We owe thanks to Yang Fan for allowing us to indulge in the lavish lifestyle of the affluent. Su Xiao chimed in, joy radiating from her as she took a sip of her drink. The sun shone brightly, and the gentle sea breeze caressed them. Lying comfortably on the deck of a luxurious yacht while gazing at the boundless azure sea and savoring a sip of sweet juice, the scene was so blissful that even imagining it brought immense joy. Xiao, you should post this on social media, don't you think? Man and I believe you're absolutely right. The two exchanged glances, laughter bubbling forth as they took out their phones. Cheers. Let us capture this moment. The sound of the camera shutter echoed as they snapped countless pictures, and soon after, they began editing them for their social media posts. Suddenly, Su Xiao had a thought. Hey, man and what do you think would be the expression on your roommate Zhang Lingling's face if she saw your post about being on a luxury yacht? A mischievous grin spread across her face as she imagined Zhang Lingling's furious reaction. You man and I, possessing a kind-hearted nature, found merit in Su Xiao's observation. To spare her roommate from embarrassment, she suggested, perhaps I should just block her from seeing it. Su Xiao, alarmed, exclaimed, no, don't block her. If you prevent her from seeing your posts, it would only further alienate you from her as a friend. Such wickedness. You man and I rolled our eyes. However, after some contemplation, she ultimately decided against blocking Zhang Lingling. There was no real need for secrecy, and moreover, she believed that her roommate was overly pretentious, often looking down on others with a sense of superiority. This incident might serve as a gentle reminder for her. Two young ladies were basking in the sunlight, enjoying the delightful ambience. Meanwhile, Tang Ji led Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai into the yacht's cockpit. Taozi, he declared, I hereby appoint you as the first mate of this trawler yacht. Shortly, I will guide you through the operations of this vessel, and the responsibility of navigating the ship will be entrusted to you from now on. As soon as Yang Fan entered, he smiled at Yang Hongtao and naturally entrusted him with the position of chief mate and the responsibility of navigating the yacht. The chief mate refers to the individual on board who holds a rank just below the captain and serves as the captain's principal assistant. However, for Yang Fan, there were no unnecessary formalities. He simply desired Yang Hongtao's assistance in steering the vessel. After all, it would be impractical for him to navigate the boat alone. Prolonged steering could become tedious, especially since he needed to search for schools of fish in the sea, which meant he could not remain in the cockpit at all times. This formidable task could only be entrusted to Yang Hongtao. As for Yang Hongtao, he was more than eager. To operate such a luxurious yacht was incredibly impressive and stylish. It was a dream come true. Growing up in a fishing village, who hadn't fantasized about becoming a formidable captain, braving the waves on a grand ship? With the opportunity to command a lavish yacht right before him, how could Yang Hongtao possibly decline? Yang Hongtao quickly patted Yang Fan on the chest, saying, hee. Rest assured. Fanzi, this yacht is in my capable hands. Haha, with you in charge, I have complete confidence. Yang Fan replied, feeling a sense of relief as he patted Yang Hongtao on the shoulder, thinking to himself that it was settled. Someone was taking over, and he would no longer have to navigate it himself. Xiaohai, when you have some free time, learn a bit on the side. When you're ready, you can take turns with Taozi at the helm. Yang Fan then instructed Yang Xiaohai once more. All right, brother Fan. Yang Xiaohai nodded immediately. All right, let's discuss some serious matters now, he said. At that moment, Yang Fan shifted the tone of the conversation, his demeanor becoming grave and earnest. Now, Taozi and Xiaohai, as the saying goes, even among brothers, accounts must be settled clearly. Since you both have joined my vessel and will be fishing alongside me, it is only fair that I clarify the terms of your compensation in advance. I contemplated this matter last night and have tentatively decided to offer you each a guaranteed monthly salary of 10,000. Additionally, based on the net profits from each fishing expedition, I will allocate corresponding bonuses. What do you think of this arrangement? Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Yang Hongtao immediately shook his head and said, Fanzi, 10,000 is far too much. How can we possibly justify taking such a sum from you? Yang Xiaoai also said, Fan Gu, I do not require a salary from you. Merely accompanying me on the sea to fish is sufficient. Upon witnessing both of them decline, Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively and spoke slowly. All right, let us refrain from discussing trivial matters. As the saying goes, even brothers must settle accounts clearly. You both should have a clear understanding of my fishing techniques by now. Each time I set out with the fish traps, I can earn several tens of thousands. Now that I have a trawling yacht, the profits will undoubtedly increase significantly. I will offer you a guaranteed monthly salary of 10,000, which is merely a token gesture. The real substantial gains will come from the dividends. By the end of the month, our outings will surely yield bountiful rewards. I cannot guarantee much, but as long as the weather permits, we can venture out to sea, and your share of the profits will far exceed this meager guaranteed salary. So it is settled. Among us brothers, let us dispense with any insincere pleasantries. Since you are willing to assist me, I assure you that you will not be treated unfairly. However, Yang Hongtao had more to say, yet Yang Fan shot him a glare, declaring, There is nothing to discuss, Taozi. If you utter another word, I shall have you disembark. Very well, Fancy. As a brother, I shall refrain from further comments. Henceforth, I shall simply cling to your leg. The conversation had reached this point. Yang Hongtao naturally had no further words to add. At this moment, the taciturn youth, Qian Yang, surprisingly nodded earnestly at Yang Fan, proclaiming, Brother Fan, I shall certainly devote myself to you from now on. Yang Fan smiled and patted his shoulder, chuckling. Haha, young one. I do not require you to devote your life to me. Your diligent efforts will suffice. The discussions regarding the terms of compensation had reached a satisfactory conclusion. Yang Fan familiarized Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai with the yacht's cockpit, elucidating the various equipment and their specific operational methods. Yang Hongtao is a seasoned fisherman, possessing skills and intuition in navigation that surpass even those of Yang Fan. With just a brief explanation, he quickly grasps the operational techniques of the vessel. By the time the instructions are nearly complete, he has already demonstrated his understanding. Yang Fan said to Yang Hongtao, Taozi, start the yacht and prepare to set sail. Yang Hongtao caressed the exquisite helm of the yacht, his face illuminated with excitement. I never imagined I would one day command a luxurious yacht, he exclaimed, as he hesitantly initiated the yacht's engine. With a thunderous roar, the sailwind officially set sail, embarking on its inaugural fishing expedition. The fish of the vast ocean tremble before us. Chapter 70, Into the Deep Sea, an Encounter with Giants. The boundless sea stretched infinitely before him, its azure sky impeccably clear. The majestic, undulating blue waves welcomed the sailwind as it roared forth, stirring up frothy white crests. This marked the yacht's first fishing voyage, as well as Yang Fan's initial step toward conquering the ocean. Equipped with this modern trawler, he could truly venture into the deep sea and showcase his skills. Measuring over 20 meters in length and boasting a weight of over 300 tons, the sailwind possessed the capability for sustained operations in the deep sea. Previously, Yang Fan could only engage in minor fishing endeavors with rudimentary equipment. Now, with this large trawler at his disposal, he could fully unleash his ambitions. Of course, while a vessel weighing over 300 tons is significant, it is not colossal. Although it could navigate the outer seas, it lacked the capability for deep-sea operations, which could only be accomplished by super trawlers exceeding 1,000 tons. However, for Yang Fan at this stage, this trawler was perfectly adequate. It served as a stepping stone. Once he amassed sufficient capital, he could contemplate acquiring a massive deep-sea fishing vessel. Wow, the yacht is finally moving. On the deck, Yi Manny and Su Xiao, having just posted on social media, were thrilled to see the yacht's departure. They eagerly rose from their loungers and made their way to the bow, spreading their arms wide like characters in a movie, relishing the gentle sea breeze caressing their bodies. Oh my goodness, this feeling is absolutely magnificent. Both women wore expressions of sheer delight and enjoyment. Manny, I think it's the perfect moment to post another update. Don't you agree? Su Xiaoxiao suggested. I absolutely concur. Manny replied, bursting into laughter. They shared a knowing glance before capturing a brief video to share on social media, just minutes after their previous post. Indeed, women seem to have an affinity for sharing their experiences online. After posting, Manny intended to tuck her phone away, but at that moment, her phone rang, announcing an incoming video call. She glanced at the caller ID, only to discover it was her roommate, Zhang Lingling, reaching out. Yuman and I blinked in surprise. It's Xiao. My roommate is calling me on video. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. Haha. She must have seen your recent social media post. Yuman and I thought the same. I guess so. Do you think I should answer? Su Xiao replied matter-of-factly. Of course you should. I'm genuinely curious about the expression on her face when she sees us on this luxurious yacht. Seeing Su Xiao's gleeful demeanor, Yuman and I rolled our eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to accept Zhang Lingling's video call. After all, it would be unreasonable to decline a call from her roommate. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Lingling's heavily made-up face appeared on the screen. Her expression one of utter disbelief. Oh my. Man and I just saw your post. Are you really on a luxurious yacht right now? Yes, Yuman and I nodded. Is it really a luxury yacht? Turn the camera around so I can see. Zhang Lingling, still in disbelief, sought confirmation. Though Yuman and I initially hesitated to overly excite her friend, she decided there was no reason to withhold the truth since Zhang Lingling had asked. She turned the camera to showcase the grandeur of the yacht. Instantly, Zhang Lingling's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my god, how is this possible? Weren't you supposed to be in that rundown fishing village, taking a shabby fishing boat out to sea with your fisherman classmate? How did you end up on a luxury yacht? Her shock was so profound that the thick layer of makeup on her face began to slide. Yuman and I felt a twinge of annoyance at Zhang Lingling's words. Ling, why do you speak so harshly? Who said my classmate's boat had to be a shabby fishing boat? Wait, don't tell me this luxurious yacht belongs to your fisherman classmate? Zhang Lingling's astonishment deepened. Yes, exactly. You always look down on others. Surprise, my classmate may be a fisherman, but he operates a luxury yacht for fishing. At this revelation, Zhang Lingling was utterly stunned. Fishing on a luxury yacht? Is that how high the standards have risen for fishermen these days? Regret washed over Zhang Lingling. Man and I, do you think it's too late for me to come back? I want to experience sailing on a luxury yacht too. Yuman and I shook her head. It's definitely too late. We've already set sail. Besides, you should have arrived in the city by now, right? Zhang Lingling's face fell. She had yet to experience the thrill of sailing on a luxury yacht. What a splendid opportunity, yet it has been so carelessly squandered. She was utterly at a loss. On the verge of tears. When Yuman connected with Zhang Lingling via video call, Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but burst into joyous laughter. It was simply too amusing to witness such a pitiable display from another woman. Observing Zhang Lingling's struggle to hold back tears, Su Xiaoxiao found herself inexplicably delighted. Yuman, on the other hand, found herself at a loss for words. Her roommate was indeed excessively materialistic and dramatic, had circumstances permitted. She would have preferred to avoid excessive interaction with someone of such a disposition. Just at that moment, Yang Fan returned to the deck from the cockpit. He noticed Su Xiaoxiao, who was laughing incessantly with a look of schadenfreude on her face, and he couldn't help but feel curious. What could be so amusing? Su Xiaoxiao quickly exclaimed, Ha ha ha, Yang Fan, you should have seen the expression on Lingling's face during her video call with Manny. It was utterly hilarious. As if she had just swallowed a fly. Upon hearing her words, Yang Fan could roughly guess what had transpired. It was merely the antics of a self-important woman. And he paid it no mind. He chuckled lightly and dismissed it. For the next few hours, the yacht, the Yang Fan, sliced through the waves, steadily making its way towards the open sea. After navigating for 2 to 3 hours, the yacht finally left the coastal continental shelf behind, venturing into the vast expanse of the deep sea. During this time, Yang Fan did not take the opportunity to explore the aquatic life beneath the waves. Instead, he remained on deck, basking in the sun alongside Yuman and I and Su Xiaoxiao, engaging in light-hearted conversation. It was not merely the presence of beautiful ladies that distracted Yang Fan from fishing. Rather, it was the stark reality that coastal resources had become exceedingly scarce, rendering any effort to fish in these waters utterly futile. Years of overfishing had depleted the nearshore marine environments, making the formation of large schools of fish virtually impossible. Consequently, Yang Fan believed it was unnecessary to squander even a moment of his energy there. Of course, had he been merely operating a small fishing vessel, he might have endured the dismal catch from the coastal waters, hoping to utilize his extraordinary abilities to seek out valuable species such as grouper or yellow croaker for a modest profit. However, having invested in a substantial trawler yacht, he saw little reason to meander aimlessly along the coast and waste precious time. Thus, prior to their departure, Yang Fan had instructed Yang Hong Tao in the cockpit to head directly into the open sea. In the deep ocean, there lay the potential to encounter vast schools of fish. If he could locate even one sizable school, this expedition would yield a bountiful harvest. As the yacht finally reached the deep sea, Yang Hu began to search for the underwater fish with his gaze. But he was somewhat taken aback to discover that the yacht had ventured into the depths of the ocean. However, the state of the fish population in the sea did not seem particularly promising. He noticed numerous small schools of fish, yet he saw no sign of larger shoals. It soon dawned on Yang Fan that the presence of large fishing vessels passing by made the situation clear. There were simply too many fishing boats in this area. Even if sizable schools of fish existed, they would have undoubtedly been caught long ago. Over the years, the increasing number of fishing vessels in our waters has led to an alarming depletion of fish stocks, no matter how abundant the fish may be. It is never enough to sustain the catch. Moreover, the declining state of our own marine resources has compelled many fishermen to take risks, venturing into the open sea with vessels ill-equipped for deep-sea fishing. Consequently, news reports frequently emerge about our fishing boats encountering storms and capsizing. This highlights the renowned resilience and tenacity of our fishermen, whose prowess has gained global recognition. It is said that the true might of our naval power, which instills fear in other nations, does not lie in aircraft carriers or nuclear submarines, but rather in our formidable fleet of fishermen. This indicates that making a profit in these times is no easy task. Achieving wealth often requires risking one's life. Fishermen must strive relentlessly, for without effort, there is little chance of earning money, and a moment's negligence could lead to catastrophe. It appears that in the future, when venturing out to fish, one must be mindful to avoid areas frequented by fishing vessels. This experience has imparted Yang Fan a valuable lesson. Yang Ji instructed Yang Hong Tao to steer the boat further into the depths of the sea. This time, he had already made preparations to spend the night on the water. Thus, he was not concerned about the yacht venturing too far and being unable to return at night. In Yang Fan's heart, he felt that regardless of the circumstances, this was the inaugural fishing expedition of his vessel, the Yang Fan. It was imperative that he return laden with a bountiful catch, otherwise, his pride would be at stake. The yacht had been cruising into the deep sea for several hours, and by now, the time had progressed to the early evening, around 5 or 6 o'clock. A golden sun was gently descending towards the horizon, casting a magnificent golden hue over the ocean, creating a breathtaking spectacle. It was precisely at this moment, Yang Fan finally encountered a scene in the deep sea that piqued his immense interest. To his astonishment, he found himself witnessing these magnificent creatures feeding. Upon seeing the extraordinary spectacle unfolding in the waters ahead, Yang Fan immediately rose from his reclining chair in sheer amazement. "What's wrong with you, Yang Ji?" asked Yumani Su, her curiosity piqued as she glanced at him with a smile. Observing Yang Fan's unusual reaction, Tang Chi did not respond directly. Instead, she pointed toward the sea and grinned. "You should see for yourselves what lies ahead." Chapter 71. A fortunate encounter in the deep sea, the sovereign of the ocean. The orca. "What is it?" Yumani Su inquired, following the direction of Yang Fan's gesture. However, after gazing for a considerable time into the vast expanse of the ocean, they saw nothing but endless water. "Yang Fan, are you playing a joke on us? There's nothing there." Noticing their bewilderment, Yang Ji suddenly slapped his forehead. "I forgot that not everyone has eyesight as sharp as mine. They are swimming swiftly toward us." Yang Fan chuckled. "You should be able to see them shortly." "What are they?" Yi Mani and the others were filled with curiosity. "A group of magnificent creatures. You will know once you see them," Yang Fan teased with a smile. Though Yi Mani and her companions could not discern the distant happenings in the ocean, Yang Fan saw everything clearly. A school of fish was approaching swiftly from the front, their trajectory leading directly toward the yacht, meaning they would soon come into view. This school of fish was not particularly large, comprising only a dozen or so individuals. Yet, despite their small number, these few giants were none other than the orcas, often referred to as the rulers of the ocean. Indeed, Yang Fan had discovered a pod of orcas, known as the tigers of the sea. They are undoubtedly the sovereigns of the marine realm. Orcas, also known as killer whales, are bold, cunning, fierce, and greedy. roaming the oceans with impunity and posing as formidable adversaries to nearly all marine life. How formidable are orcas in the ocean? A simple comparison reveals the truth. When discussing fierce marine creatures, the great white shark undoubtedly ranks among the top, being a prime predator in the ocean's food chain. However, when confronted by orcas, the formidable great white becomes merely a fledgling. Should a great white shark encounter an orca, it would immediately flee in terror, lest it be devoured whole. Interestingly, while the great white shark possesses combat abilities that are not significantly inferior to those of orcas, it harbors a critical vulnerability. If it finds itself upside down, it will instantly lose consciousness. Yet, the orca possesses a keen awareness of such vulnerabilities. The orca can effortlessly overturn the great white shark with a powerful flick of its tail. Thus, whenever the great white encounters an orca, it inevitably finds itself belly up, sealing its fate. This has earned the orca the moniker of shark killer, as it stands as the singular nemesis of the formidable great white shark in the ocean. Experts have noted that in regions where orcas are present, great white sharks are almost entirely absent. Moreover, even the ocean's colossal behemoth, the blue whale, the largest and strongest creature on Earth, cannot rival the orca. Despite its superior size and strength, the blue whale's combat prowess pales in comparison. Orcas are inherently vicious and insatiable, armed with incredibly sharp teeth. Most importantly, they are social animals, often appearing in pods to collectively hunt their prey. Therefore, when a blue whale encounters a pod of orcas, it must retreat immediately. Otherwise, a moment's hesitation could result in the orcas launching a coordinated attack, dismembering and consuming the blue whale. It is precisely because of the orca's remarkable prowess, dominating the seas without rival, that it is hailed as the ruler of the ocean. To encounter a pod of orcas is indeed an extraordinary experience. Yang Fan was indeed pleasantly surprised. Aside from having previously witnessed a trained orca at an aquarium, he had never encountered a wild orca in its natural, untamed environment. It was thanks to the deep-sea adventures that he could marvel at the vibrant array of marine life. Having spotted an orca this time, who knows what wonders he might behold next, perhaps even a blue whale. The orcas glided through the water with astonishing speed, and in no time they had approached to within mere hundreds of meters of the Yang Fan yacht. Naturally, this pod of orcas was not heading toward the yacht. They were simply passing by. Furthermore, orcas are not fish, but mammals, which means they must occasionally surface to breathe. Suddenly, with a resounding splash, towering jets of water erupted from the ocean's surface, creating a magnificent spectacle. This was the orcas expelling air as they surfaced. Wow, Yang Fan, look over there. At that moment, Yimani smiled as she and her companions noticed the unusual sight on the water's surface, pointing in awe at the enormous sprays produced by the orcas. Observing the astonishment on the faces of the two women, Yang Fan chuckled. Haha, this is what I was telling you about, the magnificent creatures. Yimani, being a graduate student with a wealth of knowledge, quickly remarked, are those whales? Only whales could produce such vast plumes of water, right? Yang Fan nodded with a smile. Indeed, it is a whale, and the most formidable among them, the orca. Yimani's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, wow, an orca? The orca is the sovereign of the ocean. I can hardly believe our luck in encountering one. Just as they engaged in conversation, two lively orcas took the opportunity to breach the surface, performing a magnificent leap from the sea. This spectacle was nothing short of a breathtaking sight. Yimani and Su Xiaoxiao were instantly exhilarated. Oh my, the orcas have surfaced. They appear so grand and powerful. After their exclamations, they excitedly retrieved their phones to capture videos of the orcas as they re-emerged for air. At that moment, a playful juvenile orca, measuring only 2 to 3 meters in length, emerged from the water. Its appearance was utterly endearing, with its round head peeking out, clumsily splashing as it swam forward. This young orca was likely only a few months old and lacked the ferocity of an adult, instead exuding a charming innocence. Despite their naturally fierce nature, orcas possess a delightful appearance reminiscent of giant pandas, adorned in striking black and white. It is precisely this adorableness that makes them popular in marine parks, where they are trained to perform to attract young visitors. Women and children alike are often captivated by such charming creatures. Upon seeing this adorable, clumsy young orca, Yimani and Su Xiaoxiao felt as though they were being utterly enchanted. Wow, what an adorable little orca! Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing their words. You call it an adorable little baby? Do you believe it could swallow both of you whole in a single bite? Yimani and Su Xiaoxiao exchanged amused glances, with Yimani giggling. Hee hee. Although it's quite large, among orcas, it's actually still considered a cute little creature. As they spoke, they busily recorded videos. It was only after the group of passing orcas had completely vanished from sight that they reluctantly withdrew their gaze. Hee. I think it's time to post on WeChat moments, don't you think? Oh yes, Manny, I wholeheartedly agree. They laughed together, sharing a knowing smile. They began to edit the footage of the orcas they had just captured, preparing to share it with their friends. Witnessing this, young Fan couldn't help but smile. These two were truly dedicated to their social media updates. In the brief hours spent on the boat, young Fan observed that Yumani and Su Xiao had posted no fewer than 7 or 8 updates. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of exasperation. Women truly are a relentless force. Meanwhile, Yang Ji was not idle either. He stood at the bow of the boat, meticulously scanning the waters for schools of fish. It was already around 5 or 6 in the evening, and he had yet to find an opportunity to cast the net, a situation that was becoming increasingly untenable. Surely, he thought, they had to catch at least one haul before it was completely dark. With this resolve, Yang Fan focused intently. He resembled a state-of-the-art radar, sweeping the marine expanse for fish. As it turned out, the fish abundance in the deep sea was indeed unmatched compared to the coastal waters. In this deep-sea territory, Yang Fan discovered an array of fish, many of which he had never encountered in the shallows. He identified species such as mackerel, red snapper, lanternfish, and sole, among countless others whose names eluded him, some entirely unfamiliar. The variety of fish was significantly greater here. It was common to see schools of various sizes swimming joyously together, their vibrant colors creating a stunning spectacle in the ocean. Of course, not every school of fish warranted a net cast. As a man of discernment, Yang Fan held stringent criteria for the fish he pursued. Otherwise, he wouldn't even consider casting his net. In addition to requiring a substantial quantity and size, the fish must also possess significant market value. Since they were operating a trawler in these deep waters, the standards for the targeted fish were understandably heightened. After all, the storage capacity of the trawler's refrigeration compartment was limited. If less valuable fish were to be caught, it would quickly fill up. Thus, to maximize the yield of this voyage, Yang Fan had been patiently awaiting a more worthwhile opportunity to cast his net. As time passed and with relentless effort, he finally encountered this moment. After navigating deeper waters for approximately half an hour, he discovered, to his astonishment, a vast and remarkably abundant school of fish at the 9 o'clock position ahead. Sail for 5 kilometers and then stop the boat immediately. Chapter 72. A single netting captures over 5,000 pounds of precious rice fish. Upon spotting the immense school of fish, Yang Fan swiftly approached the deck and called out to Yang Hongtao inside the cabin, exclaiming, "Hongtao, can we finally cast the net?" Upon hearing this, Yang Hongtao's face lit up with joy. "Fan, at last, we can set the net." Yang Fan nodded with a smile and said, "Indeed, it's time to go offline. Have you been feeling quite restless?" Yang Hongtao immediately burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha, who's to blame, Fanzi, for your relentless insistence on not casting the net? I've been navigating this vessel for so long that I'm nearly dozing off, after steering for 7 or 8 consecutive hours and venturing into such profound waters. Yet we still haven't dropped the net to catch any fish." Yang Hongtao had been pinned up for far too long. After enduring until now, he could finally set sail, and his enthusiasm surpassed that of anyone else. He promptly followed Yang Fan's instructions and navigated the yacht to the designated location. Once the yacht came to a temporary halt, Yang Ji led Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai to the storage compartment located on the lower level of the yacht. In the corner of the storage compartment, several fishing nets of varying sizes were piled up, along with dozens of large crab traps, all of which had been meticulously prepared in advance by the yacht's manufacturer. Yang Fan rolled up his sleeves and approached the few fishing nets piled in the corner. After casually inspecting them, he quickly selected one net. He then picked up the thick rope attached to the net and said, "Qingzi, Xiaohai, let us together carry this fishing net outside. We shall use it for fishing shortly." Yang Hongtao glanced at the fishing net chosen by Yang Fan and immediately felt a sense of doubt. "Fan, the mesh of this net appears rather large, doesn't it? It seems that only fish weighing 2 to 3 Gn at most could be captured with it. Perhaps we should consider switching to a net with a finer mesh? That would undoubtedly increase our catch significantly." Yang Ji immediately shook his head, saying, "No need, this net will suffice." Yang Hongtao found it somewhat perplexing and inquired, "Why is that, Fanzi?" "I must tell you, the limitations of this net are exceedingly vast. It is quite challenging to catch a considerable number of fish. The nets employed have mesh openings of less than 1 centimeter, yet the net you selected, Fanzi, appears to have openings that judging by what I've seen from other trawler captains, likely exceed 5 centimeters. Such large openings could barely ensnare even the tiniest fish. Upon hearing Yang Hongtao's words, Yang Fan shot him a glare. We are distinct from others. That kind of net with openings smaller than 1 centimeter, known as a destructive net, can capture even the smallest fry. We are not like them, and we must not engage in such disgraceful practices. The mere mention of destructive nets incited Yang Fan's indignation. The current dire state of fishery resources in the Ehai Sea can be largely attributed to the unscrupulous practices of some captains who resort to using these nets with exceedingly small openings. This type of net, also referred to as a cut-off net, represents a catastrophic method of fishing that inflicts severe damage on the marine ecosystem. The mesh of these cut-off nets is so minuscule that they can ensnare even fish and shrimp no larger than a fingernail. Consequently, any area dragged by a cut-off net remains devoid of fish and shrimp for an extended period. Coastal fishermen harbor a deep-seated animosity towards those captains who clandestinely employ cut-off nets. We all rely on the sea for our livelihood, yet you deplete the young fish, leaving us with nothing to sustain ourselves in the future. Witnessing Yang Fan's fierce glare, Yang Hongtao immediately smiled with a hint of dread and earnestly said, Fancy, I do not mean to suggest that you should use a deadly net. That would indeed be rather unethical. However, we must at least employ a net with smaller mesh. Don't you think? Otherwise, it's quite possible that when we cast our net, we will scarcely catch a few fish. Yang Fan, weary of his incessant comparisons, raised his hand to interrupt him, stating, Why are you so insistent on comparisons? Just heed my words. Tang Hongtao, sensing his growing irritation, could only shrug and offer an awkward smile. Ahem, very well. Fan, you are the captain. I shall follow your lead. Though he refrained from voicing his dissent, the expression on his face clearly conveyed his skepticism. He believed that using such a coarse net for fishing would undoubtedly result in a rather dismal catch. Yang Fan discerned the intentions of the individual but deemed it unnecessary to elaborate, knowing that soon enough, the truth would reveal itself. In the ensuing moments, the trio carefully transported the largest net, with the most expansive mesh, and affixed it to the trawling machinery in the operational area. Qingzi, you may take the helm. Xiaohai and I will manage the net here, he instructed. Understood, Qingzi replied, as Yang Hongtao proceeded to the cockpit to commence the yacht's journey. Yang Fan and Yang Xiaohai cast the large fishing net they held in their hands. This net was a deep-water net, equipped with heavy lead weights that allowed it to sink to depths of over 100 meters. The massive school of fish that Yang Fan had discovered was swimming approximately 70 to 80 meters beneath the surface of this very sea. In other words, as long as they maneuvered the boat to drag the net in the right direction, they could capture the entire school of fish in one fell swoop. The power of machinery was formidable. As the trawl winch was activated, the net gradually unfurled, resembling a colossal pocket descending behind the yacht. With the continuous advance of the vessel, the area covered by the underwater net expanded exponentially. This left the fish and crabs in this marine expanse with no escape, as they were gradually ensnared within the confines of the net. As Yang Fan fixed his gaze upon the graceful movements of the large school of fish in the sea, he adeptly directed Yang Hongtao to navigate the vessel. Soon, a mere 10 minutes had elapsed. At that moment, Yang Fan suddenly waved his hand towards the cockpit. Addressing Yang Hongtao, Taozi, stop the boat. It's time to haul in the net. Instantly, there was a moment of bewilderment. Are we really done already? Fancy, you can't be serious. We've only just begun. Yang Hongtao listened for a few minutes. According to common practice, once the net is cast, it should typically be dragged continuously for at least 1 or 2 hours to ensure a substantial catch. However, after merely a dozen minutes, Yang Fan surprisingly ordered to halt the vessel and retrieve the net. Yang Hongtao's disdain for the incessant nagging is indeed understandable. Enough of the incessant complaints. When instructed to halt, cease all activities at once. After a brief pause, promptly assist. Upon witnessing this individual once again indulging in his habitual prattling, Yang Fan could not help but chastise him harshly. With a sense of defeat, he complied and obediently brought the vessel to a stop. Yang Hongtao touched upon the subsequent period. Yang Fan commenced the operation of the trawling equipment, gradually reeling in the fishing net. It is essential to highlight the remarkable advancements of this luxurious trawling yacht. Its operational apparatus is exceptionally sophisticated, capable of complete automation. With just a few effortless button presses, one can effortlessly utilize the winch to hoist the fishing net. As the winch roared to life, the vast fishing net in the sea slowly began to retract. In a matter of 2 or 3 minutes, the net was gently drawn up from the depths of the ocean, revealing its bounty to the astonished onlookers. To their amazement, when the entire net was finally lifted to the surface, it took the shape of a colossal droplet. Inside the net were an astonishing number of large fish. An estimated several hundred sizable specimens were contained within, each exceeding 3 pounds, with some even surpassing 10 pounds. The sight of hundreds of lively fish, piled within the net as it was drawn from the water, was nothing short of spectacular. The winch was equipped with an electronic weighing device, which at that moment displayed a total weight astonishingly exceeding 5,000 pounds. At this revelation, while Yang Fan remained composed, the others were left utterly astounded. Yi Mani and Su Xiao, who were observing on the deck, widened their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "My goodness! How could we have caught so many large fish? This is simply unbelievable." Yang Xiao stood there, utterly astonished, gazing at the enormous catch of fish. Meanwhile, Yang Hongtao, after a brief moment of shock, erupted into an ecstatic frenzy, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! Incredible! It's all giant carp. We've netted an astonishing haul of these magnificent fish. This is truly a windfall. We are destined for wealth. With this bounty of giant carp, we could easily fetch hundreds of thousands." Yang Hongtao was exuberantly dancing with joy, nearly bursting into laughter. His excitement was wholly justified. In a mere span of a few minutes, he had managed to catch over 5,000 pounds of rice fish in a single net, an experience far more exhilarating than robbing a bank. The rice fish, one of the top 10 renowned fish in our country, not only possesses immense nutritional value, but also boasts significant medicinal properties. Its fish bladders can be transformed into premium fish gelatin, while its otoliths are rich in calcium carbonate, known for their efficacy in clearing heat and promoting diuresis. Due to the exceptional nutritional and medicinal benefits of wild rice fish, it has consistently commanded a high market price, often exceeding 80 yuan per pound for even the smaller varieties. The larger specimens, prized for their valuable fish bladders, can fetch even higher prices. Those weighing over 5 pounds are valued at a minimum of over 100 yuan per pound, while fish exceeding 10 pounds are even more exorbitantly priced. Thus, it is estimated that the hundreds of rice fish caught in this single haul could be worth at least 500,000 yuan. Chapter 73. A Night on the Yacht. A Seafood Feast with Louis XIII. Observing the astonished and elated expressions of the crowd, Yang Fan smiled lightly, exuding an air of tranquility. Methodically, he deftly handled the fishing net, steadily unloading a bountiful catch of rice fish onto the vessel. As the net unfurled, the lively rice fish, freshly emerged from the water, began to thrash about energetically on the deck. Witnessing the vigorous flopping of the fish, Yang Hongtao hurried over to Yang Fan, giving him a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Fan, your fishing skills are truly remarkable. I have nothing more to say. This time, I am genuinely impressed. From now on, whatever instructions you give me, I will execute without hesitation, no longer daring to question your methods." Yang Fan immediately burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Oh, how amusing. Just moments ago, you claimed that I wouldn't catch many fish. Now, it seems you've been proven wrong." Yang Hongtao scratched his head and exclaimed with a laugh, "What a slap in the face. You are truly a master angler, Fanzi. I, a mere novice, cannot help but feel humbled." He continued, "All right, enough of this idle chatter. Let us prepare for work. We must swiftly transfer these big-head carp to the freezer. Indeed, we must act promptly. These big-head carp are deep-sea fish, and once out of the water, they may perish immediately. With our limited manpower, we need to expedite the process." In the ensuing moments, Yang and his companions promptly commenced their task. Given that the rice fish are deep-sea creatures and cannot survive outside their natural habitat, there was no need for a live-water tank. They had to swiftly transfer the fish into the freezer while they were still alive to ensure their freshness. This endeavor was undoubtedly monumental, as the three of them had to move hundreds of large fish, which one can only imagine would be exceedingly exhausting. Naturally, Yimani and Su Xiao had initially expressed their desire to assist in moving the fish, but Yang Fan outright declined, feeling it inappropriate for the young ladies to engage in such labor. After over an hour of continuous effort, Yang and his companions finally managed to transfer all the hundreds of rice fish from the deck into the freezing chamber. By now, it was already 7:30 in the evening, with a sliver of the setting sun still reflecting on the surface of the sea. The sky had turned dark, leaving only the sails visible. "How about we cast another net? We might still catch a plethora of rice fish," suggested Yang Hongtao, approaching Yang Fan with an eager expression. In his view, the fact that they had caught so many fish in the previous haul indicated the presence of a substantial school of rice fish beneath the surface. If they cast another net, that could surely secure another profitable catch. However, Yang Fan shook his head. Let's not. It's dark now. We should prepare dinner. Yang Hongtao still felt a tinge of regret. Fanzi, truly not going to take the plunge? This is all money, after all. Yang Fan cast him a sidelong glance, remarking, can one catch all the fish? Can one earn all the money? One must not be overly greedy in fishing. It is essential to take breaks and allow the fish in the sea some time for rest and recuperation. Yang Hongtao let out a sigh and remarked, all right, Fanzi. Not only are your fishing skills superior to mine, but your understanding is also greatly elevated. I shall heed your advice. On the sea, the bright moon emerges. And at this moment, we share the same sky from distant horizons. A radiant sun gradually ascends from the surface of the ocean. Once the sun has completely set, the full moon hangs high, surrounded by a myriad of stars. This is a breathtaking vista unseen in a large city shrouded in mist. On the yacht, the lights shine brilliantly. Yang Hu, Yi Mani, and their companions gathered around the dining table, engaging in lively conversation and laughter while savoring the exquisite seafood feast freshly prepared for them. The recent catch was not limited to just the delightful rice fish. They also procured an array of other exceptional seafood, including colossal red flower crabs weighing 2 to 3 pounds, over a pound of Japanese sweet shrimp, and the remarkably delicious giant coconut crabs, among others. These delicacies are truly rare gems in the realm of seafood, especially when enjoyed freshly caught and consumed aboard the vessel, enhancing their exquisite flavors beyond compare. Yang Ji fulfilled his promise from earlier that morning, uncorking the bottle of Remy Martin Louis XIII, worth several tens of thousands. For Yang Hongtao, he downed more than half of the bottle in one go. Yang Hongtao was instantly filled with excitement. This fellow's capacity for alcohol is truly impressive. After consuming more than half a bottle of brandy, he seems completely unaffected. If Yang Fan had indulged in such a manner, he would likely be inebriated by now, as he typically abstains from alcohol altogether and seldom even partakes in beer. Yang Fan recalled the first time he ventured out for a meal with his roommates during his freshman year in university. After consuming merely 2 or 3 bottles of beer, he succumbed to slumber, resting his head upon the table, all while indulging in a lavish seafood feast aboard a luxurious yacht. It was undoubtedly a delightful experience. As the group continued to eat, drink, and converse until the clock struck 10 in the evening, reveling in their merriment. Subsequently, it was time to select rooms for the night. As the captain, Yang Fan naturally claimed the opulent master suite on the upper deck of the yacht. Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai each selected a room on the second floor. As for Yimani and Su Xiaoxiao, after some deliberation, they also opted to reside on the third floor, specifically in the room adjacent to Yang Fan's. This left Yang Fan somewhat perplexed, despite the abundance of vacant rooms. Why did these young women choose to stay right next to him? Just a few days prior, Qin Yushue had done the same. And now Yimani and her companions followed suit. Could it be that they harbored some sentiments towards him? Naturally, Yang Fan merely entertained this curiosity in his mind and would never dare to directly inquire why they chose to live next door to him. After all, such a question would undoubtedly reveal him as a quintessentially oblivious man. After selecting their rooms, Yang Chongyao and Yang Xiaoai settled on the second floor of the Yunong building. Yang Fan, Yiman and I, and Su Xiaoxiao ascended to the third floor. At that moment, a thought struck Yang Fan, prompting him to inquire of Yiman and I and Su Xiaoxiao, by the way, you didn't bring any clothes. Did you? How will we manage if we need to wash up later? Yui and I and Su Xiaoxiao exchanged glances, both feeling a touch of exasperation. Unbeknownst to them, the decision to venture out for an overnight fishing excursion had left them unprepared, lacking any change of attire. However, this predicament was not insurmountable. We can simply forego changing clothes, Yiman and I remarked with a resigned smile. What else can we do? It's not like you informed us in advance that we might be spending the night at sea, Yang Fan. Haha, I suppose I'm to blame. Yang Fan simply chuckled as the three exchanged a few light-hearted remarks. Subsequently, they bid each other good night and retreated to their respective rooms. Having spent over an hour earlier moving fish, Yang Fan found himself slightly perspiring. Thus, upon entering his room, he swiftly made his way to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. He turned on the faucet, and cool, pristine water cascaded down in a delightful rush. As Yang Fan hummed a cheerful tune while enjoying a delightful bath, he was suddenly interrupted by a distinct conversation emanating from the neighboring room. Wow, Manny. This luxurious yacht is truly something else. There's even a large bathtub in the bathroom. Really? Let me see. How wonderful. Hey, Manny, look. There's even a bottle of rose petals beside the bathtub. Is that so? How thoughtful. It's as if they want us to indulge in a rose petal bath. Hee hee, let us do it. By the way, I've never taken a bath in a bathtub before. Me neither. So who goes first? Of course, we should bathe together. After all, the tub is spacious enough. Together, then. Following this, the unmistakable sound of clothes being shed reached Yang Fan's ears. He blinked, slightly taken aback. Was the sound insulation on this yacht really so poor? How could he hear every word of the conversation between Yi Manny and Su Xiaoxiao so clearly? However, it soon dawned on him that it was not the yacht's insulation that was lacking. Rather, his hearing had suddenly become extraordinarily acute. He realized that if he concentrated, he could discern even the faintest sounds with crystal clarity. For instance, just now, he focused intently and could even hear young Hongtao downstairs tidying up the bed linens. My goodness! Could this be yet another transformation brought about by the Dragon Balls? Yang Fan immediately realized that this must be due to the continuous enhancement from the Dragon Balls and the Golden Dew, which had significantly improved his hearing. Excitedly, he thought that perhaps he could continuously transform in the future. Of course, purely enhancing his physical abilities would suffice. He certainly did not want to become a Super Saiyan or anything of that sort. He had no desire to be captured for research purposes. Just as Yang Fan was reveling in the changes to his hearing, a conversation from the neighboring room interrupted him. What on earth? Manny, this is too exaggerated, isn't it? How did you grow so much? You must be secretly eating papayas every night, right? What papayas? It's all about the beetles, you know. But really, that's enviable. If only I could be as well endowed as you, Manny. Well, you don't know. Too large can bring many troubles. Hee hee, is it because the burden is too heavy? That's just one of the minor troubles. The most significant issue is that nowadays, there are too many wolves eyeing you, making me only dare to wear loose clothing when I go out. But that's a happy trouble. By the way, let's not talk about this anymore, Manny. What do you think of Yang Fan? Chapter 74, A Solo Dive into the Deep Sea. Unexpected Gains. Cough cough. In the bathroom. Hearing you Manny and the others discussing him, Yang Fan instinctively perked up his ears. Although he understood the principle of not eavesdropping, and that ethically he shouldn't listen to others' whispers, the thrill of this clandestine listening was undeniably stimulating. The conversation continued next door. What do you think of Yang Fan? Laughing. What do you mean? Hey, it's just the literal meaning. After so many years, seeing your first love again, Manny. Don't you have any other thoughts? Oh dear. Laughing. What nonsense are you talking about? How could Yang Fan be my first love? Really? How is he not? Didn't you tell me in middle school that he was the first boy you liked? Yes, I had a crush on Yang Fan back then. But that was just a simple admiration. We never actually dated. So how could he be considered my first love? All right, let us not call him a first love then. Let me ask you, now that you see how handsome and outstanding Yang Fan is, do you have any thoughts about him? How should I put this? Just speak the truth. To be honest, maybe just a tiny bit? Oh dear, I'm not really sure. Hee, I knew it. But that's normal. Yang Fan is so handsome and wealthy, and he excels at fishing. He is practically the perfect man. It's only natural for you to have feelings for him. What? I didn't say I liked him. It's just a good impression. Hee, a good impression is enough. Manny, I wholeheartedly support your pursuit of Yang Fan. While he is undoubtedly exceptional, you too possess remarkable qualities. With your figure and appearance, particularly your physique, I am certain that men would be captivated by your allure. I believe that if you employ a few subtle strategies to initiate a flirtation, he will undoubtedly be enchanted by you. Oh dear, Xiaoxiao, what nonsense are you spouting? Why should I initiate a flirtation with Yang Fan? Nonsense. If you do not take the initiative. Do you not believe that he may soon be swept away by another girl? If he is taken, so be it. He was never truly mine to begin with. You blockhead. Manny, why are you being so foolish? Yang Fan is the very first boy you have ever liked. Moreover, you have likely not experienced love over these past few years, have you? Now, a perfect opportunity has presented itself. The chance to reunite after many years with the boy who first captured your heart, culminating in a romantic union. How splendid that would be. Oh, Xiaoxiao. You are quite the talker. So, do you believe there is merit in what I am saying? I am uncertain whether he would reciprocate my feelings. Let us not dwell on that. There is indeed some truth in your words, yet Yang Fan is currently too remarkable. Let us enjoy our bath. Hiki. Manny. I assure you that Yang Fan will definitely develop feelings for you. Trust my words. If you take the initiative, you will succeed. All right then, Xiaoxiao. We shall discuss this matter later. For now, let us indulge in our bath. Hiki. Very well. Oh, by the way, Manny, could you allow me to grab a handful? Grab what? What do you think? Hee. You little tease. Let go of me. Wow, the sensation is incredible. Upon hearing this, vivid images flooded Yang Fan's mind. I almost lost my composure. No, I cannot bear to continue listening. It is becoming too overwhelming. Yang Fan swiftly emerged from the bathroom, freshly bathed and dressed. However, the sounds of playful splashing from the bathtub next door, where Yumani and Su Xiao were frolicking, were unmistakably clear. While this was somewhat exhilarating, it also proved to be quite torturous. As a passionate and spirited youth yet to experience the trials of life, Yang Fan found himself overwhelmed. Resolving to escape the confines of his room, he decided to venture into the sea for a while, curious to discern the differences between the depths of the ocean and the coastal waters. With this thought in mind, he quietly slipped out, treading softly down to the first floor deck, and then gently leaped into the inviting embrace of the sea. Yang Fan immediately sensed that every cell in his body seemed to come alive. He felt invigorated, his spirits soaring. And the dragon pearl within his dantian began to whirl furiously, absorbing the abundant moisture and energy surrounding him. A smile spread across his face, and he commenced his descent into the depths of the ocean. The waters in this area were not excessively deep, measuring only around 200 to 300 meters. Nevertheless, such depths are indeed remarkable for humanity. An ordinary person might only manage to dive a few dozen meters before succumbing to the overwhelming pressure, while even professional divers, equipped with the most advanced gear, are generally limited to depths of 100 to 200 meters. Beyond that, the risks become perilous. However, Yang Fan was different. Under the transformative influence of the Dragon Pearl, he navigated the waters with unparalleled ease. Even as he dove deeper than 200 meters, he felt no discomfort, indicating that the formidable pressure of the deep sea had no adverse effects on him. Yang Qi beheld the richness of the marine ecosystem here, with vibrant coral reefs exhibiting a kaleidoscope of colors, while schools of fish of various hues frolicked joyfully within. Nearby, one could observe colossal jellyfish, octopuses with tentacles as thick as an infant's arm, and devil rays whose wingspan surpassed that of an open umbrella. Additionally, there existed an abundance of fish species that Yang Fan could scarcely name. This underwater tableau was undoubtedly both breathtaking and enigmatic. Yang Fan took great delight in observing the surroundings for quite some time, during which numerous fish swam past him, showing no fear whatsoever. He then continued to swim forward for a short distance. Yang Fan also discovered a plethora of crabs in this area, such as the red flower crab and the swimming crab. He even spotted a few Chinese ornamental lobsters, albeit still rather small, weighing perhaps 1 or 2 gene. Given their modest value, Yang Fan chose not to pursue them further as he continued to swim leisurely. Yang Fan marveled at the sight before him. His eyes widened in astonishment as he focused on a particular rock, upon which clung a remarkably large coconut snail. The coconut snail, also known as the papaya snail, boasts a shell of a yellowish-brown hue, resembling that of a papaya. Its surface is smooth and adorned with dark brown speckles. This species is commonly found in our country and is a popular edible mollusk due to its delectable and refreshing taste, making it a sought-after delicacy in seafood markets, where it commands a relatively high price, typically ranging from 120 to 150 yuan per pound. Yang Fan stared in astonishment at the coconut snail before him. Its size was truly remarkable, appearing significantly larger than a basketball, likely weighing at least several dozen pounds. He had encountered and consumed numerous coconut snails in the past, yet he had never seen one of such colossal proportions. What intrigued Yang Fan even more was the fact that coconut snails typically inhabit shallower waters. How could such a creature be found on the ocean floor at this depth? Had this coconut snail undergone some form of mutation? Otherwise, how could it have attained such size and thrive in the depths of the sea? Regardless, he thought, such an enormous coconut snail is indeed a rare treasure. With a broad grin, he swiftly swam over and secured the magnificent creature into his collection. Yang Fan, unable to comprehend the situation, chose to put it aside. What was initially intended as a casual exploration of the seabed unexpectedly yielded the remarkable discovery of a substantial conch, a delightful surprise indeed. Unbeknownst to the currently unassuming Yang Fan, even greater surprises awaited him ahead. Chapter 75. An Unexpected Delight. The shell conceals a rare pearl. Soon, Yang Fan successfully boarded the yacht. The moment he stepped on, he placed the large coconut snail he had unexpectedly found into the yacht's live well for nurturing. It would serve as a delightful breakfast for the following day. Coincidentally, Yang Fan had always had a fondness for coconut snails since childhood, whether stir-fried or simmered in soup. The tender flesh of the snail was simply exquisite. Although such a sizable coconut snail was exceedingly rare and could fetch a substantial price, He found himself less concerned about monetary value at that moment, with something so splendid and personally cherished at hand. It was only fitting that he prioritized savoring it for himself. After taking care of this, Yongji quietly returned to his room. The clock nearing 1 in the early morning. The adjacent room was enveloped in silence, indicating that Yi Mani and her companions had likely succumbed to slumber. With this realization, Yang Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. Had Yi Mani and Su Xiaoxiao still been awake, they would undoubtedly have engaged in whispered conversations, leading him to indulge in fanciful thoughts that would hinder his rest. Feeling a small sense of gratitude, Yang Fan smiled and proceeded to the bathroom for a refreshing shower, for it was essential to cleanse himself after emerging from the sea. Once he finished, he idly perused his phone before swiftly drifting into sleep. Perhaps it was due to the absence of the village rooster's punctual crowing that his slumber was particularly deep, allowing him to rest soundly until the sun had risen high in the sky. Stretching lazily, he eventually climbed out of bed and drew back the curtains. Gazing out at the azure sea and sky, his spirits lifted instantly. He then went to the bathroom for a brief morning wash. Yang Fan descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he discovered that Yi Suini, Su Xiaoxiao, along with Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai, were already awake. The two sisters, Yi Suini and Su Xiaoxiao, were busily engaged in the kitchen, evidently preparing breakfast. "Fan, you're awake," exclaimed Yang Hongtao, who was seated on the sofa, his face lighting up with a smile. "By the way, your two beautiful classmates seem quite devoted. They've been in the kitchen since the break of dawn, diligently crafting breakfast." Yang Fan shot him a disdainful glance. "Why are you just sitting there? Don't you think you should lend a hand? After all, they are guests. Is it really appropriate to let others cook for you?" Yang Hongtao felt a sense of grievance at once. "How can you blame me for this, Fancy? I had already mentioned that they need not participate, yet they insisted on showcasing their skills. What can I do about it?" Yang Fan chuckled softly. "I see. Well then, I apologize for misunderstanding you. Later, I shall peel a crab leg for you as a gesture of contrition." He exchanged a few casual remarks with Yang Hongtao. Yang Fan then walked into the kitchen, where he was immediately greeted by a rich and enticing aroma. At that moment, Yi Mani and Su Xiaoxiao were preparing a dish of steamed red flower crabs, while a pressure cooker simmered with crab and millet porridge. It seemed that, having grown up in a coastal town, their culinary skills with seafood were quite commendable. "Young Fan, you're awake. Good morning," Yi Mani exclaimed with a bright smile upon seeing him. Su Xiaoxiao chimed in. "Haha, Young Fan, what perfect timing. We were just finishing breakfast as you came down." Yang Fan chuckled. "Well, as the host, I should have been the one to treat you. Yet here you are preparing breakfast instead. I feel a bit embarrassed." Yi Mani and her friends waved it off, saying, "There's no need to feel that way. Experiencing cooking on a luxurious yacht is actually quite enjoyable." After some lighthearted banter, Yang Fan suddenly remembered the large coconut snail he had caught the previous day, which he had stored in the water tank. He smiled and said to Yi Mani and Su Xiaoxiao, "By the way, let me show you something wonderful. It would be perfect for another delightful dish." Yi Mani and Su Xiaoxiao looked on with curiosity. "What is this wonderful thing?" Yang Fan momentarily kept them in suspense, stating, "I won't reveal it just yet. You will find out shortly." With that, he swiftly made his way to the live water tank, retrieving an extraordinarily large coconut snail. When Yi Mani and Su Xiaoxiao witnessed Yang Fan's impressive catch in such a brief span of time, they were left bewildered at the sight of such a colossal coconut snail. "My goodness! Young Fan, how on earth did you manage to catch such a magnificent specimen?" "It's enormous," exclaimed one. "Indeed, I have never encountered a coconut snail of this size before. Is it truly possible for them to grow so large?" remarked the other. Both of them wide-eyed in astonishment at the remarkable sight before them. Yang Ji chuckled and casually offered an excuse. "Ha ha, I caught this coconut snail while fishing. I had a bit of trouble sleeping last night, so I thought I would try my hand at fishing. In the end, I didn't catch any fish, but I managed to reel in this coconut snail." Yi Mani and the others immediately blinked in surprise. "Isn't that unusual? Can snails really be caught like that?" Yang Ji smiled and said, "Of course, snails are carnivorous and will certainly consume bait. I have caught several before, but this is the first time I've caught one of such size." At this, Yi Mani and the others felt a sense of admiration. Indeed, Yang Ji's luck was truly unparalleled. Yang Fan chuckled and then shifted the topic, saying, "Let us stir-fry this coconut snail, for I have quite a fondness for its meat." Upon hearing this, Yi Mani immediately responded with a smile. "How delightful. I too have a penchant for coconut snails. Every time I return home, my father prepares a dish of stir-fried coconut snails, and I always manage to devour the entire plate. Haha." Yang Fan smiled and replied, "Indeed, that works perfectly. Money. Do indulge a bit." At that moment, Yi Yini interjected, "But Yang Fan, this coconut snail is quite substantial. It must be worth 1,000 or two, right? Perhaps you should consider selling it for some money?" Yang Fan immediately waved his hand with a chuckle. "What is this trifling amount? Such exquisite delicacies are meant to be savored by oneself." Yumani playfully stuck out her tongue and remarked, "All right, I nearly forgot that you are quite the affluent one. Yang Fan, this modest sum certainly wouldn't catch your eye. Therefore, I shall take advantage of our old friendship and sample this grand coconut snail to see just how delicious it truly is." Yang Ji shrugged with a smile, stating, "We are all old classmates. It is merely a matter of consuming a conch, so why speak of sharing the glory?" After exchanging a few casual remarks, the trio commenced their tasks. Yumani and Su took on the responsibility of preparing the ingredients necessary for stir-frying the coconut conch, while Yang Fan focused on extracting the tender meat nestled tightly within the shell, as it was firmly encased by the dry coconut. Thus, retrieving it proved to be quite a challenging endeavor. Yang Fan carefully took a small fruit knife and painstakingly extracted the flesh of the coconut snail, investing considerable effort to finally reveal it. Once the meat was unearthed, he began to slice it. The flesh was remarkably delicate, necessitating precision. Thus, he pressed down on the tender meat with one hand, while deftly slicing thin pieces with a knife in the other. As he continued to cut, Yang Fan suddenly sensed something amiss. He discovered that the hand he had pressed against the coconut snail felt as though it had unexpectedly encountered a remarkably hard object. This sensation was evidently inconsistent with the texture one would anticipate from the flesh of a coconut snail. Within the snail's meat, one would typically expect to find something else entirely. What he had unearthed within the flesh was likely a pearl. At this revelation, Yang Fan was instantly taken aback. Could it be that there is a pearl within this coconut snail meat? Yumani, upon hearing this, smiled and eagerly approached. Her curiosity piqued. "Is that true? Are there pearls inside?" Yang Fan nodded and said, "Indeed. Why not take a look inside to see if there is something?" Yi Yini, filled with curiosity, quickly reached out to touch the coconut snail meat. "Well, there is indeed something hard inside," she exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao also reached in to feel, and she too became exhilarated. "Oh my, it truly resembles a pearl. Yang Fan, you are about to strike it rich." Yang Fan chuckled lightly and remarked, "How much can a single pearl possibly be worth? At most, it could fetch a price of 1,000 or 1,800. Is that truly considered a fortune? It is merely a whimsical endeavor, seeking a stroke of good luck." Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Su Xiao immediately expressed her dissent. "That may not necessarily be the case, Yang Fan. I recall reading an article recently about a seafood restaurant owner who unexpectedly discovered a magnificent pearl within a conch. Do you have any idea how valuable that pearl was?" Yang Fan truly had no concept of such pearls and inquired, "How much does it cost? A few thousand?" Su Xiao immediately shook her head. "You think you can acquire a Malay pearl for a mere few thousand? Don't even dream of it. I recall it was sold for over 100,000. Can a single pearl really fetch such a price? It must be a fabrication, right?" Yang Fan was taken aback by this revelation. Su Xiao promptly clarified, "It depends on the type of pearl. The kind of beautiful pearls I am referring to is truly the finest among pearls. If you don't believe me, you can investigate for yourself." Yang Fan felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the origin of the Malay pearl, so he took out his phone to research its information. The data presented a description. The Malay pearl, also referred to as the dragon pearl or flame pearl, is a natural sea pearl that is occasionally formed within the shell of a sea mollusk, and as of now, cannot be artificially cultivated. The composition of the Malay pearl is akin to that of most shelled creatures, exhibiting hues of orange, reddish-orange, yellow, and white, with a lustrous ceramic-like sheen. Its patterns resemble flames, rendering it exceedingly beautiful. The Malay pearl is exceptionally rare, with the likelihood of finding one within a sea mollusk being less than 1 in 10,000. Particularly large specimens of superior quality are exceedingly scarce. In the realm of collectibles, the Malay pearl is esteemed as a rare royal treasure, consistently sought after by collectors from both the East and West. Its value is considerable. At a 2003 auction in Hong Kong, a Malay pearl weighing 104 carats and in exquisite condition was sold for a staggering $2.7 million, setting a world record for the price of a single pearl. Similarly, at a 2007 Christie's auction in Hong Kong, a Malay pearl weighing 91.29 carats fetched a final price of $125,000 USD. Yang, who was momentarily struck dumb, A single mellow pearl sold for $7 million? How can such a flawed pearl be so exorbitantly priced? This is truly outrageous. Yang Fan was genuinely astonished to discover the immense value of the miles of pearl. Remarkably, such a precious pearl could only be found within a coconut shell. This implied that the pearl nestled within his coconut shell was undoubtedly a milesu. The mere thought of this filled Yang Fan with excitement. The sheer size of the coconut shell indicated it had likely existed for many years. Given that it had produced a milesu, one could reasonably expect that this pearl would not be small. If the milesu indeed turned out to be substantial and of high quality, he could potentially amass a considerable fortune. Chapter 76. This is a pearl of exceptional perfection. Subibi had previously informed Yang Hu that the milesu was quite valuable, yet she herself had little grasp of its true worth. Upon seeing the information Yang Fan uncovered, which revealed that a milesu had once fetched an astonishing auction price of $7 million, she was immediately taken aback. My goodness, is the milesu truly so valuable? One single pearl could even sell for over 10 million? This seems utterly outrageous. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief, leaving her at a loss for words. Yimani, standing nearby, was equally astonished. In a daze, she gazed at Yang Fan and exclaimed, Wow, Yang Fan, are you on the verge of striking it rich? However, Yang Fan, being a man of experience with the Dragon Pearl, quickly regained his composure after the initial surprise and delight. Observing the astonished expressions on the faces of the two young women, he chuckled and rationally remarked, To say I'm about to get rich is perhaps a bit premature. The reason that particular milesu was auctioned for over 10 million must be due to its exceptional size and quality. Otherwise, it wouldn't command such a price. But if we consider a shipful of milesu, it might only be worth several tens of thousands or even just a few hundred or $1,000. Therefore, until we extract this milesu, we cannot ascertain its true condition. If it turns out to be too small or of poor appearance, it may not be worth much at all. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Yi Mani and Su Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement, regaining their composure. They realized that not all miles of pearls are necessarily valuable. The key factors are indeed their quality and size. For instance, as the data indicated, 2 milesu pearls auctioned in Xiangjiang had vastly different outcomes. One sold for an astronomical $7 million, while the other merely fetched $125,000. The disparity between the two was staggering, illustrating just how significantly the quality and size of a milesu can influence its market value. With this in mind, Yi Mani and the others eagerly urged Yang Fan, Hurry and extract that milesu. We are truly excited to see what it looks like. Yang Fan nodded with a smile and said, All right, let us commence the excavation. I am quite eager for this. With that, he began to take action. The ensuing moments. Yang Fan pressed one hand against the firm, unyielding surface of the beautiful pearl, while with the other hand, he meticulously employed a fruit knife, delicately slicing away the surrounding flesh of the snail, careful not to injure the precious pearl within. Yang Fan remained in a state of heightened tension and concentration throughout the process, daring not to relax for even a moment. A slight tremor in his hand could jeopardize the precious milansu within, a risk he could not afford. With his extreme patience and meticulous dissection, the hidden gem within the flesh of the shellfish was soon unveiled before the eager onlookers. Before them lay a perfectly round, impressively large milansu, resplendent in its pure golden hue, devoid of any impurities. Its surface boasted striking flame-like patterns, exuding an undeniable beauty and sophistication. Undoubtedly, this exquisite specimen was a notable treasure. As he held the splendid milansu, slightly smaller than an egg yet remarkably flawless, Yang Fan could not suppress a gulp of anticipation. Could it be that fortune was truly smiling upon him? Such a magnificent, sizable gem surely had the potential to fetch several million, or even tens of millions. This was indeed far more exhilarating than catching a wild bull or a giant yellow croaker. Yang Fan couldn't help but break into a wide smile. Astonished that by consuming a coconut snail, he had unearthed a rare gem valued at several million, even tens of millions. Such fortune is truly unparalleled. Upon witnessing the magnificent and sizable milansu that Yang Fan had excavated, Yi Mani and Su Xiaoxiao were equally exhilarated. Wow, this milansu is simply enormous and exquisite. It must be worth a fortune. Congratulations, Yang Fan. You are indeed destined for great wealth this time. Yang Fan jested, Ha ha ha, if I truly strike it rich, I shall treat you all to a lavish feast. Yi Mani and the others chimed in with laughter. Hee hee, we shall certainly hold you to that, when the time comes. We will expect a grand celebration from you, O great tycoon. Yang Fan waved his hand grandly and said, "Feel free to prepare it however you like, as long as you can consume it." The three were engaged in jovial banter when at that moment, Yang Hongtao happened to arrive from outside. He had been lounging on a deck chair, leisurely basking in the sun while awaiting breakfast, but after a prolonged wait, without any sign of the meal, he decided to check the kitchen. "Fan, is breakfast ready? I'm absolutely famished." Yang Hongtao, mid-sentence, suddenly noticed the extraordinarily large, exquisite Malay pearl in Yang Fan's hand. His eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "What on earth? Fanzi, what is that in your hand? Is that not a Malay pearl?" Yang Fan immediately chuckled. "Oh, you are quite knowledgeable, aren't you? You even know about mellas." Yang Hongtao said somewhat arrogantly, "Of course I know. As a professional fisherman who interacts with seafood daily, how could I not be aware of this? This is precisely a type of pearl found within the coconut snail." Yang Fan smiled and asked, "Do you know how much this beautiful pearl is worth?" Yang Hongtao immediately shook his head, stating, "I am not certain of its exact value, but I have heard that this item is quite expensive. It seems that one piece can fetch tens of thousands." Yang Fan couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. Several tens of thousands? The worth of mine should surely warrant an additional 2 zeros. Yang Hongtao, with a look of incredulity, responded, "What? An additional 2 zeros? That would amount to several million. Are you serious? Although the Miluzo is indeed rare and expensive, it cannot possibly be valued at several million, can it? Who's he? You must be overthinking this." Unfazed by the skepticism, Yang Fan chuckled lightly and, without hesitation, presented the information he had just searched on his phone, thrusting it towards him. Yang Hongtao took a glance and was momentarily taken aback. "What? This thing can be auctioned for $7 million? That's quite astonishing. Fanzi, you can't possibly be suggesting that yours could fetch such a sum, can you?" Yang Fan shrugged with a smile, saying, "I'm not certain of the specifics at the moment, but given the impressive appearance of this beautiful pearl, I surmise it will be quite valuable." Yang Hongtao was instantly astonished. "My goodness, Fanzi, if it could truly be worth several million to tens of millions, wouldn't that mean you're soaring to great heights?" Yang Fan chuckled. "Haha, let's hope. Well, let's not dwell on that for now. I haven't had breakfast yet." The time that followed, Yang Fan carefully stored the exquisite pearl in his room before returning to the kitchen to personally sort the large conch. Although this delightful creature had yielded a pearl potentially worth millions, one must still indulge in the joys of culinary delights. It would be remiss to disregard it simply because it had proven to be a significant find. Naturally, with the conch already opened, releasing it back into the sea was no longer an option. The texture of the conch meat was remarkably delightful, and given Yang Fan's culinary prowess, the dish of stir-fried conch was immensely popular, quickly devoured by the eager crowd. After enjoying the conch, the shells were gifted to Yimani, who not only relished eating conch but also had a penchant for collecting shells. As she revealed, she had amassed an impressive collection of over 100 diverse shells at home, earning her the title of a true conch shell enthusiast. After a delightful breakfast, the yacht resumed its voyage. Despite the bountiful catch of over 5,000 pounds of prized rice fish and the recent acquisition of a valuable pearl, Yang Fan felt compelled to continue fishing. After all, the yacht's freezing and live storage compartments were not yet filled. It would be premature to return at this juncture, so he resolved to make the most of the remaining time. Yang Fan instructed Yang Hongtao to continue steering the yacht further into the deep sea, while he persistently scanned the waters for signs of fish. However, it seemed that his fortune had been exhausted when he acquired that exquisite melodious pearl. The yacht had been traversing the deep sea for 2 to 3 hours, yet he had not encountered any worthy schools of fish to cast his net upon. Reluctant to spend the night at sea, and considering that Yimani and Su Xiaoxiao also needed to return home today, Yang Fan reluctantly decided to turn back after a prolonged search yielded no opportunities. If he delayed any longer, he might not make it back at all. Of course, the return journey also offered a chance to spot fish. Thus, as they made their way back, Yang Fan occasionally searched the waters for fish schools, hoping for a stroke of luck. At that moment, the advantages of fishing aboard a luxurious trawler became apparent. Although Yang Fan had yet to find any enticing schools of fish, he felt no sense of frustration while at sea. After all, reclining on the deck with a drink in hand and engaging in pleasant conversation was undeniably enjoyable, especially with someone like Yimani, a stunning beauty with a remarkable figure. The experience was even more delightful. This made Yang Fan reflect on just how extravagant his fishing method was. Cruising on a yacht with companions, without a care in the world about catching fish, He felt as though he could simply lounge and let the fish come to him, effortlessly making money. Such is the life of a fisherman, indeed. As time gracefully flowed by, the yacht soon transitioned from the deep sea to the near shore, where the continental shelf gradually came into view. At this point, Tang Chi shrugged his shoulders, feeling that his inaugural fishing expedition was somewhat lacking. Having only caught a few hundred large fish, not even filling the yacht's freezer. As a man with a dragon pearl, Yang Fan had initially been confident that each fishing trip would yield a bountiful catch. Yet, he was unexpectedly faced with disappointment on his first deep-sea voyage. Of course, this was also due to his overly selective criteria for the fish he wished to catch. Otherwise, with a few more casts, he could have easily filled the freezer with fish and crabs. Nevertheless, overall, Yang Fan deemed this deep-sea fishing adventure quite satisfactory. One must not be overly greedy. Having acquired the exquisite melodious pearl, what more could one desire? As the yacht approached the coastal waters, the journey continued. Yang Fan had grown somewhat disinclined to further explore the aquatic life beneath the waves, as it seemed increasingly futile to seek out any substantial schools of fish in these waters. It was far better to conserve his energy. Thus, he resolved to shift his gaze away from the sea, relinquishing his role as a human radar. However, to his utter astonishment, it was precisely at that moment that he caught sight of an unexpected spectacle just ahead, a vibrant expanse of coral reefs, revealing a scene he could never have anticipated. Chapter 77, The Little Orca's Wound, Yang Fan's Compassionate Heart. Yang Fan was indeed astonished. In the coral-laden seabed of the front waters, he beheld a small orca. Moreover, this orca, if appearances did not deceive, was likely the very same one they had previously encountered in the deep sea. Alarmingly, this once spirited and playful orca was now ensnared in a vast fishing net, being dragged relentlessly forward. The lively and somewhat clumsy demeanor it had exhibited before had vanished. Now, entangled in the massive trawl, it thrashed wildly, its body marred by numerous wounds. Following the direction of the net, one could immediately spot a large, steel-hulled trawler actively engaged in fishing operations. This indicated that the unfortunate orca had somehow become separated from its pod, only to fall prey to the misfortune of being captured by the looming trawler ahead. Witnessing the tragic plight of the small orca was heart-wrenching. Yang Fan could not help but feel a twinge of compassion. As is widely known, the orca, or killer whale, is an exceptionally intelligent creature, possessing a remarkable capacity for empathy, which is why they are often trained in marine parks for performances. Furthermore, orcas seem to exhibit a mysterious friendliness towards humans. There have never been reports of orcas attacking people, and they have even rescued humans on multiple occasions. One particularly famous incident occurred in 1966 when a fishing vessel from South Vietnam tragically sank due to a violent wave while fishing near the Pacific coast, resulting in the loss of 9 crew members out of 18. Exhausted and desperate, the remaining 9 crew members struggled in the water for nearly 4 hours. Just as hope for survival seemed lost, a pod of orcas appeared. Initially, the crew feared that the orcas had come to prey on them, and they were understandably terrified. However, to their astonishment, these orcas had come to their rescue. Whenever a crew member began to tire and was on the verge of drowning, the orcas would immediately surface to nudge them up, allowing them to breathe. It was through the assistance of these magnificent creatures that the crew members ultimately escaped from peril. In the aftermath, the survivors recounted a delightful detail. After ensuring their safety, the orcas playfully spouted water towards them, as if celebrating their survival. Such extraordinary instances of orcas aiding humans have occurred in various places across the globe. Some scientists speculate that the orca's amiable disposition towards humans may stem from ancient times when our ancestors domesticated them, much like the way humans have trained dogs. This genetic memory could explain their friendliness towards us, although these are merely unverified hypotheses. Nevertheless, it is not difficult to understand why such events of orca rescues transpire. As members of the dolphin family, orcas are closely related to dolphins and are among the most intelligent creatures in the ocean. Research has shown that the intelligence of these remarkable beings can rival that of a 6- or 7-year-old child. Yang Fan once encountered a record of orcas saving lives in a marine knowledge book at the library. At that moment, he felt a profound affection for these magnificent creatures. Tragically, his parents had perished in a maritime disaster. As he perused the pages of that book, he found himself fantasizing about how fortunate it would have been if his parents, like the fisherman from the ancient kingdom of Nanwe, had encountered a pod of orcas after their shipwreck. It would have been a blessing beyond measure. This unique sentiment compelled Yang Fan to feel an immediate pang of compassion upon witnessing a young orca ensnared and struggling hopelessly in a fishing net. Determined, he resolved to rescue the beleaguered creature. Yang Fan immediately approached outside the cockpit and shouted at Yang Hongtao, "Taozi, turn the ship around and head towards the trawler ahead." Yang Hongtao, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Why, Yifan? Are you planning to compete with others for the fish?" Yang Fan shot him a glare and said, "Stop whining so much. Just do as you're told." Yang Hongtao felt a tinge of grievance. All right, I hear you. Why so irritable?" He muttered to himself, and then, following Yang Fan's directive, turned the yacht's bow toward the trawler ahead. Meanwhile, aboard the trawler, several middle-aged fishermen were activating the winch, preparing to haul in the net that had been towed for quite some time. As the net was gradually lifted, the adjacent electronic display accurately showcased the weight of the catch. When the crew noticed that this haul was nearly twice as heavy as usual, they were immediately filled with excitement. "Wow, this net is so heavy. We're in for a windfall," one exclaimed. "Indeed. It has been ages since we pulled in such a substantial catch. I wonder if it's valuable." Another added, "Absolutely, let us hope it's something worth a fortune. That way we can make a bit more. Hee, ideally big fish, prawns, yellow croaker, and grouper." With eager anticipation sparkling in their eyes, the crew finally brought the net to the surface. However, as they beheld the bounty within, they were utterly astonished. "What on earth is this? A fish? No, it's not a shark. It's a whale, an orca." "An orca? Goodness, how unfortunate. We thought we hit the jackpot, but instead, we caught an orca." "Indeed. This creature is protected by the state. It's not worth much and can't be sold. Quite the sight, but utterly useless." Upon realizing they had captured an orca, the crew's expressions turned to disappointment. The fisheries department would certainly penalize them for capturing a protected species, rendering it a fruitless endeavor. One middle-aged crew member inquired, "What should we do with it?" "Release it." A nearby fisherman quipped, "Let us heed the captain's orders. If he says release it, we release it. If he says bring it back, we bring it back." The captain of the trawler, a robust man with dark skin, overheard the crew's discussion and spoke up. "Why release it? Such a large whale. Even if it's not worth selling, we can still butcher it and share the meat. We could easily get a few 100 pounds of meat, and then we can make some delicious fish balls." Upon hearing the captain's words, the crew had no objections. After all, if anything went awry, the captain would bear the responsibility. In the ensuing moments, the crew pulled the net onto the deck and busied themselves with sorting through the catch. As for the little orca, they carelessly tossed it aside, letting it fend for itself, knowing it would soon perish without water. Just at that moment, the Yang Fan finally arrived. Chapter 78, The Rescue of the Little Orca. Yang Fan was nearly overwhelmed with affection. Although the orca possesses an exceptionally slender physique and is often referred to as the panda of the sea, it commands an air of intimidation that sends shivers down the spines of all marine creatures. Their temperament is notoriously fierce, and this very aggression leads them to struggle desperately when ensnared by fishing nets. Unfortunately, such futile resistance proves utterly ineffective against the robust nets crafted by human hands, ultimately hastening their demise. At this moment, a young orca finds itself ensnared, fervently striving to break free from the confines of the net. Yet, rather than liberating itself, it becomes increasingly battered and bruised, swiftly succumbing to a loss of vitality. Emerging from the water, it clings to the fragile thread of life. It is no exaggeration to assert that even if this young orca were to be released back into the ocean now, its chances of survival would be exceedingly slim. As the yacht draws near to the trawler, the gravity of the situation becomes all the more apparent. Yang Fan's gaze immediately shifted to the small orca on the deck of the trawler. Upon witnessing the creature in a state of utter exhaustion and devoid of vitality, he was instantly filled with a surge of urgency. Without hesitation, Yang Chi dashed to the cockpit and activated the yacht's loudspeaker. He then addressed the fishing trawler with a resounding voice. "To the esteemed captains aboard the fishing vessel ahead, may I inquire who the master of the ship is? It would be greatly appreciated if the captain could come forth for a brief discussion." On the fishing trawler, the middle-aged captain, intrigued by the unexpected approach of the luxurious yacht, found himself further perplexed upon hearing the young man's voice emanating from the vessel's loudspeaker. Curiosity piqued, he made his way to the trawler's cockpit and responded through the loudspeaker, "Young man, I am the captain. What can I assist you with?" Yang Fan immediately said, "Hello, Captain. I have noticed that you have caught a small orca. According to current legal regulations, orcas are classified as protected species. Therefore, could you please release it?" Upon hearing this, the captain chuckled lightly. "Young man, this orca was nearly dead when it was caught in the net. Even if I were to release it now, it would not survive. Seeing that the captain was reluctant to set the creature free, young Fan grew anxious. Captain, regardless of its chances of survival, you must release it. The law states that accidentally captured whales cannot be retained or sold. Keeping it serves no purpose for you. The captain scoffed dismissively. Young man, are you instructing me on how to do my job? What does its usefulness have to do with you? Aren't you overstepping your bounds? Whether I choose to release it or not is my own business. You are not an enforcement officer from the Fisheries Bureau, so why are you prattling on? Upon hearing his words, Yang Chi was incensed. Though I am not an enforcement officer, I can certainly report unlawful activities. If you do not release the orca back into the sea, do you believe I won't record a video to expose you right now? The ship's captain, equally agitated, retorted. Young man, are you truly intent on meddling in matters that do not concern you? It has been stated that this orca cannot survive. Regardless, it is doomed to perish. Might as well keep it for us to enjoy some fish balls. Young Fan declared, it won't die. Captain, please release it quickly. If you don't, I'll start filming. Upon seeing Yang Fan resolutely pick up his phone, the captain, feeling pressured, relented, exclaiming, damn it, you're such a stubborn young man. Fine. I'll release it. In this era, the enforcement of regulations regarding marine fishing has become increasingly stringent. Any illegal fishing activities, once discovered, incur severe penalties. Moreover, with the internet's rapid expansion, the captain understood that should someone capture the incident on video and share it online, he would soon find himself summoned by the fisheries department for a serious discussion. Thus, under Yang Fan's unwavering insistence, the captain had no choice but to concede. After agreeing to release the small orca, he returned to the deck and instructed several crew members to push the nearly lifeless creature back into the sea. With a resounding splash, a massive spray of water erupted. The small orca plummeted into the ocean, regaining its freedom. However, it was evident that its condition was dire. Although returning to the sea marginally revived its vitality, in its current state, it would likely not endure for long before gradually succumbing to its fate. The exceedingly weakened orca floundered in the water a few times before becoming largely immobile. Its energy was insufficient even to dive, leaving it to drift like a lifeless fish upon the surface of the sea. Witnessing this scene, Yang Fan realized that he could no longer afford to procrastinate. With each passing minute, the little orca was at an increasing risk of succumbing to its plight. By the time he might consider administering more golden drops to revive the creature, it would likely be too late to restore its life. Contemplating this, without a moment's hesitation, Yang Fan dashed onto the deck and plunged headfirst into the sea. Almost immediately, he swam with astonishing speed to the side of the little orca. The orca, sensing the approach of another creature, instinctively attempted to struggle and flee. However, its vitality was nearly depleted, and after a few feeble attempts, it lay still in place. Witnessing the once vibrant orca now reduced to such a pitiful state stirred an inexplicable sense of compassion within Yang Fan. He swiftly activated the Dragon Pearl, refining several drops of golden essence, and forcefully administered these precious droplets into the orca's mouth with his right index finger. As he fed the golden essence, Yang Fan was engulfed by worry. He feared that the little orca, too weak to survive, might not even be saved by the golden droplets. Fortunately, the golden essence did not disappoint him. The orca, which had been on the brink of death, began to regain its vitality moments after ingesting the drops. Its once vacant gaze sharpened, and its formerly drooping tail began to sway energetically. Remarkably, the horrific wounds inflicted during its struggle in the fishing net were visibly healing before his eyes. The golden essence truly proved to be miraculous, pulling the little orca back from the clutches of death. Delighted by this transformation, Yang Fan's heart swelled with joy, and a broad smile illuminated his face. Though merely a little orca, witnessing its revival filled him with genuine happiness. After consuming the golden essence, the orca appeared to have gained intelligence. Recognizing Yang Fan as its savior, in an exuberant display of gratitude, it circled around him joyfully, occasionally nudging its large head affectionately against his body. Amused by the orca's playful antics, Yang Fan couldn't help but reach out, stroking its smooth head, and chuckled, "You little rascal. Your adorable charm is quite at odds with your status as a ruler of the ocean." It seemed that his kind words only heightened the orca's merriment. It swam around him with even greater enthusiasm, playfully spouting water, resembling a mischievous child seeking affection from a parent. At that moment, Yang Fan found himself utterly enchanted, a smile of paternal warmth spreading across his face. "Oh dear, I can't take it. How is it that at such a young age, I feel as though I've acquired a child?" Indeed, in that instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of connection. Yang Fan found himself in a peculiar illusion. as if the small orca before him, incessantly displaying affection and charm, were akin to his own child. In the 79th chapter, falling in love with an orca. Yet lacking the ocean at home, young Fan and the orca frolicked joyfully in the water. Meanwhile, the individuals aboard the two boats stood frozen in disbelief. On the luxurious yacht, Yi Mani, Su Xiao, Yang Hongtao, and Yang Xiaohai gazed wide-eyed, their expressions reflecting utter incredulity. On the nearby fishing vessel, the middle-aged captain and his crew exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with astonishment. What on earth was happening? A nearly lifeless orca had miraculously revived. Even if it had merely feigned death, returning to the sea revitalized it. Yet, who could elucidate why an orca would continuously exhibit such endearing behavior towards a human? This was utterly nonsensical. It defied all scientific reasoning. Yang Fan had been frolicking in the sea with the little orca for over 10 minutes. Several times he contemplated leaving. Yet each time he beheld the adorably playful visage of the little creature, he found himself unable to resist lingering a while longer. However, despite his reluctance to part ways, he understood that he could not remain in the water indefinitely. After spending a bit more time in joyous play, he smiled and waved farewell to the little one, saying, "Little one, hurry and seek out your mother. I must return home now." Young Fan, fearing that he might be reluctant to part ways, turned his back and swam directly back to the yacht. Once aboard, he found himself inexplicably glancing over his shoulder. To his astonishment, he discovered that the small orca had followed him. It appeared to be reluctant to see him go, swimming back and forth beside the yacht. At that moment, Young Fan felt a twinge of emotion. He had never anticipated that after consuming his golden droplet, the little orca would develop such a peculiar affection for him, even suggesting a sense of dependence. Upon seeing Young Fan finally aboard, Yi Mani and Yang Hongtao immediately gathered around him. Yang Hongtao was the first to bellow with his booming voice. "Wow, Fancy, you are absolutely incredible. You managed to tame a beluga whale. How on earth did you accomplish that?" Yang Fan smiled and remarked, "What do you mean by taming? I haven't tamed it at all." Yang Jiotao immediately pointed at the small orca that was playfully circling around. "Come on, is this not taming? This orca is reluctant to let you go. Moreover, it was just affectionately displaying its charm to you, wasn't it?" I was utterly astonished by the sight. Young Fan raised his eyebrows with a smile and remarked, "Perhaps it is aware that I just saved its life, which is why it is so amiable towards me." Yang Hongtao nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was indeed the only explanation. He had long heard of the high intelligence of orcas, but he was astonished to discover just how remarkable it truly was. To the extent that even the orca recognized you as its savior. Yang Xian simply smiled without uttering a word, naturally refraining from revealing the truth that the little orca had become intelligent due to consuming the golden drops. At that moment, Yi Mani and Su exchanged glances, their expressions filled with admiration as they remarked, "Indeed, that little orca appears remarkably clever and well-behaved. How wonderful it would be to keep it as a pet for protection." Yang Ji couldn't help but laugh. "Do you really wish to keep an orca as a pet? Aha, you'd need an ocean at home for that." At that moment, he suddenly recalled a humorous tune. He adapted the melody of a popular song and sang, "Falling in love with an orca, yet my home lacks an ocean, which fills me with despair." Everyone burst into laughter at his performance, sharing a light-hearted moment together. Young Fan could not help but glance again at the small orca beneath the yacht, only to discover that the creature was still lingering, reluctant to depart. This revelation caused a slight sense of unease within him. Could it be that the orca had become attached to him due to the influence of UD? If circumstances permitted, Young Fan would have relished the idea of keeping the orca as a pet, for after all, it was a majestic ruler of the ocean, and possessing such a creature would be extraordinarily impressive. However, alas, as he had just sung, "To fall in love with an orca, yet my home lacks an ocean." Soon, the yacht resumed its voyage. The delay caused by the rescue of the orca necessitated that Young Fan and his companions hasten their return, lest they find themselves stranded at sea. As the yacht set sail, the small orca initially followed closely behind, but gradually it vanished from sight. Yang speculated that it must be searching for its kin, thus he did not pay it much mind. The playful little orca, although not entirely part of the pod, still lingered nearby. Yet reason urged Young Fan to recognize that this was merely a serendipitous encounter. "Farewell, charming little orca. Let us part ways in the vastness of the rivers and lakes." The journey of navigation proceeded smoothly. After a voyage of over 2 hours, the sailing vessel, Young Fan, arrived at the dock of Longwang Town. The decision to dock at the town first stemmed from the need to disembark Yi Yini and Su Xiaoxiao. The two young ladies had initially sought to experience the life of coastal fishing with young Fan. Yet they had not anticipated embarking on a luxurious yacht for a marine excursion. Certainly, this unexpected opulent voyage at sea was a source of immense joy and wonder for them. Young, goodbye. By the way, remember your promise. If you strike it rich, do not forget to treat us to a grand feast. Upon disembarking at the town's dock, Yimani and Su Xiaoxiao waved farewell to young Fan on the yacht, ensuring to remind him of his promise. Young Fan smiled and said, "No problem. You can call me any time for a sumptuous feast. I will have Yi Yaoni and Su Xiaoxiao deliver it to the town." Subsequently, Young Fan and his companions set sail directly towards the seafood trading dock in the city. Their purpose for this journey was quite evident. They intended to sell the over 5,000 pounds of rice fish stored in the freezer. Although they only cast one net during this outing, the catch of these rice fish could undoubtedly be considered a bountiful harvest, especially since, based on current market prices, they could be worth at least several $100,000. When the fishmongers at the dock observed a luxurious yacht docking, they were momentarily taken aback, assuming it was merely the arrival of some affluent young master indulging in leisure. However, when Yang Hongqing stood at the bow of the vessel and called out, "Who wants to buy rice fish?" the fishmongers sprang into action immediately. "Old Su, do you have rice fish to sell?" A middle-aged fishmonger was the first to approach the dock, inquiring of Yang Hongtao, who stood on the yacht's deck. Yang Hongqing immediately nodded and said, "Indeed, approximately over 5,000 pounds of rice fish. If you bring a few more people, we can see if we can manage to consume it." The middle-aged fish vendor was instantly astonished. "Over 5,000 pounds of rice fish? Are you serious, boss?" He promptly hurried over, while the other fish vendor listened intently to their conversation. Yang Jiotao remarked, "Of course. They're straight. You all can board the yacht to inspect the goods." The fishmongers subsequently boarded the yacht, and upon entering the cold storage, they were met with the sight of numerous large rice fish, each covered in ice, instantly igniting their excitement. "Wow, so many large rice fish. And each one is bigger than the last. Such fine quality. Boss, I'll offer 100 per pound. I want all these rice fish." "Old Zhang, are you out of your mind? You wish to acquire such exquisite rice fish for 100 per pound, and you boldly claim you want them all. I'll bid 120 per pound. Boss, sell them to me." "Old Wang, even 120 isn't sufficient." "Boss, I'll offer 130 per pound. For anything over 10 pounds, I'll pay 200 per pound. Sell them to me." The fishmongers vied fiercely over the prices, almost coming to blows. This was precisely the scenario Young Fan had hoped for. Once the bidding reached a climax, he sold all 163 pounds of rice fish to the highest bidders. After settling accounts, the total weight of the catch amounted to 163 pounds, with the total price reaching 786,000 yuan. In other words, although this venture involved merely one net, it yielded a staggering profit of 780,000 yuan. Undoubtedly, this was an extraordinarily rapid rate of earning. However, for Young Fan, it did not evoke much of a reaction, as he had previously caught valuable yellow croakers worth millions. To him, 780,000 yuan was merely a modest sum. Moreover, the greatest treasure he gleaned from this outing was not the 780,000 yuan, but rather the unexpectedly acquired exquisite Malay pearl. Naturally, he was still unaware of the pearl's specific value, but it was likely to be quite substantial. Once the fish were sold, they set sail back to the fishing village. During the journey, Yang Fan distributed the profits from this outing to Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai, each receiving 5,000 yuan. Some may question whether it was fair that Yang Fan, having earned 780,000 yuan from this venture, only allocated 5,000 yuan to each of his two companions. However, upon reflection, it becomes evident that this amount was neither insufficient nor trivial. The yacht and the fish were both the fruits of Yang Fan's labor. Thus, the earnings were largely independent of Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai's contributions. In essence, they were merely crew members hired by Yang Fan, and earning 5,000 yuan for a single outing is indeed an extraordinary opportunity. Indeed, in truth, Yang Fan was entirely willing to allocate a greater share of the earnings to Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai. However, after careful consideration, he deemed it unnecessary. The adage of a grain of kindness begets a grain of resentment resonated with him. Business, at times, must remain devoid of excessive personal sentiments. The distribution of 5,000 yuan in dividends was neither too much nor too little. He felt it was just right. As for Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaoai, they were evidently not the avaricious type. Upon receiving their respective dividends of 5,000 yuan, they felt not a sense of deprivation, but rather a tinge of guilt. Having leisurely enjoyed 2 days aboard a luxurious yacht and effortlessly earned 5,000 yuan, how could they still feel it insufficient? Their hearts were, in truth, quite pure. Were it not for Yang Fan treating them as brothers, such fortunate occurrences would likely not have befallen them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays of the setting sun cascaded down, illuminating the shimmering surface of the sea. After more than an hour of navigation, the Yang Fan vessel finally returned to the dock of Dejing village. It seemed as though the weather had abruptly turned ominous. The winds and waves began to intensify, with surging tides crashing against the shore, sending sprays of frothy water into the air. The boat docked, and the crew began to gather their belongings in preparation for their return home. At that moment, Yang Hongtao approached, somewhat exasperated, exclaiming, "Darn it, Fan, I just checked the weather forecast, and it appears a typhoon is set to make landfall tomorrow. It seems we won't be able to venture out to sea for the next few days." Yang Fan replied, "Well, that works out perfectly. We've been going out quite frequently lately. It's just right to take a couple of days off at home during the typhoon." Yang Ji chuckled. "Rest? Why rest? A single outing at sea can earn us hundreds of thousands. Fanzi, don't you aspire to amass wealth?" Yang Hongtao remarked. Yang Fan merely shrugged, acknowledging that while one certainly aspires to amass wealth, it is equally essential to maintain a balance between work and leisure. Yang Hongtao sighed. "All right, Fanzi, you truly possess a serene disposition. In the time spent idly, you have also tidied everything up." Yang Fan was preparing to disembark. However, at that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently caught sight of a dark, ominous shape protruding vertically from the surface of the sea, not far behind the yacht. Yang Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this be the dorsal fin of a whale? The orca, aptly named for its towering dorsal fin resembling an ancient weapon poised upon the sea's surface, is also known by the moniker reverse drum whale. Upon beholding this fin, Yang Fan was taken aback, realizing that the little orca had not swum away, but had been trailing behind his yacht all along. Sure enough, moments later, a round, slightly adorable little head suddenly emerged from the surface of the sea. Chapter 80. The picky little orca. "Master, I do not wish to eat pork." Indeed, it was the very orca that he had saved. Yang Fan couldn't help but blink. This little creature had persistently followed behind his yacht for several hours. To be frank, Yang Fan was genuinely at a loss for words. Should he feel touched or simply speechless? Well, it was a blend of both emotions. This little orca seemed intent on latching onto him. Meanwhile, Yang Hongtao noticed Yang Fan suddenly fixating on a particular spot and instinctively followed his gaze, only to be taken aback. Goodness, isn't that the little orca? Yang Hongtao was utterly astonished at that moment. Could it be that this little orca has developed a sense of humanity? It was nothing short of miraculous. With this thought in mind, he jested. "Hee, Fanzi, it seems this little orca has taken a liking to you. Perhaps it's a female orca, and because you saved its life, it wishes to repay you with devotion?" To which a friend retorted, "You really know how to spin a tale. Have you watched too much of The Legend of the White Snake? Besides, it's a male." Yang Fan immediately rolled his eyes and exclaimed, "Very well." Yang Hongtao was intrigued. "Oh, can the machine distinguish between male and female orcas?" One can easily tell by observing their dorsal fins. The dorsal fin of a male orca is tall and erect, forming a triangular shape, while that of a female orca is comparatively lower. Yang Fan chuckled, remarking that the curved dorsal fin, resembling a scythe, was remarkably erect, clearly indicating that this little orca was male. Yang Hongtao chuckled. "Well, I've learned something new. However, it seems this little orca has become quite attached to you. What will you do? Why not simply adopt it as a pet?" Yang Fan began to experience a slight headache. "I do wish to nurture it, yet it poses quite a challenge. Orcas are inherently social creatures, requiring the companionship of their pods. Moreover, if this young orca continues to frequent the coastal waters, it is likely that it will soon fall into the nets of other fishing vessels." Yang Hongtao pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, the waters in this region are teeming with fishing vessels, much like grains of rice. If this little orca were to wander aimlessly here frequently, it would undoubtedly pose a significant danger. Yang Fan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Well, let us take things as they come. By the way, Taozi, please accompany Xiao Hai to the town later and procure 30 to 50 pounds of meat for me. Pork, lamb, or beef will suffice, as long as it is fresh." Yang Hongtao immediately inquired, "Fanzi, why do you need to purchase such an abundance of meat?" Yang rolled his eyes and remarked, "What else is there to do but feed this little orca? This little creature has accompanied us for quite some time and surely hasn't had anything to eat. Moreover, with the scarcity of fish in these coastal waters, it must be absolutely famished." Yang Hongtao was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Goodness! So, it seems that keeping an orca is indeed beyond the means of an average person. It wouldn't take long before one would be driven to bankruptcy by its insatiable appetite." At that moment, Yang Fan pondered for a moment and suddenly remarked, "Now that you mention it, this little orca might not be entirely impossible to raise. Of course, this is contingent upon its intelligence being sufficiently high, enabling it to evade fishing boats and nets. If it possesses such cleverness, perhaps we could indeed keep it here." After some contemplation, he concluded, "Yang Fan has indeed felt a stir of emotion after Wen Xiaolu's gentle call. It appears that the intelligence of the little orca has undergone an evolution. Otherwise, it would not have followed him for such an extended period. If he continues to feed it with golden droplets and its intelligence further develops, perhaps he might genuinely consider nurturing it." The issue of orcas being social animals that require companionship would be effortlessly resolved, provided that the little orca's intellect continues to enhance. Just imagine, if it truly becomes highly intelligent, it could venture into the deep sea to seek out its kin during moments of solitude, and then return. Of course, all of this hinges upon whether the little orca's intelligence can evolve to such a degree. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Yang Hongtao immediately blinked in surprise and exclaimed, "Is it true, Fan? Are you genuinely considering raising this little orca?" Yang Fan chuckled, "Hee, I do feel a bit tempted, but it ultimately depends on the circumstances." The two engaged in casual conversation for a few moments. Subsequently, Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai, at Yang Fan's behest, mounted their motorcycle to venture into town for some meat. Before their departure, Yang Fan specifically instructed them to procure a generous amount. The young orca, although still in its youth, measured 2 to 3 meters in length and weighed several hundred kilograms. It would likely consume at least dozens of pounds of meat in a single sitting. While Yang Hongtao was away on his meat-fetching errand, Yang Fan made his way to the stern of the boat, where he let out a whistle towards the area where the inquisitive young orca occasionally surfaced. To his surprise, the whistle proved remarkably effective. The orca seemed to recognize Yang Fan's voice and swiftly swam beneath the yacht, joyfully leaping from the water, even playfully spraying a column of water in Yang Fan's direction. Although its skill in this playful display was still developing and posed no real threat to Yang Fan aboard the yacht, it certainly brought a smile to his face. "You little rascal, you certainly know how to charm." Yang Fan laughed as he watched the young orca frolicking in the sea, enjoying its antics for quite some time. Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai finally returned with the meat. Each of them carried a heavy, cumbersome snakeskin bag onto the yacht, filled to the brim with beef, lamb, and pork, weighing at least 100 pounds. "Fancy, Xiaohai and I have brought back all the meat from the market for you. In total, over 120 pounds. It cost us more than 4,000. The vendors at the market were left astonished by the sight of us clearing out their entire stock. Why buy so much at once?" Yang Qi rolled his eyes and replied, "Well, considering the substantial appetite of the little orca, I figured that over 120 pounds would only suffice for a day or two." Yang Fan considered this reasoning and nodded in agreement. "This works too. It saves me from having to go shopping tomorrow." He opened the snakeskin bag to reveal it brimming with meat, immense chunks of fresh beef, mutton, and pork piled together, creating a rather magnificent sight. Yang Fan first picked up the most expensive piece of beef and tossed it directly to the small orca in the sea. The orca, having gone a long time without food, was already ravenous. Upon seeing a large chunk of meat flying towards it, it leapt from the water with remarkable agility. Immediately after, it opened its cavernous mouth and expertly caught the beef in midair. Although the orca had never tasted beef before, it clearly relished the flavor, promptly beginning to tear and swallow it with joy. Before long, it devoured the hefty piece of beef, weighing at least 5 or 6 pounds, leaving nothing behind. Observing the orca gorging itself, Yang Fan surmised that it must be extremely hungry, and thus he tossed a large piece of mutton. The orca, following suit, leapt high once more to seize the mutton, and with a few enthusiastic bites, it finished that as well. Witnessing this creature's insatiable appetite, Yang Hongtao felt a pang of regret. Goodness, this orca is quite the voracious eater. In such a short time, it has consumed several hundred yuan worth of meat. Yang Fan simply smiled. It's nothing to worry about. If it can truly be tamed, it will assist us in locating schools of fish during our future maritime excursions. At that point, I reckon it will be quite effortless to recoup the expenses incurred for its sustenance." Upon hearing this, young Hongtao was filled with excitement. "Wow. It truly seems feasible. Haha, thus, I must take good care of it now." Yang Fan chuckled and promptly tossed down a hefty chunk of pork weighing several pounds. However, to his astonishment, the young orca displayed a hint of finicky behavior. It appeared to be rather indifferent to the flavor of the pork, as it nibbled for quite some time yet failed to finish it, wearing a somewhat disdainful expression. This left him quite taken aback. Yang Fan rolled his eyes in disbelief. How dare this fellow express disdain for pork, which costs over 30 yuan per pound? In Chapter 81, after the typhoon, the catch doubled. The little orca truly is a voracious eater, and a starved one at that. It took a staggering 45 pounds of meat to finally satiate its empty belly. With its hunger finally quelled, the little orca began to frolic joyously, leaping and diving with remarkable agility, showcasing an array of intricate swimming maneuvers. It even emitted a series of sounds that resembled playful calls, as if it were conversing with Yang Fan himself. Although Yang Fan could not comprehend the language of whales, he could certainly perceive the creature's exuberance through its lively demeanor and movements. For Yang Fan, having such an adorable little orca rely on him filled his heart with joy and a sense of accomplishment. After all, this majestic creature of the ocean now became his pet. What could be more exhilarating than keeping an orca as a companion? After feeding the young orca, Yang Fan did not depart immediately. Instead, he lingered at the dock, engaging in playful antics with the creature for an extended period. During this time, Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaoxiao returned home, yet Yang Fan found himself unable to leave. Each time he attempted to walk away, the young orca emitted heart-wrenching cries that resonated deeply, resembling a poignant lament. The moment Yang Fan heard those sorrowful sounds, his heart softened, compelling him to remain and spend more time with the little one. Orcas, much like humans, are inherently social beings. Once separated from their pod, they are enveloped in profound loneliness. This explains the young orca's evident dependence on Yang Fan at this moment. It has clearly come to regard him as its dearest companion, akin to a maternal figure. Yang Fan, fully aware of this, chose to remain by the dock, indulging in playful moments for an extended period. However, it is ultimately impossible to stay forever. The mermaid is on a different path. He too has his own life to attend to. "I will return to visit you tomorrow," he softly whispered. Yang Fan once again waved goodbye to the little orca, this time with resolute determination. No amount of the little orca's endearing antics could sway him. Upon realizing that Yang Fan was truly departing, the little orca's demeanor shifted to one of discontent, splashing and rolling on the surface of the sea, expressing its reluctance to part ways. "Enough of the charming displays. I truly must take my leave. However, before I go, let me offer you a few drops of golden nectar as a token of comfort." Yang Fan let out a wry smile before squeezing a drop of golden nectar from his fingertip and flinging it towards the little orca. Upon spotting the gleam of the golden droplet, the orca's eyes sparkled with excitement, and it leaped into the air, swiftly swallowing the precious drop. After feeding it 7 or 8 more droplets, the little orca's emotions gradually stabilized. At that moment, Yang Fan suddenly had an idea and looked at the orca with a smile, saying, "Little one, having consumed the meat and golden nectar I've provided, you are now officially my pet. As your master, I must bestow upon you a name. Let me think. Given your adorably large stature, I shall call you Big Cutie." Although the little orca could not comprehend Yang Fan's words, the sight of him smiling brought it immense joy, prompting it to frolic and tumble joyously through the sea. Yang Fan chuckled, "Haha, it seems you quite enjoy the name I bestowed upon you. Thus, it is settled. From now on, you shall be called Big Adorable Tai-Bei." Indeed, the super typhoon has arrived, and its presence is quite formidable. Of course, a Category 10 typhoon sounds rather intimidating, yet as long as your house is sufficiently sturdy and you refrain from venturing out to sea during such perilous times, there should be no significant issues. In truth, for those who reside by the sea, typhoons are akin to a woman's monthly cycle, arriving periodically. If an extended period passes without one might worry that something is amiss. However, as a child raised by the ocean, he is no stranger to typhoons. Although Yang Fan had spent the previous 6 years living in the bustling metropolis, this is his first experience of typhoon season upon returning home. The essence of surviving typhoon season can be succinctly summarized in 8 words. Simply stay at home. For several days, venturing out to sea becomes impossible. Yang Fan comfortably settled at home, enjoying a few leisurely days. Of course, he was not entirely idle during this time. On the first day of the typhoon, He thought to himself that since he had some free time, he might as well roll up his sleeves and cultivate a small vegetable garden in the yard. This time, he planted chive seeds in the newly prepared plot, ever since he was around 10 years old. When he overheard some elders in the village discussing how chives could invigorate and nourish the kidneys, young Fan had developed a fondness for this particular vegetable. It must be said, in his childhood, young Fan possessed a remarkable foresight, understanding that to secure future happiness, one must cultivate the habit of consuming leeks from an early age. Regrettably, he has yet to utilize the robust kidneys he has developed through years of persistent consumption of this vegetable. Nevertheless, it is a matter of indifference in the grand scheme of things. Young Fan has always had a penchant for non-vegetables. Furthermore, the remarkable nature of these plants, which, once harvested, promptly regrow, allows for cyclical utilization. Taking all these factors into account, he effortlessly arrived at the decision to cultivate leeks in this newly tilled plot of land. On the first day, he scattered the seeds of the non-vegetables. Yang Ji, as per his usual practice, watered the seedlings with a diluted solution of golden droplets. The effect of the golden droplets remained as formidable as ever. Within a single night, the chive seeds broke through the soil, transforming into tender little seedlings. In the following 2 days, with Yang Fan's continued watering of the diluted solution, the chives flourished remarkably, soon creating a lush expanse of green. Meanwhile, in another section of the garden, the tomato seedlings were not to be outdone, gradually blossoming forth with exquisite little flowers. Thus, Yangxian's spacious courtyard was instantly transformed into a picturesque rural landscape. On one side, vibrant green chives flourished, while on the other, cheerful red flowers bloomed, creating an atmosphere that was undeniably uplifting and serene. Notably, during these days of typhoon season, Yang Fan remained mindful of his recently acquired pet, Deming. Each day, he diligently made his way to the dock twice to feed Deming, taking the opportunity to play with it for a while. On one occasion, he even introduced De Huang to Deming, allowing these two big personalities of pets to meet. To his surprise, De Huang and Deming hit it off remarkably well, playing together with great delight. Upon encountering Deming, De Huang even leapt into the sea, frolicking with the little orca in a whimsical display. The scene left Yang Fan utterly bewildered. Initially, he had expected the two to be at odds over affection, yet they seemed to share an instant camaraderie, as if they had known each other for ages. This led Yang Fan to speculate that perhaps both De Huang and the little orca had been nourished with golden droplets by him, granting them a similar essence that fostered their immediate bond. He found this hypothesis quite plausible. Otherwise, how could one explain the unlikely friendship between a dog and a 270-pound orca? The powerful typhoon raged for 5 consecutive days before finally diminishing. Although the winds and waves at sea still posed a challenge, they had become sufficiently safe for fishermen to venture out. Often, the period following a typhoon marked the busiest and most exhilarating time for fishermen, as the catches were significantly more abundant than usual. While the typhoon wreaked havoc, it also brought forth rich marine resources from the depths to the coastal waters, making fishing feel akin to collecting money. Typically, one might catch only a few dozen pounds of fish in a day, but during this time, the bounty could be vastly greater. Consequently, the dock of Dejing village bustled with activity even before dawn. Fishermen from every household rose early, equipped with their nets and hooks, ready to seize the opportunity to harvest the plentiful catch. At this hour, the sea was teeming with fish, and competition among fishermen was fierce. Those who arrived late would undoubtedly find their chances snatched away by others. However, Yang Fan remained unconcerned about the rush to secure fish post-typhoon. He believed that regardless of when he set sail, his efforts would yield ample rewards. It was merely a matter of time invested. Yet, while he was indifferent, others were not. At the crack of dawn, before the sun had risen, a resounding and vigorous knocking at the door jolted Yang Fan from his sweet dreams. "Fan, you lazy pig, why are you still asleep? We must hasten to the sea to seize the catch, for if we delay any longer, the fish will all belong to others." Chapter 82. The potential buyers of the beautiful pearl. It was barely 5 in the morning when Yang Fan, immersed in delightful dreams, was abruptly awakened. The culprit behind this rude awakening was none other than Yang Hongtao, the only one with the key to Yang Fan's home, who could brazenly come to rouse him from slumber. One cannot help but deem such an act of early morning disruption rather unethical. Fortunately, Yang Fan was not one to awaken with a foul temper. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly delivered a sound thrashing to this fellow. Upon being jolted awake, Yang Fan opened his eyes to find Yang Hongtao standing at the threshold of his room, an expression of urgency etched upon his face. He rolled his eyes in exasperation, exclaiming, Really now? The sun hasn't even risen yet. What brings you to my home at such an early hour? Without missing a beat, Yang Hongtao replied, of course. We are off to seize the catch. The typhoon has subsided, and we can set sail today. Come on, let us depart swiftly. If we linger any longer, all the fish will be captured by others. Yang Fan was momentarily at a loss for words. Come on. I never said I was planning to set sail today. If you wish to seize the catch, you and Xiao Hai can go ahead. I have some matters to attend to in the city today. Yang Hongtao was immediately filled with bewilderment. What is it, Fanzi? Is there anything more significant than seizing the catch after a typhoon? Yang Fan did not conceal the truth. He candidly stated, it concerns the matter of the beautiful pearl. I contacted a potential buyer yesterday, and today I am to meet her in the city for a discussion. Yang Hongtao inquired, is there someone interested in purchasing your 167 beautiful beads? Fanzi, where did you make the connection? Be cautious not to fall victim to deception. Yang Fan chuckled, am I someone who can be deceived? All right. Hurry and claim your catch, and stop wasting my time with nonsense. Yang Hongtao nodded slightly and said, very well then. However, Fanzi, should I take your trawler yacht to sea, or shall I set sail on my own vessel? Yang Fan waved his hand and chuckled. Set sail with the trawler. After the typhoon, the catch will undoubtedly be plentiful. Even in my absence, you might still manage to stumble upon a few fortunate catches. Yang Hongtao curled his lips in disdain, exclaiming, what do you mean by a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat? I am renowned in the village as a skilled angler. With a hearty laugh, he continued, all right then, let us see what this esteemed fisher can achieve today. Suddenly, Yang Fan recalled something important and cautioned, by the way, Taozi, do refrain from venturing into the deep sea today. Just take a leisurely stroll along the coastal waters and return. The recent typhoon has left the seas quite tumultuous. So please do not take the risk of spending the night out at sea. Yang Hongtao understood Yang Ji's concerns and immediately nodded, assuring, certainly, Fanzi. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would refrain from venturing into the deep sea. Regardless of the catch, I guarantee we will return by afternoon. Yang Fan smiled and said, all right, you may go. After exchanging a few more words, Yang Hongtao departed, eager to set out with Yang Xiaohai to seize the fish catch. On the first day following the typhoon, the enthusiasm for fishing surged dramatically, although it was still not yet 5 in the morning. The sea was already teeming with fishing vessels. Numerous iron fishing boats of various sizes departed from different docks, all frantically casting their nets in a race for the abundant marine bounty. The scene was so grand that it could aptly be described as a tumultuous clash of metal. With so many boats on the water, those who acted swiftly would reap the greatest rewards. The term seizing the catch aptly captures the essence of this moment, as the fish in the sea were plentiful. After Yang Hongtao left, Yang Ji could not return to sleep. He rose early, as he had mentioned to Yang Hongtao, for he had a meeting scheduled with a potential client in the city, intending to present the Malay Pearl in person. How did this potential client come about? It was, in fact, Yang Fan who had sought the assistance of the beautiful businesswoman Xin Yufei for an introduction. Among all the acquaintances of Yang Ji, none possessed a wealth of connections as extensive as Xin Yufei, the owner of a renowned seafood hotel. Recognizing her wide network, Yang Fan thought to inquire whether anyone in her circle might appreciate the value of the Malay Pearl. Consequently, yesterday, he sent a photograph of the pearl to Xin Yufei. As soon as the message was dispatched, Xin Yufei promptly replied, indicating that she had a close friend who was particularly fond of natural pearls, especially rare sea pearls of exquisite quality. She offered to inquire if her friend was familiar with the Malay Pearl. Shortly thereafter, Xin Yufei sent another message, stating that her friend had seen the photograph of the Malay Pearl and was immensely excited, wishing to arrange a meeting with Yang Ji to discuss the potential purchase of the pearl. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Fan acquiesced. Xin Yufei, being a woman of considerable wealth, undoubtedly had a close friend who shared her affluence, leaving Yang Fan with no doubt regarding her friend's purchasing power. It was 8:30 in the evening. Yang Fan departed from home punctually and, after approximately an hour and a half of travel, arrived at an upscale private tea house in the city known as Tingyu. He had arranged to meet Xin Yufei here at 10 o'clock in the morning, and now, at 9:50, he had timed his arrival perfectly. After settling the fare, Yang Fan stepped into Tingyu. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of refined elegance. The decor of this tea house was decidedly sophisticated. The 3-story establishment was entirely crafted from wood, with ancient-style lattice windows adorning the walls, and various landscape paintings showcasing the tea house's extraordinary charm. Good day, sir. This is a private tea house. May I inquire if you hold a membership? As Yang Fan stepped through the door, he was soon approached by a charming young hostess clad in a cheapao. "I am here to see Xin Yufei," Yang Fan casually replied. "You must be Mr. Yang," she said with a welcoming smile. "Please follow me. President Xin is already waiting for you in the private room upstairs." Upon hearing that Yang Fan was there to meet Xin Yufei, the hostess eagerly guided him up the stairs. Before long, they arrived at the door of a private room on the 3rd floor. The hostess gently knocked, and then, bending slightly, she opened the door with a graceful smile, saying, "Mr. Yang, President Shun is inside. Please come in." Yang Fan nodded slightly and stepped into the private room. Upon entering, he beheld the elegant Xin Yufei, whom he had not seen for several days, sitting gracefully alone on the sofa, sipping tea. She exuded an air of sophistication reminiscent of a refined lady from a distinguished family. Today, she donned a pristine white Chanel ensemble, with a fitted skirt accentuating her figure, complemented by flesh-toned stockings. Her slender, yet voluptuous legs were crossed elegantly, creating a striking visual impact. "Young Fan, you've arrived." Upon noticing his presence, Xin Yufei promptly set down her teacup and greeted him with a radiant smile. "Come, have a seat." Yang Fan smiled and nodded at Xin Yufei, then walked over to take a seat opposite her. Xin Yufei gazed at Yang Fan with her beautiful eyes for a considerable time before covering her mouth and laughing. "Younger brother Yang Fan, why does it feel like you have become so much more handsome after just a few days apart?" Yang Fan touched his nose and replied, I don't think so." Noticing Yang Fan's slightly bashful demeanor, Xin Yufei immediately winked and teased. "Hee, of course there is. To be honest, with your looks, even I, your elder sister, am nearly moved. If I were just a few years younger, perhaps I would have pursued you myself." Yang Fan was playfully teased by the stunningly beautiful and alluring woman, which was quite overwhelming. In Chapter 83, the captivating wealthy lady presented a firm offer, 66 million. With no other option, Yang Fan decided to shift the conversation. "Ahem, by the way, Sister Yufei, what about your friend? Has she not arrived yet?" Upon noticing Yang Fan's change of subject, Xin Yufei refrained from further teasing him, chuckling softly as she replied, "She just messaged me, saying she is caught in severe traffic on her way and will probably take a while." Yang Ji nodded slightly, saying, "All right, there's no need to rush." At that moment, Xin Yufei suddenly feigned a hint of annoyance and remarked, "Brother Yang Fan, I must express a complaint. It's been so many days, yet you haven't reached out to me even once. Do you think my prices are too low and that you've sold all the fish you caught to someone else?" Yang Ji rolled her eyes and said, "Sister Yufei, with the typhoon raging these past few days, where do you expect me to go fishing?" Yuta chuckled and replied, "All right. I was just teasing you. However, dear brother Yang Fan, do remember to contact me at the very first opportunity whenever you catch any exquisite seafood." Yang Fan shrugged. "No problem. Just contact me if there's good merchandise." The two then engaged in light conversation. It must be said that Xin Yufei is an individual of remarkable emotional intelligence. Her conversational skills are exceptionally refined, effortlessly expanding topics with just a few words. With her, moments of silence are utterly non-existent. They spend a couple of hours chatting over tea in the elegant setting, when at last, Xin Yufei's close friend arrived fashionably late, as Yang Fan had surmised. Xin Yufei's companion was indeed a wealthy woman, evidenced by her attire adorned with international luxury brands and her refined demeanor. What is even more noteworthy is that she possessed a beauty, figure, and grace that rivaled Xin Yufei herself. "Mu Qing, you finally arrived. Yang Fan and I have been waiting for you for half an eternity," Xin Yufei exclaimed with a playful eye roll. Upon seeing her friend Gu Kaiqing finally make her entrance, Xin Yufei immediately directed her gaze toward Yang Fan, who was seated across from her. Gu Muqing shook her head at Xin Yufei's playful complaint. She then scrutinized Yang Fan with keen interest before smiling and saying, "Young handsome, you must be the little brother that Yufei mentioned, right? Haha, you're quite dashing. No wonder Yufei chose to adopt you as her godbrother. Let us get acquainted. I am Gu Muqing." As she spoke, she graciously extended her delicate hand toward Yang Fan. Yang Fan smiled, extending his hand to shake hers. "Hello, Manager Gu. My name is Yang Fan." With a light-hearted chuckle, she responded, "Why do you call me Manager Gu, dear Yang Fan? I'm just an idle person." Upon hearing this title, Gu Emosyang immediately laughed, unlike Yufei, who is indeed a manager. "If you don't mind, you may simply call me Sister Mu Qing." Yang Fan found himself in a somewhat awkward situation. "Mu Qing, are you here to compete with me for my brother?" Xin Yufei exclaimed with a smile. Gu Muqing set her bag down and took a seat beside Xin Yufei, responding with a tone of playful nonchalance. "Haha, Yufei, isn't your brother also my brother?" Xin Yufei chuckled. "Oh please, I can see that you are only interested in my brother because he is so handsome. You wish to have him call you sister. You've caught me, Gumuching admitted with a grin. I can't help but feel delighted at the thought of being called sister by such a handsome young man. Young Fan, indeed. Birds of a feather flock together. It is no surprise that these two stunning and affluent women have forged a close friendship. They both possess a penchant for teasing. Initially, being playfully provoked by Shun Yufei had already left Yang Fan somewhat unsettled, but now that he finds himself the target of two enchanting and exquisite ladies, he is truly on the brink of losing his composure. Fortunately, after sharing a few light-hearted exchanges, they soon delved into the matter at hand. Once Gumu settled down and took a sip of her tea, her demeanor gradually shifted to a more serious tone. With her captivating eyes fixed on Yang Fan, she inquired, Yang Fan, my dear, I heard from Yufei yesterday that the Milazu in the photo she sent me was something you unearthed from the coconut snail a few days ago? Yang Fan nodded slightly. Indeed. Gumuching then burst into laughter. Well, dear Yang Fan, you are truly fortunate. I heard from Yufei that you previously caught wild yellow croakers and splendid lobsters. And now you've even acquired a beautiful pearl. You are simply the embodiment of the legendary lucky one. Yang Fan chuckled softly. Haha, my luck has indeed been quite favorable. Hasn't it? Giggling, someone chimed in. I can vouch for that. When it comes to luck, brother Yang Fan truly has no equal. At that moment, Shin Yufei covered her mouth and laughed. Of course, his abilities surpass even his good fortune. Gumuching also smiled briefly before inquiring. So, brother Yang Fan, you've brought that beautiful Melaleuca pearl today, haven't you? Indeed, it is right here in this box, he replied. Yang Ji retrieved a modest jewelry box from his pocket and placed it upon the coffee table. Brother Yang Fan, may I take a moment to examine the Melee pearl? Gumuching promptly inquired. Yang Ji smiled lightly. Of course, you may do as you wish. Gumuching nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she picked up the small box. With eager anticipation, she opened it with a soft pop. As the box was unveiled, Yang Sure, a flawless gem of exquisite beauty, of vibrant yellow hue, with intricate patterns reminiscent of flames, presented itself before Gumuching like a prized treasure the size of a chicken egg. Although she had scrutinized countless photographs of this magnificent pearl the previous day, nothing could compare to the experience of beholding it in person. At that moment, as Gumuching finally laid her eyes upon this exceptionally perfect, large, and round rare jewel, her enchanting gaze radiated a brilliant light. With utmost care, Gumuching delicately retrieved the pearl from its box, unable to resist the urge to cradle it in her hands. Savoring its beauty with rapt attention, after a thorough examination, she swiftly concluded, this was indeed a flawless masterpiece. In terms of size, color, luster, and texture, this pearl was undoubtedly a paragon of beauty. As a renowned jewelry designer celebrated internationally, Gumuching had encountered innumerable pearls. Yet none possessed the impeccable quality of this one before her. The instant she laid eyes on this extraordinary gem, she resolved to acquire it at any cost. If she could craft a perfect jewelry design using this exquisite pearl, she would have a remarkable chance to triumph in the upcoming International Jewelry Design Competition in Milan next month. Recently, Gumuching had been troubled over what piece to present at the jewelry design contest. Now, she finally possessed the answer. After cherishing the pearl for a while longer, she reluctantly placed it back into its box. Then, she lifted her gaze to the opposite Yang Fan and smiled sweetly, saying, Brother Yang Fan, I trust you can see how deeply I cherish this pearl. Might you consider selling it to me? Yang Fan smiled and replied, Of course I can sell it to you, as long as the price offered by you, Sister Muching, is appropriate. Gumuching immediately narrowed her eyes and chuckled, then, Brother Yang Fan, what price would be considered appropriate? Yang Ji shrugged and smiled, saying, That depends on how much you can offer, Sister Muching. As he passed the ball back to her, Gumuching couldn't help but think to herself how shrewd this charming young man was. He was certainly not easily deceived. However, Gumuching was not the type to take advantage of others or haggle mercilessly. As a jewelry designer, when she encountered such an exceptionally rare and exquisite mellow pearl, she would generously offer the highest price she could afford to acquire it. Moreover, since Yang Ji was introduced by her best friend, Gumuching felt even less inclined to negotiate the price down. After a moment of careful contemplation, Gumuching finally spoke, Brother Yang Fan, I believe you have done your research on the mellow pearls online and have a rough understanding of their value. I, Gumuching, am not one to take advantage of others. Additionally, since you are the godbrother of Yufei, you are also like a younger brother to me, and I would certainly not seek to exploit you. Therefore, after thorough consideration, the highest price I can offer for this mellow pearl is 12.66 million. I believe this price is very much in line with its current market value and will only appreciate further. I wonder, brother Young Fan, how do you feel about this offer? Upon hearing Gu Muqing's quoted price, Young Fan was genuinely astonished. Is this what they call a wealthy woman? To casually mention a figure exceeding 10 million? It felt as though the sum she spoke of was no different from a mere thousand. After a moment of reflection, Young Fan couldn't resist asking Gu Muqing, Sister Muqing, are you truly willing to pay 12.66 million for my mellow pearl? Gu Muqing immediately burst into laughter, replying, What's the matter, brother Young Fan? Do you think the price I offered is too low? Young Fan immediately waved his hand and chuckled, saying, No. It's not that I find it too low. Rather, I wonder if the price you, Sister Muqing, have offered might be a tad excessive. Upon hearing Yang Ji's words, Gu Muqiang gazed at him for a considerable moment before breaking into a smile, exclaiming, Hee, brother Young Fan, to be honest, I have encountered many sellers who complain about low prices, but I have yet to meet anyone like you who finds a price too high. Young Fan shook his head with a smile and said, it is not that I find the price too high. I'm not foolish enough to think that way. I am merely curious if this beautiful pearl truly holds such immense value. Gu Muqiang immediately responded with a charming smile, Of course it does. If I say it is worth the price, then it is indeed worth that amount, even if it may not be, for your sake, dear Young Fan. I shall offer this price. At that moment, Gu Muqing's fondness for Young Fan surged to new heights. Just as she had stated, she had encountered many greedy sellers. But it was her first time meeting a seller like Yang Ji, who directly inquired if the price offered by the buyer was too high. When she first made the offer and noticed a flicker of surprise on Young Fan's face, she realized he was quite pleased with her proposal, even somewhat taken aback by it. However, one thing Gu Muqing had not anticipated was Young Fan candidly voicing his astonishment regarding the price. As a seller, one would typically expect to continue raising the price after receiving an offer. Yet here was Young Fan, straightforwardly questioning whether the price was excessive. This was truly refreshingly honest. Thus, Gu Muqing found Young Fan to be quite intriguing. Not only was he handsome, but his character was also admirable. Young Fan was not distressed by the money. Rather, he was genuinely curious. Could this beautiful pearl truly be worth over 10 million? Before his arrival, he had thought it might fetch a few 100,000. But he was astounded when Gu Muqing, this affluent woman, offered 12.66 million for the pearl, an astronomical sum. Although historically, pearls had sold for as much as 2.7 million at auctions, everyone knew that auction prices were typically inflated due to the extensive promotional efforts employed to fetch the highest bids, allowing auction houses to take substantial commissions. Therefore, the prices at auctions could not be regarded as genuine. In Young Fan's perspective, Gu Muqing's willingness to directly offer 12.66 million for this beautiful pearl demonstrated her sincere intent. At that moment, Yadu, who was beside them, couldn't help but interject with a laugh. Dear Young Fan. You may not be aware, but Muqing is one of the most renowned jewelry designers in the international high-end jewelry circle. Her understanding of the luxury jewelry market is undoubtedly far more profound and comprehensive than ours. Hearing this from Xin Yifei, Young Fan was momentarily taken aback. He turned to Gu Muqing and asked, Muqing, are you a jewelry designer? Gu Muqing nodded with a smile and remarked, Indeed. That is precisely why I aspire to procure this exquisite pearl from you, brother Young Fan. With this pearl in my possession, I am certain I could create a flawless set of jewelry. No, a masterpiece of jewelry art. At this point, Young Fan felt no inclination to elaborate further. He simply waved his hand and declared, All right, no more words are needed. This exquisite pearl shall be sold to you, Sister Muqing. The subsequent proceedings unfolded with remarkable simplicity. Young Fan readily accepted the offer presented by Gu Muqing, selling the exquisite beauty pearl for 12.66 million. Gu Muqing promptly transferred the funds to Young Fan, showcasing the extravagant financial prowess of a wealthy individual. With this transaction, Young Fan officially joined the ranks of millionaires. Recently, having purchased a trawler yacht, his finances had taken a significant hit. However, now, after merely taking the yacht out to sea once, he had recouped his investment along with profits. One cannot help but marvel at such remarkable efficiency in earning. Gu Muqing shared in the joy of acquiring this exquisite beauty pearl, believing it would enable her to design a perfect piece of jewelry art that would captivate the world at the upcoming Milan International Jewelry Design Exhibition. As for Xin Yifei, Serving as the intermediary in this transaction, she felt immense satisfaction witnessing the successful completion of the deal, with both parties thoroughly pleased. Overall, this transaction was a resounding success for all involved. After concluding their business, the trio continued to sip tea and engage in conversation for a while longer. Once their discussions drew to a close, Yang Fan, Xin Yufei, and Gu Muqing departed from the tea house. Goodbye, Yang Fan. Until next time, they waved as they exited. Initially, Xin Yufei had intended to drive Yang Fan back to the fishing village, but he politely declined her offer. Yang Fan has never been one to impose on others, especially considering that Xin Yufei is a busy proprietor of a restaurant. If she were to go out of her way to traverse a couple of hours of mountainous terrain just to escort him back to the fishing village, he would undoubtedly feel he owed her an enormous debt of gratitude. Such an endeavor is truly unnecessary. Yufei, the younger brother you have taken under your wing is indeed quite remarkable, a rather intriguing individual. After Yang Fan departed, Gu Muqing smiled and spoke to Xin Yufei. Xin Yufei immediately returned the smile, exclaiming, "Of course. Muqing, let me tell you, Yang Fan is truly extraordinary." Gu Muqing, puzzled, responded, "Oh? In what way is he extraordinary?" Xin Yufei chuckled, "Haha, it's not something I can explain in just a few words. I can only say that the more you interact with him, the more you'll understand." Gu Muqing laughed. "That sounds good. By the way, Yufei, didn't you mention that Yang Fan is a fisherman, and quite an exceptional one at that? How about we find him one day and witness his fishing skills firsthand?" Upon hearing this, Xin Yufei instantly brightened. "Right? How did I not think of that? I've always been curious about how Yang Fan manages to catch such exquisite seafood consistently, but I never had a chance to seek out the answer. Now, hearing you say this, it's like a light bulb went off. Yes, I can observe him fishing at sea, and perhaps I'll uncover some secrets." Gu Muqing quickly added with a smile, "Not only will we learn the secrets behind Yang Fan's fishing prowess, but we will also get to experience the joy of fishing ourselves." Xin Yufei laughed in agreement. "Exactly. It will be like a little vacation to relax." Gu Muqing then proposed, "Shall we say it's settled?" Xin Yufei nodded with a smile. "Absolutely. When we both have time, we will go find Yang Fan." Meanwhile, in the taxi, Yang Fan suddenly sneezed. Unbeknownst to him, he had already caught the attention of two beautiful, wealthy women, which he would likely find amusing. Indeed, even if he were aware of it, he might feel a sense of anticipation. Xin Yufei and Gu Muqing were two unequivocal goddesses, wealthy and graceful. Although they were a few years older than Yang Fan, he had a penchant for mature, alluring women. Thus, if he were to learn that Xin Yufei and Gu Muqing intended to join him for a fishing trip, he would undoubtedly welcome the invitation. After all, who could refuse the company of two stunning women? After an hour-long journey, Yang Fan joyfully returned to the fishing village, having recently acquired over 10 million in wealth. He felt invigorated, reveling in the sensation of being a millionaire. The feeling of having money in his pocket was indeed quite satisfying. Following the purchase of that trawler yacht, his bank account had been almost entirely depleted. Had it not been for the timely sale of fish amounting to 780,000, he would have struggled to cover the expenses for his pet whale, Demeng, who could consume dozens of pounds of beef in a single meal. Every time Yang Fan sent Yang Hongtao to the town to purchase meat, he would buy a hefty 1 to 200 jin in one go, which would cost several thousand yuan. This amount would only suffice to feed Demeng for 2 or 3 days. Moreover, as he continued to nourish Jin Di, Demeng's physique was growing at an increasingly rapid pace, and its appetite was expanding correspondingly. In due time, it would likely consume over 100 jin of meat in a single meal. At that point, it would be feasible to allow it to venture into the open sea to hunt for its own sustenance. Of course, should that time arrive, it would indicate that the little orca had also matured. Otherwise, even with abundant wealth, Yang Fan would feel a pang of regret at the thought of spending that much on a single meal of beef. Whistling, he returned to his home. Yang Fan retrieved a reclining chair and positioned it comfortably in the courtyard, then reclined blissfully under the sun. The past few days had been marked by incessant winds and rains, and he had long been deprived of the warm embrace of sunlight. Glancing over at the small vegetable patch beside him, he marveled at the vibrant blossoms of the cherry tomato seedlings. Yang Fan was truly eager to discover how the flavor of these cherry tomatoes, nourished by golden drip irrigation, would differ from the ordinary ones. Would their taste be so exquisite that it could leave one utterly enchanted? Similarly, his gaze drifted to a lush patch of green leeks growing in another small garden, which filled him with anticipation. He pondered the well-known benefits of leeks, nourishing vitality and enhancing kidney function, a truth well recognized by the populace. Might the leeks irrigated with golden droplets possess extraordinary properties in this regard? Would consuming these leeks invigorate him so thoroughly that he felt a surge of energy akin to indulging in several pieces of delectable cake? If that were indeed the case, it would be quite fascinating. Ha ha ha. Why does it feel a bit exhilarating? Lost in these whimsical thoughts, young Fan couldn't help but chuckle, his mind wandering into delightful fantasies. Just then, amidst his daydreaming, a series of WeChat notifications abruptly disrupted his reverie. He glanced at his phone and discovered a message from Taiyu. Young Fan quelled the tumult in his heart and opened the chat window. Upon reading the specific message sent by Qin Yuxue, he blinked in surprise. Chapter 85. Unexpectedly Trending. Searching for the most handsome fisherman. Qin Yuxue. Ha! Young Fan, you're famous. You've made it to the trending searches across the internet. Several million female netizens are looking for you. What on earth? I'm famous? I've made it to the trending searches? Several million female netizens are searching for me? Young Fan blinked in momentary bewilderment as he gazed at the message sent by Taiyu Shui. However, what left him even more astonished was what followed. He saw that Qin Yuxue subsequently sent several screenshots. The first image was from Douyin, displaying hot search rank 3, searching for the most handsome fisherman. The second screenshot was from Pumpkin Video, also indicating hot search rank 3, searching for the most handsome fisherman. The third screenshot was from Weibo, showing hot search rank 2, searching for the most handsome fisherman. The fourth screenshot was from Bilibili, revealing hot search rank 1. Guess what this image is about? Young Fan, despite his naivete, has become the subject of a viral sensation. The trending topic searching for the handsomest fisherman across various platforms refers to him. He astonishingly topped the trending charts on all networks simultaneously. Yang Qi was momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he promptly sent a message to Qin Yuxue. What on earth is happening, old classmate? How did I inexplicably become a trending topic online? Qin Yuxue quickly replied. It's because I uploaded the video of you fishing to the internet. Through Qin Yushue's subsequent detailed explanation, Young Fan began to grasp how this situation unfolded. A few days prior, she and her cousin had been engrossed in a major event organized by the authorities, leaving them with little time to edit the footage captured during their fishing experience in the fishing village. Upon returning home from the event yesterday, they immediately set about editing the video. After an all-nighter, they successfully divided the video into 2 parts and uploaded it across various platforms. They then succumbed to slumber until noon. Upon waking in a daze, Qin Yuxue instinctively checked her phone and was astounded. The video they had uploaded the previous day had gone viral overnight. In less than a few hours, the collective view count across all platforms surpassed a staggering 20 million. On Bilibili alone, the views had already exceeded 8 million. Anyone familiar with Bilibili would recognize the significance of such figures. They are indeed remarkable. Although Qin Yuxue is a popular content creator, her typical videos garner only 1 or 2 million views. A situation where views skyrocketed to 8 million overnight had never occurred before. Moreover, the video not only achieved remarkable viewership but also amassed an extraordinary number of likes, surpassing 1 million on Bilibili. It's worth noting that while reaching 1 million views can be relatively easy, thanks to multiple views from individual users, crossing the million-like threshold is a monumental achievement. This indicates that at least over 1 million people watched the video attentively and thoroughly enjoyed its content. Such statistics are truly astounding. After years of being a content creator, Qin Yuxue had never experienced such a sensational video. Prior to releasing the video, she had considered the possibility of it becoming a hit, given the plethora of highlights it contained. For instance, Young Fan striking good looks and physique comparable to that of an elite athlete, his impressive catch of a giant grouper weighing over 100 pounds, the numerous fish he reeled in, and his use of exquisite abalone worth tens of thousands. With these captivating elements, it was almost inevitable that the video would achieve viral status. However, what surprised Taiyu Shui was the astonishing popularity of this video. Overnight, it soared to the top 3 trending spots across all online platforms. Taiyu Shui could hardly believe it, and Young Fan was even more astonished. Could it be that he had unwittingly become an internet sensation? Young Fan's emotional landscape was quite intricate and subtle. To be honest, when faced with his sudden fame, one might expect excitement and exhilaration, yet that was not entirely the case, as he was inherently not a person who relished the limelight, preferring a more understated approach. Nevertheless, to claim he was entirely unexcited would be unrealistic, given that this was an unprecedented rise to fame on the internet. Who could remain calm when thrust into the spotlight, becoming a major internet celebrity and being discussed by millions of netizens? Just as Young Fan was still in a state of bewilderment, another message arrived from Qin Yuxue. This time it was not a screenshot, but a link. Qin Yushui. Hee, young fan. This is the video I posted on Bilibili. You should take a look. We edited you to look incredibly dashing. Well, that was enticing enough. With a smile, Yang Fan felt a surge of curiosity about how he appeared in the video. With that thought, he casually clicked on the link. Upon opening it, the page prompted him to redirect to the Bilibili app, to which he agreed. Soon, Bilibili launched. Revealing the video shared by Qin Yushui, the first scene displayed Yang Fan arriving at the airport to pick up Qin Yushui. The second scene showcased Yang Fan taking her to Haifeng District for fishing, where they continuously caught fish. The third scene captured Yang Fan changing fishing spots and reeling in a massive grouper weighing over 100 pounds, then leaping off the boat to toss the giant fish aboard. The fourth scene illustrated Yang Fan selling the prized fish at the dock for 366,000 yuan, drawing the attention of the villagers. The fifth scene depicted Yang Fan cooking noodles with giant abalone. The sixth scene showed him catching hundreds of large black sea bream. As a prominent content creator, the filming and editing techniques employed by Tai Yushui were nothing short of exceptional. The entire video flowed seamlessly, with clear and impactful focal points, and the voiceovers and music were perfectly attuned to resonate with contemporary youth aesthetics and trends. In summary, this video, both in terms of cinematography and editing, was of a remarkably high caliber. However, no matter how sophisticated the techniques, they ultimately serve the content. The reason this video was so captivating and filled with energy was primarily due to the multitude of explosive elements contained within. As Yang Fan silently gazed at the video in which he was the protagonist, an indescribable sensation surged within him. It was challenging to articulate the essence of this feeling. It was simply extraordinary to debut on television and find oneself the subject of fervent discussion among millions online, trending across various platforms. How could one not be astonished by such an experience? Moreover, it is worth noting that while watching the video, Yang Fan kept the barrage of comments activated. Numerous times, he nearly erupted in laughter. Honestly, when he beheld the screen filled with whimsical and humorous remarks, he realized that the netizens on Bilibili were indeed exceptionally talented. Each comment, a divine quip or witty retort, was more amusing than the last, provoking uncontrollable laughter. Before long, the video came to an end. Yang Fan felt a lingering sense of astonishment as he cast a glance at the comments section beneath the video. Wow, this young fisherman is truly remarkable, managing to catch a giant grouper worth over 300,000. And he effortlessly tossed it onto the boat with his bare hands? Incredible! I shall henceforth refer to him as the most impressive fisherman. It's infuriating, though, that not only is he handsome, but he also possesses an enviable physique. I can't help but feel a mix of admiration and envy. Furthermore, his fishing skills are exceptional. With just 450 hooks, he managed to reel in over 300 large blackfish. How astonishing! My family has been fishing for 3 generations and has never witnessed such a prolific catch. To add to the envy, this fisherman even uses exquisite wild single-head and double-head abalones to cook noodles. Is that not a rare treasure? Moreover, did you notice that this fisherman is a graduate of a prestigious university? Indeed, a graduate from a distinguished university who worked at one of the Big Four, only to bravely leave his high-paying job to return to his hometown fishing village? How carefree. Truly, we are left in awe. Although I too dread the grind of a 9-to-5 job, the burden of mortgages and loans leaves me with little choice. Well, ladies, look at this fisherman's charm and physique. They are simply flawless. Not only is his face handsome, but his body is also extraordinary. That defined waist, those chiseled abs, and that impressive chest, how can one not fall in love? After watching the video, I found myself unwittingly captivated. Indeed, with such looks and physique, he outshines those so-called idols. In the presence of this fisherman, those youthful stars seem utterly insignificant. Hey, let us not insult our fishermen. The names you mentioned don't even come close to being worthy of comparison. Ladies, I concur. So, the question arises, who is this most handsome fisherman? Does anyone know his Weibo or Douyin account? He probably doesn't have any. I heard he is an ordinary person, not a content creator or streamer. What a pity. I wish to see more of his videos. Right. We all wish to see more. Since we all want to meet this charming young man again, why don't we support him? Let us vote for him. 1 vote from you and 1 from me. And tomorrow he'll debut. Yes, let us make him trend. Perhaps that will lead him to become a content creator and share more videos. All right, let us use the keyword find the most handsome fisherman to help him debut. I wholeheartedly concur. Having perused these comments, Yang Fan finally understood why he had trended on social media. It was due to the enthusiastic support of numerous female fans. Ahem. To think so many ladies rallied to boost my rankings, could this be akin to experiencing the privileges of a celebrity? In that moment, Young Fan found himself both amused and perplexed. I acknowledge that some readers may not wish to view the protagonist's live broadcasts, considering them trivial or lacking depth. I shall take care to avoid that. My initial outline specified that the protagonist would not be a streamer but rather an online content creator, which is quite pivotal for advancing the plot. This is because the protagonist must leverage video production to enhance the visibility of his coastal village. Naturally, if you have better suggestions regarding the storyline, please share them in the comments section. I will read each one. Chapter 86. Developing the Hometown Fishing Village. Young Fan's Grand Aspirations. In this moment, Young Fan found himself in a state of bemusement. Previously, he had always regarded the slogans and chants employed by fan communities in support of their so-called idols as childish and absurd. Yet now, he was experiencing the very treatment he once scoffed at. How to describe this feeling? He still perceived it as slightly juvenile. But when he saw those female fans passionately showering him with hearts and encouragement in the comments, he felt an inexplicable sense of warmth and delight. This reminded him of a phrase he had once stumbled upon. Everyone despises fan culture, yet if given the chance, they would desire the affection of such fans. It is akin to the disdain people hold for the wealthy, while secretly aspiring to attain wealth themselves. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, a notification from WeChat jolted Young Fan from his scattered thoughts. Glancing at his screen, he realized it was a voice call request from Qin Yuxue. He accepted it with a casual flick. As soon as the call connected, her melodious voice rang out. Hee hee. Young Fan. How does it feel to be a big internet celebrity? Quite exhilarating, isn't it? Young Fan immediately chuckled, saying, "Oh, what am I to be considered a major internet sensation? I merely basked in your glow as a prominent figure, and by a stroke of luck, found myself trending for a brief moment. In a couple of days, once the fervor subsides, I shall be forgotten." Qin Yuxue responded with a smile. "Well, it seems you are quite level-headed, Young Fan, aware that the fervency of fame dissipates swiftly." Young Fan chuckled, saying, "What is there to be unaware of? In this day and age, a new sensation or so-called internet celebrity emerges every few days. Yet, after a mere 10 days or half a month, who still remembers them?" Feng Yuxue laughed in response. Hee hee. Indeed, that is quite true. However, Young Fan, have you ever considered seizing this wave of popularity to officially debut as an internet celebrity? Young Fan merely raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what do you mean?" Feng Yuxue immediately replied with a smile. "What I mean is, would you be interested in becoming a content creator? To be honest, with your physique and looks, along with your exceptional fishing skills, if you were to create some beachcombing videos, they would undoubtedly go viral." Young Fan smiled, perhaps contemplating the matter. "But what benefits does being an internet celebrity bring me?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yuxue burst into laughter. "Is that even a question? Of course, there are significant advantages. Do you have any idea how lucrative it is to be an internet celebrity nowadays? If you manage to become a top-tier content creator, your annual video earnings could easily reach the tens of millions. Moreover, should you truly ascend to the ranks of a prominent influencer, the income from videos would merely constitute a fraction of your total earnings. The lion's share would derive from advertisements and product promotions. We currently inhabit an era that thrives on the economy of traffic, where possessing a substantial following can yield enormous profits. If you were to achieve fame, you could effortlessly engage in live streaming sales, promoting local specialties from your hometown, seafood, or even products crafted from seafood. In fact, you might even entice a multitude of online users to visit your hometown. To be frank, nearly all internet celebrities nowadays are capitalizing on their influence to monetize their platforms. A prime example is Zingziki, whose newly launched snail rice noodles sold millions within mere months, generating a staggering revenue of several hundred million. Certainly, Li Ziki stands as the pinnacle of internet stardom, an unparalleled figure, yet this only underscores the immense profitability enjoyed by top influencers. Additionally, becoming a prominent internet celebrity not only promises substantial financial reward, but also garners adoration and admiration from countless fans. So, Young Fan, are you truly not even slightly tempted? After hearing Qin Yushue's words, Young Fan pondered. Young Fan fell into a moment of silence. To be honest, he was not particularly concerned about what Qin Yuxue had said regarding the immense profits of being a top influencer. After all, with the existence of Dragon Balls, he could effortlessly amass wealth merely by fishing, rendering the pursuit of becoming a so-called influencer unnecessary. However, There was one point in Qin Yushue's earlier remarks that sparked a flicker of excitement within him. Indeed, if he could transform into an influencer, wouldn't that catalyze the development of the fishing village? The mere thought of this exhilarated him. In truth, upon returning to his hometown fishing village, he had harbored a grand ambition to leverage his own abilities to uplift his impoverished and underdeveloped hometown. This aspiration stemmed not only from sentimental attachment, but also from a vision for the future. He intended to reside in the fishing village permanently and naturally. He would wish for the environment to flourish and thrive, making his life there considerably more enjoyable. But what pathways lay ahead for the development of a fishing village? Yang Fan had contemplated this issue before. He summarized that, at present, he could only see three potential paths: the development of fisheries, agriculture, and tourism. However, given the current state of dying village, he quickly dismissed the first two options. The path of developing fisheries was evidently unfeasible. The nearshore resources have become increasingly depleted, and very few young individuals in the fishing village are willing to engage in fishing. As for the development of agriculture, that was even more out of the question. Dying village is surrounded by mountains on three sides, with no fertile land to speak of. Only barren terraced fields and vast, dense forests exist, making agricultural development a distant dream. Thus, the only viable option left is to develop tourism. The natural environment of Dying Village is undeniably stunning. With mountains on three sides and the sea on one, offering picturesque scenery, abundant sunlight, and azure waters, complemented by expansive rubber and betel nut forests, as well as a long stretch of pristine sandy beach. Yang Fan genuinely believes that, in terms of natural beauty, his hometown fishing village is truly on par with any renowned coastal city in the country. If it could be properly developed, it undoubtedly has the potential to become a famous tourist resort. Therefore, before that, Yang Fan had indeed contemplated transforming Big Whale Village into a resort destination. Yet he had never articulated a concrete vision. However, after listening to Tai Yushue's discourse, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. To become a sought-after tourist haven, it is essential not only to possess captivating natural beauty but also to garner attention. In this information age, visibility is the most valuable and rapidly monetizable asset. Take, for instance, the emergence of internet-famous cities and attractions in recent years. Each has gained popularity online, drawing throngs of visitors. You may assert that the scenery of your hometown is exquisite and ideal for a getaway. Yet first, you must ensure that others are aware of its existence. Only then will they contemplate a visit. Clearly, visibility is paramount. No matter how fragrant the wine, it fears the depth of the alley. Thus, in this moment, Yang Fan has made a resolute decision. He is determined to embark on the journey of becoming a content creator and a prominent internet celebrity. His ambition is to harness his burgeoning influence to showcase the beauty of a place known as the Jing Village. In doing so, he envisions transforming it into a celebrated fishing village and ultimately a genuine tourist resort. Chapter 87. The Elder chuckled. Is this paltry sum of money truly worthy of your lamentations? As for the question of whether one can achieve fame as a content creator, Yang Fan harbored no concerns whatsoever. With his abilities, achieving fame would be a remarkably straightforward endeavor. He was resolute in his intentions. Yang Fan smiled at his phone and said to Qin Yushue, "All right, old classmate, your words have truly inspired me. I have made up my mind. I shall embark on the journey of becoming a video creator." Upon hearing this, Qin Yushue immediately erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, really? That is fantastic. Yang Fan, you are destined to become a sensational internet star." Yang Fan chuckled in response, "Perhaps. However, dear old classmate, as an experienced creator, I would greatly appreciate your guidance as I navigate this new venture." Qin Yushue quickly replied, "Absolutely, no problem at all. Yang Fan, since you have decided to create videos, I will certainly assist you in mastering the essentials swiftly. Feel free to reach out to me with any questions you may have." Yang Fan chuckled and said, "Haha. Then let me express my gratitude to you in advance, esteemed senior." Qin Yushue rolled her eyes and retorted, "Pa, what esteemed senior? You make me sound ancient." "Not old at all, not old at all." Yang Fan was also amused by her. "Ha ha ha. In the prime of youth, she was as beautiful as a flower." The two of them exchanged jokes and engaged in conversation for over an hour. During this time, Qin Yushue shared numerous insights and advice on video production. As a newcomer, Yang Fan remained eager to learn throughout the entire discussion. Once the call with Yushue concluded, without a moment's hesitation, Yang Fan opened a certain shopping platform. Intent on selecting the necessary filming equipment, He was a person of remarkable decisiveness. Whatever crossed his mind demanded immediate action, or else he would feel a disquieting restlessness. To create videos, acquiring filming gear was imperative, hence the first step was a substantial purchase. In less than 2 hours, he swiftly procured an entire suite of filming equipment, including a professional DSLR camera, a waterproof action camera, a gimbal stabilizer, a tripod, and more. His rapid acquisition was not due to an extensive knowledge of filming gear, but rather his willingness to spend liberally. Indeed, one gets what one pays for, to avoid the hassle. He opted for items that were not only well-reviewed, but also on the pricier side. He did not compare prices across various sellers. Upon finding something suitable, he simply purchased it, indifferent to considerations of cost-effectiveness. With ample financial resources at his disposal, he indulged his whims. Ultimately, the total expenditure on his equipment amounted to several $100,000. It is no wonder that people say a DSLR camera can impoverish 3 generations. This pursuit truly demands a significant financial commitment, making it an endeavor beyond the reach of the average person. This left him pondering the implications of his lavish purchase of filming equipment. Yang Fan encountered a dilemma: whom to enlist as a photographer. This individual must not only possess the skill of capturing images, but also excel in post-production editing. After a moment of contemplation, he pondered the possibilities in his mind. Yang Fan has yet to identify a suitable candidate. However, there is no need for haste. The photographers required for self-media videos do not need to be exceptionally skilled. A basic proficiency in operating a camera suffices. In fact, most content creators either shoot their own videos or enlist the help of family and friends. The industry does not impose stringent technical demands on photographers. After all, self-media videos are intended to document life rather than produce cinematic masterpieces. Thus, they do not require excessive professionalism or elaborate techniques. Yang Ji contemplated that he could simply film everything himself in the initial stages. Later, when he encountered a suitable candidate, he could enlist someone else to assist him. As for the editing of the videos, he could temporarily seek help from Qin Yushui, as she had been engaged in social media since her university days and was undoubtedly quite adept in this field. By around 6 in the evening, Yang Hu added a few drops of gold essence into a bucket of water and began to water his 2 small vegetable patches. The cherry tomatoes had blossomed entirely, and some were even beginning to bear fruit. He estimated that in just a few days, he would be able to savor the cherry tomatoes nurtured by the golden irrigation. Meanwhile, the chives were also thriving remarkably well. At this rate, they would be ready for harvest in approximately 3 days. He planned to prepare a simple stir-fried egg dish with the chives and see if the golden irrigation truly enhanced their growth and provided notable benefits for kidney health. Soon, he had finished watering the plants, and it was time for dinner. As Yang Fan contemplated preparing a dish to resolve the evening meal, he was suddenly startled by a boisterous commotion from outside the yard. "Fanzi, we are back." Upon lifting his gaze, he discovered that Yang Hongtao had returned from a fishing expedition with Yang Xiaohai. The two strolled towards the courtyard, and just as Yang Hongtao was about to fully step inside, he erupted into hearty laughter. "Haha, Fanzi, I did not anticipate your absence today. Yet the bounty that Xiaohai and I have brought back is quite commendable." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan chuckled and inquired, "Oh, Taozi, how much have you all earned today?" Yang Hongtao immediately extended 5 fingers and chuckled. "Lily, this number is quite sufficient." Yang Fan was somewhat taken aback. "Wow, Taozi, did you all manage to secure 500,000 today? Doesn't that mean it's almost equivalent to what we earned during our last venture into the deep sea?" Yang Hongtao, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes in exasperation and exclaimed, "Come on, Fancy, I said 50,000, not 500,000. Do you think there's money to be found in the sea?" Yang Fan immediately curled his lips in disdain. "You laugh, yet you've only caught a meager 50,000 yuan worth of fish. What are you so smug about?" Yang Hongtao scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "Ahem, catching a bounty of 50,000 yuan from a single outing at sea is quite commendable for both me and Xiaohai. After all, not everyone possesses your exceptional skills, Fancy, in locating schools of fish every time we set sail." Yang Fan merely smiled. "However, that seems a bit modest. You are operating an automated trawler, not an ordinary fishing vessel. Moreover, today marks the first day after the typhoon, so one would expect a more substantial catch." Upon hearing this, Yang Hongtao sighed heavily. "Ah, Fancy, you see, we could have indeed earned more. The sea is teeming with fish today. If we had cast the net for just 2 hours, we would have had an abundant harvest. Yet, the crux of the issue lies in our insufficient manpower. Despite the advanced technology of the trawler that allows for automated net deployment and retrieval, it is just Xiaohai and me on board. Every time we haul in the catch, it takes us several hours just to sort through it all. Today, we hardly had a few minutes to spare. We only managed to cast the net twice. If only we had a few more hands on deck, we could have easily cast the net 2 more times. And our earnings would have undoubtedly exceeded what we have now. Hearing this, Yang Fan nodded in agreement. He had indeed overlooked this aspect. While the trawler was state-of-the-art and required only a flick of the finger for fully automated fishing, the subsequent task of sorting the catch was a monumental undertaking. Consider this. When a net is cast, it contains a myriad of fish, shrimp, and crabs that must be meticulously categorized. This process demands a significant investment of time and energy. One must even use rubber bands to bind the crab's claws, lest they engage in combat with one another. Particularly when sorting crabs, it is crucial to remove their pincers, as those without claws fetch a much lower price. Thus, it is imperative to bind their formidable claws beforehand. Therefore, Yang Hongtao's complaints hold merit. With only himself and Yang Xiaohai aboard, the workload is indeed overwhelming. It is no wonder they could only manage 2 casts in a day's outing. Not to mention, during their last deep-sea fishing expedition, when Yang Fan was also present. The 3 of them could barely manage a single cast before nearly collapsing from exhaustion. The over 5,000 pounds of rice fish were no trifling matter. Organizing each one and transferring them to the freezer for preservation truly required an immense expenditure of time and effort. Contemplating this, Yang Fan began to ponder whether he should seek out 2 additional helpers from the village to assist on board. This way, the next fishing trip could be considerably less strenuous. However, he quickly decided to put this thought on hold. There was no rush to find helpers. He preferred to take his time. He would not allow just anyone onto his vessel. Only those with whom he had established trust and rapport would be deemed worthy of joining him. Having settled this matter in his mind, he moved on. Yang Fan smiled and patted Yang Hongtao on the shoulder, saying, "All right, both you and Xiaohai have worked hard. Treat yourselves to a chicken leg tonight as a reward." Yang Hongtao chuckled and jokingly scolded, then took out his phone and said, "By the way, Fanzi, I will transfer the money from the fish sales to you." As he spoke, he promptly transferred over 50,000 yuan, the earnings from their recent catch at the trading dock, entirely to Yang Fan, who naturally did not refuse. This is the maritime code. As the captain, even if Yang Fan is not on board, the catch undoubtedly belongs to him. The boat is his, and Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai are merely crew members working for him. Nonetheless, Yang Fan was not miserly. Although today's catch only amounted to a little over 50,000, he generously distributed 5,000 yuan each as a bonus to Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai. Receiving this bonus, both Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai were elated. It is worth mentioning that previously, they would toil from dawn till dusk for an entire month, earning at most around 10,000 yuan, but now they had achieved. Yang Fan's vessel had set sail only twice, yet it had already yielded a dividend of 10,000, accompanied by a guaranteed monthly salary of 10,000 provided by Yang Fan himself. The pace at which they were amassing wealth was incomprehensibly swifter than before, undoubtedly leaving them exceedingly gratified. After the 3 divided the earnings, Yang Hongtao suddenly recalled something and inquired of Yang Fan, "By the way, Fanzi, didn't you mention this morning that you were heading to the city to sell that beautiful Melaleuca pearl? How did it go? Did you make a modest profit?" Yang Fan merely smiled and replied, "It has been sold." Yang Hongtao curiously inquired, "How much has been sold?" Yang Fan smiled briefly. Then, imitating the previous demeanor of the individual, extended a finger and remarked, "Hee, this number." Yang Hongtao exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Fanzi, judging by your jubilant expression, that wretched pearl couldn't possibly have fetched over 1 million, could it?" Chapter 88, delving once more into the deep sea, the discovery of a super school of fish. Observing Yang Hongtao's look of disbelief, Yang Ji couldn't help but chuckle. Over 1 million to purchase my Lizu? Surely, you're jesting." Upon hearing his words, Yang Hongtao's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter astonishment. "What? Not over 1 million? Could it possibly be 1 or 2 million? As he uttered these figures, Yang Hongtao instinctively swallowed hard, feeling as though he was on the verge of stuttering. Yang Fan, however, responded with a calm smile. "Congratulations on your correct answer. I sold that beautiful pearl for 12.66 million. Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai were utterly astonished. A pearl excavated from a conch sold for an astonishing 12.66 million? This is truly outrageous. Fanzi, without further ado, I shall equip myself and embark on a quest for coconut conchs." The following morning at 5 o'clock, The Yang Fan set sail with a resounding roar, slicing through the waves and heading towards the azure depths of the sea. Prior to departure, Yang Fan meticulously filled the yacht with fuel and visited a local dock renowned for supplying ice to fishing vessels, ensuring the yacht's freezing compartment was abundantly stocked with ice. This time, he was determined to make a substantial catch. During his previous outing, due to various circumstances, he had only netted over 5,000 pounds of rice fish, which, although commendable, did not satisfy his aspirations. As an ambitious fisherman, he had set a straightforward goal for this voyage, to fill the fish hold. He vowed not to return until the cabin was brimming with his catch. With this ambition in mind, Yang Fan urged Yang Hongtao to steer the vessel directly into the deep sea, disregarding the bountiful nearshore catches that typically followed the passage of a typhoon. For him, the deep sea was the true stage upon which he could showcase his skills. After several hours of navigation, the trawler finally distanced itself from the continental shelf, fully embarking into the deep sea expanse. Upon reaching the depths, Yang Fan commenced his task as a manual radar, using his keen eyesight to explore the aquatic life beneath the surface. As soon as his gaze met the water, he immediately discerned that the fish conditions today were significantly better than his last outing. Within a short time, he had already spotted several sizable schools of fish. Indeed, the aftermath of the typhoon had not only improved nearshore fishing, but had also enhanced the conditions in the deep sea. However, despite the promising signs, Yang Fan struggled to find the ideal moment to cast his net. His standards for the fish were exceedingly high, and encountering a school that met his criteria was no simple feat after traversing the deep sea for over 2 hours. Yang Fan finally stumbled upon a prime opportunity to cast his net. Ahead, at a depth of 50 meters, a vast shadow emerged in the water, a colossal school of fin fish. The scale of this fish school was truly remarkable, resembling a dark cloud looming over the ocean. Densely packed with fish, a truly spectacular sight. Yang Fan estimates that the number of fish in this school surpasses at least 10,000. Within this group, the aluminum fish is the most coveted, specifically the silver aluminum fish, which commands the highest price among all varieties of the species. Moreover, it is crucial to understand that those with even a modest familiarity with seafood know that there are many types of crocodile fish, with the most common and recognizable being the golden crocodile and the silver crocodile. Upon first hearing their names, most people instinctively assume that the golden crocodile is the most expensive among these three varieties, given its association with gold. However, the reality is quite the opposite. The golden aluminum fish is not the most expensive but, in fact, the least costly. Based on current market prices, golden crocodile fish generally fetch around 20 to 30 yuan per gene, making them remarkably affordable within the seafood realm. In stark contrast, the silver crocodile fish stands out as the most expensive variety, with a market price of at least 150 yuan per gene for the standard weight. And prices for those exceeding 2 gene can double, reaching over 300 yuan per gene. Thus, while the golden fish may sound more expensive than the silver crocodile fish, its actual price is a staggering 10 times less. The significant price disparity between these two varieties is primarily attributed to two factors. Firstly, the meat quality and flavor of the golden crocodile fish are objectively inferior to that of the silver crocodile. Secondly, the golden fish has been successfully cultivated through artificial breeding, and as the scale of its farming has increased over the years, its price has correspondingly decreased, becoming increasingly accessible. Conversely, the silver crocodile fish has seen a decline in its availability. It cannot be cultivated artificially due to its delicate nature. This fragility makes the silver fish exceedingly susceptible to stress, particularly from bright light exposure. Even a moderately powerful flashlight can lead to mass mortality within a school of silver crocodile fish. Consequently, due to its sensitivity, the silver fish is ill-suited for large-scale farming. A single misstep could result in catastrophic losses for the aquaculturist. With its inability to be artificially bred and a dwindling population, the price of silver aluminum fish naturally escalates. It is precisely because of the exorbitant price of silver aluminum fish that it garners such attention. Yang Fan could not contain his excitement upon discovering the vast school of silver fish, and without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to cast a net. After sailing 3 nautical miles, he prepared to lower the net. Fancy, at the 6 o'clock position, as he gazed at the dark mass of silver fish beneath the waves. A smile spread across Yang Fan's face, and he immediately began directing Yang Hongtao to steer towards the direction of the fish school. Once the trawler finally arrived above the rich waters teeming with fish, Yang Fan swiftly seized the opportune moment to cast the dragnet upon the trajectory of the silverfish shoal, typically weighing around 1 to 3 pounds. He opted for a medium-sized net, as these slender silver fish do not grow exceedingly large. The net is capable of ensnaring fish exceeding 1 pound, while those under this weight effortlessly slip through the mesh. As the dragnet descended into the water, it formed an expansive encirclement, enveloping the path traversed by the silver fish. In no time, the entirety of the shoal found itself ensnared within the confines of the net, with the dragnet continuously sweeping through the fish congregation. The haul grew increasingly abundant, due to the sheer magnitude of the shoal. The operation persisted for over an hour before Yang Fan commanded the vessel to halt and retrieve the net. As the equipment hoisted the net from the depths, a bountiful catch of silver fish unfolded before the eyes of the onlookers. Goodness! Silver fish. So many silver fish. Fancy, we are going to strike it rich. We are going to make a fortune. Upon witnessing the net brimming with silver fish, Yang Hongtao's eyes widened in astonishment, and he erupted into exuberant shouts. The enthusiasm rendered him nearly beside himself, dancing wildly upon the deck, as if in a fervent fit of joy. Yang Fan smiled calmly before directing his gaze towards the electronic weighing scale beside him, eager to ascertain the weight of the catch. Upon finally witnessing the number displayed on the dial, he was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, is it truly that heavy? This is a fortune. Chapter 89. A single net captures over 13,000 pounds of precious silver crocodile. 586 kilograms. Staring at the astonishing figure on the scale, Yang Fan was rendered speechless. This single haul had indeed yielded over 13,000 pounds of silver crocodiles. What was even more remarkable was that most of these silver fish weighed over 2 pounds each. Given the current market price, fish exceeding 2 pounds are valued at over 300 per pound. Thus, this net of 13,000 pounds of silver fish was worth at least 3 million. To capture such a bounty in one net was nothing short of extraordinary, utterly absurd. At that moment, the visibly thrilled Yang Hongtao glanced at the weighing scale as well, and upon seeing the figure of 586 kilograms, he leaped up from the deck. My goodness, over 10,000 pounds of silver fish? Are we truly about to make several million? Fancy, I can't take it. I need a quick remedy for my heart. After a surge of excitement among the three, they were left in awe. Yang Fan promptly unfastened the trawl net, and in an instant, thousands of silverfish surged onto the deck, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The three men swiftly began to sort through the fish, meticulously preparing each one for storage in the freezing compartment to preserve their freshness. This endeavor was undoubtedly monumental. The three robust young men toiled for at least 2 hours before they finally managed to stow all the silverfish in the cold storage. The labor was exhausting, yet the thought of the fish being worth millions invigorated them, dissipating their fatigue in an instant. Before they knew it, the clock had struck past 1 in the afternoon. Mealtime had long since passed, yet Yang Fan and his companions had not paused for a meal. Such is the life of fishermen, once engrossed in their work at sea. The thought of food often slips away. It was only after they had wrapped up their tasks that they casually grabbed a bite to eat, making do with a hasty lunch. After their meal, Yang Haching rubbed his hands together, his face alight with excitement as he turned to Yang Ji. Hiki, Fancy. With this catch, we've struck it rich. Shouldn't we head back now and sell these silverfish? The thought of selling the fish for several million set Yang Hongqing trembling with excitement. Although the money was not his, merely being part of this endeavor was exhilarating enough. For a fisherman, it was an unparalleled honor, and Yang Hongqing believed this achievement would bring him pride for at least a decade. However, upon hearing his suggestion to return, Yang Fan smiled and shook his head. There's no rush. The fish will remain fresh in the cold storage. Let us venture a little deeper into the sea and see if we can find another opportunity to cast the net. Upon hearing these words, Yang Hongqing was immediately taken aback. Goodness, Fancy, you are exceedingly greedy. This is worth over 3 million in silver and aluminum fish. Are you not yet satisfied? Yang Fan chuckled. Why should we settle for less? Since we have already come this far, we must wait until our catch is overflowing before we return. Yang Hongtao swallowed hard and raised a thumbs up. All right, Fancy, you are truly impressive, remarkably impressive. Yang Fan chuckled and playfully chided. What's so impressive? Stop rambling nonsensically. We'll take a short break and then set sail immediately. After a light meal and a few casual exchanges, the three of them retired for a midday rest. They had risen exceedingly early, and after laboriously sorting their catch, fatigue had set in. If they did not rejuvenate with a brief nap, their bodies would undoubtedly struggle to endure. Of course, Yang Fan was unfazed, since his transformation by Gene D, exhaustion was a foreign concept to him. His only concern was for Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai, who might find it harder to cope. After resting for an hour or two, Yang Fan and his companions resumed their relentless journey aboard the trawler, venturing further into the depths of the ocean. This time, Yang Fan was resolute. He would not return home without a full hold. Currently, the frozen storage was only half filled with over 10,000 pounds of silver crocodiles, and there was no reason to return prematurely. As they sailed on, time flowed steadily. For an extended period, Yang Fan found no opportunity to cast the nets again. The fish in the sea were either too small or too inexpensive, failing to meet his standards. However, this was to be expected. The vastness of the ocean made it quite challenging to encounter schools of fish that were both plentiful and valuable. Notably, trailing behind the vessel was the little orca, Deming, who accompanied them throughout the journey. This spirited creature would occasionally leap into the air, dive gracefully beneath the waves, chase after fish on its own, and joyfully spout jets of water, exuding a sense of exuberance. Yang Fan stood on the deck, observing the little creature's journey. The intelligence of the small orca, Deming, was evidently on the rise. He noticed that as he continuously provided nourishment, they encountered numerous other fishing vessels along the way. Remarkably, Deming skillfully evaded all boats except for the Yang Fan's, which filled him with immense satisfaction. It seemed he would no longer have to worry about the safety of this little one. Apart from human fishing boats and nets, orcas are nearly invincible in the ocean. Now that Deming could discern how to avoid fishing vessels, it could essentially navigate the seas with ease, with safety concerns addressed. The final issue of keeping a young orca as a pet was the lack of companionship for play. Unfortunately, Yang Fan had no effective solutions for this dilemma at present, aside from dedicating time each day to engage with it. After being fed a considerable amount of golden droplets, the young orca had developed a remarkable understanding. It had come to regard Yang Fan as a maternal figure, displaying profound dependence on him. Whenever Yang Fan was unable to play, Deming would appear exceedingly lonely in the vast ocean. Conversely, the moment Yang Fan joined him in play, the orca would burst with joy, forgetting all its solitude. As they traveled, Deming followed the yacht closely, while Yang Fan occasionally entertained it from the deck, tossing down pieces of meat that would send the little creature soaring with delight. During this time, Yang Fan had several occasions to instruct Deming to assist in locating fish, but regrettably, the orca had not yet reached that level of intelligence. After several hours of navigation, evening descended upon them, as a crimson sun gradually sank below the horizon, casting a shimmering golden light across the water. It was precisely at this moment, at long last, Yang Fan beheld a scene in the ocean that piqued his interest. This time, it was not a school of fish he discovered, but rather a multitude of crabs. Indeed, Yang Fan had stumbled upon a veritable swarm of the esteemed red flower crabs. The shells of these crabs exhibit a delicate hue of light red or reddish-brown, adorned with 6 spines at the corners of their foreheads. They are widely distributed throughout our nation and are considered a common economic marine delicacy. Red flower crabs are not only renowned for their exquisite taste and succulent meat, but are also rich in protein and trace elements that contribute significantly to one's well-being. Traditional Chinese medicine even posits that these crabs possess certain anti-cancer properties, suggesting that frequent consumption may help inhibit cancer growth. The price of fresh red flower crabs is notably high due to their delectable flavor and nutritional value, making them exceedingly popular in the seafood market. Currently, they command a price of at least over 100 yuan per kilogram, with larger specimens exceeding 1 kilogram fetching prices upwards of 150 yuan. The colony of red flower crabs that Yang Fan had discovered was impressively vast, densely congregated in the sandy depths of the ocean, at least several thousand strong. Approximately half of these crabs weighed over a kilogram, while the other half consisted of smaller crabs weighing only a few liang. Calculating based on current market prices, this trove of large red flower crabs could easily be valued at several 100,000 yuan. Tauzi, halt the vessel and prepare to lower the crab traps. Chapter 90. The Traps Overflow. Harvesting over 1,000 large red flower crabs. Upon spotting this congregation of crabs, Yang Fan was instantly filled with excitement, and he promptly shouted to Yang Hongtao in the cockpit. Although the silver crocodiles he had collected earlier in the morning were valued at several million, he was clearly not so enthralled as to overlook the significance of the red flower crabs worth hundreds of thousands. This bounty of red flower crabs was a prize he was determined to claim. Excellent. Upon receiving Yang Fan's command, Yang Hongtao promptly brought the vessel to a halt. He had come to wholeheartedly respect Yang Fan's fishing techniques, no longer daring to utter any dissent. Whenever Yang Fan issued a directive, he would immediately comply without hesitation. Once the boat was anchored, Yang Fan, accompanied by Yang Hongtao and Yang Shaohai, descended to the storage compartment at the yacht's lower level. There, in addition to several fishing nets, lay an array of dozens of large crab traps, complementary tools provided by the manufacturer. In total, there were 80 crab traps stored in the compartment, divided into two groups. One group comprised 40 traps, all interconnected by a single main line. The structure of the crab traps bore resemblance to the arrangement of hooks. They were strung together by a lengthy main line, with individual support lines attached, each affixed with a crab trap. This design evidently facilitated retrieval. To collect the traps, one simply needed to employ the yacht's winch to hoist the main line, causing all the crab traps to emerge simultaneously from the water. Given that the traps were weighted with lead, the combined heft of these 80 substantial crab traps exceeded 1,000 pounds. Yang Fan and his two companions toiled for quite some time before they successfully transported all the crab traps onto the deck. However, placing the traps onto the deck did not permit them to be cast directly into the sea, for even if they were aware of the whereabouts of the crab dens, the yield would inevitably be disappointing. Prior to deploying the traps, it was essential to place fresh bait inside them to attract the crabs. The bait for the crab traps was akin to that used for bottom fishing hooks, consisting of the freshest fish, finely chopped into pieces. Such bait, with its potent aroma, proved to be highly enticing for the crabs. While they were capturing silver pomfret, Yang Fan and his team also caught a plethora of other assorted fish, which were inexpensive and perfectly suited for use as crab bait. Therefore, in the ensuing hours, they busied themselves by meticulously cutting the bait fish into chunks, subsequently placing these morsels into the specially designated bait boxes of the crab traps. Once they had filled all 80 traps with the fresh bait, Yang Fan directed Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai to lower the crab traps into the water. The three of them labored diligently for a couple of hours. Finally, the 80 traps were successfully lowered towards the vibrant red flower crab community, resting approximately 60 to 70 meters beneath the surface. The weighted traps swiftly descended to their familiar haunts. With everything in place, all that remained was the patient wait. The crab traps were to remain submerged overnight, to be retrieved the following morning. At that time, they would discover how many red flower crabs could not resist the allure of the bait and ventured into the traps. After deploying the crab traps, Yang Hongtao looked at Yang Fan with anticipation and inquired, "Fan, what prompted the sudden decision to place the crab traps here? Is it that this area of the sea is abundant with crabs?" Yang Fan merely smiled and said, "Perhaps." Yang Hongtao broke into a broad smile, exclaiming, "Haha! It seems that the crabs will surely overflow the traps tomorrow. Fancy, whenever you make a move, you have never missed your mark." At this moment, Yang Hongtao's admiration for Yang Fan's fishing prowess had undoubtedly reached a level of blind reverence. He speculated that since Yang Fan had decided to set crab traps in this area, it was highly likely that a crab nest was concealed nearby. The prospect of capturing crabs with ease was just around the corner. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had fully descended below the horizon after such a flurry of activity. As the sky darkened considerably, Yang Fan decided it would be best to anchor the yacht for the night. After securing the vessel, it was time for dinner. A sumptuous seafood feast was swiftly prepared through the collective efforts of the three. Once they had thoroughly relished the delightful meal, Yang Hongtao, in a fit of enthusiasm, suggested to Yang Fan that they engage in a game of do di ju. With nothing pressing to attend to, Yang Fan readily agreed. And thus the three of them spent the entire evening on the deck, enjoying the gentle breeze while engaging in a game of do di ju. The atmosphere was decidedly pleasant. They continued their card game until 11:30 at night, after which they tidied up and retired to their quarters for a restful slumber, with the sea tranquil around them. By this time, the typhoon had completely passed, ensuring a night of peaceful rest. On the following morning, a resplendent sun rose punctually from the horizon. By 6 o'clock, Yang Ji and the others began to awaken one by one. After a hearty breakfast, the trio made their way to the deck, ready to commence the task of collecting the crab traps. At this moment, Yang Hongtao smiled and inquired, "Fancy, how many crabs do you think we will catch in this round?" Yang Fan chuckled softly, "I am uncertain of the exact amount, but I reckon you'll soon find yourself tying crabs until your hands grow weary." Yang Hongtao chuckled with a hint of playfulness. "How could that be? My skills in binding crabs are unparalleled. To think I would tire my hands out tying them up is simply out of the question." Yang Hulai chuckled. "Oh? Are you certain? Perhaps I should refrain from intervening, allowing you to capture a few more, so as to showcase your prowess in binding serpents." Upon hearing this, Yang Hongtao immediately shrank back, exclaiming, "No, I'm not certain, not at all. During this period, I've been humiliated by Fancy too many times. I can no longer afford to act arrogant." Witnessing this display of timidity from him, Yang Fan immediately chuckled. Haha, you certainly concede swiftly. After exchanging a few light-hearted jests, they commenced the operation of retrieving the crab traps. The procedure for lifting the traps was rather straightforward. They simply needed to retrieve the buoy and then secure the main line of the crab trap to the crane of the trawler. This way, they could effortlessly hoist the traps from the depths of the water. With the activation of the crane, the first crab trap soon emerged from the water's surface. Upon witnessing the bounty within, Yang Hongtao could not contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Wow, so many magnificent red flower crabs. It seems fortune is smiling upon us." Inside the trap, a dozen or so vibrant, claw-wielding red flower crabs were wriggling energetically, each boasting a substantial size, with most weighing over a pound. While a dozen crabs may not seem like a vast number, it is essential to recognize that this was merely the yield from a single trap. To capture such a bounty of sizable red flower crabs from one trap is indeed an impressive feat. These crabs represent a lucrative opportunity. Each sizable specimen can fetch 300 to 400 yuan. Thus, it stands to reason that this single trap could yield several thousand yuan. As the subsequent traps were hoisted one after another, the excitement continued to build. Yang Jiutao's exuberant shouts seemed never to cease. For nearly every crab trap contained at least a dozen magnificent red flower crabs. Gazing at the bountiful traps filled with these splendid crustaceans, Yang Hongtao swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Wow, Fancy, you are truly remarkable. Not only can you locate schools of fish, but you can also discover swarms of crabs. I am utterly in awe." Yang Fan also chuckled at 3:30. It was merely good fortune. Yang Hongtao immediately rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "I would be a fool to believe that old rascal. Once or twice may be mere luck, but every single time? That strains credulity." Yang Fan shrugged and chuckled. What else could you possibly think? Enough of the nonsense. Let us hasten to bind the crabs, for if they are allowed to escape the water, they will undoubtedly clash in a frenzy. At this moment, Yang Hongtao chuckled with relief, saying, "Hee hee, with so many crabs, my hands will surely grow weary from binding them. Thankfully, I hesitated earlier. Otherwise, I might have been dealt another blow by you, Fancy." Yang Fan also smiled. "Therefore, remember, do not pretend to be foolish in front of your elder brother in the future." Yang Hongtao chuckled awkwardly. "I wouldn't dare. Truly I wouldn't. Just joking around a bit." Yang Fan and his companions began their industrious task. A total of 80 crab tags contained between 10 to 20 magnificent red flower crabs each. Altogether, these crabs likely exceeded a staggering count of 500. Such a vast quantity required the three of them to bind them all, which meant that each individual was responsible for binding an average of 500 crabs. Just contemplating this figure sends shivers down one's spine. However, there was no alternative. After all, one must toil to earn a living. Yang Fan instructed that all crabs weighing less than 1 pound be returned to the sea, leaving approximately 200 crabs remaining. This collection of over 500 red flower crabs, particularly the 200 that surpassed 1 pound, was estimated to weigh at least 500 pounds. Based on the current market price for red flower crabs, the value of these 500 pounds surely exceeded 300,000 yuan. Although this figure pales in comparison to the worth of the silver crocodile caught yesterday, 300,000 is undeniably a substantial amount, more than what an entire crew could earn in a year of hard work. Chapter 91. A Bountiful Catch. After 2 days at sea, a staggering profit of 357 million yuan. With only 3 individuals laboring, the task of binding over 1,000 red flower crabs was undoubtedly time-consuming and labor-intensive. After more than an hour of arduous struggle, Yang Fan and his companions felt their hands growing weary from the binding process. Yet, there remained several hundred red flower crabs, flaunting their formidable claws on the deck. Binding crabs was indeed quite a tormenting task. Truth be told, were it not for the several hundred yuan value of each crab, Yang Fan might have been tempted to kick them back into the sea. While engaged in the task of binding crabs, the trio found themselves chatting to pass the time. During their conversation, Yang Hongtao suddenly asked Yang Fan, "By the way, Fan, have you been in touch with Huizi recently?" Upon hearing that name, Yang Fan's eyebrows shot up, and the image of a childhood playmate flashed through his mind. Yang Hongtao refers to Huizi, whose full name is Yang Xiaowei. Like Yang Ji, he is also a youth from Dying Village. During their childhood in the village, the 2 individuals who shared the closest bond with Yang Fan were none other than Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaowei. Together, the 3 of them formed a notorious trio in the village, famously known for their inseparable camaraderie. Whether it was fishing or exploring the depths of the sea, they were always seen together. On occasions when they encountered delicious food at someone else's home, they would always share it collectively. Moreover, if any of them found themselves in a dispute with children from other villages, they would band together to confront the issue. Not only were they strong, but when it came to brawling, they were undoubtedly the fiercest among the trio. From a young age, Yang Xiaowei was notably tall. Yang Fan recalled vividly the incident from his first year in junior high, when a troublemaker from the second year sought to cause him distress, only to be driven away by Yang Xiaowei, who courageously brandished a bench in defense. Thus, when he heard Yang Hongtao suddenly mention Yang Xiaowei, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, bringing to mind the delightful memories they shared as three inseparable friends during their childhood. Over the years, although they had all pursued their own paths and seldom kept in touch, the pure bond of friendship from their youth had remained nestled in their hearts. As he emerged from his reverie, Yang Fan chuckled softly and shook his head, remarking that they had hardly communicated, especially since Huizi had been serving in the military. Yang Hongtao remarked, "No, Huizi has been discharged from the military for half a year now." Yang Fan inquired, "Is that so? What is Huizi currently engaged in?" Yang Hongtao shrugged and remarked, "What else can he do? Since Huizi does not wish to return to the village to fish, he can only seek employment in the city. The last time he came back to the village, he mentioned that he is currently working as a security guard at a bank in the city." Yang Fan nodded. Since Huizi had already retired from the military, it would be a good idea to invite him back sometime for a meal, allowing the three brothers to reminisce together. Upon hearing this, Yang Hongtao chuckled and said, "Hee, Fanzi, my mention of Huizi was not solely for the purpose of nostalgia." Yang Fan, observing his expression, inquired, "Oh? What then are you contemplating?" Yang Hongtao immediately smiled and said, "Of course, I suggest you call Huizi back to assist you. Considering our current fishing yields, it is indeed a bit overwhelming for just the three of us. If you could invite Huizi to join us on the yacht, with the four of us working together, we would undoubtedly be much more efficient. This way, perhaps we could save some time on our outings and cast our nets a couple more times." Upon hearing Yang Hongtao's suggestion, Yang Fan nodded without hesitation. This was indeed a feasible idea. He planned to invite Huizi back to the village one day and discuss whether he would be willing to lend a hand. Seeing the opportunity unfold, Tang Hongtao chuckled and remarked, "I believe as long as that fellow Huizi has a sound mind, he would certainly be eager to join. Such a lucrative opportunity alongside you is not something everyone gets to experience." Yang Fan merely smiled and chose not to elaborate further, for to him, Yang Xiaowei and Yang Hongtao have been the best of friends since childhood. Now that he is in need of assistance, it is only natural for him to seek out Yang Xiaowei for help. In fact, Yang Fan has been contemplating the formation of his own team. To achieve success, one must first establish a reliable crew. The more exceptional an individual becomes, the greater the demands and expectations placed upon them. Whether he chooses to open a fishery or invest in deep-sea fishing vessels for oceanic expeditions, it is evident that he will require many trustworthy companions. Thus, during this period, he has been diligently scouting for potential candidates, intending to invite any suitable and reliable individuals to join his ranks. Crabs and deep-sea fish differ significantly in their resilience. Typically, deep-sea fish perish almost instantly upon surfacing due to the drastic change in water pressure. In contrast, crabs thrive whether in deep or shallow waters, exhibiting remarkable vitality, which allows them to be kept alive in flowing water for extended periods. Therefore, after securing all the red flower crabs, Yang Fan and his companions meticulously packed the vibrant red flower crabs into baskets, subsequently transporting them to the aerated water chamber. Over 1,000 of these splendid crustaceans swiftly filled the chamber to the brim. Although their hands were sore from binding the crabs, witnessing the creatures neatly secured and calmly residing in their new habitat filled them with a profound sense of accomplishment. Naturally, alongside this fulfillment, the exhilaration of financial gain was equally palpable. This chamber of crabs held a value reaching into the hundreds of thousands. Once the red flower crabs were properly arranged, Yang Hongtao inquired, "Fan, the aerated chamber is already at capacity, and the cold storage is nearly full with over 10,000 pounds of silver cod. Shouldn't we consider heading back now?" Observing his eagerness to return, Yang Ji chuckled. "What is the rush, young man? There is no wife or children waiting for you at home by the warm hearth. Why the urgency to get back?" Yang Jiotao scratched his head and chuckled. "Well, it seems that we have indeed sold those silver horns. Goodness, that catch is worth millions. If we don't return soon to sell them, I can't shake off this uneasy feeling." Yang Fan rolled his eyes and jested. "What is there to feel uneasy about? There are no pirates in our waters. Who could possibly steal from us?" Yang Hongtao chuckled softly, saying, as the old saying goes, it's wise to secure what you have. Only by selling those silver crocodiles promptly and converting them into cash can my heart find peace. Yang Fan smiled briefly and then waved his hand. Well, this time we can consider it a bountiful catch. Let us return home. Upon hearing this, Yang Hongtao immediately exclaimed, "Haha, splendid. I shall set sail at once." After several hours of arduous navigation, the Yang Fan finally arrived at the seafood trading dock in the city around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Even before the vessel could dock, the fishmongers on the pier eagerly congregated, waiting in anticipation. Previously, these merchants had perceived the Yang Fan as a luxurious yacht belonging to a wealthy young master seeking leisure. But their perspective had evidently shifted. During this interval, Yang Fan and his crew had frequented the marketplace to sell their catches, which were of notably high quality, thus becoming quite familiar to the fishmongers. As soon as they spotted the Yang Fan approaching, the merchants rushed forward, and soon the vessel was securely moored at the dock. The seasoned fishmongers, upon observing the draft of the Yang Fan, instantly understood that it must be laden with a bountiful catch. Indeed, little Yang, seeing your ship's deep draft, it appears you have returned with a full load. The fishmongers greeted Yang Fan on the deck with warmth and enthusiasm, eager to curry favor with him. Fully aware that this was his vessel, noticing their fervor, Yang Fan smiled and replied, "It's not too shabby. The haul this time is indeed quite impressive." The fishmongers, brimming with curiosity, inquired, "Young Master Yang, what fine goods have you brought this time? Is it another catch of the prized rice fish?" Yang Ji shook his head. "No. Just some silver eel and red crab. You may come aboard to see if you can manage to eat them." Upon Yang Fan's invitation, the fishmongers eagerly boarded the yacht one after another. When they reached the live well and beheld over 1,000 vibrant red crabs, excitement surged through them. Indeed, exceptional quality. These crabs were all substantial specimens, each weighing over a pound. Furthermore, it was evident that they had been out of the water for a very short time, displaying remarkable vitality. After admiring the red crabs, the fishmongers were eager to commence bidding. However, Yang Fan smiled and gestured for them to wait. "Gentlemen, there's no need to rush. Let us first inspect the frozen compartment." Subsequently, Yang Fan led them to the cold storage. As he opened the door, a full chamber of silver eels was unveiled before their astonished eyes. The fishmongers were left utterly dumbfounded, their eyes widening in disbelief. "My goodness, so many silver eels. Yang, you have struck gold." They estimated that the chamber held at least 10,000 pounds of eels. "Goodness, young boss Yang, you've truly hit the jackpot on this voyage." Hearing the fishmongers' exclamations, Yang Fan chuckled, "I may have struck it rich, but you gentlemen will also profit. Once you acquire these fish, you too shall earn handsomely." Upon hearing this, the fishmongers laughed heartily. Indeed, young boss Yang has spoken the truth. In business, everyone can earn a bit. Yet, they acknowledged that while they would make a modest profit, young boss Yang was the one who truly amassed wealth. After sharing a few light-hearted exchanges, they proceeded to the bidding phase. Given the high demand for silver eels and red crabs in the seafood market, the fishmongers exhibited a keen interest in purchasing these commodities. They became increasingly animated, quickly driving the prices up. Ultimately, the highest offer for the silver eels was set at 140 per pound for those under 2 pounds and 280 for those above. For the red crabs, the prices were 120 per pound for those under 2 pounds and 140 for those above. This pricing, while slightly below Yang Fan's market expectations, was still considered exceptionally high for procurement. After the fishmongers concluded their transactions, it was essential for Ken Yu to earn a small commission as well. Otherwise, what business would they be conducting? In the end, the accounting revealed that over 13,000 pounds of silver eels sold for $3.25 million and over 2,000 pounds of red crabs brought in $320,000, culminating in a total of $357 million. Thus, in less than 2 days at sea, Yang Fan had netted a staggering $357 million. The speed at which he earned was simply astonishing. However, there was no denying that he was a man blessed with fortune. Yang Fan did not immediately return to the village, for he had received the filming equipment he ordered from a certain shopping platform. The delivery speed of this platform is remarkable, typically arriving within a day. In fact, the package had already reached the city yesterday, but he simply lacked the time to collect it, as the deliveries do not reach the village. Yang Fan had preemptively designated the nearest delivery station, located at the seafood trading dock, as the recipient address. Without delay, he brought along Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai to retrieve the package from the station. This time, he had quite an assortment of items, totaling over a dozen. which would have been cumbersome to carry alone. Each of the three took a few items, and soon they had loaded all the parcels onto the yacht. At that moment, Yang Hongtao suddenly turned to Yang Fan and said, "Fan, since we are in the city, why don't we invite Hui out for dinner tonight?" Upon hearing this, Yang Fan smiled broadly and replied, "Sounds good. I would very much like to see Hui. Please get in touch with him." Yang Hongtao chuckled, "All right. I shall call him now. He works at the bank and is likely to finish by 5. With that, he retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Yang Xiaohui's number. Chapter 92. What a mundane job. Who earns a living fishing while working? Meanwhile, at a branch of the construction bank in the Wutong district of Beihai City, a tall young man with dark skin, clad in a security uniform, stood at the entrance with a somber expression. His posture was somewhat rigid, his brows furrowed, and his eyes betrayed an uncontainable sorrow. At that moment, an older security guard approached and patted him on the shoulder, inquiring, "Xiaohui, why have you seemed so downcast these past few days? Is something troubling you?" The young security guard, Yang Xiaohui, forced a smile, replying, "Oh, it's nothing, brotherly. What could possibly trouble me?" The middle-aged guard, Xing, chuckled softly, "Huh? With that expression, your smile is more painful than a frown. How can you claim there's nothing wrong?" Yang Xiaohui offered a bittersweet smile, at a loss for words. Observing his demeanor, brotherly chuckled and gently patted him on the shoulder, then earnestly remarked, "Xiaohui, it seems you are troubled by matters of the heart. Is it possible that you have had a disagreement with your young girlfriend? From what I've seen, she is quite lovely, gentle, and beautiful. If you truly have quarreled, perhaps you should consider conceding a little, apologize, and smooth things over. As someone who has experienced such matters, let me impart a piece of wisdom. When dealing with a partner, one must not always remain steadfast. Sometimes it is wise to show humility, otherwise, life may become rather difficult." Upon hearing these words, Yang Xiaohui immediately displayed a hint of bitterness. It's not merely a quarrel, if it were that simple. With a sigh, he refrained from elaborating further. Brotherly shook his head. At such a young age, why dwell on such woes? Let us set aside these troubling thoughts. Later, I shall have my sister-in-law prepare some delightful dishes, and we can enjoy a couple of drinks at my home to lift our spirits. Yang Xiaohui hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "No need, brotherly. I wouldn't want to trouble you and your wife. I might have a few matters to attend to tonight." Just as he was speaking, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He quickly retrieved it and saw that it was a call from his childhood friend, Yang Hongtao. He turned to Brotherly and said, "Brotherly, could you keep an eye on things for a moment? I need to take this call." Brotherly chuckled and nodded, saying, "Sure, go ahead. Just remember to find a discreet spot. We wouldn't want the branch manager to catch you." Yang Xiaohui smiled briefly before retreating to a secluded corner, where he answered the call. As soon as the line connected, Yang Hongtao's booming voice resonated through the receiver. "Hello. Huizi, are you free tonight? Let us go out for a drink and reminisce." Yang Xiaohui let out a bitter smile and said, "Taozi, are you in the city? However, I might not have time tonight." Before he could finish, Yang Hongtao interrupted him. "Nonsense about not having time. Even if you're busy, you must carve out some time. Fanzi is also here. Just tell me if you will come or not." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohui raised an eyebrow. "Fanzi is here too? Has he returned?" Yang Hongtao remarked, "Indeed, Fanzi has returned. It has been several days since. We are currently at the seafood trading dock and will soon seek a restaurant. Huizi, please make haste to join us once you finish work." Yang Xiaohui pondered for a moment before responding. "Very well, I shall seek you out shortly." It's been several years since Fanzi returned. It is indeed a rare occasion to see him. After exchanging a few casual remarks, the two ended their call. He remained in silence for a while, then picked up his phone once more to compose a message for his girlfriend, Zhang Ruzhu. "Ruzhu, my childhood friend, whom I haven't seen in years, is back. I plan to meet him tonight. After you finish work, please return directly to our residence. Do not heed your mother's threats. She will not act upon them." Before long, Zhang Ruzhu replied, "Zhang Ge, this time it is different. I cannot go. My mother just messaged me, insisting that I must return home after work today, or else she will take sleeping pills with my father. She has actually purchased several bottles of them. I truly must go back, but regarding my pregnancy, I will not confront my mother about it just yet." Upon reading this message, Yang Xiaohui clenched his fist tightly, then struck the wall with a violent punch. This man, standing over 6 feet tall, felt his eyes welling with tears instantly. A profound sense of helplessness surged from deep within his heart. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Yang Fan accompanied Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohui to the fisherman's wharf. This seafood restaurant was the same establishment he had visited on the day he picked up Qin Yushua from the airport, when he had brought her and her cousin for a meal. The flavors here remained exceptionally authentic, which is why he chose this place once more. Upon entering the restaurant, the trio found a cozy private booth by the window on the second floor. At that moment, Yang Hongtao sent the specific location to Yang Xiaowei, then turned to Yang Fan with a smile and said, "Fan, we should be arriving shortly." Yang Fan chuckled softly, "All right. Let us wait for Huizi to arrive before we order." The three of them engaged in light conversation within the private room. After approximately 20 minutes, a gentle knock echoed through the door, followed by a waitress who entered, accompanied by the hurriedly arrived Yang Xiaowei. As he stepped inside, his gaze immediately fell upon Yang Fan, who was seated between Yang Xiaohai and Yang Hongtao. At this moment, Yang Xiaowei's emotions had returned to a state of normalcy. "Oranges. It has been quite a while since we last met. When did you return?" Yang Xiaowei broke into a broad smile and, with that infectious joy, strode purposefully towards Yang Fan. Upon encountering his childhood friend after many years, Yang Fan immediately reciprocated with a smile, rising to greet him with an embrace. That single embrace was sufficient to rekindle the profound bond they once shared. After years apart, the reunion of these childhood companions was marked by their heartfelt embrace. Yang Fan smiled as he patted Yang Xiaowei's shoulder. "It has been years since we last met, and you have certainly grown sturdier. Your physique is impressive, with muscles that are solid and well-defined. Clearly, you have been training diligently." Yang Xiaowei chuckled. "Do you think I wanted this? After spending several years in the army, all I managed to achieve was a set of six-pack abs." This remark elicited a hearty laugh from Yang Ji, who then engaged in conversation with Yang Xiaowei. A round of nostalgic pleasantries was inevitable. Upon their reunion, the two conversed for quite some time, before Yang Fan called the waiter to order. Yang Hongtao, ever eager, rubbed his hands together and exclaimed, "Hee, let me take charge of the ordering." He was determined to select several substantial dishes, intending to treat the wealthy Yang Ji to a lavish meal. Observing his enthusiasm, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile and said, "Yes, let's order a few hearty dishes. After all, I plan to deduct the cost of this meal from your share of the profits later." Upon hearing these words, Yang Hongtao immediately deflated and awkwardly chuckled, saying, Perhaps we should forego that. The four of us cannot consume much anyway." In response to the nation's call to eliminate waste, "Let us simply prepare a few dishes for this evening." Yang Fan immediately rolled his eyes, exclaiming in disbelief at the sheer absurdity of the situation, as they had even heeded the national call. Upon overhearing their conversation, Yang Xiaowei grew curious, asking, "Dividends? What dividends? Fanzi, Taozi, are you two not perhaps discussing a partnership in some venture?" Yang Hongtao immediately chuckled upon hearing this and said, "Hee, it's not about doing business together. It's about fishing together. Huizi, you have no idea. Fanzi's fishing skills are simply extraordinary." Yang Xiaowei was taken aback even further. "Fishing? What fish is Fanzi catching? Isn't he supposed to be at work in the warehouse?" Yang Hongtao burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha, what a ridiculous notion. How can one earn a living by fishing while working? Hui, you should swiftly resign from your job and join me and Fanzi in our fishing endeavors." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaowei was left utterly bewildered. "Taozi, what nonsense are you spouting? You expect me to quit my job, and then you will take care of me?" Chapter 93. The excitement of Yang Xiaowei. Yang Hongtao immediately burst into laughter. "What a ridiculous notion. Such a phrase is utterly offensive. You, a grown man, are not some beautiful mistress. Why should anyone support you? Huizi, I shall refrain from indulging in further trivialities and simply inquire, how much is your monthly salary as a security guard at the bank?" Yang Xiaowei candidly remarked. "The guaranteed monthly salary is over 3,000, and with the annual bonus and other incentives, it amounts to approximately 50 to 60,000 a year. A yearly income of 50 to 60,000 is quite decent. So, Hui, are you satisfied with this salary?" Yang Hongtao chuckled. "What nonsense. This is merely empty talk. In this day and age, such a meager sum holds no value whatsoever." Yang Xiaowei, with a look of despondency, lamented. "Who else can we blame for our own lack of ability, leaving us to earn so little? It is indeed unsatisfactory." However, upon seeing his expression, Yang Hongtao couldn't help but chuckle. "Hey, Huizi, what if I told you that a lucrative opportunity to earn tens of thousands monthly is right before you? Would you be interested in seizing it?" At this remark, Yang Xiaowei immediately rolled his eyes. "Come on, Taozi, you're not trying to lure me into a pyramid scheme, are you? Earning tens of thousands effortlessly? You must be joking." Not deterred by his skepticism, Young Hongtao merely smiled and slowly replied, "All right, Wheezy. I concede that my previous statement did sound somewhat like the pitch of a pyramid scheme. Yet, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. An actual opportunity to earn tens of thousands monthly is indeed at your disposal. All you need to do is firmly attach yourself to Fanzy's robust support, and wealth will flow in effortlessly." This left Yang Xiaohui perplexed. "What do you mean by clinging to Fanzy's leg? Taozi, please clarify your meaning." "Haha, it's quite literal. Just grasp onto Fanzy's leg, and that should suffice. You know how much can be earned in one trip, right?" Yang Xiaohui instinctively remarked. "How much can we earn from going out to sea? 800? 1,000? Earning 1,000 or 1,800 from a trip is already quite substantial." Clearly, in his view, fishing at sea during these times was a modest venture. However, upon hearing this, young Hongtao immediately scoffed. 800? 1,000? Ha! Wheezy. Dare to think bigger. Add a few zeros to that figure. Observing his proud and somewhat smug expression, Yang Xiaohui rolled his eyes in disbelief. "Come on. Add a few zeros? Taozi, you're really boasting now. Are you saying you can earn 8 million or 10 million from a single trip out to sea?" Yang Hongqing immediately chuckled. "Hey, Wheezy, believe it or not. Just recently, Fanzy and I actually made a profit of 18 million from a trip. For instance, just in the past couple of days, we caught fish worth over 3 million. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohui blinked in disbelief, exclaiming, "Come on. Taozi, you're really exaggerating. You're spinning quite the tale. With that little old boat of yours, you caught fish worth over 3 million in just 2 days? Can't you at least stick to some basic facts when you boast?" Yang Hongtao smirked and said, "A little shabby boat? I've long since upgraded to something grander. Now I'm piloting luxury yachts worth several million each." Xiaohui rolled his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Come on, Taozi. It's still broad daylight. Are you already lost in daydreams? A luxury yacht? Why not claim you're flying a spaceship while you're at it?" Seeing that Yang Xiaohui remained skeptical, Yang Hongtao swiftly produced his phone and displayed several selfies of himself aboard a luxurious yacht, thrusting them before Yang Xiaohui's eyes. Wheezy, widen your 24K titanium eyes and take a good look. Do you now believe that I'm indeed captaining a grand yacht?" Upon viewing the photographs, Yang Xiaohui was momentarily taken aback. "What the? Is this for real? Taozi, you actually purchased a luxury yacht? Where did you acquire such wealth?" Yang Hongtao immediately chuckled, "Hee. This luxurious yacht does not belong to me. It is Fangzi's. I am merely the first mate." Upon hearing his words, Yang Xiaohui instinctively turned to look at Yang Fan. "Fangzi, is what Taozi said true? Did you purchase this magnificent yacht?" Yang Fan smiled generously and replied, "Indeed, that trawler yacht is one I purchased not long ago. However, it was not acquired for leisure, but rather for the purpose of fishing." Yang Xiaohui was instantly astonished. "What? Is it really true? Fanzy, have you struck it rich out there?" Yang Fan chuckled softly. "Well, I suppose so." Yang Xiaohui blinked in disbelief and exclaimed, "Is it true what Taozi just said? You two managed to catch over 3 million in fish these past 2 days at sea?" As he uttered that staggering figure, Yang Xiaohui found his tongue faltering. "Yes, that is indeed true. Just yesterday, we were fortunate enough to reel in over 10,000 pounds of silver pomfret." Yang Fan replied with a smile, nodding affirmatively. "We sold it for over 3 million. Gulp. Upon hearing Yang Fan's confident affirmation, Yang Xiaohui could not help but swallow hard, his expression betraying a sense of astonishment. Over 10,000 pounds of silver pomfret? Sold for more than 3 million. Yang Xiaohui felt a slight dizziness enveloping his mind. He opened his mouth in astonishment, but was utterly unable to utter a word. As for Yang Fan, having broached the subject to such an extent, he decided to candidly continue the conversation. "Wheezy, the reason I called you out today is twofold. Firstly, it has been many years since we last met, and I long to reminisce with you. Secondly, I would like to inquire whether you would be willing to join us for a fishing expedition at sea. Currently, it is just myself, Taozi, and Xiao on the yacht, and often we find ourselves overwhelmed with tasks. If you could join us, it would certainly alleviate some of the burden. Regarding compensation, you would receive the same terms as Taozi and Xiaohai, with a guaranteed monthly salary of 10,000, along with a share of the profits for each fishing trip." Upon the completion of Yang Fan's words, before Yang Xiaohui could fully comprehend, Yang Hongtao burst into laughter beside him. "Hey, Wheezy, this is the opportunity one just mentioned to you about earning a few thousand effortlessly each month. Do you have any idea how much money I and Xiao have made following Fancy to fish? It's more than what we used to earn through a year of hard work. So, as long as you can cling to this opportunity like Xiaohai and I have, Achieving wealth and reaching the pinnacle of life will be entirely within your grasp. In that moment, Yang Xiaowei was left utterly stunned. He was completely taken aback. During this period, due to his girlfriend Zhang Ruju's unexpected pregnancy and some issues within her family, Yang Xiaowei's life had spiraled into chaos, as if the entire world had plunged into darkness. Yet now, it seemed as though a radiant light had suddenly pierced through, dispelling the shadows. Yang Xiaowei clenched his fists tightly, his eyes nearly brimming with tears. Chapter 94. Crafting the Whale's Saddle. Riding the orca to traverse the vast ocean. After a prolonged silence, Yang Xiaowei took a deep breath, then fixed a grave expression upon Yang Fan, gritting his teeth as he whispered earnestly, "Fan, to be honest, I am truly desperate to earn money with all my might. If you can genuinely help me make a fortune, my life will belong to you from this moment on." Upon hearing these words, Yang Fan immediately smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Come now, what kind of relationship do we brothers share? If I prosper, I will undoubtedly bring you all along to share in the wealth. I trust that if you achieve success, you would do the same for me. There's no need to dwell on such matters of sacrifice. From now on, let us refrain from discussing such topics." Yang Xiaowei was not one to harbor feelings of melancholy. He nodded emphatically. Observing the somewhat grave expression on Yang Ji's face, he inquired with curiosity, "Hey, you seem rather serious today, and just a moment ago, you appeared quite troubled. Have you encountered any difficulties recently?" Yang Xiaowei, a person of strong resolve, hesitated to divulge his personal matters and promptly shook his head, stating, "No. No difficulties at all, just a minor issue that I can manage on my own." Yang Ji regarded him for a moment before chuckling softly. "I want to pry into the details. After all, we are adults, and it's only natural to face challenges. However, remember, if you ever find yourself facing an insurmountable obstacle or in urgent need of financial assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Yang Xiaowei was deeply moved, exclaiming, "All right, Fancy, I shall remember this." Following this, Yang Fan and his three companions began to enjoy their meal, engaging in lively conversation. The atmosphere was naturally exuberant, especially with Yang Hong, Er San, and Tao, who could hardly contain their excitement. They eagerly recounted Yang Fan's recent fishing exploits, detailing his remarkable achievements. Upon hearing about Yang Ji's experiences since returning to the village, Yang Zhao's expression was one of sheer disbelief. On his first day back from the bustling metropolis, he managed to catch 2 magnificent lobsters, which fetched an impressive 266,000 yuan. He took a girl fishing and landed a giant fish weighing over 100 pounds, selling it for 366,000 yuan. After purchasing a trawler, he set sail for the first time and netted over 5,000 pounds of big head carp, earning a staggering 780,000 yuan. Even more astonishingly, he discovered a large coconut snail, which contained a rare pearl worth 12.66 million yuan. Additionally, he caught over 10,000 silver carp and more than 1,000 large red flower crabs, bringing in 375 million yuan. The recent fishing ventures were truly beyond belief. Yang Xiaowei was utterly bewildered, yet beneath the surface of his confusion, a tide of exhilaration surged within him. As the saying goes, when one achieves greatness, even the lowliest benefit. With his brother's remarkable success, he felt assured that he too would bask in the glow of triumph. Following Fancy's lead, how could he possibly fail to make a name for himself? In that moment, Yang Xiaowei was overwhelmed with excitement, on the verge of an explosion of joy. Perhaps, with Fancy's support, he would soon possess the means to bring his pregnant girlfriend home as his bride. And if her materialistic mother dared to look down upon him, he would simply shower her with wealth to silence her disdain. This lavish meal continued for 3 to 4 hours, a celebration of newfound hope and ambition. Yang and his companions engaged in lively conversation while enjoying their drinks, the atmosphere brimming with enthusiasm. They continued their revelry until 9:30 in the evening, before departing from the restaurant and making their way to the dock. At that moment, Yang Xiaowei beheld the opulent trawler yacht of Yang Ji. "Hiki, Husi. Isn't this magnificent vessel bought by you incredibly imposing?" Noticing Yang Xiaowei's fixed gaze upon the docked Yang Ji yacht, Yang Hongtao could not help but chuckle and inquire, "Imposing? It's exceedingly formidable. This is the type of ship a true man ought to pilot." Upon hearing these words, Yang Xiaowei instinctively nodded in agreement. "Ha ha, then we shall take turns navigating this grand yacht, for it would be quite exhausting for me to handle it alone." Yang Hongtao simply smiled. Yang Xiaowei rubbed his hands together, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Hee hee, that's no problem at all. Taozi, I must admit, While I have piloted numerous speedboats and motorboats during my service in the Navy, I have yet to take the helm of such an imposing yacht. Yang Hongtao chuckled and said, Wheezy, why not give it a try right now? How about you join us and return to the village tonight? Yang Xiaowei quickly shook his head, saying, This won't do. I truly cannot return tonight. I have pressing matters to attend to tomorrow. Yang Hongtao chuckled. What significant matters could you possibly have? Is anything more important than sailing out to sea on our luxurious yacht to fish together? Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaowei offered a wry smile. While he longed to join his friends on their maritime escapade, the troubling issues concerning his girlfriend's family weighed heavily on his mind. It was imperative that he confront her in person tomorrow to address these matters. Observing the burdened expression on Yang Xiaowei's face, Yang Fan gently patted his shoulder and smiled. Huizi, do not pay heed to that fellow Tao Zi's nonsensical chatter. There is no rush to venture out to sea for fishing. First, take care of your own matters. Yang Xiaowei nodded slightly, acknowledging, Yes, I am aware, Fanzi. At this moment, Yang Hongtao chuckled and said, Haha, I was merely joking. Huizi, just make sure to sort out your affairs swiftly, and then our brotherhood can set sail together for a fishing expedition. Hearing these words, Yang Xiaowei's face lit up with excitement and anticipation. Hehe, Taozi, Huizi, I genuinely look forward to going out to sea with you. When I heard about the impressive fishing exploits from Fanzi after his return to the village, I was instantly filled with fervor. If it weren't for pressing matters that require my attention, I would rush to join you in fishing right away. Yang Fan merely smiled and remained silent. The group lingered at the dock for a few more moments of conversation before bidding each other farewell with a wave. Yang Fan and his companions boarded the yacht, preparing to return to their village, while Yang Xiaowei headed back to his rental apartment, as time was already of the essence. They wasted no time and revved up the yacht, racing across the sea at full throttle to reach home as swiftly as possible. Upon arriving, Yang Qi indulged in a relaxing bath and then began to tinker with his newly acquired filming equipment. However, after fiddling for quite some time, he found himself perplexed by the camera's zoom and focus functions, only managing to utilize the simplest automatic shooting mode. It seemed that mastering a professional camera was not as straightforward as it appeared. For someone with little prior experience in photography, it could prove quite challenging. Nevertheless, Yang Qi remained unperturbed, as there was no urgency in this matter. After all, he had no aspirations of becoming an internet celebrity. His intention behind creating videos as a content creator was merely to contribute positively to the development of the fishing village in the future. Soon, dawn broke on the following day. At 5 in the morning, Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai set out as usual on the Yang Fan to fish. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, the captain, was enjoying a deep slumber at home, for he had no plans to venture out to sea today due to another pressing matter awaiting his attention. Of course, even if he had nothing particular to attend to, Yang Fan would still choose to remain ashore. He did not wish to spend every day at sea fishing, as such a life would be too monotonous and tedious. Earning a living, in his view, should strike a balance between labor and leisure. This sentiment stemmed from his current financial stability and the ease with which he could make money, leading to a lack of fervor for wealth accumulation. In contrast, Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai were driven by a strong passion for earning, eager to head out to sea every day. After all, each outing on the fishing vessel could yield a catch worth tens of thousands. Although all the fish belonged to Yang Fan, they too would receive a substantial share of the profits. Hence, how could they not be enthusiastic? Without venturing out to sea, Yang Fan awoke from a deep slumber past 8 o'clock. While this hour may seem reasonable for those residing in urban areas, it is considered rather late in a fishing village, where the locals typically rise by 6 or 7. Stretching his limbs, he climbed out of bed, performed a brief morning routine, and then set out. His destination was to pay a visit to an elder in the village. This elder, known as Yang Shujian, bore a name steeped in the rich tapestry of tradition. According to familial hierarchy, Yang Fan referred to him as Third Uncle. Third Uncle was a seasoned artisan, having honed his craft over several decades. He possessed the skills of blacksmithing, woodworking, and carving, earning a modest reputation across several nearby villages. Many households sought his expertise for various items, ranging from aid immortals tables to infant cradles, reclining chairs, and kitchen knives. Moreover, Third Uncle's craftsmanship was exceptional. The products he fashioned were not only aesthetically pleasing but also remarkably durable, securing his esteemed reputation in the surrounding villages. The reason for Yang Fan's visit today was to request the creation of a specific tool. What sort of tool, you may wonder? Yang Fan has named the tool he envisions as the whale saddle. At first, this name may leave many people perplexed. While the term saddle is familiar, whale saddle may be an enigma. However, the concept is quite easily grasped through analogy. A saddle is commonly understood as a device affixed to a horse's back, enabling a person to ride it. Thus, the whale saddle would logically be a device attached to the back of a whale, facilitating the act of riding the majestic creature. Indeed, the reason young Fan sought to collaborate with his great-uncle to create a whale drum was his desire to ride a baby orca and majestically traverse the vast ocean. This notion had been fermenting in his mind for several days. From the moment he resolved to raise a baby orca, he envisioned the exhilarating experience of gliding through the sea atop the whale's back. What a strikingly impressive and commanding spectacle it would be. Moreover, riding an orca across the ocean seemed not only to be a matter of style but also offered a significant advantage: the ability to conveniently locate schools of fish. Orcas are remarkably swift and agile in the water. If he could ride one to actively search for fish instead of languishing on a yacht, it would undoubtedly be far more efficient. However, he soon recognized a challenge. The slick surface of the orca's back and the absence of footholds would make it difficult to maintain his balance. Thus, he began to ponder how he could securely ride on the orca's back. After much contemplation, an epiphany struck him. Why not construct a device akin to a horse saddle for the orca? With this thought in mind, he resolved to dedicate his time to this endeavor once he found a moment of leisure. Young Fan specifically came to seek out his great-uncle, hoping to have him design and craft a whale saddle. After walking eastward through the village for about 10 minutes, he arrived at the courtyard of a 2-story villa. This quaint abode belonged to his great-uncle, Yang Shujin. As a skilled artisan, his great-uncle typically received a considerable amount of work. Thus, although he was advanced in age, his earnings were not inferior to those of the younger generation. Furthermore, his son and daughter were quite filial, and a few years ago, they pooled their savings to build this charming 2-story villa for him. However, despite the pleasant environment of the villa, it was rather quiet, as his 3 children were often away working in distant places. Thus, the expansive courtyard was home to only the 2 elderly residents. The solitude of such a large house with merely 2 seniors was a poignant reflection of the current state of rural life, where most young people had migrated to urban areas for employment, leaving behind a community of elderly individuals and left behind children. This situation was precisely what Yang Fan aspired to change. He envisioned revitalizing the fishing village and inviting those young workers back home. He believed that, with their return, dying village would once again flourish and become vibrant. In rural areas, it was customary for houses to remain unlocked during the day. As Yang Fan approached the entrance of his great-uncle's home, he caught sight of the elderly gentleman busily arranging various tools in the courtyard through the wide-open door. "Great-uncle, are you occupied?" Yang Fan stood at the doorway, smiling as he called out. Upon hearing the call, the elderly man, who had been intently carving a piece of wood, immediately lifted his head. His sunken and wrinkled face broke into a wide grin. "Ah, it's you, young Fan. What brings you here? Come in, come in." Chapter 95, The design of the whale saddle is finalized. Tomorrow, we shall ride the orca. Seeing the elder inviting him inside, young Fan smiled and stepped into the courtyard. He walked up to his great-uncle and paused, saying, "Great-uncle, are you crafting wood to make a table?" Noticing Yang Fan's approach, the great-uncle hastily set down his carving tool, revealing a few scattered yellowed teeth as he nodded and smiled. Indeed, a young man from the neighboring village is to be married, and his grandfather sought my assistance in crafting a grand banquet table. So here I am, busily at work. Yang Fan smiled and said, "You truly embody the spirit of vitality in your advanced years. You must be over 70 now, still hard at work?" The old gentleman chuckled in response. "Indeed, I am 76. Yet, as the saying goes, one should work as long as one lives. I have been engaged in carpentry for nearly 50 years, and the thought of suddenly ceasing my labor fills me with apprehension, for I fear idleness may lead to illness." Yangji nodded in agreement, smiling as he said, "Indeed, the more one works, the more spirited one becomes. Uncle San, it is clear that your robust health at over 70 is a testament to your daily activity." Elderly individuals often relish compliments regarding their well-being, and thus, Young Fan's praise elicited a subtle yet unmistakable look of satisfaction upon Uncle San's face. Suddenly, Uncle San gave Young Fan a thumbs up and remarked, "Well, Young Fan, you are quite impressive. Although I have not ventured out much lately, I have heard numerous people speak of you. I understand you recently acquired a splendid yacht. Moreover, it is one that can also be used for fishing." In response to the elder's words, Young Fan humbly smiled, saying, "Uncle San, what I purchased is a trawler yacht, akin to a trawling fishing vessel, primarily intended for fishing." Uncle San nodded with a sense of admiration, exclaiming, The younger generation indeed surpasses the previous. It seems the tides of the Yangtze River push the waves forward. After expressing his sentiments, the elder inquired with curiosity, "Young Fan, do you intend to keep this trawler yacht in the village for long-term fishing?" Young Fan nodded and smiled, affirming, "Yes, Uncle San, I plan to remain in the fishing village for my endeavors." The elder, now somewhat perplexed, responded, "Young Fan, many of the youth in our village who do not pursue education have migrated to the cities for work. Yet, you, a graduate of a prestigious university, are contemplating a return to the village to fish?" Young Fan chuckled softly, "Uncle, earning money in the city is no easy feat, and the expenses are substantial. Housing is exorbitant, and the pressures of daily life are immense. In truth, the city dwellers perhaps lead a less joyful existence than we do as fishermen. Moreover, the income we derive from fishing is certainly not inferior to what they earn through their jobs." Upon hearing these words, the elderly man nodded in agreement. "Ah, indeed. Young Fan, you speak wisely. The city life, which is often portrayed as desirable, is not as idyllic as it seems. Take my 3 children, for instance. Although they have all purchased homes in the city, they are burdened with mortgages, owing the bank hundreds of thousands every year. Their hard-earned money is devoted entirely to repaying the bank." Young Fan smiled in agreement. Subsequently, the old man and the young boy engaged in a lively conversation, exchanging remarks and anecdotes for quite some time. Once their discussion reached a comfortable conclusion, Young Fan began the conversation by clearly stating his purpose for the visit. "Dear uncle, the reason I have come to seek your wisdom this year is to request your assistance in designing and creating a particular tool." Upon hearing Young Fan's words, the elder's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Oh, Young Fan, what kind of craftsmanship do you wish for me to undertake?" Young Xian, not wishing to conceal the truth, chuckled and said, "Uncle San, this matter is rather extraordinary. Just a few days ago, while I was out at sea fishing, I came across a young orca ensnared in someone else's dragnet. I managed to rescue this little orca from the hands of the captain of the other vessel, and remarkably, it seemed to recognize me as its savior, following my boat all the way back to the village dock. Observing its remarkable intelligence, I purchased some beef to feed it. And once it was well nourished, the orca decided to stay with me. Since then, I have continued to care for this enchanting creature, which has grown increasingly affectionate. Eventually, I resolved to keep it as my pet. Today, I sought your esteemed assistance in crafting a saddle for the orca, akin to a horse saddle, as I intend to ride it across the waves for enjoyment." Upon hearing Young Fan's words, the elder's murky eyes widened in astonishment. "What? You wish to keep an orca as a pet? And ride it?" It must be said that Uncle San was genuinely taken aback by such an outlandish notion. Having lived for a considerable time, he had encountered various peculiar tales, and had long since grown accustomed to the bizarre. Yet, the idea of nurturing an orca as a pet and riding it was utterly unprecedented for him. Were the youth of today truly so adventurous? The old man remained in a state of shock for some time before regaining his composure. He gazed at Young Fan with a hint of skepticism. "Ahem, Young Fan, I cannot have misheard you. Did you truly say you were keeping an orca as a pet, and that you wish to ride it for amusement?" Seeing the elder's incredulous expression, Young Fan smiled. "Uncle San, you heard correctly. I genuinely have an orca as my companion." Though the old man still found the situation absurd, he could only reluctantly accept the reality upon receiving Young Fan's affirmative response. "Very well, Young Fan, please describe to me the kind of saddle you envision, and I assure you, I will be able to create it." Young Fan nodded with a smile and said, "Uncle San, the whale saddle I desire need not be overly intricate. It merely requires the capability to secure around the body of an orca, providing me with a place to grip while I ride upon her back for the duration of my time." Young Fan began to discuss the design of the whale's saddle with his elder uncle in the courtyard. True to his reputation as a seasoned craftsman with decades of experience, the elder uncle swiftly produced a preliminary design sketch that aligned with Young Fan's specifications. Upon examining the draft, Young Fan felt a profound satisfaction with the proposed style, prompting him to instruct his elder uncle to proceed with the construction. As a novice in this domain, Young Fan was unable to offer any substantial insights on the intricacies of crafting the saddle. However, he did express a crucial requirement. The materials used must be of the highest quality and should not be overly constrictive. His concern stemmed from a fear that inferior materials might harm the young orca. In truth, this apprehension was largely unfounded, as the young orca possessed a robust and resilient physique. Essentially, it would remain unharmed unless subjected to a sharp blade. After finalizing the design of the saddle with his elder uncle, Yang Ji retrieved a sum of 1,200 yuan from his pocket, placing it into the hands of the elder, saying, "Uncle San, consider this money as a deposit in advance." Upon seeing the wad of red notes, the elder's eyes widened in surprise. "Why are you giving me such a large sum, young lad? This mere worn saddle hardly warrants such generosity. Quickly, take it back." With that, the elder attempted to return the money to Yang Fan. Yet, Yang Fan swiftly waved his hand with a smile, insisting, "Uncle San, please accept this money. After all these years, I have not visited you. Let this be my humble tribute to you, to buy some cigarettes and enjoy." Despite Yang Fan's earnest words, the elder remained reluctant, repeatedly attempting to return the sum. However, Yang Fan was resolute, cheerfully addressing the elder, "Uncle San, this is truly just a token of my affection. A modest amount, 1,200 yuan, symbolizing my wish for you to live healthily to the age of 120. So please accept it, otherwise I would feel remiss considering the saddle you are crafting for me." Upon hearing this, the elder relented, exclaiming, "Very well. I shall accept this money. Though it is quite a bold move on my part. You are indeed a filial child." The elder nodded in approval. Yang Fan then waved his hand with a smile, saying, "All right, Uncle San, I shall take my leave for now. I will return to collect the saddle once you have finished it." The elder patted his chest, assuring, "Rest assured, young lad, I will not keep you waiting long. I shall have the saddle ready for you by tomorrow." Yang Fan expressed his gratitude. Haha. Let me first thank my great uncle. Chapter 96. What does it feel like to alter someone's destiny? As Yang Fan sought his great uncle to craft a whale saddle. At the same time in the city, Yang Xiaowei emerged from the bank, holding a resignation agreement. He had just officially resigned from his position as a security guard, a role he had occupied for less than 3 months. To be frank, Yang Xiaowei never aspired to be a security guard at such a young age. He was a person of considerable ambition. However, reality can be quite harsh. A few months prior, after leaving the military, he found himself in a state of profound confusion. Having spent 5 to 6 years in the armed forces, he had become completely detached from society. Upon his sudden discharge, he was at a loss regarding what employment opportunities awaited him. Eventually, through the introduction of a comrade he had known in the military, he secured a position at the bank as a security guard, though this role was merely a stopgap. He found himself questioning whether there were better avenues available to him for securing a more promising job. Consequently, he experienced a period of despondency, feeling as though life held no prospects for him. Yet, after last night, he felt an instantaneous resurgence of hope in his life. This transformation, of course, was entirely due to Yang Fan. The thought of accompanying Yang Fan on fishing expeditions at sea, where he could earn several tens of thousands in just a month, filled him with optimism. Yang Xiaowei was so exhilarated that he barely closed his eyes throughout the night. A single opportunity was worth tens of thousands, equivalent to an entire year's salary for an ordinary worker. It is often said that money gives men confidence, and this adage rings true. Yang Xiaowei felt as though he walked with newfound pride. He proceeded to complete his resignation formalities. Yang Xiaowei promptly took a taxi to the entrance of a kindergarten in the city. The reason for his visit to this particular institution was that his girlfriend, Zhang Ruju, worked there as a preschool teacher, and he wished to accompany her. Before Yang Ji and his companions set out to sea for fishing, they decided to speak with his girlfriend, Zhang Ruyuan, in person. Otherwise, he felt uneasy returning to the fishing village without doing so. They stood at the entrance of the kindergarten. Yang Xiaowei took out his phone and sent a message to his girlfriend, Zhang Ruju, informing her that he was currently waiting at the entrance of the kindergarten and inquiring if she had time to chat for a while. Shortly after the message was dispatched, Zhang Ruju promptly replied that she would be out soon. Just a few minutes later, a girl with a ponytail, petite in stature and possessing a relatively sweet appearance, emerged from the teaching building of the kindergarten. This girl was none other than Yang Xiaowei's girlfriend, Zhang Ruju. Reflecting on the romantic journey of Yang Xiaowei and Zhang Ruju over the past few years, it has indeed been fraught with challenges. They were high school classmates who developed mutual affection during their freshman year and subsequently began their relationship. Throughout their 3 years of high school, their bond flourished remarkably, with scarcely any significant conflicts. Unfortunately, both struggled academically and were unable to gain admission to university after the college entrance examination. Zhang Ruju enrolled in a vocational teacher training college to study early childhood education, while Yang Xiaowei chose to enlist in the military. Despite their divergent paths following high school graduation, the strong feelings cultivated over those 3 years prevented them from simply parting ways. Instead, they embarked on a difficult long-distance relationship. Although maintaining a long-distance romance proved to be challenging, with only a handful of meetings throughout the year, Their relationship did not encounter any severe crises. This was largely due to the fact that they were each other's first love and had both firmly committed to the idea of spending their lives together. However, as Zhang Ruzhu graduated and stepped into society, her parents began to pressure her into arranged dates, hoping she would marry sooner rather than later. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Ruzhu had been in a relationship with Yang Xiaowei for several years. The relentless nudging from her parents regarding marriage caused her considerable distress. Initially, she hesitated to disclose Yang Xiaowei's existence to her parents, but eventually, she could no longer withstand their persistent insistence on matchmaking. Summoning her courage, she confronted her parents and revealed her relationship with Yang Xiaowei. When Zhang Ruzhu's parents learned that their daughter was in a long-distance relationship with a soldier, their disapproval was palpable. After inquiring about Yang Xiaowei's family background, their objections intensified. How could a poor boy from a fishing family ever be deemed worthy of their daughter? Particularly concerning Zhang Ruzhu's mother, she immediately sought to sever the relationship between Zhang Ruzhu and Yang Xiaowei, yet Zhang Ruzhu staunchly refused. Subsequently, Yang Xiaowei learned of this situation, and after much contemplation, he resolved to expedite his discharge from the military. Despite having enjoyed a commendable tenure in the army, even achieving the rank of squad leader and having prospects of becoming a platoon leader, the matter concerning his girlfriend Zhang Ruzhu compelled him to relinquish his promising military career. This decision to leave the service early ultimately deprived him of job placement opportunities, yet he bore no regrets, believing that through his own efforts, he could still forge a successful path outside. However, the reality proved to be harsh. Amidst the formidable employment pressures, it became exceedingly difficult for him to secure a decent job, even for a veteran like himself, let alone for a mere undergraduate. Thus, he found himself compelled to take up a temporary position as a security guard. Upon learning of Yang Xiaowei's predicament, Zhang Ruzhu's mother sternly warned her that if she did not end her relationship with Yang Xiaowei immediately, she would no longer recognize her as her daughter. In her defiance, Zhang Ruzhu resolutely moved out of her home to cohabitate with Yang Xiaowei. However, after several months of a cold war with her family, her mother issued an ultimatum just a few days ago, threatening to take sleeping pills in a desperate act if Zhang Ruzhu persisted in her relationship with the impoverished Yang Xiaowei. Though Zhang Ruzhu suspected her mother was merely attempting to frighten her, the receipt of photographs of the sleeping pills ultimately compelled her to return home the very next day. At this juncture, it was worth noting that Zhang Ruzhu had not menstruated for over a month, and a prior visit to the clinic with Yang Xiaowei had confirmed her pregnancy. The events that transpired yesterday in Yang Xiaowei's life were thus set into motion. With his girlfriend unexpectedly pregnant and her mother coercing her to end the relationship under the threat of suicide, Yang Xiaowei felt as though the world had plunged into darkness. The overwhelming stress nearly crushing him, leaving him utterly at a loss for how to navigate this dire predicament. Fortunately, the sudden appearance of his childhood friend Yang Fan altered the course of events. Soon after, Zhang Ruzhu hurriedly approached Yang Xiaowei. As the school was closed during class hours, they could only converse through the iron bars. Upon her arrival, Zhang Ruzhu inquisitively asked Yang Xiaowei, "Huigu, aren't you working today? What brings you here at this hour?" Yang Xiaowei waved the resignation agreement in his hand, chuckling, "Hee, Ruru, I have already resigned from the bank." Zhang Ruru was taken aback, her eyes widening in confusion. "Brother Hui, why did you suddenly decide to resign? Why didn't you discuss such an important matter with me beforehand?" Yang Xiaowei chuckled softly. "Hey, Ruru. I am merely trying to give you a delightful surprise." Zhang Ruru, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "What surprise? Have you perhaps found a better job, Huigu?" "Indeed, Ruru. I have secured a more lucrative position. This job promises substantial earnings." Yang Xiaowei nodded and smiled at her, saying, "I will go to your home to propose. So, Ruzhu, please wait for me a little longer until I earn a fortune." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruzhu immediately felt a blush creep across her cheeks. She shot a glance at Yang Xiaowei and retorted, "Who said I would marry you?" However, she quickly emerged from her bashfulness and gazed at Yang Xiaowei with a hint of surprise, asking, "Brother Hui, is that true? Have you found a good job?" Yang Xiaowei proceeded to recount yesterday's events to Zhang Ruzhu in great detail. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruzhu immediately became exhilarated. "Wow, Brother Hui, your childhood friend actually purchased a dazzling yacht for fishing? Moreover, they can earn millions in a single outing? My goodness, that is truly remarkable. Then, Brother Hui, if you accompany your friend in fishing in the future, wouldn't you also be able to amass a considerable fortune?" Yang Xiaowei nodded and smiled with a hint of mischief, saying, "Indeed, I estimate that I could earn at least several tens of thousands in a month. Upon hearing this figure, a wave of excitement washed over Zhang Ruju's face, and she exclaimed, at least several tens of thousands a month. Wow, is that really true? We good. If you can truly make that much money in a month, my mother will definitely agree to us being together immediately. If that is the case, I wouldn't even need to go to the hospital. At this moment, Zhang Ruju realized she had let something slip and quickly covered her mouth with her hand, refraining from saying more. However, Yang Xiaowei, not being oblivious, immediately grasped the implication of her last statement, interrupted in anger, shouting, Ruju, what are you talking about? Going to the hospital? Are you planning to secretly terminate the pregnancy without telling me? Didn't we agree to consider keeping the baby for now? Feeling the intensity of Yang Xiaowei's reprimand, Zhang Ruju pouted, her expression filled with grievance, and replied, but we were under so much pressure before. And my mother is threatening to force us to break up. What else could I do if I don't terminate the pregnancy? Hearing his girlfriend's heartfelt words, Yang Xiaowei's anger dissipated in an instant. Indeed, she had been bearing an immense burden. Being pregnant at such a crucial moment was nothing short of torment for her. In that moment, Yang Xiaowei felt an overwhelming sense of self-loathing. He despised his inability to protect his girlfriend. Yet, at the same time, he felt an immense gratitude for the unexpected appearance of his childhood friend Yang Fan, who had altered the course of his life. With this thought, Yang Xiaowei grasped Zhang Ruju's hand tightly through the iron bars, grit his teeth, and resolutely declared, Ruju, I will work hard to earn money and bring you home as my wife. And we must keep the child. He is our flesh and blood. We cannot give up on him. I believe in you. I have always believed in you. Zhang Ruju responded, her eyes immediately glistening with tears. The young couple, separated by the iron gate, gazed into each other's eyes, holding hands as they shared a moment of profound connection. In each other's gaze, they saw their mutual longing and hope for a beautiful future. And it was Yang Fan who would ultimately change their destinies. Chapter 97. Setting sail again. The world's leading orca rider. Yang Fan was, of course, unaware of the experiences that Yang Xiaowei had undergone. Even if he had known, he would only feel a sense of comfort, delighted that he could assist his childhood friend. After leaving his great-uncle's place, Yang Fan devoted the entirety of the following day to studying photography. He scoured the internet for videos created by various bloggers, immersing himself in the techniques of capturing images. During this endeavor, Yang Fan encountered an astonishing realization. It was not a negative revelation. Rather, he discovered that his current capacity for learning was nothing short of extraordinary. Previously, Yang Fan's learning abilities were already quite remarkable, which had enabled him to gain admission to a prestigious university. However, he now recognized that his existing aptitude for learning had transcended the ordinary and ventured into the realm of the extraordinary. While watching the videos on photography techniques, he found his memory and comprehension skills had reached an astonishing level. Essentially, after viewing a video just once, he could instantly recall all the instructional content presented, achieving complete understanding and integration of the material. Although this was his first encounter with intricate photographic techniques, after merely one day of study, his skills appeared to rival those of seasoned photography enthusiasts. This transformation in his learning ability was undoubtedly attributable to the influence of the Dragon Ball. Under the ongoing enhancement from the Dragon Ball, not only had his physical prowess received a significant boost, but even his intellect, with a remarkable IQ of 947, experienced a qualitative leap. Yang Fan simply wanted to exclaim, Dragon Ball is amazing, upon realizing that he possessed such formidable learning abilities. Yang Fan embarked on a self-directed journey not only to master photography, but also to acquire skills in photo editing, video editing, and other related techniques. Remarkably, he grasped each new concept with ease and excelled in its application, truly embodying the essence of a superlative learner. One evening, as the day drew to a close, after formally resigning and having an in-person conversation with his girlfriend, Zhang Ruju, Yang Xiaowei hurriedly packed his belongings and returned from the city overnight. His parents had long ago gone to work at a factory in Guanghao, and his younger brother was also employed far from home. However, it is noteworthy that the family returns to their home in the fishing village each year during the New Year celebrations, and the house is ready for immediate occupancy. Upon learning of Yang Xiaowei's return, Yang Hongqing specially requested his parents to prepare a sumptuous feast to welcome him back. Once the meal was ready, they invited Yang Ji and Yang Xiaohai to join them, and the brothers happily conversed while dining. Yang Hongqing's parents were immensely pleased to see their son making a fortune alongside Yang Fan in fishing. They had previously worried that their son might struggle to find a wife if he continued to fish in the village. But witnessing his earnings of several tens of thousands a month erased all their concerns. With such substantial income, the notion of not being able to attract a partner seemed utterly unfounded. After satisfying their appetites, they returned to their respective homes to rest. Before parting, they agreed to meet at the dock at 4:30 the following morning. Remarkably, their great-uncle had already crafted a whale saddle for young Xiaowei and delivered it to him. Shortly after young Fan returned home, he gazed upon the whale saddle made by his great-uncle and felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The quality of materials, craftsmanship, and design perfectly met his expectations. The completion of the saddle signified that he could ride the little orca, Deming, and explore the vast ocean the following day. Young Fan was genuinely exhilarated. After all, riding an orca was an exhilarating prospect, evoking an image of sheer power and coolness. At precisely 4:30 the next morning, the four men gathered at the dock, brimming with anticipation for their maritime adventure. Yang Xiaowei, Yang Hongtao, and Yang Xiaohai were eagerly anticipating their voyage to the sea, hoping to reap substantial profits from fishing. In contrast, Yang Fan was equally eager to set sail, yearning to ride the small orca and frolic in the vast ocean. Shortly thereafter, the four boarded the boat, and the Yang Fan sailed forth with a spirited whistle. Before venturing into the deep sea, they dutifully filled the trawler's tank with fuel and replenished the ice in the freezing hold at a specialized facility in the town's dock, an essential preparation for any large fishing vessel. Without sufficient fuel or ice, their expedition could face dire consequences. Once these preparations were complete, the Yang Fan set off, cutting through the waves towards the deep sea. As the trawler's engine roared to life, a delightful little orca soon emerged, following the yacht like an exuberant little shadow. Upon sighting the orca, Yang Fan promptly retrieved a bag of beef from the yacht's refrigerator and stood on the deck, tossing morsels to the charming creature. Before attempting to ride it, he thought it prudent to win its favor with a treat. After feeding the orca around 70 to 80 pounds of beef, the creature shook its head, appearing quite satisfied. Yang Fan was taken aback by the voracious appetite of this magnificent beast. At this rate, he might find himself financially strained by its insatiable hunger. 70 to 80 pounds of beef amounted to quite a sum. Meanwhile, it was Yang Xiaowei's first encounter with an orca. Although he had heard from Yang Hongtao the day before about Yang Fan's remarkably intelligent orca, witnessing the scene unfold before his eyes was both astonishing and awe-inspiring. The yacht continued its journey for several hours, finally penetrating the depths of the ocean. At this moment, Yang Fan resolved to officially commence his ride on the orca. To ride an orca and traverse the sea, I must surely be the first person in the world to do so. Yang Fan stood on the deck, grinning widely. And without uttering another word, he seized the whale's saddle and leapt directly into the sea towards the little orca. Upon witnessing his sudden plunge into the water, Yang Xiaowei exclaimed in astonishment, "Fan, what are you doing diving into the sea?" "You will find out shortly," came the enigmatic reply, offering no further explanation. Yang Fan smiled briefly. After entering the sea, he swam directly towards the little orca. The adorable orca, upon seeing Yang Fan, was overwhelmed with joy and promptly leaped into his embrace, nuzzling affectionately against him with its large head. Yang Fan gently stroked the head of the little orca, engaging in playful frolics within the vast ocean for a while. Once the soothing effort seemed sufficiently effective, he patted the orca's head and cheerfully said, "My dear, may I ride on your back for a moment?" Of course, the creature could not comprehend human language, yet noticing Yang Fan's affectionate address filled it with joy, prompting it to emit a series of melodic sounds akin to whale song, as if in agreement. Yang Fan chuckled slyly. "Ah ha ha, Deming, you have consented. So I shall mount you." Observing Deming's cheerful demeanor, he proceeded to produce the whale saddle, preparing to fit it onto the back of the little orca. Initially, as he began to secure the saddle, Deming instinctively resisted, displaying a hint of struggle. However, Yang Fan remained by its side, offering soothing reassurances. And soon the orca ceased its objections. Ultimately, through Yang Fan's patient efforts, the saddle was successfully affixed to the orca's body. This saddle was not particularly intricate. It resembled a leather harness that could be snugly fastened around the orca, leaving two handles on its back for grip. This design allowed Yang Fan to comfortably position himself atop the orca, securing his place by grasping the handles. After ensuring the saddle was tightly fitted, Yang Fan inspected it and found it to be exceptionally secure. Given the orca's robust physique, the straps felt hardly noticeable to it. Once everything was in place, Yang Fan grasped the handles and successfully climbed onto the orca's back. Lo and behold, I am now the world's first rider of an orca. After settling onto the whale's back, young Fan began to revel in the experience. However, the orcas in marine parks had long been tamed and often subjected to human whims. While trainers in marine parks might have ridden orcas, the creature young Fan was now riding was a truly wild orca, rendering any comparisons utterly irrelevant. On the yacht's deck, when Yang Xiaowei and Yang Xiaohai witnessed this spectacle, they were utterly astonished. Holy cow! Riding an orca? Is that even possible? Not just them, young Hongtao, who was at the helm of the yacht, also widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "What the heck? Riding an orca? Treating it as a steed? Fancy! You are incredible! Absolutely remarkable!" Chapter 98. The Art of Play. Riding an orca in search of fish schools. You all continue sailing. I shall ride the orca for a while and see if I can locate some fish. Yang Fan smiled and called out to the people on the boat, then gently patted the back of the young orca, Deming, signaling it to swim forward. Initially, the young orca was puzzled by Yang Fan's gesture, but soon comprehended the cue and swiftly propelled itself ahead. On the boat, Yang Hongqing and the others gazed on with envy, exclaiming in admiration, "Wow, this is so impressive. Riding an orca and racing across the sea, Fanzi truly knows how to have fun." As the young orca accelerated, it evoked a sensation reminiscent of the exhilarating speed and fervor of driving a Ferrari. Yang Fan soon found himself experiencing a remarkable journey, albeit in a rather unremarkable vessel. While he rode on the back of a magnificent orca, the natural swiftness of the orca was already impressive, and after being continually nourished with golden droplets, the young orca's speed surpassed that of the sluggish fishing trawler by a significant margin. Once it surged forward, it was as if they were racing through the ocean with the swiftness of a lightning bolt. The duo, a man and his whale, created a joyful uproar, quickly leaving the cumbersome trawler far behind, rendering it invisible in the distance. Without any reservations, Yang Fan began to teach the little orca, Deming, various commands, such as diving, surfacing, turning left, and making a U-turn. With no one else around, he felt free from the fear of his secret being discovered. Initially, Deming struggled to comprehend Yang Fan's commands, but through Yang Fan's patient guidance, the orca soon started to grasp a few simple instructions. Consequently, Yang Fan relished the exhilarating experience of riding the orca through the vast ocean. During this time, the rapport between him and Deming grew increasingly harmonious. Much like horseback riding, Yang Fan employed different commands to direct Deming in various activities. For instance, a gentle tap on Deming's back signified acceleration. Tightening the saddle strap backward indicated deceleration, while pulling the strap to the left prompted a turn in that direction, and similarly, pulling it to the right initiated a turn to the right. Yang Fan diligently trained the little orca, swiftly refining its behavior. Initially, the orca was somewhat unaccustomed to his commands. However, it soon became remarkably proficient. With just a single directive from him, the orca immediately comprehended what was expected next. This once again attests to the fact that under the continual transformation of Gene D, the intelligence of the little orca has indeed escalated significantly. Yang estimated that the intelligence of the young orca, Deming, was at least comparable to that of a 5- or 6-year-old child. Otherwise, it would not be capable of such cleverness. He rode the orca as they gracefully navigated the vast ocean for quite some time. At long last, Yang Fan commenced his task, diligently scanning the sea for signs of fish. After a thorough examination, he swiftly discerned that the marine life this time was significantly poorer than during his previous outing. Despite searching extensively, he found no schools of fish that met his criteria for netting, and even the sight of a modest school eluded him. This was, however, quite understandable. The last time the fish had been plentiful was due to the recent passage of a typhoon, which had driven a multitude of fish into the waters. In all honesty, the vastness of the ocean often renders the visibility of fish sparse. Otherwise, if fishing were so effortless, many would flock to the seas to make their fortunes. Were it not for Yang Fan's exceptional aquatic abilities, he would not consistently return with such precious catches. As time passed, Yang Fan maintained a commendable patience, playfully riding his small orca while continuously searching for fish. Ultimately, diligence paid off. After approximately an hour of exhaustive searching, he finally spotted a magnificent school of fish not far ahead, located several hundred meters to the upper left. He observed a dozen colossal creatures gracefully swaying their tails in the water. Their bodies were impressively large, oval-shaped, and adorned with dark blue-black spots. Yang Fan recognized these creatures well, having recently caught one himself. Indeed, it was a wild group of dragon grouper, although their numbers were few, merely a dozen. Their sizes were nothing short of extraordinary, with the smallest exceeding 80 pounds and the largest possibly surpassing 300 pounds. Each pound was valued at over 300 yuan, with larger specimens fetching even higher prices. As previously noted, the price for wild dragon grouper is exorbitant. Those over 60 pounds can sell for over 1,000 yuan per pound, while those exceeding 100 pounds might command 2 to 3,000 yuan per pound. For context, the wild dragon grouper young fan caught last time, weighing over 100 pounds, was purchased by the affluent beautician Yufei for a staggering 366,000 yuan. This highlights the immense value of such sizable wild dragon groupers. The school of dragon groupers Yang Fan had discovered, with each fish exceeding 80 pounds, suggested that each could be sold for no less than 100,000 yuan. The larger ones, particularly those over 100 pounds, could sell for 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. The largest, exceeding 300 pounds, would undoubtedly fetch an astronomical price at the seafood market. Ah, my dear friend, you have done well. Upon our return, I shall reward you with 2 generous legs of beef. Observing the leisurely swimming and foraging giant dragonfish, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile broadly. He then issued a command, directing the team to turn around and head back home. Yang Fan spotted the location of the trawler from a distance, and then he rode on the back of the great whale towards the yacht. The duo swiftly reached the side of the vessel. Subsequently, Yang Fan leaped off the back of the whale and climbed onto the yacht. Upon seeing his return, Yang Xiaowei on the deck immediately approached him, exclaiming, "Hey, Fan, why did you take so long to return? We thought something had happened to you." Yang Fan chuckled, "With Deming by my side, what could possibly go wrong? Enough chatter. Instruct Taozi to steer the boat steadily forward. We must prepare to cast the net." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaowei immediately raised an eyebrow. "Fan, have you spotted a school of fish while riding the orca?" Yang Fan smiled. "Indeed, I have found a congregation of them. Time to get to work." Yang Xiaowei rubbed his hands together, brimming with excitement. "Hee, riding an orca to locate fish schools? Fan, you are truly remarkable." After exchanging a few words, Yang Qi led Yang Xiaowei and Yang Xiaohai to the trawling area. As Yang Hongtown navigated the yacht forward, Yang Fan soon spotted a group of large dragon grouper in the waters ahead. The dragon grouper, known for their immense size yet sluggish swimming speed, typically linger in the same vicinity for an extended period, which explained why this particular school had not moved far. Upon identifying the precise location of the dragon groupers, Yang Fan promptly directed Yang Hongtao to steer the boat closer. Once they approached the school, he gestured with his hand. "Xiaowei, Xiaohai, it's time to cast the net." "Understood." At his command, Yang Xiaowei and Yang Xiaohai swiftly deployed the trawl net. As the yacht continued its journey, the net gradually unfurled, resembling a colossal pocket that enveloped the ocean. The fish and crabs caught within its span had nowhere to escape, becoming ensnared in an instant. Before long, the expansive net reached the location teeming with the dragon groupers. One could not help but remark on the dragon grouper's somewhat dim-witted nature, reflecting its rather simplistic appearance. Despite being the largest among grouper species, their cognitive abilities were surprisingly limited, earning them the colloquial name pig grouper. In this instance, as the net descended upon them, the dragon groupers remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, leisurely swaying their tails as if on vacation. Only when the massive net had completely engulfed them did they finally recognize the peril, beginning to thrash wildly in a desperate struggle. However, it was evident that it was far too late. The entire school had become prisoners within the confines of the net. To speak plainly, had this group of groupers possessed a modicum of cleverness, perhaps a few among them might have managed to evade their fate, as long as they were not entirely ensnared. It was certain that with Yang Fan's disposition, he would not make a second attempt to catch them. Thus, if a handful of the groupers were astute enough to escape this net, they would essentially have survived. Yet, ironically, they were all as dull as a sack of hammers, leading to their entire population being swept away in one fell swoop. At this moment, on the deck of the yacht, Yang Fan found himself both amused and bewildered upon witnessing how this large school of groupers had been completely captured. He had a principle when it came to fishing, to avoid extermination whenever possible. However, these creatures were undeniably inept, and thus, he could hardly be blamed. With a chuckle, he turned to Yang Xiaowei beside him and instructed, "Huizi, go ask Taozi to stop the boat. We need to prepare to haul in the net." This was Yang Xiaowei's first time on a boat, and he was unfamiliar with Yang Fan's fishing style. Hearing Yang Fan's intention to haul in the net, he looked perplexed and inquired, "Huizi, doesn't a dragnet need to be in the water for at least 2 or 3 hours?" Why are we preparing to haul it in after less than half an hour? Upon hearing this, Yang Fan was about to respond with a smile, but was preempted by Yang Xiaohai, who interjected, "You see, Brother Fan's fishing is unlike that of others. We go. You don't understand. Other boat captains merely cast their nets haphazardly, relying entirely on luck to catch fish, which is why they often drag for several hours before considering hauling in. But our Brother Fan is exceptional. He directly targets the fish, positioning the net right near the school, allowing him to haul in after just a short while, always with a bountiful catch." As he spoke, Yang Xiaohai's youthful face radiated admiration, as if Yang Fan were his idol. Observing this expression, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile, giving Yang Xiaohai a playful pat on the shoulder while teasing, Well, you usually keep to yourself like a clam, yet you seem quite adept at flattery." Yang Xiaohai responded with a sheepish grin, "Hee, this isn't flattery. Brother Fan, you truly are remarkable. One cannot go wrong with sincere praise. So that's how it is. Brother Fan, you're incredible, being able to position the net directly among the fish." Yang Xiaohui exclaimed, his face now illuminated with understanding. "All right. I'll go ask Tao Zi to stop the boat." With that, he made his way to the cockpit to instruct Yang Hongtao to bring the yacht to a halt. Once the yacht was anchored, at that moment, Yang Hongtao emerged from the control cabin, his face brimming with anticipation as he inquired of Yang Fan, "Li, Fanzi, have we discovered some exquisite treasures so swiftly in this haul?" With a smile, Xiao Fan replied, "Sort of. We'll know for certain once we haul in the net." After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, the four began to retrieve the net. As the mechanical winch activated, the trawl was gradually pulled up, soon emerging entirely from the water. Upon its emergence, the net revealed a dozen enormous, vigorous giant grouper, all thrashing about energetically, captivating the attention of the onlookers. Witnessing this spectacle, Yang Xiaohui, Yang Hongtao, and Yang Xiaoai gasped in astonishment. "Wow, giant grouper. So many of them. We're going to strike it rich. This is a windfall." Their eyes gleamed with excitement as they erupted into jubilant shouts. Indeed, these were no ordinary fish. Each giant grouper could fetch at least hundreds of thousands, and collectively, they could potentially be worth millions. With a single haul, they had retrieved fish valued in the millions. How could they contain their exhilaration? Particularly for Yang Xiaohui. It was his first encounter with such a lucrative catch, rendering him nearly delirious with excitement, on the verge of dancing in joy. Observing their exuberance, Yang Fan playfully chastised. "All right, enough of the ruckus. Look at your level of composure. Hurry up, roll up your sleeves, and prepare to get to work. Once I lower the trawl, we must swiftly transfer these giant groupers to the live well for their care. The resilience of the grouper is remarkable. Thus, they can be kept alive in the live well after being brought to the surface. Moreover, as these giants had only just been caught, their vitality remained high. Transferring them to the live well now would ensure their survival. It's needless to say that live fish command a far higher price than their deceased counterparts. So if they could transport these dozen giant groupers alive to the seafood market for auction, they would undoubtedly fetch an excellent price." Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Yang Hongtao and his companions immediately rolled up their sleeves with excitement and rubbed their hands together. "Hee, Fanzi, we are ready. Please lower the net." Yang Fan nodded with a smile, then deftly maneuvered the crane to lower the dragnet. As the net descended steadily, the dozen or so large grouper within regained their freedom, beginning to flop about on the deck. Naturally, having left the water, their movements were limited to the spot. At that moment, Yang Fan rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "Brothers, let us get to work. Quickly move the fish to the live well. Huizi, Taozi, you two form one team, while Xiaohai and I will be the other." For the next while, the four brothers worked in unison to transfer the grouper into the live well. This was no small feat. Each of these magnificent creatures weighed hundreds of pounds. Their strength was formidable, and attempting to lift them while they were still vigorous proved to be a laborious task. They struggled incessantly, requiring every ounce of strength to secure them and transfer them safely into the live well. The largest among them, a dragon grouper exceeding 300 pounds, was particularly powerful, necessitating the combined efforts of all four men to successfully move it into the live well. Thus, although they had only moved a handful of fish, their arms grew weary from the exertion. The sheer dominance of these creatures was undeniable. Despite their somewhat simplistic demeanor, their strength was remarkable. Once they had successfully relocated the grouper into the live well, Yang Fan immediately addressed Yang Hongtao, saying, "Taozi, it's time to reach out to the fishmongers and restaurant owners you know. Tell them to gather at the seafood trading dock shortly, as we have captured a dozen live grouper to auction off." Indeed, Yang Fan was preparing to host an auction at the seafood trading dock. This was the only way to ensure that these magnificent grouper would fetch the best price. Chapter 100. What on earth? The orca will actively assist me in locating the fish schools. Upon hearing Yang Fan's intention to auction these grand grouper at the dock, Yang Hongtao was exceedingly exhilarated. Hee, splendid. I shall now contact those affluent proprietors. With that, he took out his mobile phone and began reaching out to the influential fishmongers and seafood restaurant owners listed in his contacts. In recent days, Yang Fan and Yang Hongtao had been frequently selling their catches at the dock, all of which were rare and precious, leading many financially robust fish traders and restaurant magnates to willingly share their contact information. This, in essence, is what one refers to as networking. As a captain, it is imperative to have stable sales channels to swiftly dispose of your valuable catches at favorable prices. After making several calls, the prominent fishmongers and restaurant owners were thrilled upon hearing that Yang Hongtao had captured over a dozen live giant grouper. They promptly expressed their intent to arrive at the seafood trading dock on time. Simultaneously, while Yang Hongtao was busy contacting these traders, Yang Fan sent a message to the beautiful proprietor, Xin Yufei, inviting her to the trading dock for the auction. Frankly speaking, had there been only one or two grouper, Yang Fan would have directly sold them to the enchanting wealthy lady, as there was a sense of camaraderie due to their previous interactions. Moreover, considering he had sold the exquisite Malay pearl for an exorbitant price of 12.66 million, he felt indebted to Xin Yufei, especially since she had facilitated that connection. However, knowing that there were over a dozen giant grouper, it was evident that Xin Yufei's restaurant would not be able to accommodate them all. Hence, Yang Fan encouraged Yang Hongtao to reach out to other fishmongers and restaurant owners as well. At that moment, today, for some inexplicable reason, Yang Xiaohai has been rather loquacious. He suddenly turned to Yang Fan and inquired, "Brother Fan, are we to return now to sell the fish? Did you not previously mention that we should only head back once our holds are entirely filled with catches?" Upon hearing his question, Yang Hu chuckled softly and replied, "While your words hold some truth, it ultimately depends on the circumstances. The fish we previously caught, once brought aboard, would immediately begin to deteriorate, thus necessitating refrigeration to preserve their value. However, these large dragons are different. They can be kept alive. If we hasten our return now, they will certainly remain lively, allowing us to fetch a much better price later." After this explanation, Yang Xiaohai nodded in a somewhat foolish manner, saying, "Oh, I see now. I thought you were merely looking to cut corners and return home early, Brother Fan." Yang Hu rolled his eyes in exasperation, signaling his lack of words. As everything was now settled, Yang Fan then waved his hand grandly and said, "Taozi, prepare to set sail." However, before he could finish his sentence, Yang Xiaohai suddenly shouted, "Wabo! Brother Fan, you must take a look. The little orca you raised seems to have brought back an enormous yellow croaker." Initially, seeing Yang Xiaohai's exuberance, Yang Fan intended to give him a reprimanding lesson, but upon hearing the latter's exclamation, Yang Fan immediately raised his eyebrows. What on earth? Did the little orca just bring back an enormous yellow croaker? Yang Fan's gaze immediately followed the direction indicated by Yang Xiaohai's finger. He soon beheld a small orca swiftly approaching the yacht, and to his astonishment, it held in its mouth a sizable yellow croaker, estimated to weigh around 7 to 8 gene. What on earth was happening? Witnessing this scene, Yang Fan was utterly astounded. How had the orca managed to catch such a fish? Could it be that there was a school of wild yellow croakers nearby? The mere thought sent his heart racing. If there truly was a school in the vicinity, it would surely present him with a lucrative opportunity. Before long, the small orca reached beneath the yacht and emitted several sounds akin to whale calls directed towards the deck, joyously leaping and frolicking as if beckoning Yang Fan. Observing the orca's exuberance, Yang Fan promptly leaped off the deck and swiftly swam to the side of the orca. In an instant, the creature released a powerful jet of water, producing a series of melodious calls. As Yang Fan approached, the orca seemed to present its treasure, spitting out the yellow croaker and nudging it with its small head. In Yang Fan's embrace, it seemed as though he were saying, "Master, behold, Demeng has caught a fish for you." Witnessing the adorable appearance of the little orca, Demeng, Yang Fan felt utterly enchanted. "Goodness, Demeng, you are simply too cute and too well behaved. My heart is nearly melting." Simultaneously, as Demeng proudly presented the large yellow croaker to him, Yang Fan couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. Shouldn't this gluttonous creature have simply devoured the fish instead of bringing it to me? Subsequently, Yang Fan glanced at the wild yellow croaker that Demeng had caught for him. Remarkably, it still exhibited a flicker of life, with its scales remarkably intact. It was evident that Deming had not bitten the fish, but had likely stunned it with his tail before retrieving it. Gazing at the wild yellow croaker, which was worth at least several tens of thousands, young Fan reached out to pat Deming's head, a paternal smile gracing his face. "Haha, Deming, you've grown. You even know how to catch fish for me now. Good boy." The little orca, seemingly understanding young Fan's praise, became even more jubilant, nuzzling against him affectionately. After a while, Deming took hold of young Fan's clothing with his mouth, attempting to pull him in a particular direction. Upon witnessing this, young Fan's heart raced. Could it be that Deming has indeed discovered a school of wild yellow croakers and wants to take me there? Excitement surged within him. Not only because Deming might have located a school of fish, but also because the orca was actively assisting him in the search. Had Deming understood his desire after their earlier expedition to find fish? Could it be that Deming had learned to help him seek out schools of fish? If that were the case, it would be incredibly advantageous in the future. Would he need only to recline comfortably on the yacht's deck while Deming sought out the fish for him? With this realization, young Fan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chapter 101, The Golden Legend, The Fisherman's Dream Fish. Following the surge of excitement, young Fan swiftly climbed onto the whale's saddle, positioning himself atop Deming's back. Once he secured his balance, he gently tapped Deming's body with his legs. Deming immediately understood the cue, letting out a jubilant sound in whale language before accelerating rapidly in a specific direction. "Chingzi, steer the boat to follow us." Before embarking on their adventure, young Fan called back to young Hongtao on the yacht, instructing him to maneuver the vessel closer. If Deming was indeed leading him to a school of large yellow croakers, they could directly cast their nets and reap a bountiful harvest. Witnessing this spectacle, young Hongtao, young Xiaowei, and young Xiaohai on the deck were utterly astonished. Goodness, Deming is quite the genius. It even knows to proactively search for fish for Fanzi. They exclaimed in disbelief. With Deming around, what fish can we not catch? Especially young Hongtao, who burst into laughter, exclaiming joyously, "Ha ha ha. I've never felt so exhilarated as a fisherman. This is incredible. The fishing is absolutely delightful." A man and a whale traversed the ocean with unbridled enthusiasm. Soon, Deming guided young Fan to a new marine expanse. Upon arrival in this area, Deming began to decelerate, shaking its head as if searching for something. Observing this behavior, young Fan quickly deduced that Deming had previously encountered a large yellow croaker here. This implied that a school of yellow croakers was likely nearby. With this thought in mind, young Fan strained his eyes, commencing a thorough search of the waters. After persistent scanning, he finally spotted a school of fish approximately 1,000 meters ahead. The school was not vast, comprising perhaps 100 or 200 fish, yet they were strikingly captivating, drawing his gaze with their brilliant golden hues. Revered by fishermen as fortune fish, they appeared as a shimmering band of gold gliding through the sea. Indeed, this school was a wild aggregation of large yellow croakers. This group was even larger than the previous school young Fan had discovered, with around 100 to 200 fish. They varied in size, with the smallest weighing just a few taels, medium-sized ones around 4 to 5 pounds, and the largest undoubtedly exceeding 10 pounds. Based on current market prices for wild yellow croakers, the total value of this school surely surpassed 10 million. As young Fan beheld the golden school of yellow croakers, a broad smile spread across his face. What a stroke of luck! Without even trying, I've stumbled upon a legendary gathering of golden fish. With Deming actively assisting him in locating fish schools, it seemed he could effortlessly catch fish and amass wealth without lifting a finger. After a surge of excitement and exhilaration, he felt a wave of anticipation for the adventure ahead. Young Fan immediately tightened the saddle, signaling Deming to turn around and return. At that moment, the trawler had already been left far behind. He needed to locate the fishing spot and direct Yang Hongtao to navigate the vessel towards him for the netting. However, this time, Deming did not promptly heed his command and even emitted a reluctant whimper upon witnessing the scene. Young Fan immediately surmised that Deming had yet to locate the school of fish and thus was somewhat reluctant to depart. Realizing this, he gently patted the little orca's head and chuckled. "Hey there, Deming, we can head back now. Although you have not yet spotted that school of fish, I have already seen it. Thank you for guiding me to this wild school of large yellow croakers. Upon our return, I shall reward you with 2 generous legs of beef." Though Deming could not comprehend human speech, it could distinctly sense Yang Fan's emotions. Upon detecting his joy, it appeared to grasp his words and promptly turned around to head back home. What a well-behaved little creature. Yang Fan gently patted the head of the little orca, Deming, and complimented it with a smile. As Deming began to frolic in the sea, the duo swiftly located the yacht. Upon Deming's approach to the vessel, Yang Fan climbed a ladder onto the yacht. Once aboard, he made a beeline for the cockpit and directed Yang Hongtao, who was at the helm, saying, "Tao, steer towards the 9 o'clock direction. After about 10 minutes, we can prepare to stop the boat and drop the net." Upon hearing this, Yang Hongtao promptly nodded and, with excitement, inquired, "Fan, has Deming truly led you to a school of wild yellow croakers?" Yang Fan chuckled, "Indeed. It seems that it has discovered a school of wild yellow croakers." Upon hearing his affirmative response, Yang Zhoutao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Goodness! Is it truly a school of wild yellow croakers? Are we about to strike it rich once again?" As an experienced fisherman, Yang Hongtao was acutely aware of the immense value of wild yellow croakers, often referred to as the golden legend, the fish of fortune by all fishermen. Just a few catches could lead to untold wealth, and the discovery of an entire school was nothing short of a windfall. Beside him, Yang Xiaowei and Yang Xiaoai also wore expressions of sheer excitement. They had recently caught several large rock cod worth millions. And now they had stumbled upon a school of wild yellow croakers. This was akin to picking money off the ocean floor. Under Yang Fan's guidance, the trawler swiftly made its way to the area where the yellow croakers had been spotted. Suddenly, a dazzling golden hue filled Yang Fan's vision. "Taozi, steer the boat towards the 7 o'clock direction. Xiaoai, prepare to cast the net." Understood. With Yang Fan's continuous directions, the trawler soon reached the designated spot above the school of yellow croakers. He then commanded Yang Xiaohai and Yang Xiaowei to deploy the trawl net. As the boat advanced, the net unfurled, effectively encircling the shimmering school of yellow croakers. It was evident that these fish were far more astute than the previous sluggish rock cod. As the net approached, they sensed danger and began to dart away in a frenzy. Unfortunately for them, the net had already blocked all possible escape routes. With the swift motion of the trawler, the net acted like a colossal pocket, ensnaring the entire golden school of fish. Of course, not all the yellow croakers were captured. A few astute ones managed to evade the net, while others squeezed through the mesh. In total, approximately 2/3 of the yellow croakers were caught. This haul comprised fish weighing over a pound, with most averaging 4 to 5 pounds, and some even exceeding 10 pounds. Yang Fan promptly instructed everyone to halt the boat and retrieve the net. As the wild yellow croakers surfaced, glistening under the sunlight, their golden hues became even more striking. When the winch hoisted the net from the water, revealing dozens of splendid wild yellow croakers, Yang Hongtao, Yang Xiaohai, and Yang Xiaowei were all instantly captivated, their eyes wide with excitement as they began to exclaim in joy about their newfound fortune. Indeed, they were on the brink of a significant financial windfall. The value of these wild yellow croakers undoubtedly surpassed 10 million. Chapter 102. The Seafood Trading Dock, Auctioning the Catch. The large yellow croaker is exceptionally delicate. It succumbs instantly upon being taken from the water. Consequently, it cannot be kept alive and must be immediately placed in a freezing chamber to preserve its freshness. After a moment of exhilaration among the crew, they promptly set to work, extracting the wild yellow croakers from the nets and delivering them one by one to the cold storage. Once they had completed the processing of these fish, Yang Ji turned to Yang Hongtao with a smile, saying, "Taozi, please call those buyers and inform them that we have caught another batch of exquisite wild yellow croakers. Tell them to prepare sufficient funds, otherwise they will be left empty-handed during the auction." Upon hearing this, Yang Hongtao grinned widely. "All right, Fanzi, I will make the calls right away." With that, he took out his phone and began contacting several affluent fish merchants and restaurant owners. As he made the calls, the excitement among the fish merchants and restaurant owners was palpable when they learned from Yang Hongtao that a new batch of wild yellow croakers had been caught. They eagerly began preparing funds, each hoping to secure a few prime specimens at the auction. In this era, the wild yellow croaker is considered a rare and coveted seafood delicacy, with specimens weighing over 100 pounds being exceedingly rare. The simultaneous appearance of these two exceptional types of seafood had the fish merchants and restaurant owners clamoring with anticipation. With everything arranged, the Yang Fan officially set sail homeward. Although the quantity of fish caught during this trip was modest, far less than the bountiful hauls of rice fish and silver fish from previous outings, the value of this catch undoubtedly surpassed the total worth of the earlier voyages combined. Just the dozen or so wild yellow croakers alone could fetch several million, and the 100 or so wild yellow croakers were worth at least 10 million. Thus, in less than a day's time, Yang Fan and his crew had raked in over 10 million. The speed at which they earned this fortune was truly unmatched. The greatest credit for this successful venture belonged to the little orca, Deming. Not only did it swiftly guide Yang Fan to a school of dragon grouper and wild yellow croakers, but it also took the initiative to seek out the fish itself. Surprisingly, what brought Yang Fan the most joy was not merely the substantial profit, but witnessing Deming actively searching for the fish schools. The thought of having Deming assist him in locating fish schools made Yang Fan elated. He envisioned the possibility of simply lounging in his cabin while fishing in the future. In reflection, Yang Fan could only express, "This little orca is certainly worth the investment. In the future, even if you devour an entire cow in one sitting, I would not bat an eye." At 3:30 in the afternoon, after several hours of navigation, the sailing finally arrived at the seafood trading dock in the city from the depths of the sea. With the appearance of the sailing, those formidable fish vendors and restaurant owners that Yang Hongtao had previously contacted immediately gathered towards the dock. They had been waiting there for quite some time. And upon seeing Yang Fan's return, they naturally surged forward. Before long, the sailing was securely moored at the dock. The eager fish vendors and restaurant owners began to shout greetings to Yang Fan on the yacht's deck. "Ho, young boss Yang, you have arrived. Congratulations. This time, young boss Yang, you must have struck it rich, having captured wild giant grouper and wild yellow croaker." "Indeed. Congratulations to you, young boss Yang. Your catches from each outing are increasingly impressive. The last 2 times yielded giant catfish, silver arowana, and red flower crabs. And now you have exquisite wild yellow croaker and premium wild grouper. You are truly blessed with fortune." These fish vendors and restaurant owners expressed their enthusiasm and congratulations to Yang Fan, all eager to leave a favorable impression. After frequent visits to the dock to sell their catches, Yang Fan and his sailing had undoubtedly become the stars of the dock, with these vendors and restaurant owners keen to forge connections with him. Upon hearing the congratulatory remarks from the fish vendors and restaurant owners, Yang Fan smiled and said, "Thank you all. You may now board the vessel. Once everyone has arrived, we shall commence the auction." Upon his invitation, the fishmongers and the restaurant owners eagerly surged forward, each vying to be the first to embark upon the yacht. In no time, the deck was graced by the presence of at least 30 to 40 individuals. Fortunately, the yacht was sufficiently spacious. Otherwise, accommodating such a large crowd would have proven quite challenging. Observing the throng boarding the vessel, Yang Xiaowei quietly inquired of Yang Hongtao, "Taozi, I noticed you didn't make many calls beforehand. How did you manage to connect with so many fishmongers and restaurant owners?" Yang Hongtao rolled his eyes. "Who said that these individuals are all connected to me? I have only reached out to a handful of affluent and influential business leaders." Yang Xiaowei was filled with curiosity. How could so many people board the ship at once? Yang Hongtao simply smiled. Among these individuals, many were likely not seafood merchants specializing in beef fish. Rather, they had heard about our catch of wild large yellow croaker and the exquisite wild giant grouper, prompting them to join the excitement. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaowei nodded in agreement. That must be the case. After all, wild large yellow croaker and wild giant grouper are indeed rare treasures. If I were to encounter them, I would certainly want to partake in the festivities. Indeed, as the two had surmised, among the several dozen individuals boarding the yacht, only a small fraction were genuine fish dealers or restaurant owners. The majority were passers-by and tourists who had rushed over upon hearing about the upcoming auction of wild large yellow croaker and wild giant grouper, eager to join the excitement. As time passed, more and more individuals boarded the yacht. At this moment, an impatient fish dealer inquired of Yang Fan, "Young Master Yang, there are already quite a few people here. Can you take us to see the wild large yellow croaker and wild giant grouper you caught?" In response, Yang Jie smiled and shook her head. "Please, dear fish dealer, do not rush. I am awaiting a friend who is yet to arrive. We will view the fish once she is here." Hearing this, the fish dealer could only smile awkwardly, refraining from pressing further. At that moment, Yang Fan was in a position of authority, and the fish dealer certainly did not wish to offend him. The reason Yang Fan insisted on keeping everyone waiting was that Xin Yufei had not yet arrived. Just as they were nearing the dock, Yang Fan had received a message from Xin Yufei, stating that she was caught in traffic and would be delayed, urging Yang Fan to wait for her before commencing the auction. Otherwise, she threatened to sever ties with him. Truth be told, had it been anyone else, Yang Fan would not have bothered to wait. However, given that it was the beautiful and commanding Xin Yufei, a brief wait was certainly permissible. Beauty, after all, often comes with its privileges. Additionally, Yang Fan considered that with Xin Yufei's substantial financial backing, the wild large yellow croaker and wild giant grouper would undoubtedly fetch higher prices with her presence. As they stood on the deck of the yacht, they waited for quite some time. Soon, The number of people boarding swelled to around 60 or 70, many of whom were merely there to enjoy the spectacle. Yang Fan did not mind. The more people there were, the more vibrant the atmosphere would be during the auction of the catch, which was advantageous for him. Finally, after waiting for another 10 minutes, a white Bentley approached with a flourish. The vehicle quickly came to a halt by the roadside, and the rear door opened, revealing a pair of alluring, long legs wrapped in black silk. Following this, a stunning beauty elegantly descended from the car. Chapter 103. The beautiful, wealthy woman commands attention. A fish for 1.88 million. The stunning lady descending from the Bentley is none other than the beautiful boss, Xin Yifei. Today, she radiates the aura of a workplace queen, with her hair elegantly styled in an updo and adorned in a perfectly tailored high-end black professional suit, complemented by matte silk and silver stilettos, exuding an unmistakable air of sophistication. Upon alighting, Xin Yifei removed her sunglasses and cast a glance toward the dock, immediately noticing the luxurious yacht moored there. Although she had heard Yang Fan mention his acquisition of a trawler yacht during their previous transaction involving Dragon Pearl, she had yet to see it. Upon spotting the prominent three characters Yang Fan emblazoned on the yacht, she instantly surmised that this must indeed belong to Yang Fan. With a graceful twist of her slender waist, she strode confidently towards the yacht, the sound of her heels echoing with purpose. Finally, the beautiful boss has arrived. Yang Fan approached with a teasing smile and remarked, "Sister Yifei, you have kept us waiting for quite some time." Xin Yifei responded with a resigned smile, "Brother Yang Fan, there was a tremendous traffic jam on the way. There was nothing I could do." Yang Fan waved his hand with a smile, saying, "It's nothing. I was merely joking. Since you, Sister Yifei, have also arrived, let us officially commence this auction." After exchanging a few pleasantries with Xin Yifei, Yang Fan turned his attention to the fishmongers and restaurant owners, stating, "Gentlemen, please follow me." With that, he led the group of seafood merchants, along with the curious onlookers, toward the live well of the yacht. The crowd soon arrived at the live well, where Yang Hongtao opened the door, revealing a dozen vibrant and robust large dragon groupers inside. Upon seeing these magnificent creatures, each impressively sized and alive, the seafood merchants and fishmongers were instantly captivated. "Wow, so many large dragon groupers. Each one is more impressive than the last," exclaimed one. "Indeed, given their sizes, I wager the smallest weighs at least 100 pounds, while the largest must exceed 300 pounds. Another chimed in. 300 pounds of wild dragon grouper. The last time we encountered such a specimen at the seafood dock was several years ago. One reminisced. I remember that occasion. It was caught by an experienced angler, and when weighed, it surpassed 315 pounds. It was truly astonishing." Another added. "Catching a dragon grouper over 300 pounds is indeed remarkable. Yet, based on my extensive experience, I believe this wild dragon grouper is significantly larger than that 315-pounder. I estimate it to be over 350 pounds. Someone speculated. I concur, it certainly appears to be around 350 pounds. Moreover, the fact that this dragon grouper is not only large but also alive makes it exceedingly rare." They agreed. "Indeed, an active grouper of over 300 pounds will undoubtedly fetch a staggering price." The crowd pointed at the largest grouper in the live well, discussing animatedly, with many even taking out their phones to capture the moment, for such a large dragon grouper is indeed a rarity seldom witnessed. Once the fishmongers and restaurant owners had thoroughly examined the catch, Yang Fan cleared his throat and smiled, saying, "Gentlemen, you have seen the fish. Now, let us begin the auction. The first fish up for bid today is the largest dragon grouper, and I have set the starting price at 660,000. With that, he invited the bids. As Yang Fan's words echoed through the air, they signified the commencement of the grand auction. Upon hearing that the first item to be auctioned was the largest dragon, the affluent seafood merchants immediately began to vie fervently for the bid. The opening price of 660,000 for such a magnificent dragon was undoubtedly a bargain, igniting a fervent flurry of offers. "Boss Yang, I bid 680,000. Boss Yang, I offer 770,000. I bid 860,000. I bid 980,000. I bid 1,020,000. I bid 1,250,000. Before long, a middle-aged restaurant owner, adorned with a jade ring and dressed in traditional attire, boldly announced a staggering bid of 1,250,000. The moment this figure was declared, the other seafood merchants fell silent, their spirits dampened. Although this dragon, weighing over 300 pounds, was a rare find and even more precious as it was alive, The price of 1,250,000 was evidently exorbitant. Most merchants had estimated their bids to be just above 1 million. And hearing the owner in traditional garb call out such a lofty figure left them hesitant to continue bidding. Never mind, Boss Tang has deep pockets, I shall concede. Sigh. I cannot compete. I withdraw. Indeed, the small-scale fishmongers felt dwarfed by the wealth of a restaurant mogul like Boss Tang. In an instant, all the seafood merchants shook their heads in reluctance to continue bidding. Witnessing this, the middle-aged man known as Boss Tang clasped his hands together in gratitude and laughed heartily. Ha ha, thank you, esteemed colleagues. At that moment, a look of triumph adorned Boss Tang's face, as if the dragon were already his possession. However, just then, a voice tinged with mockery rang out, Boss Tang, do you truly believe you can acquire my brother's dragon for 1,250,000? Heh, I bid 1,500,000. At these words, the smile on Boss Tang's face immediately froze. He turned to locate the source of the voice and quickly recognized it as Xin Yifei. Standing beside young Fan, Boss Tang was aware of Xin Yifei, as her seafood restaurant was a direct competitor to his own, located in the city center. Since the opening of Xin's establishment, patrons had noticeably dwindled at Boss Tang's restaurant, which had fostered a growing resentment towards the formidable woman encroaching on his business. In this moment of tension, Boss Tang felt the weight of rivalry. While he might have conceded if another had bid 1,500,000, he was reluctant to do so now, as the market value of the dragon was far from reaching such an amount. However, in the face of Xin Yifei, Boss Tang was not inclined to concede so easily. He spoke in a low voice. Boss Shun, 1.5 million is insufficient. I offer 1.58 million. Xin Yifei responded with a subtle smile, and then elegantly parted her lips, declaring 1.68 million. Boss Tang's expression darkened further, with a slight lift of her lips. Xin Yifei continued, 1.88 million. Upon hearing this offer, Boss Tang's countenance fell instantly. Although he was reluctant to be outdone by Xin Yifei in front of so many peers, his rationality reminded him that he could not raise his bid any further. Spending 1.88 million on a large grouper was no longer a matter of mere premium. It was tantamount to incurring a loss. In Boss Tang's estimation, the grouper was worth a maximum of 1.3 million, considering the significant promotional effect it could bring to his establishment. Otherwise, based purely on the market value of grouper, it would realistically only fetch a little over $1 million. With Xin Yifei now having escalated the price to the exorbitant sum of 1.88 million, Boss Tang felt he could not increase his bid any longer. To do so would render him a fool. Resigned to this realization, Boss Tang clasped his hands together and said, very well, Boss Shun, you truly possess great financial prowess. This grouper is yours. Upon hearing this, Xin Yifei smiled and replied, thank you, Boss Tang, for your concession.